When a man is wealthy, a widower without children, it's possible for some dishonest person to try and get his money away from him. When the widower lost his only child in a drowning some 9 years ago, the most logical way to get the money, since the body of the drowned child was never recovered, would be to pretend to be the dead girl. Hello, creeps. This is T4Y, opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Tonight we celebrate the return of the master of them all, the inimitable Philo Vance. The story, the case of the girl who came back. About 10 minutes ago, in Philo Vance's apartment, the eminent detective has just finished luncheon, alone. Now, however, he has a guest, and she's very much at home, even with his servant, Curry.
Lay out Mr. Vance's water wings, will you, Curry? We're going swimming.
We are not.
Mr. Vance.
Vance, really, it's a terrific day. I phoned Washington, and there isn't any detecting for me to do. Please take me swimming.
Coney Island, no doubt. Along with 7 million others who've got the same idea.
It'd be fun.
Mr. Vance.
It would be a nightmare. I loathe floundering about in the water like a canned salmon. What is it, Curry?
You are a canned salmon.
This gentleman, Mr. Vance, remember he's been waiting for you to finish lunch?
The one in the hall? He was sitting there when I came in.
Tell him to come in, Curry.
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. What's his name?
Martin, Mr. Vance. John Martin.
Maybe he'll take me swimming.
You can dream, can't you? Mr. Martin? Mr. Martin, come in, please.
Thank you. You're Mr. Philo Vance?
I am. This is Miss Randall, my swimming instructor.
I beg your pardon?
How do you do, Mr. Martin?
You're probably wondering why I'm here, Mr. Vance. I just had to come to you. This thing is so unbelievable, so fantastic.
Let's hear it, Mr. Martin.
I beg your pardon?
Miss Randall, I ought to say, is a detective, Mr. Martin. In a manner of speaking.
Oh, I see.
Thanks for the manner of speaking.
Don't mention it. Just what is your story, Mr. Martin? Perhaps I can suggest someone who'll be glad to help.
It's horrible, Mr. Vance. You see, I live out on Long Island, Great Neck, Long Island. I have a home there on the water.
I know the section.
I'm alone now. My wife died 6 years ago.
I see.
You may remember, it was in the papers. Our only child was drowned on our beach when she was 11.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was a great tragedy, Miss Randall. Mrs. Martin never really got over it.
Oh, then this wasn't recent.
Oh, no. No, Jean was drowned 9 years ago, Mr. Vance.
1936.
Yes, that's right. My wife died 3 years later. The child and I were swimming together. I can remember it so plainly. She ventured out too far while I was on shore, and she was caught in a riptide.
How horrible.
I heard her scream, but I couldn't reach her. I saw her body carried out to sea, Mr. Vance. I saw it myself.
It was recovered?
Never. No, from that day to this. Her body was never found. Oh, I spent thousands, Mr. Vance, just to give her poor mother that much peace of mind. But her body was never washed in.
Well, I am sorry, Mr. Martin. I can understand a tragedy like that. But I don't quite see...
Yesterday, Mr. Vance, Jean came home.
What?
Yes, I didn't quite get that myself.
This girl, this fraud, Mr. Vance, this cunning little imposter, she came to my home yesterday and tried to tell me she's my own daughter.
What in the...
But, Mr. Martin, surely you can tell.
Why, of course I can tell. She's a scheming little cheat, Mr. Vance. She's no more my Jean than this lady is.
I hardly see that it's anything to worry about, Mr. Martin. Why not phone the police?
I wanted to at once. But my law firm bears my name, you see. Unpleasant publicity of that sort, notoriety. No, I owe it to my associates to keep it out of the papers.
But obviously, if the girl is an imposter, you can make short work of her. Trip her up on some simple little reference to her past, to her mother. Well, it seems easy, Mr. Martin.
That's just it. This girl knows more about me than I do myself. Terrifying, Mr. Vance. She knows the house, the grounds, the countryside, and she swears she's my daughter.
I don't mean to be simple, but where does she say she's been all this time?
Oh, she has a story for that, too. Says that she was washed up on shore, a complete victim of amnesia.
Oh.
Yes, the gall of it. Tried to tell me she's been without memory for 9 years and came out of it this week in a fall down the stairs.
She sounds clever.
You don't recognize her, of course.
I'm sure she's not my daughter, Mr. Vance. Definitely sure.
Well, she would change, naturally. She was 11 when she was drowned, 20 now. Yes, She changed a great deal.
Oh, not that much, Vance.
Yet you say she seems well acquainted with her alleged home, Mr. Martin.
It's amazing. That's why I can't call the police. Her story is just convincing enough. They'd drag it through the papers for weeks.
She's working with someone, of course. Someone who's told her the right answers. Right, Vance?
You know, I'd like to meet a girl who would plan a game like this. I really would.
Then you'll help me, Mr. Vance? You'll expose her?
Still sold on that swim lane?
Now? Not while you cavort with a 20-year-old ghost, darling. I'll stick with you.
And this brings us back to the library, Mr. Vance. Now you've seen the whole estate.
Well, I see you're a camera enthusiast, Mr. Martin.
Huh? Oh, those enlargements. Yes, I dabble in it. When the war broke out, my doctors told me to do something to quiet my nerves, so I took up photography.
Some of these are excellent.
I have a darkroom downstairs. I'll open it up if you like.
I'd enjoy it. And now if you'll send the young lady in, please.
I'll tell you how grateful I am, Mr. Vance. I'm in a terrible strain. Mr. Vance wants to see you.
What about?
Come in, Miss...
Miss Martin. Jean Martin.
Yes, so we've heard. Sit down, Miss Martin. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
I suppose he hired you.
On the contrary, I should have paid to meet you. I admire your courage.
You're very funny.
You contend you've been an amnesia victim for 9 years. Is that right?
That's right.
But surely you know where you've been.
I remember falling. I must have hit my head because there's a bump on it. And that's all.
That's all?
When I came to, I was about a block from here. That was last night.
You mean you don't know where you've been for 9 years?
You heard me.
Oh, your language, chum. Doesn't quite go with the detour around here.
Okay, so maybe the last 9 years weren't so good. How do I know?
Well, that lane puts you in the well-known place.
Listen, mister, I'm Jean Martin, and you and nobody else can prove any different. So let's get down to terms.
Terms? What kind of terms?
Oh, he didn't tell you that, huh? Well, listen, my grandfather was stinking rich. He was lousy with it, see? And it all came to me. Only my father was to get it if I died.
And now you'll come back for the money that's rightfully yours. Is that it?
You think I'm going to let him keep it? He won't even listen to me.
Imagine being so mean.
You keep out of this.
Careful, girls. You did miss up on one small detail, you know. Jean Martin had a scar on her right wrist. A rather prominent scar. And you haven't.
A scar can heal, can't it? I had the scar. It's gone now. It's been gone for years.
Oh, brother, you're really good.
Listen, you...
Wait a minute. Keep talking, Lane.
What?
There's someone listening at the door. Say anything.
Oh, I know what I'd like to say. A nice afternoon like this, and we come all the way out here to...
Care to join us?
Come in. Hey, let go of me.
Gladly. And who, might I ask, are you?
A long-lost brother, no doubt.
Well,
I work here. I'm the chauffeur.
That's right, he is. Bill and I used to play together when we were kids.
Would you say that slowly, honey? I'm a little sick today.
His father worked here for us before. Bill was brought up on the estate. We used to play together all the time.
that right, Bill?
I never saw her before in my life.
Why, you...
But you did live here. You did play with the real Jean Martin.
Sure. She was a great little kid. I taught her to swim.
You remember a scar on her wrist, of course.
Sure I do. Right here. About 1.5 inches. She got it cutting a watermelon at a picnic out on the lawn. Heck, I went with her when my dad drove her into town to the doctor.
I see. Well, you've been a great help, Bill. You'll be around if I need you again.
Yeah. I'll be around.
Thank you.
Listen, he's lying. I tell you, he remembers me. He must.
Sure, honey. We all do.
Will you ask your papa to come in here, Jean?
Listen, you can stop cracking, both of you, because I'm Jean Martin, brother, and that's it.
Ask him to come in, please.
Sure. Go ahead. Play detective all you like. Hey, Daddy.
You're through, Mr. Vance?
Well, it wasn't much effort, Mr. Martin. The local police could have handled the situation nicely. Let's all sit down a moment.
Sure, I got all the time in the world.
You scheming little...
Take it easy, Daddy.
On the way out here, young lady, Mr. Martin explained that you're unusually well acquainted with this house. In short, that you can answer questions an outsider wouldn't know.
I told you I used to live here. Remember?
You knew, for instance, that your mother played the piano, that the rose garden was once to the north rather than where it is now, that the roof on the east wing is new.
Yes, there was a great deal more, Mr. Vance. It's uncanny.
Well, obviously the girl's been well coached. Is Bill in on the deal, Jean?
What? My chauffeur, Bill?
We've met him, Mr. Martin.
Why, that's absurd. I practically raised the boy myself. His father died right here in my employ.
Try again, Mr. Detective.
Suppose we try money, Jean. That interest you?
Sure it does. If the money belongs to me. Don't forget I'm Jean Martin.
You know, Mr. Martin, the girl might be telling the truth.
Oh, Vance.
Why, that's ridiculous, Mr. Vance. I'm surprised you mentioned such a thing.
Stranger things have happened, you know. And the girl is right. Childhood scars do disappear in time.
But
As for her amnesia, that's entirely possible, too.
Now you're doing okay.
Vance, what in the
My
world?
suggestion, Mr. Martin, is that we settle this some way now, right here in this room.
I think I'll have a drink.
Well, perhaps that would help us all. Lane,
You sound like you've had 10, Vance. Why, any fool.
later, pets. When we're alone.
There's only scotch here in the library, if you...
Well, that will do nicely, thanks.
Let me pour the drink. I'm the daughter, you know. You want one, too?
I might as well. I feel it already.
Here you are, Mr. Vance.
Ah, thank you. Now then, let's drink to the success of our bargaining. How's that? To the success of what we'll accomplish here.
Mr. Vance, wait.
What, Miss Martin?
Vance, no, don't drink that. It's poison, Vance. That glass is full of poison.
Vance!
Well, I seem to have spilled my drink.
Vance, you didn't drink it.
Thanks, Mr. Martin. No.
Well, I'm sorry I had to knock it out of your hand, Mr. Vance. You devil.
Why, listen.
Smell that, Mr. Vance? Why, I know that odor anywhere. It's the emulsion I used in my dark room downstairs. You little fiend. You knew I kept chemicals in there. Then, when Mr. Vance was going to expose you, you decided to poison him.
Good Lord.
I am grateful to you, Mr. Martin. It seems I almost drank a developer highball.
You're off the beam, all of you. Why,
You keep quiet. I've had enough out of you. Well, Mr. Vance, shall I call the police?
It won't be necessary, Mr. Martin. Miss Randall and I are driving into town. We'll take our young friend with us.
Why, you chump.
Oh, and I'd like to take Bill, too, Mr. Martin. I'm not entirely sure he isn't mixed up in this.
Take them all. I just want this woman out of my house.
I assure you, Mr. Martin, you've seen the last of her.
Want me to stay in here, Mr. Vance? I mean, with all this?
No, I think not, Curry. I'll call if I need you.
Yes.
Oh, Vance, dear.
Yes, Lane?
Is it fair if I ask just one little question?
By all means.
What in the name of what are we doing here in your apartment? Let's take these two down to the district attorney's office and be done with it.
Look, Mr. Vance, you got me all wrong. I never saw this dame before until last
Oh,
night.
yes, you did, Billy. Yes, you did.
All right, kids. I think the show's gone far enough. You can take that layer of skin off your wrist, Jean.
Vance, what in the world?
This is what I mean, Jean. Let me have your wrist a moment.
Get away from her.
All right, Bill. I'm quite convinced she is Jean Martin. See? Just an ordinary skin patch, isn't it, Jean? And very neatly applied, too.
She's got the scar.
She has. Miss Martin, Miss Randall.
How do you do?
You win, Mr. Vance.
You found her, of course, Bill.
Yes, sir. I never gave up looking for Jean.
The amnesia story is true, then.
Quite true, Mr. Vance. I came to on the beach about 6 miles from our house. On the day I was supposed to be drowned, I mean. I was 11 years old.
The doctors figured a wave threw her up against a log or something in the water, Mr. Vance. Her head was cut.
And then, Jean?
Well, I couldn't remember anything, Mr. Vance. For days I'd walked around in a kind of a dream, and then finally I was taken to the Good Shepherd Orphanage. Well, you can phone them and check if you like. I've been working there for my boarding room.
Go on.
Well, just as Bill said, he's always looked for me. He never believed I was drowned.
I couldn't afford to hire detectives or advertise, Mr. Vance, especially working right there in the Martin home. I'd just ask questions and write letters. Then, when a reply sounded worthwhile, well, I'd investigate in my time off.
And one letter came to the Good Shepherd asking about an amnesia case in 1936. And so they told Bill about me. Bill came up to see me, and well, here we are.
I see. Well, that clears up a great deal.
Vance, you're out of your mind. Why, those two are bigger phonies than I thought.
Why, Lane?
Well, for one thing, why did our hero here keep all this from the girl's father? Why not let him spend his money looking for his own daughter?
He thought she was dead.
Oh, and you knew better, I suppose.
Mr. Martin was careful that there was almost no publicity at the time of the drowning, Miss Randall. Just a little too careful. Why did he want to keep it quiet when the body wasn't found?
Okay, we'll skip that for a minute. Suppose you are Jean Martin. Why the mystery? Why cover up the one scar that proves it? Why play the tough little mole with us all afternoon? And you, Bill, you pretended you didn't even know her. What goes on here?
Fair question, Lane. Going to answer, Jean?
Well, you're convinced that I am Jean Martin, Mr. Vance.
Beyond a doubt, Jean. Even without the scar. I knew it before we left your home.
All right, then I'll tell you. My father tried to murder me. What? Yes, I know that sounds strange, but that's true. I wasn't carried away by the tide that day. And he wasn't on the shore, as he said.
He held her head underwater, Mr. Vance. Held her and pushed her out to sea.
And when I got back, I knew if I proved I was Jean right away, he'd try to murder me again. And if I went to the police, he'd call me an imposter. He'd even lie about my scar. So the only thing to do was to throw him off his guard by convincing him that I was a fake.
You see, we hoped we could find a way to trick him into admitting he tried to kill her. We planned it together, Mr. Vance. Then when Mr. Martin called you in, we didn't know what to do.
You see, Lane?
Oh, just skip me, Vance. I'm so dizzy now, just let me sit here and spin.
Well, it's quite simple, really. Martin called me in to bolster his own case. Now I think we'll unbolster it a little.
But how, Mr. Vance? What can we do now? He's got all Jean's money, everything.
Jean, I told you once today you've got nerve. Think you can use it again?
I can try, Mr. Vance.
Good. Now, here's exactly what I want you to do.
Mr. Martin, sir.
Yes, Bill?
That boat's loose again, sir. I'm afraid it's been damaged hitting against the dock.
Confound it. Can't you keep that boat tied up properly?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Martin. I wasn't here this afternoon, you know.
Oh, yes, that's true. I'm glad you came out clean in that nasty mess, Bill. Mr. Vance called and told me the police are convinced that you had nothing to do with that girl.
Yes, sir.
Well, we'll just forget the whole incident, son. Boat damaged, you say?
Yes, sir. I wish you'd go down and look for yourself, Mr. Martin, and you can tell me what's to be done.
All right, I will. Nice night like this, I ought to be outside. Yes, go along, son. I'll look at it directly.
Yes, sir. I'll be in my quarters if you want me.
Thank you, Bill. Beautiful night. Really beautiful. I ought to get the camera. Moon like that, I might get a good shot without a light at all. Good boy, Bill. Comes a good solid start. Well, I should have told him to turn on the floodlights down here. How does he think I can inspect the boat without lights? My, what a wonderful night. What? I could have sworn I... That song. Jane!
Recognize the song, Daddy. John's lullaby. Lullaby. And good night.
I must be asleep. Stop that. Stop that singing.
You used to sing it to me when I was a little girl. You and Mother would come into my room at night, and you'd sing it to me. Remember, Daddy?
Stop it, I say. Who are you?
Look at my wrist. See the scar on my wrist? The scar I got cutting the melon on the lawn? You remember, Daddy. Mother was there. Aunt Ada was there. Remember?
Jane.
I was 10 when I got that scar. And when I was 11...
Shut up. Shut up, I say.
When I was 11, we went swimming one afternoon right here, Daddy, right here at this pier. You remember the day I mean, don't you? You let me hold onto your back while we swam way out, Daddy. Way out where the water's deep and cold. And then you took hold of my neck, remember? You held me and you pushed me down into the water. Remember how I tried to scream? Remember how I felt struggling in your arms? Do you?
You didn't die.
You tried to murder me in this water. You held me down until you thought I was dead. But I didn't drown, Daddy. You see, I'm here now. I'm right here in front of you.
You fool. You think you could come back now? Did you think I'd let you come back after all I did? That money's mine, and it's going to stay mine. I thought I murdered you once. This time, I'll do it right. Oh, still, you little fool. Oh, it's the same water, is it? Well, you'll see, you little idiot. You'll find out.
I think everyone up, Mr. Martin. And don't move, please. I have a gun.
Vance, where'd you come from?
From under the pier, in a word. Oh, Bill, light, please.
Right, Mr. Vance?
Did it work?
Beautifully, Lane. He tried to drown her just as I said he would. You all right, Jean? Get up on the pier, Martin. Watch him, Bill. I'll help Jean.
Jean, darling. It worked. I heard the whole thing.
Yes, it worked.
You take this revolver, please, and escort Mr. Martin up to my car. You'll find Curry and some officers waiting.
Yes, sir. Come on, Martin. This is the end of the line.
Well, do you by any chance have a spare towel, Lane? The bottom rung of that ladder down there was just a little wet.
Vance, tell me something before I bust.
Burst.
Oh, don't be stuffy. Why were you sure Jean was Jean? Because you saw the fake scar tissue on her wrist?
Well, that helped, Lane. But I wasn't sure until Martin tried to make it look as if she'd poisoned my drink.
But...
Elementary, as that man would say. Martin told me he installed his photographic room after the market crash in 1939. Remember?
Yes, of course, but I still don't...
But, darling. When he turned on Jean and accused her of stealing chemicals from it for my drink, he said she knew the darkroom was there. Well, now, she couldn't have if she were his daughter. He drowned her 3 years before it was put in, and if she was a phony, she was too well coached to betray herself that way. And finally, Pet, the darkroom was locked. Martin said as much himself.
You know, Vance, in a way, you're rather hot stuff.
Cold and wet at the moment. Well, give me that towel. Oh, what's so funny?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking. You really got that swim after all.
Thank you, Philo Vance, for the case of the girl who came back. Now it's getting early again. This is T4Y, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Oh, yes. I almost forgot. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Lifebuoy presents The Adventures of Philo Vance, starring Jose Ferrer.
In the good old summertime, in the good old summertime, she's your Tootsie Wootsie in the good old summertime. La-da-dum.
Happy, Lane?
On a night like this, Vance, no Washington assignment for me, no ridiculous detecting for you. Oh, I love it.
In all the realm of crime and crime detection, in all the history of murder, mystery, intrigue, the master of them all, Philo Vance. Tonight, the case of strange music. But first, when it's hot and sticky and muggy, you'd probably like nothing better than to whip off your clothes and hop right into a mountain lake or the surf at the seashore. Well, if you can't do that, try the next best thing, a swell tub or shower with thoroughly refreshing Lifebuoy. You'll find that Lifebuoy's grand, rich lather is cooling, exhilarating, and makes you feel fine. You'll feel extra clean, too, because you're Lifebuoy clean. And Lifebuoy in your daily bath means you're safe from... Lifebuoy is the only soap that's especially made to stop BO. Lifebuoy gives double protection, all-over protection, and lasting protection. Use Lifebuoy, and you'll come out of that bath saying,
Oh, I feel great.
be popular. Use Lifebuoy. Tonight, the case of strange music. At the moment, Philo Vance and his friend, Lane Randall, are driving back to town after a dinner in the country, and Vance says,
Not a care in the world.
What, Vance?
Nothing. I just said it's a beautiful night. I've had a good dinner. Curry will have a cold bottle waiting. I haven't a care in the world.
Darling, how stuffy. A cold bottle indeed. Where did you pick up that expression?
Oh, in the book, if you must know. Certain types of men invariably take their fair ladies back to their apartments for cold bottles and birds. Something like that.
Just what types of men, may I ask?
Amorous ones.
Oh,
Well, what's the matter? Don't you think I care, Lane? Really care?
about your stomach, the way you sound. Oh, Vance, look.
Where?
There, it's a carnival. Oh, and a Ferris wheel. Oh, Vance.
I haven't been to a carnival in ages.
And a merry-go-round. Oh, Vance, let's stop, please.
Idiot.
You'd love it, too. You know you would.
Well, come on, then. Only remember, I was all for that cold bird.
Peanuts. Oh, don't they smell wonderful?
Yes, I know. Boy, large bag, please, for my little girl. Lane, dear, the car's back this way.
Vance, a wax museum.
Here we go again. What wax museum?
Right there, see? The bloodiest crimes in history recreated before your very eyes, 25 cents. Oh, golly.
Golly.
This we've got to see. Oh, mister.
I wonder if Van Johnson has this trouble.
2 tickets, please. Me and my gentleman friend. We want to see the bloody crime.
What your gentleman friend wants, Lane, is something...
Oh, don't be unromantic, darling. Come on.
Remember that one, Lane? The Snyder Gray murder case?
Don't they look real?
Oh, here's Dillinger over here. See, he was coming out of a theater in Chicago when they got him.
Oh, and look in this case. Vance, it's a... Oh!
Lane,
That man, he's real.
you're a complete idiot. Look, Lane, it's wax, just like all the rest.
Well, it gave me a shock. Funny. For a moment, I could have sworn...
You've had too much pink lemonade, lady. Let's go, shall we?
Where's the car?
Over to the right, Oh, excuse me, please.
Oh, will you help me, please?
That girl.
My ankle. I've turned my ankle.
She's going to faint. Here, miss, here.
Thank you.
Take it easy. Just lean on me a moment. Lane.
Are you all right?
Yes, thank you. I didn't mean to faint. I turned my ankle.
Quite all right. Perhaps we can find a bench of some sort.
Francis? Francis, come here.
I can't, Bertram. My ankle. I've turned my ankle.
Nonsense. Come along, I say. Time we were getting back.
I can't. I tell you, I can't walk.
Francis?
I'm afraid the lady is right, sir. She did turn her ankle.
Then I'll take care of her, thank you. Give me your arm, Francis.
No.
I'm certainly not going to carry you all the way back to the house.
Never mind, Bertram. I'll get there alone.
You little fool. Must you make a scene every time we go out of the house? Now give me your arm. That will do, sir.
If you won't carry me, Bertram, I'm sure this gentleman will.
What?
Do you mind, dear?
Francis, I warn you.
Would you mind, Mr.
Vance. Philo Vance.
Mr. Vance, we live just through the field beyond here.
Why,
Newberry's my name. Mrs. Bertram Newberry. And this is my husband.
how do you do?
Francis, I demand that you stop this display and come home. Get away from this man.
Yeah.
Will you, sir? Mr. Vance, really, I can't make it alone.
I'd be delighted. You don't mind, Lane?
Oh, no, Vance. If you like, I'll walk in front of you with trumpets.
And you, Mr. Newberry?
Go on, go on. I warn you, Francis, someday you'll go too far.
There we are. Now we'll just put you down in this porch chair, Mr. Newberry. There.
So kind, Mr. Vance.
Oh, think nothing of it.
Lane. I'm sorry if your husband was disturbed, Mrs. Newberry. If you like, I'll try to explain that you did turn your ankle.
Oh, don't bother, please. He's gone in the house now. He'll just sulk for a few hours. Let him.
I see.
Could I offer you a drink? You've been so kind.
We should go, Vance. It must be quite late.
It's exactly 5 minutes to 10.
Oh, Ed, dear, I didn't know you were on the porch.
I won't be for long, Aunt Frances. I'm waiting for a program on the radio.
Oh, excuse me. This is my nephew, Mr. Newberry, Mr. Vance.
Newberry?
How do you do?
Oh, my dear, I'm so sorry. I didn't quite get your name.
Mud.
I beg your pardon?
Miss Randall.
Miss Randall, how nice.
Friend, is that you?
On the porch, Tom.
I saw Bert going to the library. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Tom, dear, these very nice people carried me home from that horrible carnival.
Carried you? Well, what do you...
Mrs. Newbury has a turned ankle.
Oh, I see. He made you go, did he, Fran?
It was easier to humor him. He insisted that we walk down there. His little joke.
I see.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Randall. Mr. Randall. Mr. Vance, Mr. Rhinelander.
How do you do?
Mr. Rhinelander lives on the next estate, our neighbor.
Ha
I didn't see you, Ed.
Is that so unusual?
Ed, dear, please.
I have my car in the drive. Can I drop you people?
Oh, thank you, no. We're parked just through the field. Ready, Lane?
I am, Vance.
You must forgive my husband's behavior, Mr. Vance. He has a rather strange sense of humor.
Oh.
His money went to his head.
Ed, you mustn't.
It's true, isn't it?
He enjoys his little joke, Mr. Vance, like tonight. It amused him to make me dress up just to go to a country carnival. He insisted that I wear an orchid.
It's a very beautiful orchid.
My husband and I don't go out socially, you see. Tonight was his way of showing me a good time. He got quite a kick out of it.
Oh, Fran, no.
I didn't mind, Tom. Anything to... Oh, but really, this is most discourteous. I shouldn't be talking this way at all.
Why not? Is there anybody who doesn't know? Why not put it in the papers, Aunt Fran? An ad. Bertram Newberry spends a dime.
Edward, that will do.
Nicely, I think. Well, I'm going to my room. It's 10 o'clock. At least Uncle Bertram won't have to pay for the radio. It's free.
Really, I'm so embarrassed. If you'll let me ring for a drink,
I'll get them, Fran.
No, really, we are going.
Take the path down by the river, Mr. Vance.
What?
It's a little longer, but it's pleasanter walking.
Why,
Good evening, Bert.
I suggest you go now, Mr. Vance. Get out. All of you. Get out of my house.
Vance.
Right. Lane, this is our exit line. Good night. It was nice to meet you.
Well,
Chummy, aren't they? Oh, come on. He was right about the path by the river. Look at the moon.
Of all the neurotic, mixed up, unbelievable.
Oh, come now, Lane. Don't be so shocked. You've seen family skeletons before.
Never such naked ones. Why, they don't care what they say or who knows it.
Money, darling. It makes you that way sometimes.
Oh,
What's the matter? Blew something?
one of my gloves, my good white ones, too.
What, do you want me to go back?
Not on your life. Besides, I'm almost sure I dropped it in that wax museum. I remember putting them in my purse in there.
Well, we'll stop and inquire.
Vance,
Yes?
am I crazy or do I hear music?
What?
Wait. Listen to this.
Why, it's coming from the Newbury house. An organ, isn't it?
Ooh, gives me the shivers. Just listen to it.
Strange.
Strange music. Mournful.
We will be, too, in a minute. Still want to see about your glove?
If you don't mind, Vance. They're so darn hard to get these days. Isn't it odd what meeting people like that will do? Gosh, we had so much fun at this carnival an hour ago. Now it seems almost sordid.
I'll ask about the glove. What was it?
White kid.
Okay, kid.
Suppose it is silly to worry about people like that. I suppose... Oh, I don't suppose anything. Have they found it?
No, but for 50 cents we can go into the museum and look for ourselves.
But didn't you tell him that we
I
were...
didn't argue, Lane. It's easier to buy the tickets and look. Come on.
Well, it won't be there now, I'm sure. I don't even want to look at the exhibits. Not now.
Snyder and Gray haven't changed any. Neither has Dillinger.
Look for my glove, silly. We've seen the exhibits.
It's amazing how they can take wax and... Lane.
Did you find it?
Lane, in that exhibit. That body is real.
Oh, no, you don't. I bit once, darling, but not
Lane,
again.
I'm serious. Look. Good Lord.
Vance. It's...
Right, Lane. That's Bertram Newbury's body.
Bertram Newberry, his body part of an exhibit in a wax museum. We'll return in just a moment with more of the case of strange music. But first...
My old friend, the lifebuoy foghorn. You don't scare me. I'm taking a lifebuoy bath right now. I used to say to myself, what's wrong with me? No dates, no friends. And I couldn't imagine why. Didn't dream I had B.O. Oh, what a fool I was. But I always feel safe now with Lifebuoy in my daily bath.
I just love my bath with Lifebuoy. Such mild and gentle lather, it really is divine. I just love my bath with Lifebuoy. So soothing and refreshing, it makes me feel fine. I'll be fresh and dainty no matter where I go, 'cause my Lifebuoy bath really stops B.O.
You try Lifebuoy. It's swell.
And now, back to the adventures of Philo Vance.
You came out fast enough, John. You remember Lane, of course. Lane, the district attorney.
Of course I do. How are you, John?
Well, not too happy, Lane. I just bit a small slam when Vance's call came in. Well, where are they, Vance? Inside?
Well, I suggested they stay in the library. As soon as I found a patrolman to remain with the body down at the carnival, Lane and I came back here to the house.
Yeah. Who was here?
All of them. Francis, the wife, Ed Newbury, he's a nephew, and Tom Rhinelander.
Who is, to put it delicately, interested in Mrs. Newbury.
I see. Any ideas, Vance?
Oh, I'm full of them, John. Care to hear?
I would.
Well, down in the Wax Museum, we have a body. The body is stabbed in the back and placed in an exhibit. 15 minutes before it was placed in that case, that body told us to get the blazers off this porch.
Which we did.
Go on.
Inside, 3 people. A wife who was quite obviously put up with a lot from the old boy.
And who loves her neighbor.
Tricky, darling.
Thank you.
Number 2, a disgruntled nephew who apparently had nothing to do in life but wait for the reading of his uncle's will. Money. Bertram's money seems to be Edward's big interest.
And finally, the boy next door.
He's got money, incidentally. I know the name.
He's rather pleasant, John. We had a little talk while you were on your way.
Oh, then you questioned him.
And toured the house. Vance has been playing detective like mad, John.
Oh, thanks for the playing, Lane.
Well, Vance, who, what, why?
Well, frankly, John, I'm not sure. Not sure at all.
What about the servant?
Oh, all accounted for. Let's go in, shall we? Lane and Mrs. Newbury were hitting it off so well earlier this evening. Maybe there's a chance for a beautiful friendship.
All right, son, what's your story?
I could write a book.
Well, you might have to. You admit the knife in your uncle's back belonged to you?
Look, I went all through this with him. Sure, it's my knife. I use it fishing.
And you left it where, Ed?
In my room, I told you. It was in my fishing box. I saw it there this morning.
May I cut in?
Sure, go right ahead.
When you left us on the porch this evening, Ed, you announced that it was 10 o'clock. Remember, Vance?
Vividly.
And we found your uncle's body down at the Wax Museum at 10:20, so it's simple. Account for those 20 minutes, and you haven't anything to worry about.
Can you account for them, son?
I was listening to the radio.
Alone?
In my room. I was alone.
That's not very good accounting, boy.
Look here.
That will do. Send in Mr. Rhinelander, please. And don't leave this house. I'll want you again. Tough, isn't it? His knife, his money when Newbury dies. That's a familiar story, then.
But the fingerprints on the knife were not a man's. The sergeant was sure of that.
Easy enough. Ed got Frances to handle the knife, then preserved her prints by using a handkerchief, a very old trick.
Then they are her prints, John?
He checked. They're hers, all right. They match with everything in her room.
In my room?
Oh, come in, please. Come in. I didn't hear you.
Thank you. It's after midnight. I was just wondering, is it entirely out of order if I have some food prepared?
Now, see here, Mrs. Newbury.
Oh, John.
Yes, Vance.
An excellent idea, food. By all means, see to it, Mrs. Newbury. I'm starved.
Why, Vance.
And ask Mr. Rhinelander to come in, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vance. I'll have sandwiches and coffee brought in.
Ed said you wanted to...
Oh, Fran, dear.
It's all right, Tom. It's all right.
Come in, Mr. Rhinelander. Come right in.
Thank you.
Now, this is going to be abrupt, I'm afraid, but quite to the point. You are in love with Mrs. Newbury.
Very much, Mr. Markham. Are you shocked?
Why, no.
I'm the cad who loves another man's wife, I suppose. But Bert wasn't a man. Not to Francis. He...
Go right on talking, Mr. Rhinelander. I just want to...
Oh!
Silly way to make sandwiches, Mrs. Newbury. Crouched against the door. Come in.
There isn't anything to say, is there? I was listening.
If you ask me, I think there's a lot to say.
Do you, Lane? What?
You can ask questions all you want to, Vance. You know who did it, and so do I.
You're forgetting motive, you know. Edward had that. Right, Vance?
Oh, money's a good one, John. Always was.
Motive my foot. This woman hated her husband. Yes, and she loves him. It's obvious.
You've told them, Tom.
Why not?
If that isn't motive, what is? And as for the crime, her own fingerprints are on the knife in her husband's back.
Well, there is something to that, Mrs. Newbury.
I told you, my husband brought me the knife this afternoon. I was cutting flowers with it.
That's just plain silly. There are dozens of garden shears in the tool house. Vance and I saw them. Why go way up to Edward's room, into his fishing box, and use that particular knife?
I don't know, I tell you.
Well, the boy could have brought it to her, you know. Oh, Heath, send him in, will you? Might as well have the whole group.
Well, you made a nice try, Lane, but you slipped up on one detail. Frances couldn't have gotten the body into that exhibit case, not with her twisted ankle.
Ankle? See this book on the table?
Mm-hmm.
Francis, catch! See? A very neat catch, Mrs. Newberry. And you were pretty quick on your twisted foot, too.
Lane, you've done it. Vance, she's remarkable.
Well, Vance?
Where were you between 10 and 10:20, Frances?
Oh, Vance.
I was playing the organ. You said yourself, Mr. Vance, you heard me when you were walking back to your car.
Did you, Vance?
Yes, we did.
And you, Mr. Rhinelander, where were you?
I was with Frances. I was here in this room listening to her play.
I see. Oh, John.
Yes, Vance.
I'm supposed to come in here.
By all means, Ed, you're just in time for a concert. You remember what you played earlier this evening, Mrs. Newbury?
Yes, I do. It's horrible music. Bertram wrote it years ago, and he made me play it over and over again. Some nights for hours.
Play it now, will you please?
No? Why?
Oh, please, Mrs. Newberry.
I'd be glad to. It has no name. It just sounds like this.
Quite sure this is the music you played tonight?
I told you.
Yes, well, that will do, thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I should like to offer a musical selection.
Vance, you?
It's quite easy on this organ, Lane. You see, it's equipped for automatic player rolls. Here's one I picked up about the house this morning.
What have you got?
Listen, Mrs. Newbury. There we are. Just snap this little switch and listen for yourself.
Boy, that's...
No, it can't be.
Vance, it's the same music.
You're sure, Lane?
Of course, but I...
Turn it off. Please, turn it off. Bertram wrote that music. He made me play it over and over. I hate it. I hate it!
And you still say you played that piece? After that, Mrs. Newberry?
I did. I swear I did. Bert insisted. I played it over and over to humor him.
Better do better than that, Francis. I found the roll in your desk drawer upstairs.
No, you're lying.
But you... Now we're getting somewhere. Turned ankle.
Vance, will you...
Gladly, John. As the detective would say, I'll unravel the whole thing. Edward?
Me? Now, listen here.
I told you, motive every time. Go on, Vance.
Quickly, Edward. You said you listened to a radio program, something called, what did you say again?
The tenor-voiced killer.
Ah.
He's on every week.
Strenuous, to say the least. Who done it, Edward?
What?
Listen at the phrase. In tonight's program, who done it?
Why, the butler. Stebbins, his name was. He poisoned the guy with a secret formula made out of ink.
Good boy. And that takes care of you, Edward. Sit down.
Just how does it take care of him, Vance?
I called the studio, John. The butler did it all right. Edward was listening to that program, all 15 minutes of it.
All right, so it's not Edward. Let's get back to these two.
Right, Lane. You weren't playing that organ, you know, Francis. Matter of fact, you were in your room, packing.
Mr. Vance?
Just as you, Tom, were at your house doing the same thing. Your grips, incidentally, are still in the trunk of your car outside. I looked.
Packing? For what?
Well, Reno, I should think. Wasn't that why you turned your ankle, Francis? You and Tom had planned to leave tonight for some time. Bert's little joke of attending the carnival almost ruined your plans.
It's not true, I tell you.
It's no use, Tom. He'll only find out. We might as well tell him the truth now.
At last.
You were planning to leave your husband tonight.
Yes, I was. I did make that roll for the organ myself. I was going to put it on while Bert was listening upstairs and then leave with Tom.
You made a roll for an organ, a complicated thing like that.
It's not hard, John. If you know the keyboard, you can work out just which holes in the paper will make each note play. It takes patience, but it can be done.
I had a great deal of patience.
And courage, I'd say. Right, Vance?
Go on, Lane.
It's obvious. Bertram found out about their plan, and they killed him.
That's good enough for me.
But not for me, John. Frances didn't kill her husband. No, and neither did Rhinelander. You thought she did, though, didn't you, Tom? Otherwise, you wouldn't have lied to save her. You wouldn't have pretended you'd heard her play the organ at the time of Bert's death.
Now, see here, Vance. If Edward didn't do it, and now you say these two didn't do it...
Yes, Vance, in case you've forgotten, the man is dead. Who killed him?
My moment, eh, Lane? Well, suppose we all walk down to that wax museum, shall we? And I promise when we get there, I'll tell you who did the job.
All right, Vance, it's all your show. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, John. Now then, here's the original exhibit, as Lane and I saw it first this evening. Lippy the knifer, that's that figure in wax against the wall there, was standing just where he is now. His victim, also a wax dummy, was on the floor, just as you see Bertram's body now.
I can't look.
I'm afraid you must, Mrs. Newbury.
Really, Vance, we know all this. Someone simply took the wax victim out of the exhibit and put Bertram's body in its place.
Right, Lane. Look at Bertram's body, John. Face down, knife in the back.
I see that.
Now, look at Lippy here against the wall. A body made of wax, but strong as steel. These dummies are steel, you know, with a wax coating. Oh, Lane.
Yes?
Pull on Lippy's arm, will you? Pull hard.
It's firm, all right. And the dummy's tied to the wall.
Tied with your fish line, incidentally, Edward.
What?
Oh, this was carefully planned, Edward.
By
Very
whom?
carefully planned.
By whom, Vance?
In a moment, John. Now, we'll take the knife from Bertram's body like this.
Oh.
It's all right, dearest.
And place the knife in the dummy's hand so. Notice, John. The handle pushes firmly against the hand with the blade pointing out.
I see that.
Now we roll up the dummy sleeve, pull down this rather intricate trigger spring.
Vance, what on earth is that?
A spring, Lane. See? We set the knife against it, draw this fine piece of thread out here, like this. Follow me, John?
But...
Now, oh, Edward.
Yes?
Will you help me a moment, please?
Sure.
I want to lift Bertram's body into a standing position.
That's it. Slowly, please. Yes.
Mr. Vance, is this necessary? I mean it.
It's quite necessary, Tom. Observe, John. Bertram is now standing directly in front of the dummy, and the point of the knife is directly at his back, in the exact spot where it entered his body.
Go on, then.
Now we take the thread attached to the spring, place it in Bertram's hand, give it a slight pull, so.
Oh!
And Bertram is stabbed in the back. You can put the body down now, Edward.
Yes, sir.
But, Vance, that spring, the thread, all that. Who did it? Who in the world was...
Well, Vance?
No one, John. Bertram Newbury killed himself.
What?
He had time, Lane. We took the long way back here from the house, remember. And while we did, Bertram came down here alone, got into this exhibit, and committed suicide. The end of a plan he'd worked on a long, long time.
But I...
Bertram was ill. Ill in mind and body, I'd say. When he discovered or guessed that Francis was leaving him, he planned it that way. Got her fingerprints on the knife and then used the spring mechanism and the dummy to plunge the knife into his own body. That way, Francis, he hoped you'd die for the crime.
Good Lord.
And I was to be the accomplice.
Exactly, Tom. But reason that the police would be sure Francis couldn't have carried him down here, especially with a turned ankle. You were to be accused of doing that for her.
Vance,
Well, Lane?
what were the customers in this place doing while Bert was playing Poke the Circle with the dummies?
See that curtain? It's used when they're changing the exhibits.
Oh.
Pull it down if you like, Lane. With that cold bird in a bottle, it might not be bad at all.
We'll return in just a moment to tell you about next week's adventure. But first...
They say there's a manpower shortage. Hasn't affected me. The girls still give me the brush off like they always have.
That's because you're not careful.
Not careful? What do you mean?
This sound should tell you.
Say, have I got...
In hot weather especially, use Lifebuoy in your daily bath. It stops B.O.
Lifebuoy's protection is double protection. First, all over head-to-toe protection. Second, protection that's lasting. Lifebuoy is the only soap that's especially made to stop B.O. So why take chances when it's so easy and pleasant to make sure that you're safe from offending? There's no better summertime habit than wonderfully refreshing Lifebuoy.
Say, I'm heading for a Lifebuoy bath right now.
La-da-da-dee-da-da-da. I'm singing in the bathtub, singing for joy, living the life of Lifebuoy. Can't help singing, 'cause I know that Lifebuoy really stops B.O.
Be popular. Use Lifebuoy. The script for tonight's program was adapted for radio by Bob Shaw from the characterization originally created by S.S. Van Dyne. Philo Vance is played by the brilliant young star of Broadway, Jose Ferrer. Lane Randall is played by Francis Robinson. And this is Don Hancock inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time when you'll hear...
You know, Miss Randall, you do have green eyes. Lovely, clear green eyes.
Get away from me.
I like green eyes, you know. At night sometimes I dream about them. Hundreds of them. Lovely, clear eyes, all green.
No! Put down that knife!
Green and cold and lovely.
Lena. Lane.
A mad killer, the amazing atomic bomb, and the strangest motive in the history of crime. You'll want to hear The Case of the Green Eye next week when Lifebuoy again presents The Adventures of Philo Vance. Every pound of used fats that's turned in means fewer American casualties because used fats go into vital munitions that help shorten the war. Used fats are essential to the manufacture of paints, fabrics, and soap, too. Ladies, everyone knows how tough it is to get meat. But the government has announced we will get 10% more of it this month. This is our chance to save more used kitchen fats. So keep on doing your part. Remember, American men in the Pacific are counting on you.
For an easier wash day, get Rinso. You'll whistle while you wash because Rinso gives you a wash that's Rinso white. Rinso bright. Yes, Rinso white, Rinso bright. And tune in Rinso show starring Dunninger, the master mentalist, every Friday night. Thrills, music, and plenty of excitement. See your local paper for time and station.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Nothing much wrong with the guy we're carrying, is there, Doc?
Oh, not too much, Steve. Fracture of the right arm and right ankle. I had more trouble with his wife and two partners. They wanted to ride along to the hospital in this ambulance.
That's all I need, passengers.
Yeah.
What happened to the guy we got him back?
Auto accident. He had his wife and two partners in the car and tried to wrap it around an elevated pillar. He's a funny guy. He fought against my giving him a hypodermic.
Wonder why?
No reason. No good reason, that is. He kept saying, "No hypo. Please, doctor, I'll be murdered before I get to the hospital if you give me a hypo." That's nothing, though. Shock hysteria brought on by the accident, that's all.
Wonder why a guy would think someone was going to kill him.
He didn't know what he was saying. Kept mumbling about no hypo right up to the time we closed the doors in the back. Don't you remember?
I remember him saying something, but I didn't pay any attention. Well, here we are.
Yep. I'll have this back door open in a jiffy and our friend fixed up before he knows it. He thought somebody was trying to murder him.
EW, Doctor?
Emergency ward, Steve, sure. What else could it be? Well, I'll hop in and grab the top part of the stretcher. Now, stay right here and get ready to grab it, Steve.
I'm ready. Shove it down.
Oh, Steve. Steve.
Yeah, Doc? What is it, Doc?
We don't mark this case EW for the emergency ward. He's got a knife stuck in his right side. He's DOA.
What?
Yeah. Dead on arrival. Sergeant Heath, that's all I can tell you. I could swear he was alive when we put him into that ambulance. Nobody could have got in when we were en route here, and yet that knife was sticking in him when I opened the door.
That's what I like. A nice, simple murder. Why did I have to be a homicide detective?
Hey, Chief, the district attorney just walked in.
That's all I need. Okay, Doc, you can go. Stick around in case I need you.
Yes, Sergeant, I'll be here.
Hello, Heath.
Hi, Mr. Markham. Well, we got another one.
I know. I've got the whole story. Only it's not possible that a man with nothing more serious than a couple of fractures is alive when he's put into an ambulance and dead when the ambulance reaches its destination.
Don't I know it isn't possible? Sure, we got suspects. We got the guy's wife and his two partners, but how can I tell who if I don't even know how?
I think maybe this might be a case for Philo Vance.
Oh, now, wait a minute, D.A. We don't need Vance snooping around here.
That's what you said in the Bishop murder case and the Green murder and the Canary murder cases. But he was the one who solved them.
Oh, he was lucky. Look, D.A., give us 24 hours. Then maybe I won't mind Vance.
You won't mind Vance? I'm going to ask him to work on this case. Maybe he won't mind you.
What time is it, Miss Deering?
1 minute to 5, Mr. Vance.
Thank you, Miss Deering. Are you through with the letters I dictated?
They're on your desk, Mr. Vance. Will that be all?
For the next 30 seconds.
And then?
And then, Miss Deering, it'll be 5 o'clock, and a coach and four drives up. I remember to call you Ellen, and you forget to call me Mr. Vance. Well, 30 seconds are up.
I'm glad, Vance. Now we can be ourselves. Where are you taking me tonight?
Well, to dinner, for one thing. I never starve my women. No good private investigator would. It might lead to a private investigation.
Hello, is anybody home?
Oh, sounds like your friend the district attorney's in the outer office, Vance.
Markham, we're in here.
Hello there, you two.
How are you?
Hello, Markham.
Well, Ellen, I see it's after 5 o'clock.
Because I'm sitting on Vance's desk? I always sit here.
Chairs are so uncomfortable, Markham. And incidentally, how are you?
Incidentally, I'm fine. Actually, not so good.
Problems?
A problem. Vance, will you help us on a case?
Police are puzzled in mysterious murder?
Now, look, Vance. A man named James Dalton was driving his car this afternoon when he had an accident. In the car were his wife and his two business partners, Ed Edwards and Bill Graves.
Mm-hmm.
Dalton was the only one injured, and an ambulance was called.
That's easy. The butler did it.
Go on, please, Markham. My secretary will be applying for unemployment insurance if she interrupts again.
Well, the ambulance doctor says Dalton was alive when he gave him a hypodermic and put him in the ambulance. But he was dead with a knife in his side when the ambulance arrived.
I don't suppose it could have been suicide or anybody hiding in the ambulance.
You know better than that, or I wouldn't be here, Vance. No, suicide is out because the man's right arm was fractured and the knife was in his right side. There were no fingerprints. That's all I can tell you because that's all I know.
You said this Jim Dalton's two partners were with him. Partners in what?
A costume jewelry firm, the Eagle Manufacturing Company. What do you think, Vance? Sounds intriguing, doesn't it?
What about your police? How does Sergeant Heath feel about your coming to me? Or doesn't he know?
What he means is, can he expect the usual non-cooperation from the sergeant?
Miss Deering, haven't you a letter to type or something?
The name is Ellen, and the answer is no.
Filing, perhaps, Miss Deering?
Oh, ganging up on me, eh?
Vance?
Yes?
If the doctor gave Dalton a hypodermic just before he placed the poor fellow in the ambulance, and then the ambulance doors were closed, how could the man have been murdered?
Well, it certainly sounds intriguing, Markham. And you might be interested to know I'm working on this case as of this minute.
Oh, he doesn't fool me. He's taking this case because he knows already who killed Dalton.
On the contrary, Ellen. I'm taking the case because I haven't even the slightest idea of how it was done.
Mr. Edwards and Mr. Philo Vance would like to see you. Yes, sir, right away. You may go in. That door there.
Thank you.
Mr. Vance?
Yes, Mr. Edwards, I suppose. How do you do?
How do you do? And, how can I help you, Mr. Vance?
Mr. Edwards, you're one of the partners of the Eagle Manufacturing Company.
That's right.
I'm investigating the murder of your partner, Jim Dalton.
Well, what do you want of me?
Just some information, that's all. I'm trying to figure out how he was killed.
I've told all I know to the police, and all I know is nothing. I told the cops I had no idea who could have killed him, and I don't.
The police inquired about partnership insurance.
Sure, and we had it. A lot of it. But Jim had life insurance, too, and, Mrs. Dalton gets that. And I didn't tell this to the police, but the Daltons haven't been getting on for years.
Well, it seems I'm getting somewhere.
I hope you are. Do you mind telling me just where you're getting?
Not at all. I'm getting myself out of your office and over to see Mrs. James Dalton.
Why don't you stop bothering me? Why? Haven't I had enough with the police all afternoon?
Mrs. Dalton, I'm not here to bother you or anybody. I only want to do what I can to find out how your husband was killed and to see that his murderer doesn't go unpunished.
You say the police don't know how the murder was committed. Well, neither do I. Ed and Bill and I saw poor Jim last, but it couldn't be either of them. They both loved Jim almost as much as I did.
According to them, maybe that wasn't so much.
What?
Well, Mr. Edwards seemed to think there might have been trouble between you and your husband.
He told you that? All right, there was. Now I'll tell you something. They both wanted to get Jim out of the firm. They needed his money to get them started a year ago, but they're doing well now and didn't need him at all. And they hated him. Both of them did.
Why didn't you mention this before, Mrs. Dalton?
Because I didn't believe that... I didn't know what to believe. All I wanted was to be let alone.
You haven't been very helpful, Mrs. Dalton. I believe the murder was the result of coincidence. How it was done, I don't know. But somebody wanted to murder your husband and saw his chance after the accident.
But how could he have been murdered inside an ambulance?
I don't know. I wish I did.
Do you drive a car, Mr. Vance?
What?
A car. Do you drive one?
Why, yes. What about it?
Nothing. Or something. Depending on how clever you are. I drive. I'm a very good driver. I'm good at a lot of things. Does what I've just said mean anything to you?
Frankly, no. I think you're trying to tell me something, but I don't get it. I know only one thing, Mrs. Dalton. That somewhere along the line, your husband's murderer made a mistake. All murderers do. And my job is to find out what that mistake was. Does Steve always drive this fast, Doctor?
Well, ambulances are made for speed, Mr. Vance. You're not nervous, are you?
Nervous? No. Anxious. Anxious to get some information and then get out of here before we have an accident and need an ambulance.
Well, you grabbed me just as we got this emergency call, Mr. Vance. It was your idea to come along, you know.
I know. The least I should get out of this mercy messenger, which rides more like a roller coaster, is some information.
Well, I don't know a thing, Vance.
Nobody seems to know anything on this case. Doctor, you're interning at the hospital, aren't you?
Yes, part of my training before I go out to practice.
You don't make much money, do you?
That's a pretty stupid question. Of course I don't. And look, Vance, you're wasting your time with me. All right, you don't know how this murder was done. Well, neither do I. Nobody knows except the murderer, and you've got 3 pretty good suspects, if you ask me.
I wasn't aware that I had asked you, but go ahead.
Well, there's those 2 partners, Edwards and Graves. All you have to do is take a look at either one of them, and you'll know he'd think nothing of shoving a knife into somebody. And they're both smart enough to have figured out a trick way, too.
Agreed.
Then take Mrs. Dalton. I watched her when she came down there to the hospital. She's a manic depressive if I ever saw one. Or has all the symptoms, anyhow.
Psychopathic?
Definitely. Intervals of exaltation and depression, clever mind, superiority complex. Changes from one subject to another without reason. And maybe you don't know this, but manics are potential murderers.
That's very interesting, Doctor. Thank you very much. But getting back to your not making a lot of money and that question I asked you, which you thought was stupid.
Yes?
Maybe it isn't so stupid, Doctor. Jim Dalton's death meant a lot of money to several people. One of them might have been willing to spend a little of it on you to make sure Dalton died.
Wait a minute.
Hello, Bill. Surprised to see your partner after business hours?
Yeah, Ed. Kind of. Come in.
Thanks. I came by to congratulate you, Bill. That was a nice, clean job you did on our ex-partner. I don't know how you did it. Frankly, I don't care.
You think I killed him?
I know you did. Couldn't very well talk about this at the shop, what with cops and that Vance guy hanging around, but I can now. So, congratulations and thanks.
I could say the same thing to you, and mean it more, Ed. I know you killed Jim.
That's all right, kid. I don't blame you for not admitting it to me. We don't like each other, and we never did, but I still say you did a good job.
Look, I don't have to stand for you accusing me of murder.
No, that's true. You don't. Suppose we sit down and you tell me how you did it.
You get out of here.
And if I don't, what'll you do? Murder me, too?
Well, you dirty... I'll fix you.
Keep your hands off me.
Yeah.
Get them off!
I'll take care of you later, Edwards. Who's there?
Anybody mind if I come in?
Who are you?
Oh, hello, Mr. Vance. Bill and I were just talking. You Know my partner, Bill Graves, Philo Vance.
How do you do?
Hi.
You mentioned, Edwards, that you and Graves here were just talking. I'm sorry, but I couldn't help overhearing, even a block away. Having trouble, boys?
Nothing we need you to fix.
I only dropped in to talk to you a minute, Mr. Graves. You see, gentlemen, I expect to have a solution of the Dalton murder by morning. Is it just barely possible that one of you won't sleep so well tonight?
This is District Attorney Markham. The Eagle murder case is proving one of the most baffling crimes in our records. Even Philo Vance, whom I asked to take the case last evening, has been able only to corroborate what we already know. That James Dalton was injured in an auto smash-up, that his wife and 2 business partners were in the car but were unhurt, that an ambulance doctor administered a hypodermic against Dalton's wishes, that he was alive when placed in the ambulance, and dead with a knife in his side when it reached the hospital. Vance told me he was going to spend last night reading up on the case, but I haven't any idea what he meant.
No, Miss Deering, I haven't seen Mr. Vance this morning yet. He must have overslept.
Fine boss. Expects his secretary to open the office for him. What will bosses think of next?
Your floor, Miss Deering.
Thanks, Johnny. When Mr. Vance arrives, kindly tell him to go home and not to come back without a note from his mother saying why he was late.
I sure will.
It's unlocked. Oh, Vance must be getting forgetful. Wow. What hit this place? A cyclone? And fast asleep in my chair. Mr. Vance? Vance? Darling.
Oh, hello, Ellen.
Good morning, Mr. Vance. I trust you slept well in my chair all night. What happened here? It looks like a literary version of a pillow fight. Who's been throwing books around?
I have. That is, I haven't been throwing them around. I've been reading them.
All night?
Practically. Very interesting books. Psychiatric studies.
Psychiatric?
Mental cases, Miss Deering.
Preparing an autobiography, Vance.
Mr. Vance? It's after 9 o'clock, remember? And the answer to your question is no. I've been doing some very interesting, if as yet unproductive, research. Take a letter, Miss Deering.
I will if you'll let me borrow my chair and desk.
Sorry. Here you are. Sit down.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Vance?
Letter to F.X. Markham, District Attorney. Usual heading, Dear So-and-so.
Dear District or Dear Attorney?
Dear Frank, here are the facts I've uncovered in the Dalton murder.
Got it. Go ahead.
I wish I could. I haven't even a theory.
Well, that's just as well, because I can't take theories in shorthand.
Let's see. The ambulance doctor could have killed Dalton. Edwards might have, Graves might have, and Mrs. Dalton might have. But how?
You're in a rut, Mr. Vance.
I'm in a dilemma, Miss Deering. All 4 had possible motives, but none of them had any opportunity to stab Dalton inside that ambulance. Not even the ambulance doctor. He wouldn't have had time enough. Apparently, it was impossible for anyone to stab Dalton after he was put in the ambulance, so... Ellen.
Miss Deering, please.
Ellen, I've got it.
What?
Dalton wasn't stabbed after he was put in the ambulance. He was stabbed before.
Before?
Ellen, get this picture. Dalton is on a stretcher.
Yes.
He's just had a hypodermic. He's just about to pass out. His 2 partners are on one side of the stretcher, his wife on the other. Just as Dalton is lapsing into a coma, one of them sticks the knife in him.
Vance, it could have happened that way.
Listen, it could have been done without anyone seeing it, too. Ellen, that's it.
Well, maybe, but it only eliminates the ambulance doctor, that's all.
That's right. Now, let's see. Let's take the partners. Edwards and Graves have violent tempers. They were almost at each other's throats when I saw them yesterday. Mrs. Dalton, unless the ambulance doctor and I are very much mistaken, is a manic depressive.
What if?
Manic depressive.
Oh.
A form of psychopathic instability. She's got some of the symptoms, jumps from one subject to another for no reason, overdeveloped sense of superiority, morbid, depressed. That's what I was reading up on last night.
And are manic, whatever they are, murderers?
They could be, according to what I've read about them. They can be switched away from murder, though, to another thought in a second.
Maybe Mrs. Dalton forgot to throw the switch.
Maybe. But it might not have been Mrs. Dalton at all. Dalton was stabbed in the right side. We know now he was stabbed just before he was put into the ambulance. Whoever was on the right side of the stretcher did the stabbing.
Vance, you're wonderful. I'll never commit a murder while you're alive.
Thanks. You may now tear up your notes, Miss Deering, and get Mr. Markham on the telephone. Ask him to please have everybody concerned in the same place on the same corner where the accident happened yesterday.
Sure, Mr. Vance. This is just the way it was. The ambulance was parked right there where it is now. Only there was a crowd around. The doc and the driver had the stretcher in their hands just the way they have now.
Thanks, officer.
Look, Vance, you know this is a lot of nonsense, don't you?
Maybe you're going to wish it was, Mr. Edwards.
Maybe you're going to wish you hadn't started any of this, Vance.
Somebody's going to wish that, but it won't be me, Mr. Graves. Mrs. Dalton?
I'm here, Mr. Vance.
Now listen, all three of you. I want you to take the positions alongside the stretcher that you were in yesterday. Now, please. Doctor.
Oh, yes, Mr. Vance, I'm here.
You were carrying the back end of the stretcher just as you're doing now?
Exactly, sir.
Okay. Now, Mrs. Dalton.
Yes?
And you, Graves and Edwards.
Yeah?
Is that the position you were in yesterday while the stretcher was being carried to the ambulance? Mrs. Dalton on the right side and the men on the left?
Yeah, that's right.
I believe that's right.
You'll remember Mr. Dalton was stabbed in the right side. Did you get that? The right side.
Wait. I wasn't on the right side at all. I was on the other side of the stretcher. I walked alongside the stretcher on the other side where Edwards and Graves are now.
That dame's crazy, Vance. We were on the left side, Bill and I, weren't we, Bill?
Don't listen to them. They're trying to make it look like I killed my husband. I was on his left side, I swear it. Doctor, please, you must remember. You must believe me. I swear to you, I was standing on the left side of the stretcher.
What about it, Doctor?
I think she's right, Vance. Yes, I'm sure of it. When we were putting Dalton into the ambulance, Steve had the head part of the stretcher, and I had the foot part, and yes, I remember Mrs. Dalton on my left.
You're sure you were there on the left side, Mrs. Dalton?
I'm positive. Edwards and Graves were on the right side. And that proves they murdered my husband.
On the contrary, Mrs. Dalton. It proves that you did.
You know what, Mr. So you figured that out, did you, Mr. Vance? All right, nobody move. Nobody, I said.
That gun of yours might go off. I'd be careful if I were you, Mrs. Dalton.
I'd be more careful if I were you, Mr. Vance. Or any of you. Turn around. All of you, turn around, I said. That's better. I'm getting away from here, and I'll shoot the first one that turns his head. Remember, I'll shoot the first one that moves.
What do we do, Mr. Vance?
You can make your own plans, officer. Personally, I'm not moving. Hello, Vance speaking.
Vance, this is Markham. Just wanted to tell you that we haven't been able to pick up Mrs. Dalton yet.
You will. She can't get very far.
But aren't you worried? Don't you think she'll try to kill you? After all, you spoiled her perfect murder.
She won't come up here, Markham. Her first job is to keep out of the way of the police. She won't waste time looking for revenge. Good night, Markham.
Good night. I'll let you know if anything happens.
So I won't waste time looking for revenge, Mr. Vance. I don't consider it a waste of time. I don't know a better way to spend the next few minutes than to use it killing you.
Hello, Mrs. Dalton. Pretty gun you have there.
You don't fool me any with that unconcerned way of talking. I'm going to kill you, and you know it.
You know, of course, that people who are going to commit murder don't generally talk to their victims. They just shoot.
I don't care about people, generally. I'm an individual. Smart enough to have committed murder and gotten away with it if it hadn't been for you. And smart enough to have slipped in here, kill you, and still get away.
It wouldn't do any good for me to say, I don't think so.
Not a bit.
I didn't think so, but it was worth a try. Your hands are shaking, Mrs. Dalton.
They're as steady as a rock, and you know it. I have complete control over my nerves.
Manic depressive. Exactly what I thought. Overdeveloped sense of superiority.
Manic depressive?
Certainly, all the symptoms. You're insane, you know.
What?
Oh, it's true. Manic depressive. Singleness of thought on one subject. Can't get it out of her mind. Acute concentration.
You mean if I came here to kill you, I couldn't change my mind?
You couldn't even talk about anything else. Fashions, for instance.
What about fashions?
That dress you're wearing. It's an original.
I designed it. You know, at first I wanted it to have pleats down the right side. See? I can talk about something else. I'm not insane. I'm not, I tell you.
I hear you, Mrs. Dalton.
This dress is my favorite. I designed it first with pleats on the side. I'll show you how it would look with them, but you won't like it. I'd planned them down here. I won't need his gun. And you can see for yourself that it throws the lines of the dress off. There. Admit it. The pleats wouldn't be right, would they?
Your gun's on the floor, Mrs. Dalton.
Of course it is. I threw it there. Those pleats, Vance, they wouldn't be right, would they? They They wouldn't really be right, would they? Mr. Vance, those police wouldn't be right, would they? Answer me.
In a second, Mrs. Dalton, as soon as I pick up your gun. There. Now about the police. I'll tell you what I think about them on the way downtown.
You won't answer me. You tricked me. I came up here to kill you and you tricked me. But it doesn't matter. You can take me to the police, but I'll find a way of getting out of jail. I'm clever. Believe me, I can do it.
Can you? Well, the sooner we get you into jail, the sooner you can try. Shall we go, Mrs. Dalton?
It's still a few minutes to 9, Van, so before we get down to business, will you clean up a point or two for me?
About the Dalton murder, Ellen?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if I can before 9 o'clock, I will.
Well, let's hurry then. When Mrs. Dalton came up to your apartment to murder you last night, what made her change her mind?
The characteristics of a manic depressive, Ellen. They can be led easily from one subject to another. I told her that she was a manic, but I lied a little. I said manics couldn't ever change their minds.
Oh, so to prove to herself and you that she wasn't crazy, she did exactly what you wanted her to do. Forgot about murder to talk about something else, not knowing she was proving your point.
Not to mention saving my life. Anything else, young lady?
Oh, it's nearing 9, I can tell by your voice. One other question, Vance. Let's go back to the murder scene. Now, you told me that whoever stabbed Dalton had to be on his right side, yet Mrs. Dalton was on the left side of the stretcher.
That's correct, Ellen. Now, look, this desk is a stretcher.
Yes.
I'm lying on it.
Uh-huh.
Now, where's my right side?
On the right side of the desk. That proves that Mrs. Dalton didn't do it.
On the contrary. You see, poor Jim Dalton wasn't lying on the stretcher the way I'm lying on the desk. His head was at the top of the stretcher, where my feet are. I'll show you what I mean. I'll reverse my position. There.
Oh, golly. When he was on the stretcher lying like you are now, his right side was on the left side of the stretcher.
Certainly. Mrs. Dalton saw what I was getting at, knew I had her cornered, pulled a gun, and got away, temporarily.
Darling, you're wonderful.
I don't think so, but then, what's my opinion against so many other people's? Take a letter, Ellen, darling.
You mean Miss Deering. It's after 9 o'clock.
So it is. Take a letter, Miss Deering.
Yes, Mr. Vance.
Dear Ellen, this winds up the Eagle murder case.
Put your chin in your left shoulder, Mike. Get that shoulder up higher. Keep your left out. Further. That's it. Keep away from that left. Keep jabbing, Mike. Keep that left hand in his kisser. Get him off balance with it. Now, the right. Okay, Mike. That's enough for today. Come on over here. I want to talk to you. Let me have that glove. I'll take it off for you. Yep. That's it. There we are.
Oh, it feels good to get that mouthpiece out of my jaw and these gloves off, Sam. Oh, how'd I look in there today?
Yeah, you'll do. Throw this robe over your shoulders, eh? I want you catching cold right now. There you are. Now let's have that helmet you're wearing.
Yeah.
I'll put it away with the rest of the stuff.
Good enough, Sam. Well, what goes on now?
Nothing. You take a shower and you go home, take it easy. No more workouts till the big fight tomorrow, and then nobody will be calling you Mike anymore. They'll be calling you Champ.
Think so?
Sure. What's the matter? Don't you like the idea?
Are you kidding?
Mike Daggett, heavyweight champion of the world. You come a long way, kid, and I'm the guy who brought you up there.
Yeah, I know, Sam. Thanks a lot.
Oh, forget it.
Oh, look, I gotta stop and see my girl on the way home. That's okay, isn't it?
Well, it ain't okay, Mike.
Huh?
I got nothing against Billy Stanley. She's a good kid. She's for you all the way. Only fighters and females don't make so good. At least not before a big fight. Look, call her up.
Well, what you say goes, Sam. Say, look, you really think I got a chance against the champ? This isn't any pep talk you've been giving me.
You're a cinch, Mike. Only thing that can stop you tomorrow is the referee counting 10 over that cheese champ. He's a pushover, Mike, a pushover.
You really think that, don't you, Sam?
Think it, I know it. By tomorrow night, you'll be champion of the world. Think of that, kid. Just think of it.
I've been thinking of it, Sam. And right now, it's the one thing in the world I'm afraid of.
Yeah, who was it?
It's me, Silk. Sam Billings.
Come in and sit down, Sam. I want to talk to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I sent for you so I could make you a present of some easy cabbage. Sit down, kid, sit down.
I come over because it was near the gym and I just got finished watching Mike Daggett work out.
Uh-huh.
Not because you sent for me, Silk.
Well, you won't be sorry. Sam, I've been managing the champ for 8 years now.
I know.
We got a couple of more years of easy dough ahead of us if your boy don't cop the Duke tomorrow night.
I ain't doubting that, Silk. Only my boy's a breeze to win. I know it, he knows it, and you know it, or you wouldn't be sending for me.
Maybe. But, Sam, look. We ain't in this business for love, are we, huh?
No.
No, none of us are. Now, suppose I fix it so you and your boy make more dough by losing. You, interested?
You want Mike to lay down?
That's right. On a golden pillow with an awful lot of cash for a blanket. Hey, where you going?
Out. No dice on your deal, Silk. Mike fights clean. He fights honest. That's it.
Not yet, it ain't. You stand between me and a fortune, Sam.
If I am, I ain't moving out of the way.
Oh? Okay. Want to play rough, huh? Yeah, I'll toss you out of here right in your ear.
Hey,
Sam.
let go of me, you.
Yeah, sure, but this is just a sample of what you'll get if you let your lip get loose.
Out.
Chum. See, I wouldn't say anything about our conversation if I were you, Sam.
Because I wouldn't throw a fight, you throw me out of your office.
That's right. Only that ain't all I'm going to do. Your boy's going to lay down tomorrow night, Sam. One way or another.
Look, Billy, I shouldn't even be here. Sam told me to call you up, made me promise I'd go right home so I'd be in shape to fight tomorrow
Well,
night.
I'm sorry, Mike. I don't mean to quarrel, only I can't help it. Why can't you see things my way?
I can, baby. And maybe you aren't wrong, Billy, but give me a break. Look at what I put into this fighting business. Years of boxing at small clubs for peanuts, weeks of training, all to get a shot at the title.
Well, look what you'll take out of fighting, Mike. Cauliflower ears, your nose all twisted, maybe your brain, too, if you take one punch too many. It's all got to happen if you win tomorrow night.
Hey, now, look. Nobody's been talking to you and trying to get you to make me quit tomorrow, have they?
Oh, Mike.
No, baby. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. It's just that I'm all tight inside. I know how you feel. I know you haven't had any picnic while I was scrapping in those penny ante clubs. But don't pack me in now. Not when I'm going to grab the brass ring.
You take the brass ring, Mike, and it's the only ring there'll ever be for you and me.
But I need the dough the title's going to give me. I need it so we can get married, Billy, baby. That's what I've been planning on.
Well, it's no go, Mike. I don't want that, any part of it. I'll go on making my own living.
Sure, taking pictures of suckers in a nightclub. It's some job for my girl.
I'm going to keep that job, especially now that it looks like I'm going to lose you.
I'm not going anywhere, baby.
Yes, you are, right out of my life. I won't have the guy I love walking around on his heels.
There's got to be some way out of this, Billy. There's got to be.
All right. There is a way out. You've got to fight tomorrow night, but you don't have to win. You did promise me you'd quit if you didn't win the title, didn't you, Mike?
Yeah, I promised.
Then don't win. It's so simple. We'll have enough money from your end of the purse to get married and start off with. It'll last till you get a job. What about it?
I don't know, Billy. Maybe I'd do it if it wasn't for Sam, but... Well, he's had just as tough a time as we had. I owe him a clean fight.
I don't like to hurt Sam either. But this is for us, Mike. For you and me.
Okay. Okay, Billy, baby, you win. I'll take one tomorrow.
Mike, I'm glad you're here. Tried to get you at your place, but you weren't there.
Sam, we got something to tell you.
First, I've got something to tell Mike. Now, listen, kid. I just came from Silk Morgan's office. Threw me out. This leg of mine still hurts from where I landed on it.
He threw you out? Why,
Don't do nothing to Silk. He just got sore because I told him he wouldn't lay down for the champ tomorrow night. I got it all fixed for him to win. They're betting their shirts on him. When I wouldn't go along, Silk tossed me out the door.
Oh, he did, Tidney. Well, I'll get him for
Not
that.
him, Mike. Get the champ. That'll fix the whole crowd.
Leave him to me, Mike. Leave him to me. Tomorrow night, I knock the champ right into Silk Morgan's lap.
Mike!
Excuse me a moment, Sergeant Heath.
Oh, sure.
District Attorney Markham speaking.
Hello, Mr. Markham. Never mind who this is, but you've got to listen to me.
All right, if I must, what is it?
There's a big fight on tonight. Mike Daggett against K.O. Connolly, the champ.
Yes, I know.
Well, Mr. Markham, I've been up all night trying to figure out what to do. I just decided the best thing was to call your office.
Well, having decided that and having done that, suppose you tell me what this is all about.
There's a mob in back of the champ, Mr. Markham, a tough mob, and they're trying to see that Mike Daggett doesn't win the title tonight. They'll do anything to see that Connolly keeps it. You've got to protect Mike. You've got to. Promise me you will.
Well, I'll promise you will try.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Markham. I'll never forget this. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, Heath,
I could hear that, D.A. You're not going to let that call bother you, are you? That business of knocking off the challenger has been in 100 movies and in 1,000 stories, but it just doesn't happen. Not in real life, it doesn't.
It hasn't yet, you mean? I promised the young lady that this Mike Daggett would have police protection, Heath. See that he gets it.
Sure, D.A., but the club will be loaded with cops tonight anyhow. We always have them on hand at a fight. Now, don't worry about anything. We'll handle anything that happens tonight. Who are you calling?
Philo Vance.
Why? Because some crackpot dame thinks the challenger is going to get knocked off tonight?
Hardly. I merely want to invite him to the fight, that's all.
Oh.
Hello, Office of Philo Vance, private investigator, Miss Woods speaking.
Oh, Miss Woods, this is District Attorney Markham. Is Miss Deering still away?
Yes, she is. Her mother's still sick, so Mr. Vance keeps me on as his contemporary secretary.
You probably mean temporary, but we won't bother about that now. Is Vance there?
Is he here? He's practically on pins and needles waiting to talk to you. Just a minute. It's for you, Mr. Vance, here.
Thank you. Hello, Markham. I was hoping you'd call.
Well, thank you, Vance. That's very complimentary. But if you wanted to speak to me, why didn't you call me?
Well, I might have, except that I have no murder to invite you to.
Well, this time, Vance, I don't have any either. I just called to see if you'd like to be my guest at the big fight tonight. It so happens that I have 2 extra tickets, and it promises to be a great match.
Well, thank you very much, Markham. I'd like very much to go. You'll still have an extra ticket, but we'll dig up somebody. Thanks again, and I'll call you back and arrange a meeting place.
Oh, incidentally, Vance, I'm not promising anything, but there just might be a little unscheduled excitement at the fight.
Really, Markham? Well, that sounds wonderful. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Bye.
Mr. Vance, I don't want to sound like I'm forward or anything like that, but did I understand Mr. Markham had an extra ticket?
Why, yes, he has, Miss Woods.
Well, gee, if it wouldn't be putting anybody out, I'd sure love to see that fight, Mr. Vance.
You like fights, Miss Woods?
In the neighborhood where I live, if you say you don't like fights, right away you're in one.
Really? I never have guessed. You like boxing matches, Miss Woods?
Well, I never boxed any. But, Mr. Vance, should we continue on with that history of the last thing we were working on? The President murder case?
I think we'd better, Miss Woods. What disturbs me is that was last week. We haven't had a single killing this week to work on.
Oh, there's going to be one tonight, Mr. Vance. I could tell you that without the slightest thought that I was a prefabricator.
I don't question your telling the truth, even though I think you mean prevaricator, Miss Woods. But you're sure there will be a killing tonight?
Natch, at the fight. When Mike Daggett gets the champ in the ring tonight, he'll murder the bum.
radio, your friend and mine, sitting third row ringside, that popular comedian, Eddie Harris!
He's cute, isn't he, Mr. Vance?
I can't tell. His face is in the way. Time for the big match, isn't it, Markham?
Just about, Vance. They've introduced everybody from the promoter to the janitor. Yep, there they go, clearing the ring.
And now for the heavyweight championship of the world, 15 rounds to a decision, our feature attraction. At 189 and a half, wearing purple trunks, the young slugging sensation from this city, the challenger, Mike Daggett! Over here, at 210 pounds, wearing black trunks, holder of many records and recognized by one and all for his courage and his fisting ability, the heavyweight champion of the world, K.O. Connolly!
This is it, Vance. And so far, no trouble.
How could there be trouble? The fight hasn't started yet.
Mr. Markham means that there has been no evidence of the veiled hint of extracurricular activity he made to me on the phone.
Now, everybody, the title match is about to begin. May the contender and the champion put forth their best efforts. May the superior skill and stamina of one or the other be the difference between victory and defeat. Now, come out, fighting men.
There they go. Oh, wow, look at that right, the champ let loose.
Miss Woods, please.
What's the matter, Mr. Vance? Don't you like fight?
Vance Daggett was hardly touched, and he's down.
He's getting up. Probably just knocked off balance, that's
The
all.
champ will get him now. There he goes, measuring him. Here it comes. He missed it! He missed him, the bum!
Markham, look at Mike Daggett. He's staggered.
There go his knees. They started to buckle.
There he goes!
5! He wasn't even hit, and he's down, Vance.
8, 9, 10!
There's the referee picking him up off the floor and carrying him to his corner. But Vance, he wasn't even hit.
No, I know he wasn't, Markham. But I got a look at him just before he fell. He may not have been hit, but I guarantee he's dead.
This is District Attorney Markham. The heavyweight murder case began when prizefighter Mike Daggett keeled over in the ring. Investigation showed that the challenger had been doped and poisoned, and revealed that Billy Stanley, Daggett's girlfriend and nightclub photographer, did not want Mike to win, nor did K.O. Connolly, the champion, or his manager, Silk Morgan. Vance, Sergeant Heath, and I have found out that Billy Stanley is at her apartment with Sam Billings, Mike's manager, and we are on our way up there.
Please stop, Billy. That isn't going to help things any.
I can't help it, Sam. I can't stop.
Billy.
He's gone. He should never have gone into that ring. He's gone, Sam.
Yeah, I
he
know.
was murdered. The police say he was murdered. He was poisoned. Oh, Sam.
I'll get it, Billy. Now, try to take it easy.
I beg your pardon. I'm District Attorney Markham. This is Philo Vance and Sergeant Heath. We'd like to see Miss Billy Stanley.
Come on in. I'm Sam Billings. I was Mike's manager. That's Miss Stanley, only...
I can understand how she feels, Mr. Billings. Good evening, Miss Stanley. Permit me to tell you how
What
sorry
do you want
I
with me, Mr. Vance? What do you want? Haven't I had enough questions from the police?
Apparently not. You see, Miss Stanley, we found out that Mike Daggett was both doped and poisoned, and that you were with him when he ate last before the fight.
Yes, I was. And I didn't want him to fight. Found that out, too, I suppose. But did you also find out that I loved him, did you?
We'll take your word for that, Miss Stanley.
Look, Mr. Markham, Vance ain't getting anywhere with those silk gloves of his.
Heath, please.
I'm taking over. Look here, Miss Stanley. Your boyfriend was fed knockout drops, and he was poisoned afterwards. The Mickey Finn was so he wouldn't taste the poison. Now, you ate with him. Come on, admit you fed him the stuff.
No, I won't. I didn't.
You've got no right to come here and accuse...
Billings, you shut up or I'll go to work on you. Now, come on, Miss Stanley. Tell us you did it and we'll go easy on you.
I won't tell you that. It's not true.
Apparently, motorman's gloves aren't any more effective than silk ones.
Huh?
Never mind, Heath. Mr. Vance was entitled to that.
Miss Stanley, that's a professional camera on the table over there, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Speed Graflex. You know, I'm a nightclub photographer.
Who develops your pictures?
I do it myself. There's a dark room in the club.
You liked Mike Daggett, didn't you, Miss Stanley?
Oh, yes.
You were going to marry him.
Yes, I was.
You loved him more than any man in the world, didn't you?
Yes, of course I did.
And why did you poison him?
I didn't.
Of course you did. Mr. Daggett was murdered by poison, by an acid used in developing pictures. It was handy for you to get. You got it. You used it.
No, Mr. Vance, I tell you I didn't.
Mr. Daggett was fed knockout drops. Sergeant Heath found out that you purchased several ingredients at a drugstore. These ingredients, when combined, would do the trick very nicely. You were the last person to eat with Mr. Daggett. Why don't you admit you fed him the drops and the poison?
All right, I fed him the knockout drops. I did it because I wanted him to lose the fight so he'd give up the ring. I did that, but I didn't poison him. I didn't, do you hear me? Mr. Vance, you must believe I didn't poison him.
I don't think I must, but I think I do believe it. That's why I'm going to ask Sergeant Heath to let you go.
Let her go? Vance, are you nuts? She admitted the knockout drops. I'll get her to admit she used the poison on Daggett, too.
I'd rather you didn't try, Sergeant Heath. I'd rather you let Miss Stanley free for a while.
What's the big idea, Vance?
Well, frankly, Heath, there's a chance she didn't poison her sweetheart. But finding out who did might be quite a problem. I have an idea that in some way Miss Stanley will simplify that problem for us.
Hey, champ, this Vance guy comes to us to tell us Mike's girl admits she gave Mike a Mickey. What do we care?
Sure, Silk. What do we care?
I wasn't certain whether you cared or not. I thought perhaps you'd like to know. And by the way, you might be interested in this. The police have released Billy Stanley.
Hey, Vance, the paper said that Mike was poisoned by some junk used in developing pictures. Don't you know that Stanley dame takes pictures in nightclubs?
Sure, she takes pictures in nightclubs.
That's beside the point. What is important to both of you is that you wanted Mike out of the way. Because from what I've learned, he could have beaten you easily last night.
Think so?
Yeah, think so?
I know so. What I think is that perhaps you wouldn't want him to try. We can't find out how Mike was poisoned. But perhaps you found some way of feeding it to him.
You can't come in here and accuse us of murdering Mike.
Ah, you can't come in here and say we knocked him off. And I'll teach you not to do things like that, Vance.
Go ahead, champ, show him. I don't like the way he looks anyhow. His nose is too straight.
Yeah, his nose is too straight. Fix that right now with the...
You've killed him, Vance, with that jiu-jitsu trick of yours. You killed him when you threw him over your shoulder.
I think not, Mr. Morgan. Not if he landed on his head. Well, so I own a victory over K.O. Connolly. That practically makes me the heavyweight champion of the world.
Would you like your picture taken, sir?
What?
Your picture, sir? You and the lady would make an attractive picture. Have it as a souvenir of your visit to this nightclub.
No, thank you.
No? All right. Would you like your picture? Oh, it's you, Mr. Vance.
Good evening, Miss Stanley.
Oh, Mr. Vance, I want to thank you for getting me off. But tell me, are you close to finding out who did kill Mike?
I think his killer is in this club, Miss Stanley.
You mean K.O. Connolly or his manager, Silk Morgan? They've got a ringside table, and they're looking this way.
Good. Listen. Lean over and pretend to whisper something to me. Anything at all. Go ahead.
All right. What is it you want me to say?
Anything, but be emphatic.
Are you anywhere near knowing who killed Mike, Mr. Vance?
Really? Well, thank you very much. Oh, hello, Mr. Billings.
Hi, Vance. Hello, Billy.
Hello,
what goes
Sam.
on here?
Not a great deal. I'll see you later, Miss Stanley.
Right. I'll see you later, Sam.
Okay.
Would you like your photograph?
I'm glad you came over, Mr. Billings. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that Mr. Silk Morgan and the champion making their way over to this table?
Yeah, it is. Wonder what they want.
I imagine we'll find out soon enough. Hello there, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Connolly.
Hi, Vance.
Hi, Vance.
Hey, Vance, what was it that Billy Stanley was whispering to you just now? Unless it ain't none of my business.
On the contrary, I'd say it was a great deal of your business. Miss Stanley told me that if I'd meet her at the back exit when the club closes, she'd tell me who poisoned Mike Daggett.
Good night, Al. Hello, Bill.
Me
major stage door Johnny. Vance, why do I do things like this?
Because you're a good cop, Heath. Because I asked you to, and because Markham told you to.
Yeah. Well, I can see the stage door from here. All the musicians are out and most of the dames, but where's that Billy Stanley?
I'm sure I don't know. Heath, how far would you say it was from here to the stage door?
It's about half a block.
Good. That's just right for us not to be seen and yet near enough to help in case of trouble.
Hey, Vance, here comes that Stanley girl. She's walking this way, too. There's no trouble.
No,
There's
look
no...
in back of her. That dark figure. He's going to grab her. Come on, Heath. We've no time to waste now. Come on, Heath. We've got to get there in time.
Vance, that guy's got a knife. I can see it. Wait. We can't catch him, but a bullet will.
Mr. Vance, he was going to kill me.
Yes, I know, Miss Stanley. But Sergeant Heath shoots very well.
Yeah, I sure do. Got 3 marksman's medals. Got this guy right in the right spot, too. You won't try to use a knife on nobody again.
That isn't why you shot him. Not the only reason, I mean, Sergeant. He's the man who poisoned Mike Daggett.
Oh.
Now let's have a look at him. Though I know who he is, of course. Sam Billings.
What? He killed Mike? Mr. Vance, are you sure?
Positive.
So you know that, do you, Vance? So what good will it do you? I'm through. I know it. Sure I killed Mike, but what are you going to do about it?
Nothing. Anything I might have been able to do has already been done by Sergeant Heath's gun, Mr. Billings.
Mr. Vance.
Yes, Miss Woods?
You figured out that Sam Billings, Mike Daggett's manager, poisoned him with an acid he took from that Miss Stanley's darkroom. How?
How?
Yeah, how? How did you figure it?
Well,
And I'm telling you now, after you do tell me, I also have a why I'm going to ask you.
All right, Miss Woods. You're entitled to at least one how and one why. I'll tell you how I knew it was Billings. He was the only person, not counting Miss Stanley, who ever got near enough to Mike Daggett to poison him the day of the fight.
Oh, check. Well, now comes that why. Why should a guy's own manager knock him off?
Well, Billings thought Mike was going to throw the fight, either because of the threats of the champion and his manager, or because his girlfriend had pleaded with him not to win.
Oh.
As a consequence, Billings bet heavily on Daggett to lose.
You mean he bet against his own fighter?
That's right. Then, the afternoon of the fight, Mike told Billings he didn't care what happened. He was going out to win.
Yeah?
So Billings had to find some way to stop that. And he did.
By stealing some acid from Billy Stanley. Hey, but how did he get Mike to take the poison? He wasn't near Daggett when he was eating.
That's true. But just before the fight, Billings slipped a rubber mouthpiece into Mike's mouth.
Oh.
All fighters use them to protect their teeth. And the mouthpiece had been dipped in the acid.
Oh, now I get it. And after Mike dropped, Billings removed the mouthpiece.
A very natural thing to do.
Yeah.
Nobody suspected anything because Billings took all of Mike's equipment, which is what any manager would do.
What do you know?
Only this manager took with him the proof that he was a murderer.
Yeah, he took the proof, but he didn't fool you, did he, boss?
I merely suspected what he had done. I had to be sure. So I made certain he thought that Billy Stanley promised to name Mike's killer after work. Because if he were the murderer, he couldn't take a chance on letting her do that.
No.
There was a chance that she had seen him steal the acid and was going to tell me that. You see, that brought Billings out into the open and right into the middle of our net.
Gee, it sure did. And hey, you know something?
What?
Bring him in.
to go any faster, driver. We've got a train to catch.
You'll make it, Mac. Don't worry.
Relax, Markham. There's really no use in starting off a vacation weekend by worrying about anything.
You know, Vance, I still don't believe we're going.
I imagine that nobody has ever started a vacation without that immortal line, Markham. You're quite certain no murder case came up this morning that you're running out on?
Now, you know better than that, Vance.
I know you're too good a district attorney to walk out on a crime just to rest, even for a weekend. I'm satisfied we're missing nothing.
And I'm equally satisfied that we'll find nothing exciting up at Northville, Vance. It's lumber country, peaceful country, very rarely any trouble.
Perhaps you're right.
I certainly hope I'm right.
Well, there we go, Markham, starting off a vacation weekend with entirely different viewpoints.
Couple more ought to do it, Johnny.
Right, Frank.
I'll take it from here. You just stand by.
Check. That did it. She's starting to splinter.
Out of the way, everybody. Timber!
Yeah, that's that. In an hour, she'll be hauled down to the stream and be on her way to the mill. I'll get down there this afternoon and look things over. Haven't been down there this week.
Don't let the boss find that out. Like as not, he won't like it.
Bill Avery? I don't think I care whether he likes it or not.
Hey there, you two.
Speak of the devil, you can talk to Bill if you like. He makes me sick. Got some checking to do, Bill. I'll get with you later.
I'm just as glad Johnny left, Frank. Don't think he likes me.
Like as not, he don't.
Well, I'm not very worried. Want to talk to you anyhow.
Not right now, Bill. I got lumber to look at.
Do it later. Anybody wants to know why you're not working, tell him boss wanted to talk to you. I am the boss, remember, Frankie.
You never were one to let anyone forget it. Don't it bother you none that I got this here axe in my hand?
You wouldn't do anything about me, Frankie. If you were going to do something, you'd have done it a couple years ago when I took over this mill.
Like as not, you're right. Only don't get no ideas that I forget things.
Like the fact that this mill was your dad's, till I produced a deed to it after he died? I bought the mill and all this ground in Northville from him just for his death. And you know it.
Do I? I'm glad you told me.
Well, there goes another one. I get a swell feeling when a big one like that gets cut down and crashes.
I know what you mean. Like as not, I'd get the same kind of feeling if a big one like you was cut down and crashed, too.
Everything all right at the mill today, son?
Yeah, Mom. Everything is all right.
William,
Look, Mom, keep knitting, will you? Leave me alone. I want to read the paper. Mill's shut down for the day. I don't want to talk about it.
I've been meaning to talk to you about something else, William. About Doris.
Well, what about her?
She called a little while ago to say she was on the way over. Doris is a nice girl, William. You've been seeing her for 5 years. You should be married to her.
Oh, I should I? Just like that, huh? Just because you say so.
Well,
Okay, now I'll tell you something. I'm not going to marry her, ever. And I just assume we didn't discuss it any further.
Don't talk to me like that, William.
Why not? If it'll make you feel any better, I've taken care of Doris in my will. Taken care of her very nicely for these 5 years, but I'm not going to...
That's probably Doris now. Come in.
Good evening, Miss Avery. Hello, Will.
Good evening, Doris. Why, hello, Johnny.
What'd you bring that brother of yours along for? Bodyguard?
Maybe she isn't the one that's going to need one, Bill. Evening, Mrs. Avery.
Johnny.
I want to talk to you, Bill.
Oh, Johnny, you promised me you wouldn't start nothing. You promised, Johnny.
Isn't anything I'm starting, sis. Something I'm finishing. Mrs. Avery, would it be putting you out too much if you went upstairs with Doris?
Hey, what is this?
Hey, it wasn't none of my doing, Will. Honest, it wasn't. Johnny just made up his mind to come with me tonight. And you know Johnny when he makes up his mind to do something.
Come on, Doris. I'll show you the scarf I crocheted. Finished it this morning, and I'm starting on a sweater for you.
All right, Miss Avery, I'd love to see it. Maybe you show me that cross stitch you did. Yes, I'd like to.
Okay, Johnny. What's this all about?
It's right simple, Bill. Like you suppose, it's about Doris. You've been seeing her for 5 years, keeping every other fellow away. When you gonna marry her, Bill?
Suppose I tell you I'm not going to marry her.
Then I'll tell you that that's something you should have decided 4 or 5 years ago. Little late for that kind of thing, I'd say.
Well, go ahead, say it. If you have anything else to say that too and get out.
I haven't anywhere to go.
You haven't, huh? All right, then I have. And right now. A man can't stay in his own house without being hounded to death. Tell my mother and your sister that I've gone out.
Sure, I'll tell them. Only you're not going very far, Bill. Fact is, you haven't got very far to go at all from now on. Okay, men, keep those logs from jamming. Roll them, but keep them straight. Hey, Mike, take care of that one. It's going down Belly's side. Keep them moving now. Keep them pointing toward the mill.
Morning, Johnny.
Hiya, Frank. Just want to straighten out the boys on that timber we cut yesterday. Keep those logs rolling now. Keep them going downstream. What's going on?
Oh, nothing much. I thought maybe you'd like to knock over a couple of big ones with me this morning. Brought your axe here in case you did.
Okay with me. Come on. There's a big baby just waiting for us yonder.
Uh-huh.
Glad you brought that axe of mine. I know what I'd really like to do with it. I was over to Bill Avery's house last night.
Well, like as not, I know what you mean. Johnny, look.
I'm looking. It's Bill Avery. Looks like he got caught under this tree just as she was falling.
He's dead, Johnny. That tree did it, all right.
Yeah.
Landed right on top of him. Hey, this thing here wasn't no accident, Johnny.
No, I reckon it wasn't. Only as far as anybody else is concerned, it was an accident, wasn't it, Frankie? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Better wake up, Markham. We're almost there.
Well?
Sorry, Vance. Must have dozed. Dozed? You've been fast asleep for the past 2 hours. Fine way to start our weekend vacation.
Oh, I don't know. Vacations are for doing things you don't get a chance to do while you're working. Like sleeping.
Well, don't tell me this business of being a district attorney keeps you up every night.
No, Vance. It only seems as if it's every night. Did it stop Northville?
That's what the conductor said. Well, let's go, Markham. Our bags are at the front door already.
I'm ready. 2 whole days with nothing to do but play and fish. Oh, it sounds beautiful. I didn't even let the office know where I was going.
Neither did I. Well, this is it. This is Northville. I'll hop down and take the bags, Markham. Hand them to me, will you?
Here you are. 1.
Yeah.
2.
Right.
Well, nobody else seems to be getting off this train.
Good. At least we know we've not been followed. The only person inside is that old fellow over at the station window, Markham.
What's more reasonable, then, that we talk to him?
Nothing. Let's do it.
We've got to talk to somebody, I suppose. We've got to find our hotel, get those bags moved, get directions to the fishing ground. Hello there.
How do you do, sir?
Hello, Sonny. Who's your friend?
Well, let's say his name is Smith.
Well, if that's the way you want it, it's okay with me. What's you want it for? Horse stealing?
I was, but they dismissed the charge. Where is everybody?
Here I am. What's on your mind?
Oh, we'd like to know where our hotel is.
What happened, Sonny? Lose your hotel? Dang careless of you.
Oh, brother. Look, my friend, we had a reservation at the Northville Mansion House. Now, how do we get there?
Take a cab.
And where do we find the cab driver?
That's me.
Well, that's fine. Now, can we get the baggage agent to move our bags?
Sure. That's me, too.
Versatile, aren't you? How do we find the way to the fishing grounds?
Get a guide.
And that's...
Nope. That's my brother.
And where is he?
He's to the funeral. Everybody in town's to the funeral. Bill Avery. Never saw a town so happy a fellow was dead. Owned the mill here, did. Only got it in a swindle. Hires lots of folks from around here. Only he don't pay 'em hardly nothing. Weren't very well liked, I can tell you that.
Everybody disliked him, eh?
Yep.
What did he die of?
Vance?
Oh, we're still on vacation, Markham. I didn't mean anything by it.
Want to know what he died of, huh? Well, a tree fell on him. Of course, somebody had to cut that tree down, but somehow nobody bothered to figure that out.
Well, here goes our vacation. I can see that. I think I'll send a notice to the fish around here saying, we're busy. Don't bother biting.
What's that you say, mister?
Well,
You know, you talk awful funny. You're the type of fellow they call character, ain't you?
Oh, no.
I beg your pardon. Is Mrs. A... Well, hello there.
Hi.
Your baggage agent, cab driver, and also butler for Mrs. Avery?
Nope. Just happened to be town sheriff, that's all. Say, mister, you asked a lot of questions at the station a little while back. I'd like to know why.
Certainly, Sheriff. You see, I'm Philo Vance.
Philo Vance? The investigator?
That's right.
Mountain High Moses. I read about you. Come on in. Miss Avery ain't at home, but come on in. She'll be back soon. Come
Thank
on.
you.
Yeah, Miss Avery stayed a little extra while at the funeral. Doris came here to fix her some tea, so it'll be here when she got home. Oh, Doris, come here.
Yes, Clem, I'm coming. You want me about something?
Doris, this here is Mr. Philo Vance from the city.
How do you do?
Hello, Doris. I'm going to wait for Mrs. Avery, but I'd like to talk to you.
All right, Mr. Vance.
You were engaged to Mr. Avery, weren't you?
Well, I guess you couldn't hardly call it that, Mr. Vance. It's something I'd like to think, though.
You must feel very badly about the accident.
No, now you come to say that, and I come to think of it, I don't feel bad at all.
Oh?
Can't understand why either, Mr. Vance. Oh, there's Miss Avery now. Someone to see him, Miss Avery, Mr. Philo Vance.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Vance.
How do you do?
Hello, Clem.
Hello, Miss Avery.
Won't you please sit down, Mr. Vance?
Thank you.
I'll take your hat and coat, Mrs. Avery.
Oh.
Your bag and gloves, too, if you
Oh,
like.
no, just my coat, please, Doris. I'll keep my hat and gloves on. Going out again soon.
Yes, ma'am. I'll take it in the next room with me.
Thank you, dear. And now, Mr. Vance, how can I help you?
Miss Avery, this Vance here is a private investigator.
Oh?
I know this isn't any of my business, but I thought that if there were any doubt about your son's death being an accident, perhaps I could be of assistance.
Well, excuse me. I'll go get Doris, fix a cup of tea for me.
All right, Clem. You're a stranger in Northville, Mr. Vance, yet you've already heard that my son's death might not have been an accident.
Yes, I have. Do you feel that it was?
No, but I haven't any idea who might have killed him.
I've heard the names Frank Joyce and Johnny Stanley mentioned in that connection.
Yes, and I can understand why. Maybe you also heard Doris's name mentioned, Mr. Vance. My son wasn't very good to her while he was alive, even though she is taken care of in his will.
Really? But cutting down a tree, could a girl...
Do that? I wouldn't know, really. But women in this part of the country are very strong, Mr. Vance, and very active. I'm sorry I can't tell you anything that might help you.
I'm sorry, too. But I take it that's a signal for me to go.
If you don't mind.
Very well. Goodbye, Mrs. Avery. And if I didn't know better, I might think that you didn't want whoever murdered your son to be caught.
I'm not surprised that you say that, Mr. Vance. As a matter of fact, I don't.
This is District Attorney Markham. The tree trunk murder case opened with the finding of the body of mill owner Bill Avery underneath the trunk of a freshly hewn tree. Vance and I, on vacation in the town of Northville, found, after talking to Avery's mother, that suspects are Frank Joyce, from whose dad Avery is suspected of swindling the mill, Doris Stanley, Avery's girlfriend, and Johnny Stanley, her brother. Vance has decided to interview Johnny Stanley and finds him at work cutting down a tree. It seems the young
I got work to do here, Vance. Talking and working don't go too good together.
You're very adept with that axe, Mr. Stanley.
Why not? Been handling one since I was 14.
It strikes me as being singularly appropriate that a lumberjack with a grievance, such as you had against Bill Avery, would find some sort of poetic justice in making sure he died the way he did, pinned under a fallen tree.
That the way it strikes you? Well, what do you know?
Oh, I haven't any proof, Mr. Stanley. But I think I'm going to postpone the end of my vacation until I do find some.
Sorry. The axe slipped.
My foot isn't sorry. Another inch or two, and that axe of yours would have done quite a job on it.
Yeah, I know. Too bad. Now I gotta take time to clean the dirt off before I go to work on this tree again. Well, take a good look at that axe, if you like. And at my back, Vance. Want to see how the logs are moving downstream.
Interesting young man.
Vance, I've been looking for you.
Oh, hello, Markham. Well, this is quite a vacation we're having, isn't it?
Personally, I prefer our original intention, fishing.
Well, this is relatively the same thing. We have a murderer to catch. That's the principal difference. If our bait is right and our technique correct, we'll land him.
Hey, Frank! Frank!
Yeah, Johnny?
Hop over here, will you? I want to talk to you. Those logs are going downstream, okay?
Check. Like as not, they don't need me to send them down to the mill anyhow.
What's up? Walk up here a little way with me. I got to talk to you.
I know what about, too, don't I?
That's right. It's about Bill's death and those two city fellas who've been buzzing around.
You mean Vance?
Yeah, he's one of them. Talk to you?
A little while ago. Had an idea I knocked over a tree so that it fell on Bill.
He's got an idea everybody around here knocked over that tree. Make a deal with you, Frank.
Like as not, I'm going to say okay.
That's what I want to hear. Look, Frank, whatever we know about Bill Avery's death, we keep to ourselves. You keep your mouth shut, and I'll do the same. Well?
Suits me fine. I never did like strangers butting in the business of us peaceful folks at Northville.
Hello, Johnny.
Afternoon, Mrs. Avery. Looking over the mill?
Yes, I am.
Awful hot for you down here, ma'am. Ought to take off that coat.
I don't mind.
Suit yourself. Only you couldn't get me to wear a coat nor gloves on this job. Roast to death. At least take your gloves off.
I really don't mind, Johnny, honestly. And, Johnny, I've got to talk to you. It's about Doris.
Wait till I turn off this saw. There. Now, what about Doris, Mrs. Avery? She been carrying on over Bill's death?
She's been crying all morning. Keep saying it's her fault. Johnny, what does that mean?
You know as well as I do. Only we're the only ones that are going to know.
Well, somebody's over by the door, Johnny.
Yeah, I know, Mrs. Avery. Whoever it is, come on in. Is that Mr. Vance again?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Avery.
Oh.
Hello, Johnny.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vance.
Vance, what do you want here at the mill? More of your stupid questions, because if you do, I got no time to listen. I got work to do with this saw. Excuse me, Mrs. Avery.
Johnny, it isn't stupid questions that I want. I want some intelligent answers. Would you mind turning off that saw?
All right.
Thank you.
Well, let's get this over with. I got work to do.
You want me here, Mr. Vance?
Very definitely, Mrs. Avery. You can help me a great deal. You see, my investigations find nothing except that a lot of people wanted to see your son dead.
Yes, that's probably true.
In view of that and the fact that this case has been singularly unproductive of results, I wanted both of you to know that Mr. Markham and I are leaving here in the morning.
Good.
You're leaving Northville tomorrow, Mr. Vance?
Yes, I am. That means that if I don't find your son's murderer tonight, that will leave only the sheriff to look for whoever it is. And somehow I don't believe the sheriff is going to look very hard. I'm playing a long shot, Markham. When we get to the Avery house, I'll know if it worked.
As long as I'm in this race somewhere, Vance, perhaps you'll tell me what it is you're betting on.
Certainly. I had Doris Stanley call her brother and Frank Joyce over to Mrs. Avery's. I wanted the four of them and the sheriff there when we arrive.
And what's the long shot you spoke about?
If they're there and things work out the way I plan, I think I can prove to you who murdered Bill Avery.
That's what I like about you, Vance. We work side by side in a murder investigation, and you come up with a statement like that. Personally, I haven't found anything yet that points to any one of the suspects.
I have. Points rather definitely, too, I'd say. You'll find what I mean when we get to the Avery house.
Can I get you something, Mrs. Avery?
No, thank you, Doris. I'm glad you're starting to feel better.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I feel better now.
I'm glad you do, Doris. Glad you do.
What's this mystery all about? Why did you call me?
I can't tell you. I promised not to.
Like as not, that means you promised to call me here, too, and promised not to tell why.
Yes, Frank, I did.
Well, who'd you promise, sis?
I can't tell you that. I promised that nice Mr. Vance.
So that's what it is. I thought this was something I could do for Mrs. Avery. Well, that settles it. Come on, Frank.
I'm with you, boss.
Wait a minute, boys. Have either of you anything to hide from Mr. Vance?
That's a mighty sharp question, Miss Avery. Should have thought of that one myself.
We got nothing to hide, nothing. That is, not that we know of.
Well, then why not wait? Doris, I believe I will have a glass of water, please.
Oh, sure, Miss Avery. And then, while we're waiting, would you show me how to make that crochet stitch? You promised.
I know I did. I'll show it to you in a few days, Doris.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. I'll go get you that water.
Look, Johnny, like as not, you're going to stick around here and wait for that Vance, but I'm not.
Okay, Frank. If he wants us, let him come get us. Mrs. Avery?
Yes?
Tell Vance when he comes that we've got no...
Good evening, everyone.
Oh.
Come in, Markham.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Vance.
I see that Doris did as I asked her to. I owe her a debt of gratitude.
You don't owe me nothing, Mr. Vance. And here's your water, Mrs. Avery.
Thank you, dear.
Well, those are very fine lace gloves you're wearing, Mrs. Avery. Make them yourself?
Yes, I did. They match this collar and the cuffs.
So I notice.
Miss Avery's going to show me how to crochet in a couple of days, Mr. Vance.
I wouldn't be surprised. Now, you two men, Johnny and Frank, this meeting was arranged for your benefit.
We don't need any benefits or anything else from you.
Look, Johnny, I don't think I'd talk to Vance like that if I were you.
No? Who's going to stop me?
Well, if I were you again, I wouldn't try to find out.
I don't know what anybody else is going to do, but I'm getting out of here.
Please don't go yet, Frank. I want you particularly to be here.
Yeah, for what?
To hear me tell all of you who murdered William Avery.
Maybe I don't want to hear that.
Maybe you already know.
Mr. Vance, may I ask what we're waiting for? That is, if you do have something to tell us.
Of course, Mrs. Avery. Oh, Sheriff.
Yep, that's me. Ain't had nobody to arrest in 3 years, but I'm sheriff.
I'm afraid that record of yours is due to be broken momentarily.
That's what I don't like about strangers. Always starting something new.
Oh, thank you, Sheriff. Before I name the murderer of Mr. Avery, I'd like to say that Johnny here and Frank and Doris all had motives for killing him.
What if we did? What does that prove?
Nothing. I also would like to look at Mrs. Avery's glove, if she doesn't mind.
Why the glove, Vance? What'll that tell you?
Nothing, actually, Markham. It will merely convince me. Please, Mrs. Avery?
You want to see my glove? Which one?
Either of them will do.
Well, I have a pair just like these in this drawer.
Please, Mrs. Avery, I want to see the glove that you're wearing.
Very well. Here you are.
Thank you. Markham, would you look at Mrs. Avery's hand? The back of the hand is very interesting, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, strong hand, Vance.
Yes, it is. Now I want you to see the palm of Mrs. Avery's hand. Look at it, Markham. Look at it, everybody.
Blisters?
Oh, no.
Yes,
What's
blisters. And the blisters got there when Mrs. Avery wielded the axe to fell a tree on top of her son so his death would look accidental. You killed him, didn't you, Mrs. Avery?
Yes. Yes, I did. But I had good reason. He was hurting everyone he knew. He was mean. He was dishonest. But I still wouldn't have done it if I hadn't found that he wanted to have me put away in a mental institution. I would have died there. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy.
No, Mrs. Avery, I'm sure you're not. Now I know all of you have resented Mr. Markham's and my presence in Northville. You felt that you can best run your own lives without interference.
That's right, Vance. We did feel that way.
Very well. I leave you with an officer of the law, your own sheriff, and a confessed murderer, Mrs. Avery. I'm sure you'll see to it that justice, whatever it may be, is served. Come on, Markham. We're due back in the city in the morning.
Vance, now that we're on our way home, how did you know Mrs. Avery committed the murder?
Well, every time I saw Mrs. Avery, she was wearing gloves. No matter what the occasion or lack of occasion, she wore gloves. She had also promised to show Doris how to crochet, but she postponed the instructions. Why?
Well, because her hands were blistered from the axe, just as you said. And how simple it all sounds now. Mighty strong woman she was to be able to cut down a big tree, Vance.
Yes, that's true. She did have strong hands. Too bad she tried to take the law into them. Well, Markham, our vacation is ended.
Yes, it is, Vance. And so is the tree trunk murder case.
Yes, Mr. Vance?
Miss Williams, is Miss Deering there?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Vance. She's not. Is there anything I can do for you?
Yes, please come in my private office, Miss Williams.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Vance?
I want you to take some notes on the White Willow murder case, Miss Williams. Make a copy for me and send a copy to Mr. Markham, please.
I always send a copy to the district attorney, Mr. Vance.
Good. Oh, before I begin, there'll be a Miss Sarah Payton in to see me in a few minutes.
Yes.
She telephoned for an appointment. When she arrives, ask her to come right in, will you please?
She's out in the outer office now, Mr. Vance. She said her appointment wasn't till noon, so she preferred to wait, she said.
Well, ask her to come in now, will you please, Miss Williams? The notes can wait.
Certainly, Mr. Vance, in a second. Miss Payton, would you come in, please?
Oh, thank you very much. How do you do, Mr. Vance? I'm Sarah Payton.
Oh, hello, Miss Payton. Please sit down. All right, Miss Williams, please.
Yes, Miss Vance.
Now, Miss Payton, what can I do for you?
For one thing, Mr. Vance, you can look at me.
Oh?
Did you ever see a more ordinary-looking woman in your life?
I beg your pardon?
Well, I'm sensible about it, Mr. Vance. I should be. After all, I'm not a child. I'm 34 now.
I don't see how.
How that affects you or how it can be important? Well, it is. Believe me, it is. I've got to tell you some facts first. Please listen.
Of course.
Well, when I was a child, I was just a child. I wasn't as pretty as little girls generally are. I was just a child, very plain child. I went to dancing school, but the boys had to be either bribed or threatened to dance with me.
Go on, please.
Well, it was the same in school. I went to proms, sure, and dances, and I tried to be friendly, but the other girls were always more attractive. Boys always wanted to be with them. They never wanted to be with me. I went through my life like that, Mr. Vance. Being just one of the people everybody sees every day that nobody pays any attention to.
Are you sure you wanted to see me, Miss Payton? I'm a private investigator.
I know, Mr. Vance, and I'm quite sure I want to see you. About a year and a half ago, I inherited quite a bit of money, and now I believe I'm going to be murdered.
Murdered, eh? You're rather calm about that, Miss Payton.
If I am, it's because it doesn't matter greatly to me, Mr. Vance. You see, during the past year, I've had all the happiness anyone could possibly ask for. What happens to me now isn't terribly important.
Well, that sounds like you've come to me to see that I do not prevent your murder.
Well, that's partly correct. I want to pay you, Mr. Vance, not to investigate my murder, if I'm killed.
I see. In other words, you don't want your murderer caught by me if he succeeds in eluding the police.
That's it exactly. He's clever, but you're clever too, Mr. Vance, and I don't want him caught.
Miss Payton, this is the strangest proposition ever made to me. I'm sorry, I have to turn it down.
I was afraid you would, but there's no harm in trying.
Who is it you think will murder you?
Oh, no, Mr. Vance. After all, you wouldn't help me. Why should I help you?
Samuel, sit still just a minute. I want to see if this sweater I'm making will fit you.
Uh-huh. Seems to be the right width across the shoulders.
Must you do that now, Matilda?
Well, I do if I ever expect to finish the sweater.
I think maybe I ought to give it an extra inch or so. It might shrink.
Give it 2 extra inches, but leave me alone.
Well, I'm sorry, Samuel. I didn't mean to annoy you.
Oh, it isn't you. It's that sister of mine, Sarah. What am I going to do about her?
Nothing. Why should you do anything about her? She's living her life the way she wants it. She's old enough to know what she's doing.
I can't sit by and let her throw herself away on that gigolo. How a girl can let herself be talked into... Oh, I can't understand it. I just can't understand it.
That's because you're a man.
I'm man enough to do something about that situation, I'll tell you that. I bet she's even left him all of her money. Wouldn't surprise me any if she changed her will and left everything to him.
Oh, not everything, Samuel. You know she'll leave you something.
I know. I don't know anything. She inherited a lot of money. She'll leave him the money. You wait and see.
Seems to me that something ought to be done about him, Samuel, don't you think?
No, I don't. I think something ought to be done about my sister.
Say it again, Joe. Just once more.
I love you, Sarah, darling. You're the sun, the stars, you're everything.
Oh, you're lying, but it sounds so good. Sounds so wonderful. You didn't mind my buying you that easy chair. I was hoping you'd like it.
Mind? I never mind anything you do, Sarah, darling.
You know something?
Hmm?
I've never been so happy in my life as I've been this last year. You just made it perfect for me. I don't care what happens after this.
I'm glad.
You got a right to be. I guess I should be too sensible to believe that a man like you would fall in love with me. But I don't want to be sensible. Can you understand that?
I understand only you, darling.
Yes, I believe you do.
Well, Sarah...
Let me finish. I've been sensible all my life, and all my life has been dull, miserable. The one time I forgot to be sensible, I remembered to be happy. That's when you came into my life, Joe. You've been wonderful for me.
Sarah, darling, I'm delighted. What else can I say?
Nothing. There's nothing I want you to say. I have to run now. Please love me a little while longer.
Forever, darling. I'll see you to the door.
Tonight?
Dinner in the theater.
7 o'clock, Joe, at my apartment.
Of course. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Oh, brother.
Are you kidding? Very pretty scene, Joe. You're going to be quite an actor.
Oh, shut up.
Please, Joe, love me a little while longer. Oh, nuts. That's supposed to be a smart dame. I'm glad I'm stupid.
Will you shut up, Diane? It's tough enough making love to that gal without being reminded of it when she's not around.
I don't know if you mind it as much as you say.
What?
I said I don't know if you mind it as much as you say.
Look, you know I've got to make love to her. You know what kind of money we're playing for.
You do it too good, Joe. You do it like you meant it. Maybe you want all that dough and you want her, too. And what happens to me if that happens?
It's not gonna happen.
It better not. I don't have to remind you that we're a team, you and I. Do I, Joe?
Look, will you shut up?
Yeah, when I'm finished. Joe, you and I are a $100 dance team. We never were anything else. We'll never be anything more. It was me that spotted this gal. Me that planned it.
Sure it was you, so why gripe?
Because it looks like you're doing some planning of your own. Well, don't do it, Joe. Your mind ain't used to working. It could be unhealthy if you started using it this late in life. Remember what I say, Joe. It could be very unhealthy.
Vance? Oh, Vance?
In here, Markham. My private office. Come on in.
I'm on the way. How are you, Vance?
Very well, thank you, Markham. And very surprised at your visit.
Don't give me that, Vance. Nothing surprises you ever.
Won't you sit down, my complimentary friend?
Your complimentary friend happens to be a very busy district attorney at the moment. There's been a murder, Vance. A woman named Sarah Peyton.
Sarah Peyton, eh? Well, that was to be expected.
You mean you knew she was going to be murdered?
No, but she did. She was in to see me to pay me not to look for her murderer.
What?
I won't explain it now, Markham, but that's what happened. Tell me the details.
All right, I'll give them to you as far as we know them. She was found dead in her one-room apartment, shot to death.
Mm-hmm.
Her body was in one corner, and a man's top hat was on the studio bed in another corner of the room.
Really?
Yes. Sergeant Heath is checking it now. Heath's done quite a bit of investigating and found out some very important information.
Such as the fact that there was a gigolo mixed up with Miss Peyton?
Well, yes, but Vance...
How did I know? She practically told me, Markham. No mystery about it, believe me. Tell me what else Heath found out.
Well, this gigolo, his name is Joe, is a professional dancer, part of the team of Joseph and Deanne. Small time, as I understand it. Miss Peyton's brother gave us that information.
Her brother? Who's he?
Oh, very legitimate, Vance. Woolen business, quite substantial, married, has been for 15 years. He told us about this Joe.
Yes, so you said. And there was a top hat on the bed in the murdered woman's apartment, eh, Markham?
Yes, we reasoned that the murderer was somebody Miss Peyton knew. He came in, they quarreled, and he shot her. Then, believing the noise of the gun would attract neighbors, he fled, forgetting his high hat.
Very possible, of course, Markham.
What are you looking for, Vance?
My hat, Markham. Just because your murderer forgot his is no reason why I should go out investigating him without mine.
Give me a little help on these lifts, Diane. Jump when I lift you.
Jump. That's all I gotta do is jump. Joe, I'm so jumpy now I don't know what I'm doing. Let's stop rehearsing. I can't keep my mind on what I'm doing.
Okay, that suits me. Mike, that's all for now.
What's the use of rehearsing this dance act anyhow? A couple of weeks we'll have all the dough we need now that your girlfriend got knocked off.
Maybe you got something there. How did you know about her getting killed? I forgot to ask you.
I read it in the papers.
It wasn't in the papers.
How did you know about it?
I heard it on the radio.
It wasn't on the radio. Look, you want to stop this clowning and talk like you and me are supposed to talk? We're partners, remember?
Sure, I remember. Only there's some things you...
How do you do? I'm Philo Vance. May I come in?
Who's stopping you?
Thank you. You're Joseph and Diane, I imagine. I wanted to talk to both of you about the death of Miss Sarah Payton.
What about it, Vance?
You knew she was murdered.
Sure he knew it. He told me about it.
I told you. You knew it. You said you read it in the papers.
Don't give me that.
Excuse me, but it doesn't really matter what either of you said. How did you know about Miss Payton, Joe?
I had a date with her last night. When I got to her joint, I found she'd been knocked off, so I scrammed.
And you, Miss Diane?
I was following Joe. I didn't trust him.
I gathered that. If you didn't precede him, I don't imagine the police will be too interested in you. Of course, there's the little matter of proving whether you were there before or after your friend here, but that will be taken care of later.
It's okay with me. They, find the will yet?
Yes, as a matter of fact, they did. I went to Miss Payton's apartment with the district attorney, and we found the will together. You inherit quite a lot of money, Joe.
No kidding. Isn't that nice?
You don't seem very excited about it.
I expected it. Anything else you want with us, Vance? We're rehearsing our act.
I think you've already done quite a good act where I'm concerned, Joe,
Vance,
but
I knew I'd find you here.
Oh, hello, Markham. May I present the dance team of Joseph and Diane? The district attorney, Mr. F.X. Markham.
Hello.
How do you do? Vance, I'm glad you're right here on the ground floor for the finish of this case.
The finish? So soon?
We think so. Remember the high hat we found on the bed in the murdered woman's apartment?
Yes, of course.
Well, Sergeant Heath has succeeded in tracing it. It belongs to Joseph here.
What?
Joseph, I'm arresting you for murder.
What is this? It's a frame. I didn't leave my hat in that dame's apartment.
Come now, Joe. We know you were friendly with the woman. We know you inherited from her. We've got quite a case against you, Joe.
Have you, Markham? I doubt it.
What? Vance, whose side are you on?
Yours, of course, but I'd rather you didn't make any mistakes, Markham. It is quite possible, of course, that you did find Joe's hat in Miss Payton's apartment.
Of course we found it there on the bed.
I repeat, it's quite possible that you found it there, but I can tell you quite definitely that he didn't leave it there.
This is District Attorney Markham. The High Hat murder case got its name from a hat that led us to Joe, a dancer. The topper was found on the bed in the apartment of murdered Sarah Payton, a woman who had tried to pay Philo Vance at one time not to investigate her murder. Vance has asked me to release Joe and his partner, Diane, but will not clarify his remark that Joe did not leave his hat in Miss Payton's apartment. We are watching Joe's rooms, and one of my men just phoned and said that Samuel Payton, the murdered woman's brother, has just gone in to visit the dancer. He should be there.
Stand up, you dirty rat.
Lay off,
Stand
you-
up and take what's coming to you.
Relax, will you, Peyton? The cops let me off. They know I had nothing to do with killing your sister.
I know better. Maybe they can't prove anything on you, but I'm not going to try. I'm going to beat it out of you. You'll admit it when I'm through with you.
Don't be silly, Peyton. You're out of your class.
You think so? Well, what do you think now?
I told you not to fool around, Peyton. Somebody's liable to get hurt.
Sure, you. Maybe that first smack didn't do the trick, but I'll beat the living daylight.
Cut it out. Quit it, you dope.
Dope, huh? We'll see.
Okay, I hate to do this, but...
District Attorney Markham speaking.
Hello, Markham. This is Joe. The dancer, you know.
Yes, I know. What is it?
That dead dame's brother, Sam Payton, just came up to visit me.
I know that, too. We've got men watching your apartment.
You have? Then you better have one of them come up and cart this bird away. I had to knock some sense into his head. But that ain't all.
No? What is all?
As he fell on the floor, something dropped out of his back pocket, Markham. A gun, pal.
What?
Maybe you'd better get somebody up here right away, huh?
Are you ready, Smith?
Yeah?
Well, this is it, Vance. We're going to shoot a bullet out of the gun we took from Samuel Peyton into that cotton bale. And if it matches the bullet we found in his sister, we'll know plenty.
Yes, I suppose you will. Well, let's get on with this, Markham.
Right. Let it go, Smith.
Right.
Now, that bullet's in the bale of cotton Smith shot at, Vance. Let's get it out. I'll take the gun, Smith.
Suits me fine, Markham. I'd like a look at it, too.
Of course. The bullet will be embedded in the cotton bale, but it can be removed easily. We use
I
cotton
know, Markham, because it won't destroy any markings on the bullet.
Someday I'd like to be able to tell you something you don't know, Vance.
Markham, there are a lot of things that fall into that category, believe me. I'll get that bullet out with this pocket knife of mine. There we are. That did it. Ugly thing, isn't it?
It could be very beautiful if it matches the bullet that killed Sarah Peyton, Vance. I mean, it would solve this case beautifully.
I hope you're right, my friend. Where's the microscope, Markham?
In the next room, it's all set up with a bullet from Miss Peyton already under the microscope.
It won't take a second, then, to find out whether we have the murder gun.
And the murderer.
Yes, I know.
Through here, Vance.
Right you are. Markham, let me smell that gun that Smith just fired, will you?
Of course, here it is. There'll be a strong odor of cordite, you know.
There should be. And there is. There's also a suspicion of another odor.
Really? Well, metal can have its own peculiar smell, I suppose. I've put this bullet under the microscope, Vance. Want to take a look?
I most certainly do.
What are you humming about, my friend?
The bullet markings match, Markham. The murder bullet was undoubtedly fired from the same gun Joe reports having taken from Mr. Samuel Peyton.
Vance, when you have that look of concentration on your face, you're thinking, so perhaps I'd better not interrupt. But I would like to know what it is you're thinking about.
To be honest, it's about this visit we're making to Mr. Samuel Peyton and his wife.
I could have sent Heath to arrest Peyton. After all, the murder gun did drop out of his pocket after Joe had clipped him.
That's Joe's story, Markham. Did you ever think that that might be an excellent way of getting rid of the murder gun? Joe may have had the gun all the time and merely told you it had fallen out of Peyton's pocket.
Say, Vance, that is possible, isn't it?
It's very likely, I'd say.
Well, we'll find out very shortly. This is the Peyton home. Coming, Vance?
Definitely.
If Joe planted the murder gun so that it would seem Peyton had it, Vance, how does that tie up with your theory that he didn't leave his top hat on the murdered woman's bed?
It doesn't. But about the hat and the bed, Markham. Joe's in show business. Show people have a superstition about hats on beds. They'd no more think of leaving their hat on a bed than they'd think of jumping out of a window.
Oh, I see.
Of course, it is possible that Joe knew we'd think the hat was a plant if it were found on a bed, so he put it there purposely to clear himself. But that's unlikely.
Vance, nothing is unlikely.
Yes?
Mr. Peyton, this is Philo Vance, and I'm District Attorney Markham.
Oh, yes, I've been expecting you to come in.
I'm afraid we're going to have to ask you to come with us, Mr. Peyton.
I've been expecting that, too.
You knew we'd check the gun Joe took from you and find that it had fired the bullet that killed your sister?
I thought you might.
We're pretty thorough, Mr. Peyton. However, to be perfectly fair about this, I'd like to know one thing.
Yes?
Did you bring that gun to Joe's room?
Yes, I did. The gun's mine. I'm your man, Mr. Markham. I murdered my sister.
Keep playing, Mike. We're paying you by the hour. Joe'll show up sometime or other. You know, it's a funny thing. It's about time you showed up, you big clown. How long? Oh. Mr. Vance.
Hello, Diane. Isn't Joe here?
No, you want him?
Not particularly. There were some things I wanted to ask him, but they weren't terribly important.
No, I don't imagine they were. I hear you got a confession from Mr. Peyton. That's good work, Vance.
Well, thank you. That is, if Mr. Peyton is the murderer, which I doubt. I think I'll wait for Joe.
It's okay with me. Piano bother you?
Not at all. Very rhythmic, I'd say.
You dance?
Not very well.
Want me to teach you? Come on, come here. It's easy. Just put your right arm around me. That's good. Now, you just think where you want me to follow, and I'll follow. See? Easy, isn't it?
Quite. What perfume is that you're wearing, Diane?
It's called Finesse. You like it?
Very much. Always use it?
All the time. Why?
Why? Because if that's true, it practically absolves you from the murder of Sarah Payton.
You want to see Mr. Peyton Vance? Why? He's confessed.
Yes, I know.
It sort of throws out your theory that Joe planted the gun, doesn't it?
That it definitely does, Markham. I still want to talk to him, though.
His cell is right down the line. Incidentally, in his confession, he gave the motive. He knew his sister had left him some money in her will, and he wanted it immediately.
Simple motive, isn't it, Markham?
This whole case is terribly simple. At the moment, I don't know why I bothered you with it.
Oh, it was no bother. But it isn't solved yet, my friend.
Oh, Vance, please, not that. We don't often get a murderer to confess with so little trouble.
You got a confession, all right, Markham. But was it from the murderer? This the cell?
The next one. Oh, I think Mrs. Peyton is with him now. That bother you any?
Not at all. Hello, Peyton.
Hello, Vance. Markham.
I've got the keys. I'll open the cell door.
All right.
This is my wife. Mr. Vance, Mr. Markham, Mrs. Peyton.
How do you do?
How do you do,
Mr. Vance, isn't there anything you can do for my husband? He isn't a murderer.
I've been trying to tell that to the district attorney, Mrs. Peyton.
Oh, you have? Then there's hope for him?
I think so.
Why should there be hope for me? I killed my sister, I admit it. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Matilda, but there isn't anything. Here, take my handkerchief.
I have one of my own in my bag.
Delicate perfume your wife uses, Mr. Peyton.
What's the difference whether it's delicate or not? What do you two want here?
Has she always used it, Mr. Peyton?
Yes, always. She has it made out she likes it. Now leave her alone.
I'm sorry, but we can't. You see, I'm very certain that despite your confession, it was your wife who killed your sister.
Vance, I've got to know one thing.
Only one, Markham?
One thing at a time, let's make that. Now, you told me that Sarah Peyton came to you and asked you not to look for a murderer in the event that she was killed. Why would she do that?
Because she suspected that Joe would kill her eventually, Markham.
And she didn't want him caught. I don't understand that.
In order to understand that, you'd have to understand the woman. She was a plain woman. She wasn't ugly, just nondescript. Everything about her was plain. The way she looked, the way she dressed, her hair, everything.
That idea about your not catching her murderer was decidedly not plain, Vance.
No, it was. You see, Markham, even Miss Peyton's mind was just run-of-the-mill. She wasn't clever and she wasn't stupid. All her life, she'd either been ignored or disregarded by men.
Please go on.
Then she inherited a lot of money. Even that meant nothing to her. She didn't know what to do with it. Her wants were simple. Money wasn't important. You may not believe it, Markham, but it's hard to cultivate expensive habits when you're not used to them.
I believe it, all right, but I also believe we're getting away from why she didn't want her murderer caught.
Well, she believed that her gigolo, our friend Joe, would kill her eventually. He came on the scene soon after she inherited all that money, and he gave her what she told me was the only happiness she'd ever had in her life. She was content to pay for that happiness with her life.
It was all right with her if he killed her?
Yes, and she didn't want him caught after he killed her. She was quite willing that he get away with her murder.
He could have killed her for the money she left him, of course, but why didn't she just give him the money? That would have saved her life.
It wouldn't have been very much of a life, Markham. If she'd given him the money, she'd never have seen him again, and she knew it.
That makes sense now. Women are funny creatures, Vance.
There's an epic remark, my friend, that must have been made centuries ago. Man's a funny creature, too. Take Samuel Peyton. He was willing to go to the chair for a murder his wife committed.
How did he know she had killed his sister?
The gun. She used his gun. But she carried it to Sarah Peyton's apartment in her handbag, and anything a woman carries in her handbag gets the perfume of the bag on it.
Yes, I've noticed that. When you found that Mrs. Peyton's perfume matched the odor of the gun, you knew you'd found your killer.
That's right. Despite her husband's confession, he tried to shield her, knowing she'd killed his sister for the money that was left him. She tried to cover the murder by getting Joe's high hat and leaving it at the scene of the crime, but we saw through that. Quite an emotional sequence, wasn't it, Markham?
Quite. But like all things, when you work on them, Vance, it reached a very satisfactory end.
Yes, Markham, I think you can safely say that this is the end of the high hat murder case.
All right, you know what you have to do now, Art. After the fall from the balcony, we stop the camera and we pan into you lying on the floor, right?
Yes, go ahead and shoot the scene. I'll be where I'm supposed to be.
Okay. Now, Joe, those lights.
How do you like that guy, Joyce? I've only been in 70 Western movies. In every one of them, there's a scene like this.
I don't think Mr. Haley would tell you anything if he wasn't sure there was a reason. You are a little unreliable, you know, Art, despite what the kids think of you and those 70 Westerns.
Well, I'm with friends. I can see that.
All right, cut it out, Art. We want to shoot this scene. All right, you two up on the balcony. You start slugging, you wrestle, and both of you fall over the balcony, right?
Right. Got it.
All right. Quiet, everybody.
Quiet. Quiet.
All right, now. We can pick both of you guys up on a microphone, so make this good and real. All right, let's make this. Sound. Sound's ready. Quiet, everybody. Roll 'em.
Production number 11254, scene 6. Take it away.
Action.
All right, now. All right, dirty swine, I tell you. Get away from me.
Okay, cut. All right, that was good. That was great. Fine. Well, that stuntman we've got doubling for you really can take falls, can't he, Art?
That's what he's paid to do, isn't it?
Yeah, but everyone doesn't do what he gets paid to do around here. For instance, you're paid to act.
Who's writing your dialogue, Ed? Bill Moore?
Very funny.
Hasn't he got enough trouble with the lines in this picture? This is the worst talk I've ever had to say.
Well, I guess this is a typical Art Ingram picture, isn't it? You've griped about everything so far. Your story, your lines, your leading lady.
Oh, you're not too bad.
Thanks. Tell me, you do think your horse is all right?
Sarcasm's catching around this place. What do you say, Ed? Let's get on with the next scene.
All right, suits me. All right, places for next scene, everybody. Places. I will run through it once and then shoot it. Let's try to make the first one a take.
Joyce, look at the way those extras move when Ed yells at them. What a life. Yeah, what a life that double of mine leads. You realize, Joyce, that I was supposed to take that fall from the balcony.
I realize it very well. You have no idea how I wish you had taken it. Maybe you wouldn't have gotten up.
Partner, put down that 6-shooter, he said.
Bill, are you busy?
Oh, no, I'm just banging on this typewriter to keep my fingers limber. What's up, Joycey?
I just came off a set. Been working with Art Ingram all morning, yeah. Are you really not busy, Bill?
I'm doing some last-minute rewrites on tomorrow's scene, Joyce. Art was complaining about his lines, and Ed wants to keep peace in the family, so little Billy goes to work. He can wait, though. Why do you ask?
I'm not complaining, Bill, but I wish you'd write me some smart lines, some things that'll give me a chance to stand out. I've got all I can do to get my face in the camera when I work with Art.
That bum knows more tricks than a monkey.
You're not kidding.
I'll do a rewrite on your lines for you, Joyce. Glad to do it.
Oh, gee, that's swell. Apparently you don't like him either.
What do you mean, either? I don't like him, but I didn't think there was any friction between you two.
Well, there is. Tell me something, Bill. What reason do you have for hating Art?
You really want to know?
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you. I had a kid sister in college a couple of years ago. She was terrific. Pretty, had talent, was engaged to the campus hero. Had everything her own way.
What college, Bill?
Daniels University. Remember Joe Layton, All-American end?
Well...
Intercollegiate heavyweight champ, baseball and track star.
I know the name.
Well, that was the guy Mary was engaged to. And one day, Art Ingram went up to Daniels U to shoot some scenes for a picture, and he met my sister. She didn't have sense enough to tell me she'd met him, but she fell all over herself, falling in love with the guy. She quit school, followed him back to the coast, and 6 months later committed suicide.
Oh, no.
Oh, huh? Yes, with a capital Y. Someday Ingram and I are going to settle up about Mary. I promised myself that a long time ago.
Bill, don't do anything about Art that'll get you in trouble. He isn't worth it. Believe me, he isn't.
Don't worry, Joyce. When I do something about Art, it won't get me into any trouble. I guarantee that.
Oh, keep those horses quiet, will you, fellas? We don't need them till the next scene. Now get them away so we don't pick them up on this microphone. That's good.
That's all right.
All right, that's fine. Joyce, you know the action in this scene.
I'm not in the first part of it.
Huh?
Art comes galloping up, rides in front of the camera, and then rides on. He's
Huh?
supposed to be chasing the bandits who have me.
Fine, all right. One thing that guy can really do is ride. Quiet, everybody!
Quiet! Quiet!
Okay, let's make this. Sound. Sound's ready. Quiet, everybody. Roll 'em.
Production number 11254, scene 7. Take it away.
Action. Holy mackerel, what a thing to happen to me. Ingram's been thrown. Come on, George.
Yeah.
All right, get back. Everybody get back. Now, don't touch him.
Nobody's touched him. Look at him. He's not moving.
Come on, let us through there. Let us through, will you?
Ed.
He's lying pretty still. I'll see in a minute if he's hurt
Ed.
bad. He's dead, Joyce. Looks to me like his neck's broken. Must have landed on it.
Ed, look at his hand.
What about it?
When he rode past us a second ago, that big diamond ring of his was on his finger. I saw it.
And so did I. You couldn't miss it. Hey, it's not there.
And nobody touched the body before we got here. What happened to the ring, Ed?
I don't know. All I know is what happened to Art Ingram.
Like organ music, Vance?
I like practically every kind of music, Markham. It's very restful. And so's your driving, by the way. For a district attorney, you drive very well.
How a district attorney is supposed to drive.
Oh, you know, full of fire and fury, always in a hurry to get somewhere.
Not on my day off, Vance, and not when accompanied by my favorite of private investigators.
Well, thank you.
Come to think of it, if I do drive a little faster, we'll make my apartment by dinner time. I have an appointment with Mrs. Markham, and I don't want to be late.
Late, Markham. Nothing's either late or early. Time is a convenience that we humans decided upon to facilitate appointments or to make a schedule practical. I never make appointments, and I live by no schedule, so time is relatively meaningless to me.
Your remark comes under the same category, my friend.
We interrupt this organ concert to bring you a news report. Art Ingram, well-known movie cowboy, was killed in an accident this morning when his horse threw him.
Vance.
Very unfortunate.
Witnesses supply a fantastic angle to the accident. His director and co-star insist that when Ingram rode past the camera a few seconds before his death, a diamond ring was seen on his finger. When he was thrown, without ever being out of their sight, the ring was missing. We return you now to...
Why turn off the radio, Vance? I thought you enjoyed the organ concert.
There's one thing I enjoy more, Markham.
Yes, and I know what it is. It's investigating murders. But apparently Art Ingram wasn't murdered. And if he was, you certainly have no way of knowing it.
Haven't I? I think otherwise.
Now, wait a minute, Vance. Don't tell me that just because that ring is missing, you think Ingram was murdered.
The missing ring has nothing to do with it, Markham. They'll find the ring. It probably fell off Mr. Ingram's hand and is in the bushes somewhere. But something proves to me that man was murdered. Markham, your day off is herewith canceled. We're going to work.
That's how it happened, Vance. Exactly how it happened.
He rode past you and the camera, Miss Payne.
Yes.
He was leaning over the horse's neck as if to get more speed from him. Then he fell off a few seconds later and landed on his head.
And Vance, his neck was broken. That all makes sense.
Not to me.
Why don't you settle for being half right, Vance? They found the ring just as you said they would. It had fallen off Ingram's hand and was in the bushes at the side of the road. Why do you insist he was murdered?
I'll explain that to you, Markham, but not now. Miss Payne.
Yes?
Did Mr. Ingram have any enemies in this troop?
Why don't you ask me if he had any friends? That'd be easier to answer.
I see what you mean. Are you included in the camp of the enemies?
Ingram didn't bother me one way or another. All I can tell you is I didn't like him. But there is somebody here who hated him.
Who's that?
Bill Moore. He wrote the scenario for the picture we were shooting. Believe me, Vance, he had a reason for seeing Ingram dead.
That automatically gives me a reason for seeing him. Markham.
Of course, Vance. Mr. Moore, please.
Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Come right in here, if you will.
Well?
Hello, Mr. Moore.
Hello.
I understand you and Art Ingram didn't get on very well.
Who told you that, Joyce?
Well, it's true, isn't it?
Just because it's true doesn't mean it has to be public property. Okay, Mr. Vance, I hated Art Ingram. What are you going to do about it?
Well, I don't know at the moment, young man. But if you did anything about killing him, I promise you I'll do something about that.
What am I going to do? I'm going to try and finish the picture, of course. What? No close-ups. I'll shoot all the scenes that Ingram was supposed to do with his double. That guy'll have the most famous back in show business when I'm through. What? Yeah, okay. Well, if there's any more trouble, I'll call you. So long.
Mr. Haley, you gonna let me finish the picture?
That's right, Wally. You're going to take Art's place. And we only need you for a couple of scenes.
Oh, well, gosh, I'm not sure that I can do that, Mr. Haley.
Okay, so you're not sure. I am.
It's very hard for me to remember more than one thing at a time, Mr. Haley.
Yeah, okay. Now, we'll shoot the scenes in pieces.
Yeah, but I was...
Don't worry, will you, Wally? Haven't I got enough problems? With Vance and Markham and a couple of cops lousing up the studio and me trying to get a picture finished? Am I going to have trouble with you, too?
Oh, no, sir, Mr. Haley. I don't give anybody any trouble. Only I'm really a stuntman, not an actor.
Yeah, I know. Now, will you stop worrying? Leave that to me. Now, you be on a set ready to work at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh, this is great. This is fine. I start out shooting a cowboy picture and I wind up making a murder mystery.
Vance, are you in there?
Come in, Markham. I'm using the director's office for my own temporarily. I need someplace to concentrate while I'm correlating my findings on this movie murder case.
And what are your findings, Vance?
Well, I've questioned everybody in sight, Markham. That includes the director, Ed Haley, Ingram's co-star, Joyce Payne, the writer, Bill Moore, and Ingram's double, Wally Douglas. But if I add up what I found out from all of them combined, I'd still have nothing. That Douglas interests me, though.
Ingram's double?
Mm-hmm.
Is it your idea that he killed Ingram thinking he could take the star's place?
Hardly. He's no actor, and he knows it. He's an ex-pugilist, Markham. Was beaten up pretty badly in the ring, I understand. Of course, that's not unusual.
Vance, let's understand each other. Both of us are working on this case. Neither of us, apparently, has made any headway. But you do know something that I don't, so let's start from there, shall we?
You want to know how I knew it was murder. Is that it, Markham?
It most certainly is.
Well, that's reasonably simple. How many Art Ingram pictures have you seen?
Oh, few, I guess. I don't know actually. Why?
You remember the scenes where he rides horseback?
Of course, he was an excellent rider. Oh, now I get it. You've built a whole murder theory on the premise that a rider as good as Ingram wouldn't slip off his horse. Now, Vance.
That reproachful tone would be used correctly if that was what I built my theory on. But it isn't, Markham. I've seen a dozen Ingram pictures. In every one of them, he rode horseback, and in every one of them, he wore gloves when he rode.
That's not unusual. Most cowboy stars, maybe all of them, wear gloves when they're riding.
That is exactly why I knew Ingram was murdered. His director and co-star saw the ring on his finger when he rode past them, remember? If
yes.
the ring was seen on his finger, he couldn't have been wearing gloves.
Yet he always wore gloves when he got on a horse. Now, what's the answer, Markham?
Oh, he didn't get on the horse. He was put on after he was dead.
You're right. His killer figured out a way to make it look like an accident. Now I've got to think of a way to figure out the killer.
This is District Attorney Markham. The movie murder case began when Art Ingram, cowboy star, was thrown from his horse. But Philo Vance reasoned that what looked like an accident was actually murder. Suspects include Ingram's director, his co-star, and a scriptwriter, Bill Moore, although Vance finds Wally Douglas, stuntman, an interesting character. In an effort to finish the picture, director Ed Haley is shooting an outdoor scene with Wally Douglas acting as Ingram. And Vance and I are interested spectators. It is the following...
You'll be interested in this, Markham, Vance. Now, in a scene, the hero rides right past us. He doesn't know the bridge up ahead is washed out, and he's heading for sure destruction. When the heroine, that's Joyce, the heroine rides up in back of him and lassos him.
While both of them are riding at top speed?
Well, in a Western movie, nobody ever rides any other way. We've rehearsed this scene several times, and we're ready to shoot it.
Miss Payne actually lassos Wally Douglas.
Oh, yes, she's very good with a rope. You watch and see. Okay, here we go, everybody. Miss Payne, ready?
Ready.
Wally Douglas?
Okay.
All right, let's make this. Quiet, everybody.
Quiet.
No sound. Quiet, everybody. Roll 'em.
Production number 11254, scene 7. Take it away.
Action.
All right, boy, come on. Hit it.
Okay, Joyce, now throw that lasso. Throw it. All right, cut. All right, that's it. Print that one. We'll dub in the sound later.
That young lady is very good with the rope, isn't she, Mr. Haley?
Joyce, she's sensational. Terrific. Why?
Yes, Vance, why?
No reason. Must there be a reason for everything I say, Markham?
No, but there generally is, isn't there?
Joyce,
Bill, what are you doing in my dressing room?
I'm here to take care of you, Joyce. That's what I'm here for. I didn't have a chance before this to really show you how I feel about you telling Vance about me and Art Ingram.
He'd have found out anyhow, Billy. Vance would have found a way of...
That's nothing to what I'm going to do to you, kid. Maybe this will teach you to keep your mouth shut.
No, you don't. You don't get away with slapping me, you two-bit no-talent
My
guy.
hair.
You think...
Let go of my
You were going
hair.
to teach me, were you? I'll show you.
Somebody's
what
at the
thing or
door.
two.
Let's quit this quick.
Who's there?
It's I, Philo Vance. May I come in?
Come on.
Oh, hi, Vance. Joyce and I were just running over a scene.
Yes, I heard part of it from outside. Scene is quite the word.
You, want to know what happened in here, don't you, Vance?
I'd hate to think I couldn't guess. Actually, I came looking for you, Mr. Moore. I've just found out the reason you hated Art Ingram.
You found out about my sister?
That's right.
I could have saved you a lot of trouble, Vance. After the way this guy busted in on me, believe me, I'd have told you all the details myself.
Your sister was very young, very pretty, engaged to the campus hero. 4-letter man, is that right, Moore?
That's right.
She killed herself a few months after she left college to follow the late Mr. Ingram. You didn't want me to know about that, did you, Moore?
No, but not for any reason that you think. I didn't want you to know because I didn't want that story dragged out again. Is that wrong?
Not if that was the reason.
I told you it was.
Miss Payne.
Yes?
I watched you lasso Mr. Ingram's double this morning. You're quite strong.
What about it?
Well, somebody, whoever killed Ingram, had to boost him up to his saddle after he was dead. To tell you the truth, I didn't suspect you at first because you're a girl.
Well?
To continue telling you the truth, that fact doesn't continue to keep you off my list of suspects.
Sit here next to me on this crane, Vance. And when we begin shooting, it'll swing up and out and come right over the action.
This is very interesting, Mr. Haley. Thank you very much. What happens in this scene?
Well, it's a mountain cabin, see? Now, the hero walks in, finds one of the cattle rustlers guarding the girl, and knocks him out. We'll use Wally Douglas, of course, but he's been instructed to keep his back to the camera. I hope he can remember a simple thing like that.
Douglas has approximately the same build as the late Mr. Ingram.
Just about. Okay, everybody. Quiet. Okay, let's make this. Sound. Sound's ready. Quiet, everybody. Roll 'em.
Production 11254, scene 47. Take it away.
Action.
So,
Look out, Art. He's got a gun.
if he has, he won't get a chance to use it.
Oh, thank goodness you got here, darling. Please put your arms around me. You deserve it, you know. After all, you were the victor.
The victor? Well, to the victor? Victor over the verdant field.
Cut! Hold it, everybody.
What was wrong, Mr. Haley?
You'll hear in a second, Vance. Oh, Wally Douglas, your line is supposed to be, to the victor belongs the spoils. What happened to it, Wally?
Oh, gosh. I'm sorry, Mr. Haley. I just couldn't remember it.
Where'd you get the line you did remember?
I don't know. It just came to me.
Well, tell it to go away and not come around anymore. We don't want it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's make the whole scene over again. Places, everybody. Oh, Wally.
Yes, Mr. Haley.
Will you please remember your lines and keep your back to the camera?
Okay.
All right, everybody. You, Pete, get off the floor.
Do I have to take another poke in the jaw from Wally? He hits like a mule.
Well, fake that punch, will you, Wally? You almost broke Pete's jaw.
I'm sorry, Mr. Haley. I forget things.
Yeah, I know. Places, everybody. All right, let's do this again. Make it right this time.
Excuse me, please, Mr. Haley, but do you mind if I leave?
Why, no, not at all. This is getting boring, Vance?
On the contrary, it's very interesting. In fact, I might almost say revealing.
You might at least tell me what you're looking up, Vance.
I will in a moment, Markham. Here it is. The quotation is from Pope. Victor over the verdant field.
Whatever that means.
It means a great deal to me, Markham. And it's going to mean a great deal more, I believe, after I make a long-distance phone call.
Listen and listen close. I know it's 3:30 in the morning, but I couldn't call before because I've been watched. I know you killed Art Ingram, but I hated him too. Hated him enough to give you a chance to get away. You see, Philo Vance knows you killed Art. Don't ask me how. He knows it, that's all. There's a train out of here at 5 o'clock. That gives you an hour and a half to get packed, blow, and remember me in your dreams. So long. How did I do, Vance?
Very well, Miss Payne, very well. You see, I'm quite certain that you just spoke to Mr. Ingram's murderer. Now, Mr. Markham and I are going to get the proof we need.
You know, I haven't been up this late or this early in years, Vance.
It is almost 4:30 in the morning, isn't it, Markham? And our man hasn't shown up yet. The train should be here in a few minutes, and so should he. In fact, look.
Where, Vance?
It's very dark, Markham, but isn't that a shadow over there by the station platform?
I don't see... Oh, yes, it is. It is, Vance. It's a man.
It's more than a man, Markham. It's our man. Better get in back of him in case there's trouble. Got a gun, Markham?
Yes.
Keep it handy. I'm going right up to him. Hello there.
Huh?
Going somewhere?
Oh, it's you, Vance. Oh, so the tip was straight. You did know it was me, didn't you? Well, you're a sucker for trying to take me, Vance, because I'm going to...
I'm glad you did that, Markham. Very happy indeed that you knocked him out.
If I hadn't, he most certainly would have knocked you out, Vance. He was just about to. And now, if I'm not too inquisitive, who is he?
Use your flashlight, Markham. I know you'll want to get a look at our murdering friend.
I don't have my flashlight, and it's too dark to see.
In that case, I'll enlighten you. The murderer of Art Ingram, Markham, was his own double, Wally Douglas. You You know, Markham, I've never done anything quite like this before.
You mean sitting in a private projection room and seeing yourself on the screen?
That's right.
I asked you to have a film and recording made of your explanation of the movie murder case so that we'd have it for our home, Vance. Mrs. Markham and I have a new 16mm projector, and Mr. Haley practically begged to be allowed to shoot this for us.
I'll know whether I'm indebted to him or not as soon as I see what I look like and hear what I sound like.
Please don't forget I'm in the picture, too, Vance.
We're ready to begin any time, Mr. Vance.
Well, that might as well be now.
Good enough. Lights out. Here we go.
Markham, you wanted to know why Wally Douglas killed Art Ingram and how I knew it was he who had done it.
That's right, Vance.
Well, to begin with, I was watching a fight scene being photographed when I saw Mr. Douglas knock out one of the actors with a powerful right hand.
Oh, that's the beginning.
His entire appearance indicated he had been a professional fighter, and that blow proved it.
That still doesn't tie him up with the Ingram murder.
No, but he made a curious speech when he had knocked out the man. He said something about the victor and verdant fields.
I remember when that puzzled me.
That was a very learned quotation to be used by an ex-pug. In fact, I had to look it up to find that it was written by Alexander Pope.
That suggested to you, then, that Wally Douglas, the double, had been well educated.
Reasonably well, at any rate. There was no question but that the beatings he had taken in the prize ring had affected his mind a bit, but it still functioned to an extent where he remembered certain incidents and lines from his past.
That long-distance phone call you made.
Oh, that really
Whom was it made to?
Really. Daniels University. I wanted a description of the four-letter athlete who had been the fiancée of the girl who killed herself over Ingram.
You mean the sister of Bill Moore, the writer?
Correct. I got the description, Markham, and also found that the fiancée had majored in English and that Alexander Pope was one of his favorite authors. It seems that after his fiancée's death, he left college, went into the ring, and quit after absorbing terrific punishment. After that, he lived only to get revenge on the man who took the girl he loved from him.
That's it, Mr. Vance.
You figured out his murder scheme, Vance, just because he forgot to put gloves on Ingram's hands before boosting him onto his horse.
That was the beginning of our activities, Markham. And now, this is the end of the movie murder case.
Anything else, Mr. Vance?
Not that I can think of at the moment, Miss Williams. Let me know when Miss Deering comes in, will you please?
Yes, sir. Oh, it's time for the news, Mr. Vance. Shall I turn on the radio?
It's the only way I know of that I can hear the news, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Here we are.
Mr. Markham didn't call this morning, did he, Miss Williams?
Why, no, sir. We haven't heard from the district attorney since the movie murder case, Mr. Vance. I guess he must be busy, huh?
I guess so.
And that's the news from Washington. On the local scene, police are baffled over a mysterious murder that occurred about midnight last night. Jane Green, daughter of wealthy merchant Eric Green, was found stabbed to death near her home. Neither her distraught parents nor her sister Penny could advance a motive for her death. Police Sergeant Heath has all available men working on the case. Although lack of clues may hinder their operation, Heath disclosed. Other local
Please turn that
news
off, Miss Williams.
includes the finding of a kitten.
Another murder, huh, Mr. Vance? And the radio said that the police are baffled.
The police aren't the only ones, Miss Williams. I'm a little puzzled myself. You're sure Mr. Markham didn't phone me?
I'm positive. You could call him, you know, Mr. Vance.
Yes, I know, but... Oh, don't bother, Miss Williams. I'll get it.
Oh.
Vance speaking.
Hello, Vance. Markham.
Well, how are you, my friend? I rather expected this call, but I expected it earlier.
What do you mean?
I just heard over the radio about the mysterious murder of Jane Green. I understand there are no clues.
Well, yes, that's right, Vance, but some will turn up. They always do, you know. But I just called to check with you and tell you I'll be busy on this case for some time, so we won't be able to get together.
Oh, Markham, don't you...
Don't I want you to work on this case, Vance? I don't think so. Sergeant Heath and his men will find something. Thanks just the same, Vance. I'll be talking to you. Bye.
Goodbye.
What are you thinking about, Mr. Vance?
Miss Williams, Mr. Markham doesn't want me on this case. He has a reason, he thinks. But I think I know what that reason is.
City desk, Daniels.
Joe, this is McNamara. Give me a rewrite, man. I've got something hot.
Give it to me, Mac. I'll take it.
Get ready. Here it is. I'll give it to you fast. You can check me for spelling when I'm finished.
Shoot.
While police were combing the city for the mysterious slayer of 20-year-old Jane Green, the killer struck again. Penny Green, older sister of the dead girl, was murdered in the identical manner.
I got it.
Her body discovered by a passerby in an alley near the Green Mansion.
Yeah?
A singular feature of the killings, aside from the fact that a knife was used in both instances, was the fact that neither of the victims wore any makeup whatsoever. The meaning of this clue, if it is a clue, is still vague, Sergeant Heath of the Homicide Department admitted. That's all so far.
I got it, Mac. You don't have to check for spelling. Better keep on the yarn. It's page 1. We'll shoot whatever you give us into the later editions.
Right. Okay, Joe, you know what happens if the cops turn up the killer.
I know, Mac. You'll call me back.
Look, Heath, I don't want to be hard-boiled, but there must be something on those 2 murders that you've turned up. You've been working on them all day.
Oh, I'm sorry, D.A. I've had men all over the greenhouse. I've had them checking the lives of those 2 girls. Something will crack.
Something better, Heath. Eric Green is an important man. Have you spoken to him?
Well...
Have there been any threats made against him or his family?
He and his wife have been under a doctor's care, but I got to him for a while. Now, nobody tried to hold the guy up for dough, and he can't give us any leads at all.
Heath, we've got to find that murderer and find him fast. It looks like whoever it is wants to wipe out the entire Green family. You've got to get me some action.
Oh, we're working, D.A.
Work harder then. Get me some results.
Look, D.A., how is it you haven't brought in your friend Philo Vance on this case?
Well, never mind how it is. This is a police case, and you represent the police department.
Well...
That's all, Heath. Call me if anything breaks.
Okay, Mr. Markham, but I still don't know why you didn't call in Vance.
You know something, Daddy?
What?
I just seem to fit into your arm. Isn't that wonderful?
What's wonderful about it? I tried you for size before I decided you'd be my girlfriend. Nice party?
You throw the best parties in town, Daddy.
What's with this daddy business? Am I old enough to be your old man?
Oh, Daddy, you're so silly. When I call you Daddy, I don't mean Daddy. I mean Daddy.
Okay, so I'm daddy. Hey, Peggy, how about a dance with the company, huh?
Oh.
Hey, everybody. Peggy's gonna dance.
Oh, please, Daddy, not now, huh? Later. All right.
It's up to you, baby. Hey, everybody. Peggy's gonna dance for us. Later.
Thanks, Daddy, darling. I just like it here with you. It's so cozy.
Cozy in a joint with 20 people?
Uh-huh.
I don't know how you figure that, but it's okay with me. You know, I've been wanting to ask you something, Peg. How'd you like a job in that place I run?
Me in a gambling house? But what could I do?
Look pretty. Take the suckers' minds off the dough they lost? What about it?
Oh, sounds good, Daddy. I'll let you know. Now, suppose you let me know something.
Anything, baby. What's bothering that pretty blonde head of yours?
What I want to know is why you threw this party. What are we celebrating?
What are we celebrating? We're celebrating the death of two dames, Jane and Penny Green.
Mrs. Green, where are you?
Over here, Jim. I'll keep the lights dim so as not to disturb Mr. Green. Come over.
Thanks, Mrs. Green. How is he?
He isn't too well. The shock of what happened to Jane and Penny has done something to him, the doctor says. He's resting in the next room now. If we don't talk too loud, we won't disturb him.
I just came in to see if there was something I could do, Mrs. Green.
Oh, thank you, Jim, but there isn't anything. I know how you must feel. You were practically a member of our family.
A few more months and I would have been. If this awful thing hadn't happened to Jane.
Yes.
2 months more and we'd have been married. I can't believe all of this.
I can't either. It's very hard for all of us. I loved those two girls. They couldn't have been closer to me if I'd been their real mother.
I know, Mrs. Green. Both of them used to say that all the time. Please ask me if there's anything you want me to do, will you?
Oh, thanks, Jim. I just can't get over how this all happened. Eric and I were sitting here playing chess. We thought Jane was in her room. Then the phone rang, and it was the police telling us what had happened.
I wasn't supposed to see her last night. She said she was spending the evening at home with you.
I know. That's why Dad and I didn't go out at all. We were here all evening together. Oh, Jim, who could it be who's trying to wipe out our family?
I don't know, Mrs. Green. But I promised myself something, though. I won't do any sleeping until the murderer of your daughters is caught.
Still nothing, Heath. What are you doing, man?
I'm sorry, D.A., but you told me to call in and report, so I'm calling in and reporting. But I haven't got anything new to tell you. We're checking every angle.
You're not talking to the newspapers, Heath. You're talking to me. I not only want to know what you're doing, I want to know what results you're getting. Remember that.
Well, how can you get results when you can't get any clues? Answer me that.
I don't know, Heath. If I did, I'd be doing it myself.
I wish you were doing it yourself. Okay, D.A., I'll call you back.
Goodbye. How can you get results when you can't get clues?
Hello, Markham.
Vance. Vance, you're just the man how are you?
Well, I think I'm all right. That is, I was all right until I didn't hear from you in the Green sisters' murders.
Oh, that, Vance. We're doing pretty well with that, thank you. I just didn't think I ought to bother you.
Bother me, Markham? Oh, come now. You know how I feel about murder cases, especially those that are so completely puzzling.
We'll find out who killed the Green girls, Vance. Thanks for your interest, but we'll find out for ourselves. I'm a little busy now, so if you don't mind...
I just called the newspapers and told them that I was working on the case.
You did what? You couldn't, Vance.
Why not?
Because that's the one thing I didn't want to happen.
Well, it's happened. So I don't believe there's anything you can do about it.
But, Vance, you don't know what you've done.
I think I do. Markham, my friend, I appreciate what you tried to do. Somebody called you and told you that if you called me in on these killings, they'd kill me.
You know that?
I reasoned it. Right after the first murder, you got a phone call threatening my life. If that somebody had threatened yours, you'd have laughed at him and hung up. But you couldn't take a chance with my life.
The caller pointed out that he wasn't asking me to do anything that was against my oath as a district attorney. I debated quite a while.
I'm sure you did. That call you got was very complimentary to me. Was it a man or a woman?
Well, it was hard to tell, Vance. Whoever it was used a handkerchief over the telephone mouthpiece and disguised the voice. You know, of course, I'm glad you figured out why I didn't call you. You're not worried about that threat?
Hardly. Markham, I've read up on this case, and I know the important facts. That the two sisters were killed in the identical manner. That neither wore makeup. That one of the sisters was engaged to a man named Jim Manning.
Yes, Vance?
I'll tell you this. Jane, the first girl killed, was called out of the house by somebody she trusted. Somebody who said it was urgent. The lack of makeup is that clue, Markham. Jane Green would never have left the house without taking time to put on makeup if she hadn't known the caller and he hadn't said to hurry.
And the other sister, Penny, she was called out by the same person on the same urgent pretext?
I'm not so sure about that.
But Vance, Penny had on no makeup either. You said yourself there was no other reason you could think of except an emergency message.
Yes, I did, didn't I? Well, Markham, there is one other reason. Only it applies to Penny and not Jane. If it's all right with you, I'm going up to see Mr. and Mrs. Green. I promise you some action on these two killings, Markham, and I won't be too long in keeping that promise.
City desk, Daniels.
Joe, this is Mac.
Yeah?
I got an ad to the Green Sisters murder case.
Go ahead.
Philo Vance, brilliant private investigator whose keen mind has helped the police on numerous criminal cases, has entered the Green Sisters murder case.
Right.
Vance, in a specially prepared statement, declared that while he has no definite clue to the slayer of the two girls, he is confident that there will be a break in the case within 24 hours.
I got it.
District Attorney Markham, who previously had declined to state why he had not asked his friend Vance to investigate the murder, said to this reporter, "Hey, I do get a byline, don't I, Joe?"
The byline runs for the rest of the story, Mac.
Just want to be sure. District Attorney Markham said to this reporter, quote, "Vance is confident that he can break the case in 24 hours." Well, that's it, Joe.
Vance made a crack like that? Before he even started working on the case?
That's right. It's a direct quote. But don't ask me how he expects to crack it. All I know is that if Philo Vance says he'll do it, he'll do it.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Green Girls murder case opened with the finding of the body of Jane Green, daughter of wealthy Mr. and Mrs. Eric Green. The next day, Penny Green was found, murdered in the identical manner as her sister. Philo Vance entered the case this afternoon, and after a talk with me, went immediately to the Green home where he was to meet Sergeant Heath. Heath and Vance should be together about now because it is just...
You want to see Mr. and Mrs. Green now, Vance?
No, Sergeant Heath, not at the moment. Whose room is this?
This was Penny's room. Why?
I'd like to see it.
There's nothing in it that'll help you, except her diary. Well, come on in. And there are the lights.
Thank you. You think the diary will help me?
Yeah. Who knows what'll help you? Here it is, over on this dresser.
Oh, yes, of course. I'd like to take a look through this.
Help yourself.
Went shopping this morning with Jay. Lunch with Jay. Matinee. Good show. Home. That's the last entry. Made the day of her sister's murder.
Yeah. She and her sister went everywhere together. Her sister's name was Jane.
Yes, I know, Sergeant. Nothing else in here you think might be helpful?
Not a thing.
Well, I'll take your word for it. You're a very thorough police officer, Heath.
Thanks, Vance. Now, where to now?
I thought I might like to talk to Mrs. Green. I understand she's taking this better than her husband.
Yeah, well, she's in here. It's a kind of a sitting room. You want me in with you?
Not unless you want to come.
Just as soon not. I've questioned her till I'm blue in the face. I'll see you, Vance.
Come in.
How do you do, Mrs. Green? I'm Philo Vance.
Oh, hello, Mr. Vance. I've been reading about you in this paper. Do you really think you can find out who killed my daughters?
I'm going to try, Mrs. Green. I may need a little help, though.
Well, tell me what you want to know.
Thank you. To begin with, I understand your two daughters were very close.
Yes, they were.
Both of them favorites of their father?
Both of them.
What about Jane's boyfriend, the lad she was engaged to?
Jim Manning? Well, what do you want to know about him? He and Jane were very much in love.
I see, Mrs. Green. I'm sorry if this sounds awkward, and I know it will, but where were you at the time Jane was killed?
At home, here with my husband. We didn't leave the house all evening. Sergeant Heath checked that with Mr. Green and the servants.
I'm going to tell you why I asked. You see, Mrs. Green, there was a possibility, a remote possibility, of course, that you might have wanted your stepdaughters dead.
I, Mr. Vance?
I said it was a remote possibility. The reason might have been this. While they were alive, they would share in Mr. Green's money in the event that he died. I understand he isn't too well. With them dead, you'd get it all.
I see what you mean. I'm sorry, Mr. Vance, but I'm afraid you're going to have to look elsewhere for your killer. I was at home. 5 people know I was here.
6. I believe that now.
Thank you.
Mrs. Green, please forgive these wandering eyes of mine, but your purse is open and there's a very strange disc on top of the handkerchief in your pocketbook. What is it?
Oh, that? Oh, it's a chip, a poker chip. Mr. Green and I used to have poker parties here once in a while, and, well, I needed some extra chips. I was going to have that one matched.
I see. And your husband's name is Eric Green?
Yes.
The initials on the poker chip are MG. Mistake, perhaps?
The first initial? Oh, yes.
I didn't mean the initial, Mrs. Green.
Yeah, what is it?
Well, sliding panels in the doors. This is really a gambling house, isn't it?
What's it to you?
My name is Vance, Philo Vance. I'd like to see the owner of this place. I understand his name is Gibson. Mike Gibson?
He ain't in. Get lost.
My good man, it took me 2 hours to find out what individual whose initials were MG operated a gambling house. I assure you I won't leave until I see him.
So wait. See what good it does you.
Oh.
What's the trouble, Tommy?
Guy named Vance. Philo Vance. He wants in. I don't know him. He don't get in. Them's your orders.
Philo Vance?
Hmm.
Open the door, Mike. We're glad to have him with us.
Okay, you're the boss. Come on in.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Gibson, for giving your man here permission to let me in.
That's all right, Vance. What's in your mind?
Can we talk here?
Here, out in the gambling room, in my office, any way you like.
Your office, then.
Right this way. Better court I know why you're here, Vance.
Gambling isn't my line, Mr. Gibson.
I don't generally bet either. Betting is for suckers. I like to let them think they can beat percentages. They can't, but they get a whole lot older and a whole lot poorer before they learn. In here. Make yourself comfortable, Vance.
Well, thank you, I will.
Now, Vance, you're here because there's some connection between this joint and the murder of those Green kids. That's what you think, right?
That seems a reasonable assumption. You know I don't gamble. You've read I was working on the murders. Yes, that's right, Mr. Gibson. Tell me, did the Green sisters gamble?
You know, all of a sudden, I don't hear so good.
Did Mrs. Green gamble?
Why, hearing it a bit better. How do you count for a thing like that?
What is your connection with the murder of the Green girls?
Connection? I got no connection.
Hey, Daddy, there's a... Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. I didn't know you were busy.
See you in a little while, Peggy.
Okay, but...
Just a minute, please.
Oh, you want to see me?
Yes. My name is Vance. You work here?
Look, Vance, Peggy doesn't know anything about this case.
Of course I don't. Oh, what case?
Never mind.
You had a message to deliver to Mr. Gibson just now, Peggy.
Sure, he's supposed to call Plaza 81561.
Oh, isn't that the number of the Green residence, Mr. Gibson?
I wouldn't know. So long, Peggy.
She's not leaving. Unless you prefer I talk to her outside.
Talk to her any way you like. We've got nothing to hide. Personally, I got some business to take care of. Tell him anything he wants to know, Peggy. As if you knew anything.
Well?
He's the nicest, Daddy.
All right, Peggy, let's drop the act.
Huh?
What's your connection with the Green girls' murder case?
Hey, look, Vance, don't go tying me up with any murder rap. I'm a girl just trying to get along. I don't mess with killings.
What about Gibson?
I don't mess with killers either. I know better.
I don't doubt it. The trouble is, Peggy, that perhaps you don't know enough.
Hello there, Vance.
Hello, Markham. I hope I didn't keep you waiting long. I've just come from a very enlightening meeting with a gambler named Gibson and his girlfriend. Where's Mrs. Green?
In her room next to her husband's. She rarely leaves it, Vance. I told her you were coming, and she said to go right in when you came.
Well, then let's go. Good evening, Mrs. Green.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Vance? Hello again, Mr. Markham.
Hello.
Mrs. Green, I know you'll be very interested in who killed your daughters, so I thought I'd come up to tell you this in person. Is Mr. Green awake?
Why, no, he's asleep in the next room. The door's open, so please don't raise your voice if you can help it.
I rarely raise my voice, Mrs. Green. What I wanted you to know was this. I've just been to see a gambler named Gibson. That name mean anything to you?
Why, no, it doesn't.
Good. The police have Mr. Gibson's telephone lines tapped. They can listen to any calls that come to him. In an hour, there'll be a cordon around the block to intercept anyone who tries to get to Mr. Gibson.
You better make that 2 hours, Vance. There are a lot of preparations for what you want.
In 2 hours, then. Now, Mrs. Green, I want you to do something for me.
Yes?
Get on the telephone and tell Jane's fiancé, Mr. James Manning, exactly what I told you. But add this fact, that Mr. Gibson told me that if I came back this evening, he'd tell me what I want to know about the murder of your 2 girls.
Awful weather, Vance.
Awful. It's miserable. It's raining cats and dogs.
Yes, it is, Sergeant Heath. We're lucky we have this doorway to shelter us.
Do you mean to tell me that that little black door across the street there leads to a gambling joint, Vance?
It leads to Mr. Mike Gibson's gambling house, Sergeant. Very swanky, too, believe me.
Yeah, I'll believe you when I see who else it is you expect to drive up there. And Jim Manning was there, but he couldn't get in. How long do you expect...
There's somebody, Vance.
I got out of that car and headed right for the door. I'm an old fella. Hey, that's Mr. Green.
Yes, it is.
Is that our suspected murderer, Vance?
I'll let you know in a minute, Markham. Want to see if he gets into the gambling house.
He's arguing with the guy at the door. The guy just closed the slide in his face. And there goes Mr. Green back in his car.
You can forget about Mr. Green, Markham. He isn't involved in those murders.
Well, then who is?
I think I know who is, but I'll be certain in a few minutes.
Hey, what was that Green guy doing out here? He's supposed to be in bed.
I can explain that, I think, later.
There's another car at the door, Vance. Oh, no, it's a cab.
Hey, a woman's getting out. She just made a beeline for that door.
Can't blame her much in this weather, can you, Sergeant?
Oh, I guess not. There's that guy sliding open that peephole. Hey, he's letting her in.
That's all I wanted to know. Sergeant Heath, you can arrest Mrs. Green for murder.
Oh, wait a minute, Vance. When her daughter Jane was killed, we know for a fact that she was in her house.
She was, Markham. But I repeat, you can arrest Mrs. Green for murder.
City desk, Daniels.
Mac, Joe.
Yeah?
The Green sisters' case is cracked.
Oh, yeah?
I just came from an interview with Philo Vance. Get this and get it quick.
Go ahead, Mac. Talk.
I'll take it from the top. Going way back, Penny Green, that's the second sister who was killed, wanted to marry Jim Manning. That was Jane's fiancé.
How did Vance figure that?
The initial J in Penny's diary. All along, they took it for granted that meant Jane. But Vance figured it stood for Jimmy, and he checked.
I get it.
Jim told Vance he'd had a lot of trouble with Penny because apparently she was in love with him. He went shopping with Penny to buy a present for Jane.
That explains the diary notation, eh?
Right. The rest of this is a quote from Vance. Quote, "At midnight on the murder night, Penny called her sister out of her house, saying it was urgent. Jane left, and Penny killed her." End quote.
Penny killed Jane.
Mm-hmm.
Then why did they arrest Mrs. Green?
Quote from Vance. "It was Mrs. Green who killed Penny. She realized what had happened, and she owed a great deal of money to Mike Gibson. She saw a way of getting rid of Penny so that she, Mrs. Green, would own the entire Green estate when Eric Green died." End quote.
What about Mike Gibson?
Vance says it was probably he who suggested that Mrs. Green kill Penny in the same way that Jane was killed to make the police think that one murderer was at work. It was he, too, who undoubtedly called Markham to keep Vance off the case, Vance thinks.
What goes with old man Green?
Eric Green was not asleep when Vance asked his wife to call Jim Manning earlier this evening. He heard Vance say that Mike Gibson knew who killed his daughters, so he wanted to find out who it was.
Yeah?
That's why he went to Gibson's place,
Only couldn't get in.
which convinced Vance he hadn't been there before. You see, Vance thought it might have been he who owed Gibson the money.
I see.
He never was certain that it was Mrs. Green until she got in the gambling house without any trouble. Final quote from Vance.
Yeah.
Quote, "This was all a very clever scheme on the part of Mrs. Green and Gibson.
Uh-huh.
Undoubtedly, they figured on doing away with Mr. Green eventually, and that would leave Mrs. Green with all the money and Gibson with his outstanding gambling debt collected.
Yeah.
After Penny set the stage by murdering her sister under the impression that would induce Jim Manning to eventually marry her." End quote. Well, that's 30, Joe.
Got it. Well, it was a good scheme, I guess. But it sure came to a bad end for Mrs. Green.
Yeah, but it's a good end for the Green Girl's murder case.
Oh, Jamesy, what color tie do I wear with this?
With a double-breasted blue suit, Mr. Cardinal, I would suggest this one. Maroon with blue figures.
Maroon? That means red? I always thought that was some kind of a dope.
And that word is moron, sir.
Well, what's the difference? Moron, maroon, it's the same thing. Well, I got this thing on. How's it look?
Oh, precisely correct, sir. Precisely. And the word you were seeking to use instead of tie is cravat.
Cravat. Okay, I'll remember that, Jamesy. Yeah, it takes a little time to make a mug like me a gent, don't it, huh?
Generations.
Eh?
Oh, nothing, Mr. Cardinal, nothing at all. Now, is there anything else you wish, sir?
Yeah, I wish the phone would ring so I know whether I got that date or not. Did I say that good?
Oh, very well, sir. Except that perhaps I would have said appointment.
Appointment. Okay, thanks, Jamesy. You know, I'm glad I hired you.
Thank you, sir.
You know, sometimes I can't get over this. Me, Tony Cardinale, ex-racket boss with a dozen English cut suits and English butler. In a couple of months, instead of dropping guys, I'll be dropping H's. Yeah, that's pretty funny, huh?
Is it, sir?
Yeah, you guys don't have any senses of humor. Jamesy, this is really living, ain't it?
Why, imagine so, sir.
Yeah, it costs a lot of dough. A lot more than I thought it would, but it's worth it.
Yes, sir.
Jamesy, you gotta help me do a little bookkeeping one of these days. My dough's gone too fast. Let's you and I get together. I'll get it, Jim. No, you do it. It'll sound classier.
Very well, sir. Just as you say. Mr. Cardinal's residence.
Is Mr. Cardinal at home?
Mr. Cardinal.
This is Mr. Leo speaking.
Really get me.
Oh, just a moment, Mr. Leo. It's for you, Mr. Cardinal. It's Mr. Leo.
Mr. Lulu. Boy, that's what she is. Give me that phone.
Here you are, sir.
Hello, honey.
Tony. Oh, I'm glad you waited for my call. I was delayed a bit.
Oh, kid, I've been waiting all my life for your call, only I didn't know it. How's for tonight?
I'd like to go for a drive, if you don't mind, Tony.
Mind? Who minds? We'll go driving forever if that's what you want. I'm buying a new car this afternoon. I'll get it, pick you up at about 7. Then we can go put the feedback on someplace. I mean, we'll go eat somewheres. Is that okay with you?
Definitely.
Swell. See you at 7, sweetheart. Bye.
Goodbye.
Oh, what a dame, Jamesy, what a dame. She's the one who was here last night for dinner. Like her?
Oh, very much, sir. Wasn't it she who seemed so concerned about some individual who disliked you intensely, sir?
Yeah. She meant Al Bailey. He's a skunk. And who cares whether a skunk likes you or not, so long as you keep out of his way.
Mike.
Yeah, Mr. Bailey?
You know what you have to do.
I think so. I walk over to the car, start it up, drive past here where you're standing, and start shooting. Huh?
That's right, but you start shooting at that target on the other side of the road.
Yeah.
We're a million miles from nowhere out here, and nobody will see or hear us. And I don't want you to miss, even though this is only practice.
I won't miss. When do I get to do this in person?
Tonight, maybe.
Yeah?
Yeah. Tony Cardinale changed his name, but he didn't change his habits any. He took away my rackets, and now he's trying to take away my girl. Only I'm not going to let him. Go ahead now, get moving, Mike.
Okay, Mr. Bailey. This is some good idea. Where'd you get it?
From the FBI. I saw a newsreel once where they showed the FBI practicing. Okay, now, start the car. Come on. When you get opposite me, start firing at the target.
Good enough. Here I come.
Atta boy. That's it. Now.
How did I do, Mr. Bailey?
I I'm just looking at the target now, Mike. You want to know how you did?
Yeah.
Well, all I can tell you is I hope you do as well on Tony Cardinale.
Tony,
Yeah, Lane?
I like you, Tony. Is that wrong?
Yeah, sure it's wrong. It's wrong for Al Bailey and the millions of other guys in this world. But for you and me, it ain't wrong.
What I started to say was, I like you, but maybe I like Al Bailey better.
Huh?
Park here a minute, will you?
You want me to park? That sounds like a routine I should be giving you. Okay, I'll pull over here by the right side of the road, and you and I can talk this thing over. Yeah. Now what?
Now, let's you and I talk.
Oh, it's there to talk about. Come here, baby.
Tony.
Listen, kid, don't slough me. I'm loaded with dough.
I imagined you were, but Bailey has money, too.
Sure, but I got class, I got ambitions, I got savoir-faire.
Savoir-faire? Oh, that, Tony, believe me, that you don't have.
So, all right, I don't have it. But I ain't missing an awful lot of other things, am I?
I don't know about them. All I know is that very shortly, you may be going to be missing me.
Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, this is Markham. I hope I didn't disturb you.
You didn't. I was just sitting around reading this evening, Markham. What is it that's happened to disturb you?
A murder, Vance. The girlfriend of an ex-racket boss named Tony Cardinale, now known as Anthony Cardinal, if you please. You want to know the details?
As district attorney, you wanted to know them. As a private investigator, I'd like to, too. What was the victim's name?
Elaine DeLeo. Here's what happened, according to Tony.
He was a witness to the murder?
Definitely. But before I go into that, I may as well tell you that of late, Tony has become very social conscious. English car, English butler, English clothes, everything very elegant.
Including a very elegant murder he was a witness to, apparently.
Yes. His story is that he had just bought the car and was driving with the girl and had parked on the right side of the road when another car came by. Somebody in the other car had a gun, started shooting, and that was the end of Elaine.
What was Tony doing while all this was happening?
He claims that when he heard a shot from the other car, he slipped to the floor of his car and didn't get a look at whoever it was that did the shooting.
Well, that sounds reasonable if it were a dark road.
It was dark, very. Cardinal told us that Al Bailey, a racketeer, was also a friend of Miss DeLeo's and had objected to her going out with him.
Well, isn't that nice? Motive and everything, eh, Markham?
That's right. But you seem rather skeptical, Vance. I don't understand why. It is possible that Miss DeLeo was murdered, just as Cardinal said, and for the reason he gave us.
Is it, Markham? I think not. You see, Miss DeLeo was killed by mistake. Unless, of course, Cardinal killed her, which is possible.
Vance, you knew nothing of this case until I telephoned you just now. And yet you can make a statement like that?
Yes, with great confidence that I'm correct. Where are you now, Markham?
I'm with Cardinal at his apartment. Are you coming up?
Of course. Don't go away, Markham, and don't let Mr. Cardinal go away either. My name is Vance. Mr. Markham phoned me.
Oh, yes, sir. I am James, Mr. Cardinal's valet. Please come in, Mr. Vance.
Thank you. Your name is James, you said?
Yes, sir. James Lyons. This way, please, Mr. Vance.
All right.
Right through this door. Mr. Markham is with Mr. Cardinal now.
Thank you. I'll go in myself, James.
Very good, sir.
Hello, Markham.
Vance, come in. This is Tony Cardinal, Mr. Philo Vance.
How do you do?
How are you?
I understand you were with Miss DeLeo when she was shot.
Hey, now, slow down, Vance. Take it easy. This thing's got me all off base.
I don't doubt that. You claim you didn't see who it was in the car that fired the shot.
That's right.
Were you having trouble with Miss DeLeo?
Oh, we were very amicable friends.
Amicable, eh?
Yeah.
Well, I learn new things every day. The word is amicable, Mr. Cardinal.
Well, you say it your way, I say it mine. What's this got to do with Elaine's murder?
What about that theory of yours that you told me on the phone, Vance?
Later, please, Markham. Mr. Cardinal, I have an excellent memory.
Yeah?
It reminds me now, for example, that you and a Mr. Al Bailey were enemies, and that a Miss Elaine DeLeo and Mr. Bailey at one time were very friendly.
So what?
Tony, in your racket days, if somebody didn't do what you wanted him to do, he didn't live to regret it. In fact, he didn't live, did he?
Oh, now, Vance.
At the moment, I'm trying to make up my mind whether you killed Miss DeLeo for a similar reason. You see, in the event that you didn't kill her, I am quite convinced that somebody tried to kill you. Come on, Markham. We're going for a drive in Mr. Cardinal's car.
Where are we driving, Vance?
Out to where Mr. Cardinal was parked when the shot that killed Miss DeLeo was fired. It's right down the road a bit, I understand.
Yes, it is. And using his car is going to prove something to me?
Undoubtedly. Took me a little while to get used to this car, but it handles very nicely now. Now, let me see. He was supposed to have been parked just about here at the right side of the road. Oh, here we go.
Vance, I want more than anything else to hear why you knew that the girl was killed by accident. That is, if Tony didn't kill her.
You'll be able to tell me the answer to that yourself, Markham. This is an English car. The steering wheel is on the right-hand side of the car, not on the left, as in American cars.
Yes, I know that. Everyone in Europe drives on the left side of the roads. That's custom.
Of course. Now, if a car came in back of this one while we were parked, and if it were dark, where would he assume the driver would be?
Oh, I see. He would naturally think that the driver would be nearest him, in the left-hand seat, that is. And so when the murderer fired, he fired at the figure in the left-hand seat under the impression that that was Tony Cardinal.
That's right. When you mentioned an English car to me on the telephone, that's what I thought of immediately.
Vance, I know you better than anyone in the world, but you continue to amaze me. Dr. Watson, during his association with Sherlock Holmes, must have felt something like I feel right now.
Kindly save those feelings for the time I accomplish something on this case, if I accomplish anything. Well, I think the first thing that ought to be done is to find out how many people wanted Mr. Cardinal dead. Then to find which one of them killed Miss DeLeo in error.
Hurry up with that packing, Mike. We gotta blow this town fast now.
I'm hurrying, Mr. Billy. I'm going as fast as I can. It's going to be awful risky. Trying to scram with the heat on, though.
No, it won't. I got a private plane all gassed up and ready to take off. As soon as you're through with those releases, we'll get going.
Who's that?
I don't know. But keep your gun handy, Mike. I'll see who it is.
I'll be behind the door. Go ahead, open it up.
Yes?
Oh, I beg your pardon. My name is Lyons, James Lyons. May I come in?
Why?
I'm Mr. Anthony Cardinal's valet. I think I might have something to say to you that's quite important.
Come on in. Well?
The gun in this other gentleman's hand is quite unnecessary, Mr. Bailey, believe me.
Stow it, Mike. Tuck the rod.
Okay, boss.
Well, now, let's have it. You're Cardinal's butler, and you're here. Why?
Well, sir, my entire duties were not confined to the Cardinal apartment.
Oh?
Yes, Mr. Cardinal was quite wary of you, Mr. Bailey. And very often he sent me to spy on you.
So?
Well, I just happened to be following you and this gentleman out to the country when you were practicing shooting from a car yesterday afternoon.
I get it. This is a holdup. You figure if I don't pay up, you're going to the cops.
Oh, no, sir, not the police. Never.
Well, what's the pitch?
Well, I thought perhaps Mr. Cardinal might like to know what you were doing yesterday afternoon. I'm quite certain you wouldn't want him to find out, would you?
This is District Attorney Markham. The Cardinal murder case opened when Elaine DeLeo was shot to death while in a foreign car owned by ex-racketeer Tony Cardinal. Philo Vance believes that the girl was killed by mistake, but he insists that if she weren't, then her killer was Cardinal. Al Bailey, underworld character and former boyfriend of the murdered girl, has been under surveillance, and my men report a visit to him from Cardinal's butler, James Lyons. Following the visit, Lyons went immediately to a phone booth where he is now just about...
Yeah, Jamesy, what is it? What is it?
Mr. Cardinal, I had to call you. It's urgent. I've got a very unpleasant duty to perform. Unpleasant in that I should have done it before.
Go ahead, spill it.
Mr. Cardinal?
Oh, look, never mind the English lessons now. I gotta know what it is you should have told me and didn't.
Very well, sir. Your friend, Mr. Bailey, and an associate of his were practicing target shooting from a moving car yesterday afternoon. I saw them, sir.
Oh, I get it. So it was Bailey who tried to get me and got Elaine, huh? Thanks, Jamesy. Where is Bailey now?
On his way to a private airport, I believe, sir. He owns his own plane, you know, and I've seen him fly several times. The airport is on Redley Drive.
Thanks, Jamesy. I ain't gonna forget this. Well, the cops have let me move around the way I like, so I'm leaving this joint now. Bailey thinks he's gone somewhere, does he? Well, he don't know that the only place he's gone is where I send him.
Okay, Mr. Bailey. Baggage is all stowed away. Wait till I climb in now, and then let's go.
Hurry up, Mike. Come on in so I can roll this window up and we can get going.
Where do you think you're going, Bailey?
You can't come in here. Mike! Mike, you're dragging me out of the plane.
Yeah, Bailey, I sure am. And I'm doing it myself. Me, Tony Cudnall.
Hey, look out what you're doing! Hey, Mike!
So, Tony, you come around looking for trouble, huh? Well, you're gonna get it. There.
Let him have it, Mike. Let him have it. I'm coming to help you.
That's what you think. Go. Okay, Bailey, I'm ready for you now. So you were practicing up on shooting from a car, huh? Well, I don't need no practice for this. You never saw the day you could take me in anything, Tony.
Well, excellent work, Mr. Cardinal.
It's you, Vance. Where'd you come from?
I followed you here. I wanted to see where you were going in such a hurry. Now I understand.
Yeah? What do you understand?
A lot of things. Unfortunately, one of them is not who killed Elaine DeLeo. James, you're sure you've told me all you know about Miss DeLeo?
Well, there isn't much I could have told you, Mr. Vance. I haven't been working for Mr. Cardinal very long, and she was here only once.
Where did you come from?
Well, I've been in the States for some time, sir. London before.
And before that?
Well, my grandfather came from Holland. Is that important, sir?
At the moment, no. In fact, there's only one thing that is important, James. That is to find out who killed Miss DeLeo.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm quite sure that's so, Mr. Vance.
Vance? Oh, Vance, where are you?
In the library, Markham. You may go, James.
Thank you, sir. I'll be where you can reach me, sir.
I was hoping you'd come back here, Vance. Where were you?
I just watched a very excellent demonstration of street fighting. Only this street fighting was done at an airport.
Really?
Yes, Tony Cardinal caught up with Al Bailey and a friend named Mike and did quite a job of convincing them they ought not leave town.
Where's Cardinal now?
You won't have any trouble picking him up, Markham. In fact, he's probably on his way back here.
But Vance, he's still a suspect. There still is the possibility that he killed the girl in his car.
No question about that possibility. But he's too smart to run away and make us believe what we only think now. You know, come to think of it, this whole thing could have been an act.
What whole thing?
If Tony were really smart, and he is shrewd, Markham, he might have figured I'd follow him to the airport. And he put on a very convincing display of righteous anger against Mr. Bailey. Perhaps that was done for my benefit.
Don't you want to know how it was that Tony found out Bailey was going to the airport?
Not particularly, but if I did, I know you could tell me.
How do you know that?
Markham, when the butler James Lyons left the house, I knew you had somebody watching him. I know you had somebody watching Bailey's apartment, too.
Oh?
And when Lyons saw Bailey and then went into a phone booth, and shortly after Tony Cardinal left his apartment, I knew you'd know how Tony knew about Bailey.
Vance, I give up.
Oh, not now, please, Markham. Above all, not now.
And why not now, above all other times, Vance?
One very important reason. We're very close to the solution of the Cardinal murder case.
Yes? That you, Vance? This is Cardinale.
Oh, hello. Rather late for you to be calling me, isn't it, Mr. Cardinal?
Make that Cardinale, Vance. I'm no gent. I was never cut out to be no gent. I got news for you, Vance.
Really?
Yeah. I'm blowing town.
Well, I've got news for you, my friend. I don't think you are.
Huh?
Tony, you've been trailed by the police ever since you left your apartment to go to the airport. Believe me, you haven't shaken them off your trail. But what was it you wanted to tell me?
Just this. I ain't no rat, Vance. I don't go lousing up guys with the cops. But before I bounced out of town, I wanted you to know enough to grab Bailey. Don't let him get away with this. He was trying to kill me when he got Elaine.
Well, thank you for that information. I'm glad you called, Tony. I tried to reach you at your apartment earlier to ask you a question.
What question?
How did you meet Elaine DeLeo?
Well, she was Bailey's girl. I used to see her around with him, and I got to know her.
And how did you happen to get James Lyons, your butler?
Elaine got him. She went down to one of those swanky employment joints and got him. Why?
Why? Well, Tony, after you're through talking to me and you find that there is a police officer waiting for you, as I said there'd be, ask him to bring you here to my apartment. I'm going to ask Mr. Markham over and have him bring Al Bailey and your butler, too.
What's the idea?
The idea is to clean up the Cardinal murder case. Pretty good idea, don't you think?
I'm a little sleepy, Vance, but very interested in what's going to go on here in your place.
I was sure you'd be, Markham. I think I'll get things rolling now. Tony Cardinale.
About time you got started, Vance. What's going on?
Tony, I was never convinced that it wasn't you who killed Elaine DeLeo.
No?
No. But then again, I wasn't sure you did do it either.
Oh?
Al Bailey.
Well?
You wanted Tony dead, didn't you?
I'm not talking till I see my lawyer.
It just came from seeing his doctor. I took care of that, huh, Vance?
You certainly did, Tony. Now you, James.
Yes, sir?
You were hired by Miss DeLeo, but you told me you had only seen her once when she came up to Tony's apartment. Why?
No reason, sir. I just didn't think to mention that she had hired me.
You also went to Mr. Bailey's place and tried to blackmail him into paying you to keep quiet about seeing him and his assistant target practicing from an automobile. Didn't you know you'd be followed to Mr. Bailey's?
No, sir, I didn't think of that, sir. You see, all I thought of was converting some information I had into cash.
That wasn't it at all, Lyons. You knew you were being followed. You wanted the story of Bailey's target practicing to be brought to the attention of the police. You wanted him to be arrested for murder.
I, sir? Why would I want that?
Why not? Inasmuch as you killed Elaine DeLeo.
All right, Miss Patterson, get ready to take this down, please.
Yes, Mr. Markham.
Start talking, Lyons.
Yes, sir. Well, I intended to kill Mr. Cardinal when I followed his car the night of the murder. It was parked. I couldn't see very well, and I fired at a figure nearest me. The one that should have been sitting in the driver's seat.
Just as you imagined, Vance.
That's right. Go ahead, Lyons.
Well, that's all.
That's all? Why did you want to kill Cardinal?
I have no intention of telling you that, sir.
You don't have to, Mr. Lyons. I'll supply that information, if I may. Markham, Miss DeLeo was Lyons' daughter.
Oh, daughter? How did you know that, Vance?
The name DeLeo. It's Dutch, and it means the lion. Lion, lions. Very close.
The father and daughter took different names when they came to this country?
I doubt very much whether they came to this country. You are an American, aren't you, Lyons?
It's your story, Mr. Vance. My part of it's through.
All right, then. He's an American. If he had lived abroad at all, he would have recognized that Cardinal was driving a foreign car and that the driver's seat was on the right. It was a new car, remember, and he'd never seen it before. But getting back to why Lyons wanted to kill Cardinal.
Yes, let's get that out of the way.
Lyons and his daughter were a team. She worked on important men, saw to it that her father was hired as a butler. Between them, they probably worked every racket from blackmail to robbery.
You're taking this down, Miss Patterson?
Yes, sir, I am.
The motive for killing Cardinal was simple. Lyons here was stealing from his employer. Cardinal was beginning to become suspicious, I believe. I'll need confirmation on that, Mr. Lyons.
All right, that's true. Just the way you said it. I never meant to kill my daughter. Never. And when I found the mistake I'd made, I tried to get enough money from Bailey to get out of town. I also wanted the police to find out that he and his assistant had been target practicing from a moving car. But what led you to me, Vance? Just tell me that.
The discrepancies in your stories, Lyons. Your name and Miss DeLeo's. And your very obvious attempt to have the police know about Bailey. All of those things added up. I'm inclined to believe, Mr. Lyons, that you may consider your career at an end.
No doubt about that, Vance. His career and the Cardinal murder case, both.
Yeah, it's awful quiet tonight, ain't it, Mike?
Yeah, but I don't mind. Drive around another 2 hours, call into headquarters, and somebody else can have this patrol car for the next shift. Me, I'm going to bed.
Nice houses on this street, huh?
Well, they're big, say that for 'em. People live in them, got lots of dough, say that for 'em.
Yeah.
How'd you like to live in a house like that and on the corner?
Yeah, not bad. Afraid Maggie wouldn't like it, though. Too many rooms to clean.
Ah, she wouldn't have to worry about that. Servants, pal. She'd have to have a mess of servants.
Yeah, you don't know Maggie. She wants to do everything herself. I never saw anything like
Hey,
it.
Eddie, look.
Where?
Coming out of that big house we just passed. 2 guys. They're shoving guns in their pockets. Stop this heap. We're getting out.
Right. Come on. Right with you, Mike. Get your gun out. Looks like we're in for a little action.
Hey, you two, stop! Stop or we'll shoot! They aren't stopping.
Let's let them have it.
All right. And they got the same idea first. See how they like it. They're only half a block away. We'll grab them, Eddie.
Won't have to grab both of them. One of them's hit. Look, he's staggering.
Yeah, but look at the other guy. He's got his gun against his buddy. Hey, don't!
He shot his own pal. How I'd like this shot to get him.
My turn.
We both missed. He makes that car that's parked there. We're sunk.
Well, he's made it all right. And there he goes.
All right, let's go back and get our crate. We can chase him.
Now, let's take a look at this buddy. The guy got away.
He's done for. Through. Take a look. Ever see him before?
Nope. Oh, get the people starting to come around. All right, everybody, get back. Go on home. Go to bed. Take a look for identification, Eddie.
Right.
All right, look, everybody. Nothing's going on. The show's over. Go on. Get back to bed. Get back to bed, will you?
Hey, Mike.
Yeah?
We got a real mystery on our hands. First 2 guys stick up a place, then one of them kills the other guy, and look what I found in the other one's pocket. A piece of paper. All it's got on it is 2 words. Live on. Now, what's that mean?
Mr. Parker, boss.
Don't bother me, Larry.
I don't bother people, Mr. Parker. I do just like I'm told all the time. All the time.
Well, do what you're told. I told you not to bother me.
You sore at me, boss? Sore at me?
Of course not, Larry. I'm just trying to work out some instructions for our next job. Matter of fact, I'm very pleased with you.
Oh, thanks,
You
boss.
did very well last night, robbing the Hilton home and shooting Joe when the cops hit him.
I'm glad you liked it, Mr. Parker. Joe would have started talking if the cops grabbed him alive. He was hit in the leg and couldn't keep going, so I knocked him off. I done right?
You most certainly did. Now, just hold everything momentarily, Larry. I'm not sending you on the next job. I've got other friends, you know.
Oh, sure, I know, but ain't the cops got your phone tapped? That's what you said.
Well, they suspect I'm in back of these private home holdups, Larry, but they can't prove anything. And while they can tap this phone, they can't trace whoever it is I'm calling. That's impossible on a dial phone.
Yeah.
The message for tonight is hole pin.
Hole pin.
That's right. Take care of things just like we planned, will you?
Don't give it another thought. So long.
Goodbye, my friend. Good luck to you.
Hey, gee, boss, you're smart. Really smart, I mean.
Well, thank you, Larry. Thank you very much. But I have help. A great deal of help. And from the most unexpected places and people.
And then, Mr. Vance, the paper goes on to say that the robber who killed his accomplice is being sought by the police.
Who expect to make an arrest shortly.
Oh, that's right, Mr. Vance. How did you know?
Oh, I'm smart, Miss Williams. Didn't you know?
Gosh, Mr. Vance, I've only been working for you for 3 months. You can't expect a girl to know everything in 3 months.
No, I guess not. I think, though, that...
Miss Williams, Vance.
Oh, hello, Mr.
Well,
Markham.
hello, Markham. I've rather been expecting you. Miss Williams was just telling me about the mysterious message found in the dead hold-up man's pocket.
That's why I'm here, Vance. I'd like to talk to you about the whole thing, if I may.
Well, come right into my private office, Markham. Can't have the district attorney of our fair city flaunting a furrowed forehead to the world at large. Gives the town a bad name. In here, please.
Thank you, but I'm not worrying about this town getting a bad name. I'm worrying about someone giving me a rather bad time.
Sit down, Markham, please. And let's have your problem.
Right, Vance. As you must know, there have been quite a few hold-ups of fashionable parties in the past few months.
Yes, I've read about them. In fact, you and I have discussed them from time to time. Casually, of course. But you mentioned the police suspect of Mr. Edward Parker.
We do, but Parker's clever. He has 2 or 3 stooges he sends out on the jobs. But let's take that robbery last night up on 58th Street. The one where one of the thieves shot his buddy after the police had wounded him.
What about it, Markham?
We found a slip of paper in the dead man's pocket, Vance. It said just 2 words. Live on. Then we intercepted a message Ed Parker was telephoning to someone. That message said, hole pin. Those words have some kind of meaning, I'm sure.
They most certainly have, Markham. A very definite meaning.
Not to me.
I just want a second to make sure of what I'm saying. That robbery last night on 58th Street, was it at number 4360?
Yes, but the papers all carry that.
I didn't remember it from the papers, believe me. Now I think I can tell you where the next robbery will take place.
Oh, no, Vance,
Yes,
no.
my friend. Of course, I'm not sure exactly when it will take place. But after I make a phone call, I think I'll be able to give you that information, too.
But, Vance, what you're saying is ridiculous. You can't possibly know that.
No? Well, I think I can. Just have the police at 2540 138th Street and see what happens. Yes, Markham, that's where the next hold-up attempt will be made.
I'm so happy you're having a good time, Mr. Davis. I'm so glad you're enjoying yourself. Incidentally, there's young Alice Morton over at the refreshment table. Wouldn't you like to join us?
Uh-huh. Definitely, Mrs. Blake.
I thought you would. Everybody, can I have your attention, please? At some particular time at every party, the hostess feels it her solemn duty to make an announcement. At the moment, duty calls. I think you'll all be glad to hear that we have with us that distinguished pianist, Dmitri Rabov, who has consented to play a few selections. Mr. Rabov. For his first number, Mr. Rabov plays the Rachmaninoff Prelude in G minor.
Okay, you at the piano, hold it! Everybody stay still and nobody move. There's a stick-up. Lock the door, Jimmy. Cut that out, lady. Cut it out or you'll never do no screaming no more. And don't none of you guys get brave all of a sudden. All of you got too much jewelry on. My friend here's got a big bag he's going to put in the center of the floor. Go ahead, Jimmy, out. Now. That's it. All you guys and dames, one at a time, starting from my left, dump your rocks into that bag. And don't hold out or I'll come get 'em myself. Hey, you fat dame. You start it off. That's a go.
Open up this door. Open it up. This is the police.
Hey, it's the cops. Come on, Jimmy. Out them French windows and step on it.
Stop them, somebody!
Don't let nobody try it. That's what they get if they do. All right, bust through them French windows, Jimmy. Let's get going.
Open the door, somebody! Let the police in!
There they are. There. Which way they go?
Out the French windows. They might still be in the garden.
Okay, lady. Come on, Eddie. Let's get after them. They're around anywhere. We'll get them.
Coming. Yes?
How do you do? I'm Philo Vance. You're Mrs. Blake?
Yes, I am. Please come in, both of you.
This is District Attorney Markham, Mrs. Blake.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Won't you gentlemen come in and sit down?
We're not going to stay very long, Mrs. Blake. We just wanted to speak to you about the party in your house last night.
It was terrible. If the police hadn't arrived, every one of my guests would have been robbed.
If Mr. Vance hadn't told us that there'd be a robbery attempt at this address, the police wouldn't have arrived so conveniently, Mrs. Blake. But we'd like a description of the men who held up your guests.
Now, let's see. They were both average height. The one with the gun had a long, thin nose and a cut under his right eye.
Uh-huh.
The other was, well, just an ordinary-looking person.
I see. Mrs. Blake, I understand your position in the social world, and I imagine that this was rather embarrassing to you.
Well, it would have been under ordinary circumstances, but there have been several attempted hold-ups at parties recently, so I don't feel too badly.
What we want to know is whether you recognized either of the two men, Mrs. Blake. Had you ever seen either one of them before?
I'm quite sure I didn't. They both wore masks, but from their general appearance, I'm certain I'd never seen either one.
We thought that perhaps they might have been servants employed either by you or some of your friends who were victims of previous robberies, Mrs. Blake.
I doubt that very much. Is there anything else, gentlemen?
I think not, Mrs. Blake. Thank you so much for your kindness.
It's quite all right. Please drop in again if you like, only let's make it a less formal visit.
Well, thank you.
We may do that, Mrs. Blake. At least one of us might do that. That one of us being me.
I'd be glad to see you at any time, Mr. Vance. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Blake.
What's getting into you, Emily? You going crazy?
No, I don't think so, Ed. Why?
Why? He gave Vance and Markham a perfect description of one of my boys. You'll blow this racket of ours sky high before we really get started.
You're such an alarmist, Ed. I didn't tell them anything they couldn't have gotten from any of the guests who were here last night. What'd you want me to do? Give them a false description so that the trail would lead directly to me?
I'm sorry, Emily. I guess I didn't think of that. Now, let's get back to what we were talking about before Vance and Markham got here.
I think we'd better talk about what happened when Vance and Markham got here. We can't use that code anymore, Ed. Vance has already broken it.
How do you know?
Markham said that Vance knew the holdup was to be here. They've tapped your wire, Ed, heard you give instructions in cipher, and broke the code.
That Vance is too smart. Maybe I ought to take care of him.
Maybe you shouldn't have started with him.
How'd I know he'd be called in on this case? There weren't supposed to be any murders, you know that. Larry killed Joe and the cop's bullet got him, but we didn't plan on that.
No. But in order to be successful at anything, Ed, it's well to be prepared for emergencies. Nothing ever goes entirely according to plan.
Well, our next job ought to. Where's it going to be?
Let me see. I have the invitation right here in my desk. Mr. and Mrs. Cornelius Worthington requests a pleasure. Let me see. Tomorrow night. That's it, tomorrow night at the Worthington home. And if I know Celia Worthington, she'll have everybody who means anything in this town at her house.
Good. This time we don't fool around with codes or with anything else. This time I do the job myself. Larry and I.
I like that. That means there'll be only 3 ways to split. You and Larry and me.
2.5 ways. We'll cut Larry's piece down to a half of what he's supposed to get.
He never knows what he's going to get.
You know, Ed, I think we ought to give a little thought to Philo Vance. He might give us trouble.
Him? I don't think so. Let him interfere with this, and he won't know what he's going to get either.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Cipher murder case opened with the shooting of a hold-up man by his own accomplice. In the dead man's pocket was found a code message which Vance succeeded in breaking down, to such an extent that when I told him we had tapped the telephone wire of a Mr. Ed Parker and heard him say, "hole pin," Vance immediately gave the address of the next hold-up attempt. We were able to thwart that effort as a consequence, but had no idea where the gang intended to strike again. It is for this reason that I'm calling on Vance, whom I expect to find in his office. Vance, where are you?
In my private office, Markham. Come right in.
I'm on the way. How are you today, Vance?
Very well, which apparently is more than I can say for you. What's bothering you, Markham?
This Cipher case, Vance. We've continued to tap Ed Parker's phone, but we've gotten nothing from him that even resembles a code.
I didn't imagine you would.
You think he knows we've succeeded in figuring out his code?
I'm reasonably certain of that.
Just because the police broke up that holdup at Mrs. Blake's the other night?
That's only one reason, Markham. But the others aren't to be discussed right now.
Vance, you know the police broke that code Parker used. It took them some time. Yet you figured it in less than a minute.
I'll explain that to you, Markham, but not now. Right now, I'm wondering where that holdup mob will hit next, and how I can find out.
Well, they seem to be concentrating on gatherings of the elite. Strictly social stuff.
Really? Well, then the chances are that Mrs. Emily Blake would be invited to the next affair. And she did invite me to call on her, remember, Markham?
Yes.
I think I'll accept that invitation, my friend.
I see. You intend to get her to tell you when the next big social event will take place and perhaps ask you to accompany her. Vance, you're a very resourceful man.
That isn't the only reason I'm doing it, Markham. Don't forget, Mrs. Blake is a very charming woman.
Julia, hurry with my hair. I don't have all night, you know.
I know, Mrs. Blake. I won't be a moment. I've laid out all your jewelry on the dressing table. You can be ready in a moment after I get finished.
Well, then hurry up and get finished, why don't you? I'll get that myself. You stand in back of me and finish my hair while I'm talking.
Very well, madame.
Hello?
Emily, this is Cornelius Worthington.
Cornelius. Don't tell me I'm that late that you called to find out what was delaying me.
No, not quite. Emily, dear, there's a change in plans about the party tonight.
Oh?
Yes, one of the children's ill, and they've quarantined our house.
Oh, how dreadful, Corny.
We called the Applebys, and they're going to have our party at their house. Come there, won't you? I've got a dozen people to call, so I've got to cut this short. The Applebys are at 651.
651?
131st Street.
131st Street.
You don't mind, Emily?
Oh, it's perfectly all right, Corny. I understand. Toodaloo.
Oh, I'm finished, Mrs. Blake.
Oh, good. Now, hand me that telephone.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wait. There's someone at the door. Here, call this number and just give them this message. The message is Bop Pip.
Bop Pip?
Yes, do it right away, will you? I'll get that door myself.
I'll do it, but I don't know what I'm doing.
Coming. Good evening. Please come in.
Good evening, Mrs. Blake. Why, you're staring at me. Is anything wrong? Is it the white tie or the topper?
It isn't either, Mr. Vance. Only you seem to look as if you belonged in a white tie. That's rather strange attire for a private investigator, isn't it?
Yes, but at the moment I'm not working at my chosen profession. You did invite me to call, didn't you?
Why, yes. But I'm going out tonight.
I thought you might be, hence these evening clothes. May I go with you?
Well, why not?
Thank you. By the way, Mrs. Blake, you look quite charming.
Thank you. My wrap, Vance, it's over by the chair.
Of course. Here you are. Beautiful shoulders, Mrs. Blake. Beautiful.
I'm going to run out of thank yous. But I warn you, it'll be long after you run out of compliments.
Perhaps. Where are we going, or shouldn't I ask?
We're going to a party.
Oh?
It was supposed to be held at the Worthingtons, but it's over at the Appleby's. That won't bother you any.
We're still going.
Of course.
It won't bother me any. Shall we go?
Vance, I think you're the most charming man I've ever known.
That, Mrs. Blake, speaks eloquently for my conceit and very badly for the other men with whom you've been. Are all social parties this dull?
No, only the ones I've been to.
Score one for the distaff side of the combination. You know, I think we're getting along rather well.
I'm glad to hear that. We were, as far as I was concerned. But I'll have you know that when you walked into this room, every woman in the place turned to stare at you.
I didn't notice.
Used to that sort of attention, Vance?
Immune to it. Tell me, who is everybody here?
Well, let's see. That's Appleby Jr. over there. His dad owns mills or something. And next to him...
Mrs. Appleby?
Don't be naive. That's Celia Worthington.
Oh.
Mrs. Appleby is over by the piano with Cornelius Worthington.
Cozy, isn't it? What happens when it comes time to go home?
See that light switch next to you?
Yes.
At midnight, somebody turns that out, and everybody rejoins the partner he came here with.
No wonder people are looking so strangely at us. Tell me more about the others.
Well, there's Montgomery Todd over there. Mr. Todd is the tall man looking vaguely around the room.
And Mrs. Todd?
Well, she's the one Montgomery is looking vaguely around the room for. She's the thin woman over by the palms at the other end of the room. Very wealthy.
Isn't everybody here?
Practically.
Okay, everybody. Don't anybody do anything except what I tell them, and nobody will be hurt.
Another robbery.
All right,
Sort of
quiet.
an epidemic lately, isn't it?
Now, look, all of you, you've all got jewels. They're probably all insured. Now, we want them, and we don't want any trouble getting them. I want all the men to turn their backs. The lights. What happened to the lights?
Hey, boss, there's a trap. Let's get out of here fast.
Come on, let's get
I guess I can turn the lights on now, don't you think, Mrs. Blake?
You acted very quickly, Vance. Congratulations.
Congratulations to you, too, Mrs. Blake. Perhaps you didn't act as quickly, but your acting was very good just the same.
Markham speaking.
Markham, this is Vance. I've just left Mrs. Blake. The party we were going to switched addresses at the last moment.
Yes, I know. My men found only servants home when they went to cover the Worthington house.
2 men just tried to hold up the guests at this party, Markham. I slipped away to call you and report.
Oh, glad you did. Sergeant Heath found out where the party was. He just called in to say he picked up 2 men who were fleeing from the Appleby mansion. Come on down here, Vance. I'll have them here in a few moments.
I'll be there, Markham, and I'll bring Mrs. Blake with me. I'm quite sure she can supply all the identification we need. Right in here, Mrs. Blake, if you will. This is District Attorney Markham's office.
This is all very distasteful to me, Vance.
I'm sorry, but it has to be done. Please come in.
All right.
Just a moment, please. Just a moment. Hello, Vance. Glad you're here. Good evening, Mrs. Blake.
Hello, Mr. Markham.
Mrs. Blake, we picked up these 2 men as they were running from the Appleby house an hour ago. Can you identify them as the men who tried to hold up the guests of the party?
Well, no. No, I can't.
They're the men who tried to hold up tonight's party, Markham. I recognize them.
Thank you, Vance. I guess that's all we need. We can take them in and break up the mob that's been preying at society functions.
Do you have all of the mob members, Markham?
We have Parker here. He's the one whose phone we had tapped. And Larry Dayton, that's the short individual in the corner there. We think he's Parker's #1 helper. There may be 1 or 2 others, but we'll get them.
I'm quite sure you will. You might as well have everyone connected with the thefts, Markham. For instance, you might take this very important member of the gang, Mrs. Emily Blake.
What's...
I? Mr. Vance, you can't mean
Are
that.
you sure, Vance?
Quite. And I can mean that, Mrs. Blake. I can do more than mean it. I can prove it.
I'd like nothing better than to relax at the end of a case, Vance, but we've gotten confessions from Mrs. Blake and Ed Parker, and I'm still not relaxed.
Well, Markham, what's the trouble?
You know, I told you the police broke that code that Parker was using, but never explained it to me. I want to know first how you broke it, and so quickly.
Oh, that. Well, let me see. The original code message found on the dead man was, "Live on," right?
Yes.
And the robbery the dead man was fleeing from took place at 4360 58th Street.
Yes.
The letters in the words "live on" became the numbers 4360 and 58, Markham. By use of a code word, each letter becomes a number. That's why when you intercepted Parker's message about hole pin, I was able to tell you the address of the next attempted stick-up.
But how could you have broken the code so quickly?
The minute I saw it, I knew it as well as I knew my own name. In fact, it was my own name.
Your own name? What?
Philo Vance. The P was 1, the H 2, the I 3, the L 4, and so on.
Well, I'll be darned. They picked your name. I wonder why.
2 reasons. 1, it was known to everybody involved. And 2, they never thought I'd be called in on a mere series of robberies.
Well, that brings me up to the question of Mrs. Blake's guilt, Vance.
That? Well, it started because I believed there had to be somebody on the inside tipping off the gang as to where these parties were being held. I didn't suspect Mrs. Blake until after the robbery at her house when, in an effort to divert suspicion from herself, she described one of the masked thieves too well.
How do you mean, too well?
She said he had a cut under his eye. Now, if he had worn a mask, and we know he did, she couldn't have seen the cut. That got me to thinking. And then I learned that Cornelius Worthington was giving a party. I went to him and got him to switch his party to the Appleby's house.
Why?
Well, Worthington was to wait at his home and escort every other guest to the Appleby's personally. There, the guests were to be told the phone was out of order. But Worthington was to call Mrs. Blake and tell her about the change in plans for the party.
Oh, I see now. Then when the party was held up, it was only Mrs. Blake who could have been in touch with Ed Parker to tell him the new address.
Exactly. Anything else, Markham?
I think not, Vance. I do think that lack of funds and a desire to maintain her social position must have put Mrs. Blake in the middle of this situation.
I imagine so. But let's forget her and the middle of this situation. Let's realize we've reached the end of the Cipher murder case.
Listen to me, men. Please, listen to me. I don't have to stand here on a street corner and talk to you. Nobody pays me to do it.
Okay, then why do you do it?
Because I'm a citizen. I'm a citizen the same as all of you, and I want you to know the same things I know about Jonathan Graves and his political gang who is trying to steal your votes. They're crooked men, completely crooked. They're in politics for their own personal good, not the good of the community.
That's right.
Now be sure you remember that when you go to the polls election day. That's all I've got to say. Thanks for listening.
Wait a minute, Masters. I want to talk to you.
Oh, it's you, Graves. What could you have to say to me?
That was quite a speech you made.
Thank you.
You seem to be able to influence people very nicely.
Well, I read that book you've heard about.
Don't get cute, Masters. You're a very honest, upstanding young fellow, and I'm sure we could use you in our organization.
What you mean is you could use me so that I don't fight against your organization.
That's your interpretation. Of course, there is an element of logic in it. The truth is that if you keep up these street corner talks, you're going to get a lot of people disliking us.
That's the best news I've had all day. So long.
Wait a minute, young fellow. Don't be in such a hurry to get away. It might be very valuable to you to stick around and listen a few minutes.
I doubt it. The only thing I'd consider valuable would be if you and your crooked colleagues withdrew from the election.
No, we can't do that, my boy. You know that. We've got too much at stake. It's cost us a lot of money to build up our candidates. We can't just withdraw them just like that.
In that case, we've nothing to talk about.
Oh, but we have. We have something to talk about that should be very near and dear to you. You.
What about me?
You have your choice at the moment, Masters. A choice of being a quite wealthy, silent young man, or a very definitely dead one.
Come on in, Eddie. The water's fine.
Well, move over. Give the guy room to die.
Okay.
You want all the water in this pool for yourself?
Hello, boy. Welcome to Poolville, Eddie, old pal. I'll race you to the end.
No, Bill, I just as soon splash around a little. Relaxes me better.
Whew. A little tightened up from those street corner talks you've been making, huh?
No, not particularly. And incidentally, I'm getting results from him. Old man Graves is a little worried about my activities. He heard my speech this morning.
Well, don't stop, Eddie. This town will go on the rocks if Graves and his gang get in.
No, and I know it. Only that isn't what's really bothering me.
Huh? What is?
You remember Joe Cates?
Yeah, vaguely. Why?
I'm worried about Joe. He doesn't like me.
He doesn't like you because his girl does. That's nothing, Eddie. Lots of guys have fallen in love with another guy's girl. Come on, let's make the end of the pool.
What?
I'll give you a couple of yards start.
Well, I'll swim there with you, but let's not race.
Okay.
I'd rather talk.
Look, talking and swimming aren't for me. Let's sit up the edge of the pool if you want to gab.
Good enough.
Okay. What's with this Joe Gates business?
Well, he came to see me last night, Bill, and he warned me to stay away from Dorothy, or else.
You think he was serious?
Yes, he certainly sounded it. I don't scare easily, Bill. We wound up in quite a battle. I finally had to clip him.
Went that far, huh?
Further. In fact, it went so far that I sat down and wrote the district attorney a letter saying that if anything happened to me, they ought to grab Joe Cates right away.
Where's the letter?
In my desk. I told Joe I was going to write it, but I didn't tell him where I'd put it.
Naturally. Well, I hope this thing's only in your imagination, Eddie.
I do, too, but I'm afraid it's not. Well, want to hop in for a swim now? Getting that thing off my chest kind of made me feel better. All right, now I'll race you to the end of the pool and back, and then we'll get dressed, okay?
You got it, Eddie. Here we go.
Yep.
Wow, look at it come down,
Yeah.
Eddie.
Bad.
I guess old Joe Pluvius didn't think we got wet enough in the pool.
Probably. Lucky I don't live very far.
Wait with me out here, and I'll get a cab and drop you off.
No, by the time you get a cab, I'll be home in bed. All I have to do is walk to the corner, turn it, and I'm practically on my front doorstep.
Lucky you.
Yeah.
Okay, Eddie, I'll be seeing you. And don't worry about Joe Cates.
I'll try not to. Hope you get that cab in a hurry.
Thanks. Night.
Night.
Oh, good evening, officer.
Well,
Awful night, isn't it?
It ain't good. Waiting for a taxi?
That's right. My friend is Lucky. He lives just around the corner. That's him walking down the street now.
Well, he doesn't seem to be too much in a hurry.
He's got a lot on his mind. Hey, officer, look.
What is it?
That fellow with a slouch hat and his coat collar turned up. Came out of a doorway and followed Eddie around the corner. I don't like that. Come on.
What the?
That was a shot, officer. Hurry.
I knew it was a shot, and I'm hurrying as fast as I can.
Who was this Eddie?
Eddie Masters, guy I've known for years. We were swimming together just now, and he was worried
Here's
about...
the corner. Let's see if he had something to worry about. He sure did. Is that him on the ground over there?
Sure is, and that guy bending over him. Grab him, officer. He's starting to run.
He ain't gonna get very far. Stop, you! Stop or I'll shoot!
No, don't shoot, don't.
Eddie. Okay, you.
Eddie, what happened?
I saw you throw your gun away just now. You're coming to headquarters with me.
No, officer, no, I didn't do it. I didn't shoot him.
No, huh? Well, you just happen to be out for a stroll in this lovely weather, huh? Come on, back with me. I'll go pick up your gun and take you downtown.
I didn't do it, officer. I swear I didn't.
Why'd you run away when you saw us coming around the corner?
I was going to chase the guy who did shoot him. That's all I was going to do, honest.
Stop your lying. Let's see if your victim's friend knows who you are. How is he, my boy?
He's dead, officer.
That's what I thought. Recognize this guy I grabbed? Hold your head up, you.
Sure I recognize him. He's the guy I saw sneaking around the corner after Eddie. He's the fella Eddie was afraid would kill him, and he did. He's Joe Cates.
Hello, Miss Morgan.
Oh, Mr. Vance, please come in.
Thank you. Is Mr. Markham in?
He's in his private office. He's been trying to reach you.
Yes, I know. I phoned my office and they gave me the message.
Is that you, Vance?
That's right, Markham.
Please come in here, will you, Vance?
Well, the command of the district attorney permits no pleasantries between you and me, Miss Morgan. Excuse me.
Of course.
Hello, Markham.
How are you, Vance?
Fine, thank you. And you?
I'm not sure. Sit down, won't you, Vance?
Yes, thanks.
I have something on my mind, something important.
Of course. Does it have anything to do with the trial you're conducting?
Everything. Vance, I left that courtroom today knowing definitely I can get a conviction in the state's case against Joe Cates.
And that bothers you?
Yes. Every bit of evidence points to Cates being the killer. Yet when we adjourned today, for the first time in my life, I was sorry that I'm the district attorney.
Well, this sounds serious, Markham. Tell me about it.
I'll tell you as much as I know. Joe Cates was picked up near the spot where Edward Masters was murdered, and we rushed the case to trial, as you know.
Tell me the things I don't know, Markham. Perhaps that would be easier.
All right. A witness, Bill Miller, saw this Joe Cates follow the victim around the corner. Then Miller and a policeman heard a shot and found Cates bending over Masters' body.
The newspapers say Cates threw away his gun and started to run, but the policeman overtook and overpowered him. That's the way it happened, isn't it, Markham?
Yes, and despite a letter in which Masters wrote he feared Cates, I'll tell you something, Vance. Cates denies shooting Masters, and I don't entirely disbelieve him.
No?
No, despite this letter the victim wrote naming Cates as the man who had threatened him.
It seems there's rather a complete case against Mr. Cates, but you say you don't entirely disbelieve Cates' claim that he didn't kill Masters. Why?
I don't know why. Call it a sixth sense, call it anything you like, but I don't think he did it. Everything points to him, and I'm sure I'll get a conviction when the case goes to the jury. But I don't believe he did it.
Well, perhaps he didn't. Perhaps someone else did murder Mr. Masters. He had political enemies, I believe.
Yes, but Vance, it's the ballistics report on the gun that the police officer picked up that proved our conclusive evidence against Cates. The officer saw him throw it away. And it's the murder gun, all right, a pearl-handled automatic, a .45.
I know why you tried to reach me. As the district attorney, there isn't anything you can do to prevent Joe Cates from being convicted.
But as a man, I'm sure he didn't murder Masters. And tomorrow I've got to put him on the stand and convince the jury that he's guilty.
I know how you feel. Let me see. There are 3 reasons why Cates is believed guilty. The witness who saw him trail Masters around the corner, the letter written by Masters and indicting Cates, and Cates' gun, which the officer saw him throw away and which has been proved to be the murder weapon.
That's right. Combined, they form irrefutable testimony against Cates.
But you're not too happy about the certain proof you have that Cates is a murderer.
Definitely not. Only there isn't anything I can do about it.
I don't like to see you unhappy, Markham. Maybe there's something I can do about it. I'll be at the trial tomorrow.
Quiet in the courtroom, please. Continue with your interrogation of the witness, Mr. Defense Attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, I'd like him to identify this photograph.
Excuse me. May I... Pardon me, please.
I've saved a seat for you, Mr. Vance. Here.
Thank you, Miss Morgan. Well, how is Mr. Markham doing?
Wonderfully. He can't miss getting a conviction. The defense attorney is questioning the main witness now, but it won't mean a thing. Listen.
Now, the photograph you just looked at, Mr. Miller, shows the scene of the crime, Blake and Daggett Streets, and includes the spot where you were standing. Is that correct?
That's right.
Now, you say you saw a figure whom you identified as Joe Cates turning the corner after the victim, Mr. Masters, had passed.
That's right.
Now, do you mean to say that you could definitely identify a figure in a pouring rain late at night, a figure with his coat collar up and his hat pulled down at so great a distance?
Yes, I do. I'm positive it was Joe Cates. The street lights were bright enough for me to see him. I even knew what color suit he was wearing under his coat. I could see the color of his trousers. That's how bright it was.
That's all. Your witness, Mr. Markham.
No questions.
See what I mean, Mr. Vance? Mr. Markham has a cinch in this case.
So it appears.
Your Honor, I wish to call back upon the stand my client, Mr. Cates.
Very well.
Mr. Cates, please, will you take the stand?
Yeah, I'll do it. Okay, now what?
Mr. Cates, the state declares that a police officer seized you a short distance from where Mr. Masters' body was found lying on the ground.
Well?
A witness, Mr. Miller, says he saw you turn the corner shortly after Mr. Masters had passed.
That's right, I did turn the corner. I was following Masters to protect him.
From what?
I knew he was in danger. I knew I'd be blamed. I was following him to see that nothing happened to him.
Mr. Cates, a police officer says he saw you throw your gun away. Is that true?
Yes, I did throw my gun away. I didn't want to be caught with it on me.
The state says that gun the officer picked up, the one you threw away, killed Edward Masters.
I know. I've heard it a dozen times, only I can't help what the state says. All I know is I didn't do it.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Masters murder case began with the finding of Edward Masters' body, with Joe Cates discovered bending over the body seconds later. Cates had thrown away his gun when the officer approached, and later it was found to be the murder weapon. Cates is on trial, and I'm prosecuting him, but I have a strong feeling that despite the evidence, he is not the killer. Because of my misgivings, Philo Vance is in the courtroom as the trial continues with the defense attorney questioning the prisoner. It is sometime...
Mr. Cates, I want you to tell the court. Now, you admit throwing your gun away when the policeman approached. Tell the court, where did you get that gun?
Down at Henry's pawn shop. I paid $20 for it.
How many times had you fired that gun, Mr. Cates?
I never fired it. Never in my life.
Quiet in the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. You never fired it?
No, I tell you, never. Once when I was cleaning it at my place right after I got it, it went off accidentally, but I never fired it at anybody.
The police established definitely that it was the gun you threw away that fired the shot that killed Mr. Masters. Now, how do you explain that?
I'll tell you how. I'm being framed, that's how. I never fired that gun. I never aimed it at anybody, and I never murdered Edward Masters, but it doesn't look to me like anybody's going to believe that.
Well, this is Henry's pawn shop, Vance. Do I go in with you?
No, Markham, please. I want to do this alone if you don't mind. Wait for me, will you?
Of course. After the trial this afternoon, I don't mind being alone, believe me.
The trial isn't over yet, Markham. Tomorrow's another day. And by tomorrow, we may have some hope for Cates.
I hope so, Vance.
I won't be long.
Yes? Yes? What can I do for you, sir?
I'm not sure. Can anyone hear us?
There's no one here, sir. Nobody but the two of us. What is it you want?
A gun.
I'm sorry, sir. Guns do not sell. If you have something to pawn, I'll gladly look at it. If you wish to purchase something, I'll gladly sell it. Except guns. Guns I do not sell.
I've got a lot of money.
Money wouldn't help me if I went to jail. A lot of money, you say?
That's what I said.
What kind of a gun?
How much do you want for a .45 automatic, pearl-handled?
With a pearl handle, it'll cost you $100. Without, it's less.
How much less?
I have a foreign pistol for $20. I have them for any price over that.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to know. I'll be back.
When they say they'll be back, they never come back. Plenty of money, huh?
Good day, sir.
Well, Vance, what'd you find out?
Nothing definite, Markham, but something that insists that I continue on this case. I don't know how I'm going to prove it at the moment, but I think that I can blast the most incriminating evidence against Joe Cates. Possession of the murder gun.
Yes, Miss Burke?
There's a Mr. Akins to see you, sir.
Who? Mr. Akins. I don't know any Mr. Akins. You sure he wants to see me?
He said he wanted to see you, Mr. Graves. He asked if you were the political leader, and I told him yes, and then he said he had something very private and personal to discuss with you.
What could that be?
I'm sure I don't know, sir.
Well, send him in. Then if you like, you can leave.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Graves.
Private and personal. What could that be?
Mr. Graves.
Come in, Mr. Akins. What can I do for you?
I rather think it's something you can do for yourself. Yes, Mr. Graves, that's exactly what I rather think.
And what does that mean?
Mr. Graves, I live at the corner of Blake and Daggett Street, above the drugstore.
Well?
Remember that rainy night when that fellow, what's his name? Yes, Eddie Masters, was shot?
Yes? What about it?
Well, I was standing at the window, looking out. I like to look out when it rains. I think streets are prettiest when it's raining.
Forget the streets. What's on your mind?
Well, my windows face the corner where Masters was shot. And I saw who shot him. I rather think it was you, Mr. Graves. I've seen your pictures in the papers often. Yes, I rather think it was you.
Oh, you do, huh?
Oh, yes. I was going to mention it to my wife, but I said to myself, no, I said, I'm going to see Mr. Graves himself. I'm sure he'll give me something for not saying anything about this to anybody. You see, I was rather sure you would.
You were. You were sure you were going to get something to keep your mouth closed.
I was rather certain of it.
You're going to get something to keep it closed, all right? Keep it closed for good.
Oh, no. No, please.
This, Markham, will prove something to us or nothing, but it must be done.
Granted, it must be, if you say so. But what is it, Vance?
This is Joe Cates' apartment. He told the court from the witness stand that he had a gun and had fired a bullet from it accidentally the other day.
Yes.
The bullet apparently entered into the woodwork about here. I'm getting it out.
And what do you want with that bullet, Vance?
Support of a theory of mine, for one thing, Markham.
Should we answer that, Vance?
Why not? It's for you.
For me? The phone rings in Joe Cates' apartment and you know it's for me. Vance, how's that possible?
Relatively simple. It can't be for Cates. Everybody knows he's in jail. And I did call your office and leave word you'd be here.
Well, it could also be a wrong number. Don't forget that. Hello.
Mr. Markham, Riley.
Riley. Vance was right again.
Right?
Nothing, Riley, nothing. What is it?
There's been another murder, Mr. Markham. Quiet fellow named Akins, George Akins.
Yes?
Lived at the corner of Blake and Daggett Street. We picked his body out of a lot. Shot through the head.
Where are you calling from?
The morgue. Akins' widow just identified the body. Thought I'd let you know.
Well, I'm glad you did. Thanks, Riley. Bye. Well, Vance, just to make matters worse, there's been another murder. A fellow named Akins lived at the corner of Blake and Daggett Streets. Shot through the head.
Well, rather unfortunate for Mr. Akins. But it doesn't make matters worse for us.
Why not? It's just another murder the police will have to solve.
Perhaps. Where did the murder of Edward Masters take place, Markham?
At the corner of Blake and Daggett. Vance.
You see what I mean, Markham? I think perhaps our Mr. Akins might have seen the Masters murder, tried a shakedown, and got himself killed for his efforts. Sounds reasonable, doesn't it?
Well, it can't be coincidence.
That's the way I feel about it, too. Now, Markham, there's something I want you to do for me. I want to be present when the bullet taken from Akins is compared with this bullet I just took out of the wall in Kate's apartment.
All right, Vance, but why?
Because the answer to that question is the answer to the Masters murder, Markham.
Okay, Mr. Vance, I've looked. No doubt about it. The two bullets are identical.
Thanks, Riley. Satisfied, Markham?
I'm completely satisfied that the bullet we took out of the wall in Kate's apartment came from the same gun as the bullet that killed Akins. But what does that prove?
Everything. Everything to my satisfaction. I'm convinced now that Cates did not kill Masters. Satisfied beyond the shadow of a doubt. And I understand that Masters was particularly active against a political organization trying to get into power.
That's right. He made street corner speeches against the organization every day.
The head of that party is a Mr. Jonathan Graves, I believe.
Yes.
Get him in your office, Markham. I'm going to see Akins' widow. With half a break, we'll clear up this case in an hour.
I'm a busy man, Markham, a very busy man. What's the idea of getting me down here to your office?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Graves, it's Philo Vance's idea.
Vance? Well, if it's his idea, where is he?
On the way here, I hope. He went to see the widow of that fellow Akins, the one whose body the police picked up a little while ago.
What's that got to do with me?
I'm afraid Vance will have to tell you that when he gets.
I'm here to tell Mr. Graves right
Oh.
now. Thank you, Markham, for getting him here.
If you're Vance, don't thank him for getting me here. Thank me for coming.
My thanks to both of you. Mr. Graves, I've just come from seeing the widow of George Akins.
So Markham was telling me.
She told me a rather strange thing. She said that her husband was going to see you just before he was shot.
Maybe he was. He never got to my office, though.
That's still stranger. The young lady in your office told me that she showed Akins in to see you. That's the reason I was delayed, Markham. I saw both Mrs. Akins and Mr. Graves' office assistant.
Okay, so he was in to see me. What about it? He left. I never saw him again.
Mr. Graves, you made a terrible error, leaving your gun in your desk drawer.
You don't trick me, Vance. I didn't leave it in any drawer. I've got it with me right here.
Thank you. I'll just take it if you don't mind. Come now, Mr. Graves. You have no reason for not giving it to me, have you?
No, of course I haven't. No, I won't do it. I won't give it to you.
Oh, yes, you will. I'm taking it from you.
Stop it, you break. There, you've got it now. What do you want it for?
For a wonderful reason, Mr. Graves. It's undoubtedly the gun that killed Mr. Akins, for one thing.
You think my gun killed Akins?
No, but this is not your gun. I think your gun killed Edward Masters. It was Joe Cates' gun that killed Akins. But you fired both guns, Mr. Graves. Markham, when Cates' trial is resumed tomorrow, ask that the charge against him be dismissed and that Mr. Graves be held for Masters' murder.
Vance, would you explain to me about the murder gun? That's what's been bothering me.
It will bother you no longer, Markham. The gun that killed Masters was a pearl-handled automatic, right?
That's right.
Cates' gun, the one that he bought from the pawnbroker, was a foreign pistol. Cates told me he paid $20 for his gun. You can't buy a pearl-handled automatic for $20.
Oh, I see now.
The police officer picked up the murder gun, all right, but it wasn't the gun Cates threw away. That the murderer himself came back to find after the crowd had dispersed.
Give me that slowly, will you, Vance? Please?
Certainly. Cates threw his gun away when the policeman arrived.
Yes.
The murderer, Graves, saw him do it.
Uh-huh.
Graves had previously thrown his gun away when he was running with Cates after him.
Oh, I see now. Graves came back to pick up Cates' gun and keep it.
Keep it until he had to use it to kill Mr. Akins.
Uh-huh.
Apparently, my idea as to why Akins was killed was correct. He saw Graves kill Masters.
I don't see why Graves didn't get rid of Cates' gun after he picked it up.
No reason for him to, Markham. That gun hadn't killed anyone until he himself used it on Akins. Then he didn't dare get rid of it because if it were ever proven that it was Cates' gun, Cates would be absolved of the murder of Masters and the real murderer sought.
This has really been a beauty, hasn't it, Vance? Every possible element seemed to point to Cates as Masters' killer. But you found a way of breaking all of them down.
Well, Markham, I was glad to do it for a number of reasons. One of them is that all this publicity after Graves' indictment will mean that his crooked political machine will be at an end.
That's quite a coincidence, Vance. Yes, the end of the machine and, of course, the end of the Masters murder case.
My niece wants to see me, does she?
Yes, she does.
What's the matter? Isn't she content he doesn't live here? Must she intrude even when I'm trying to read?
She say for me to tell you this. I tell you that is all I know.
All right, Dora, let her come in. But you are to do something for me.
Yes, Mr. Benton. Whatever it is, I do it.
You are to listen outside the door when Irene comes in. Listen. And remember everything she says.
Many years I work for you, Mr. Benton. Never do you ask me to do something like
Never
that.
mind whether you ever did it before. Do it now. And get her in here right away. Do you hear me? Right away.
Yes, Mr. Benton. I hear you right away. Miss Benton, go in here, please. Thank you, Dora.
Well, what is it, Irene?
Uncle Walter.
What? Confound it, girl. What is it?
Uncle Walter, I want to leave this house. I'm going away.
Good. Goodbye.
I've come to ask you a favor. I'll need some money, just enough to get started in another city, just until I get a job.
You'll need some money, will you? And you think I'll give it to you? Haven't I done enough for you? Haven't you lived here with me for 10 years ever since your father died?
Yes, that's true.
Well, what's the matter? Isn't this house good enough for you? Does everybody starve you? You work too hard around here?
Uncle Walter, you don't want me here. You've only kept me with you so you could have me near enough to hurt every time you wanted to. You hated my father, and you've never done anything but make me pay for the way you felt about him.
No, I'm cruel, am I?
You're the meanest man in the world. I can't stay here any longer. I've become a good textile designer. I can get a job, but I don't want it to be anywhere near you. I'm afraid of being near you.
Afraid, are you? You're afraid of what I might do to you?
No, Uncle Walter, it isn't that. I'm afraid of what I might do to you.
Yes, Miss Thomas, what is it?
Mr. Benton is still waiting to see you, Mr. French.
All right, send him in.
French, what's the idea of keeping me waiting?
Sit down, Benton, and don't scream at me. I don't scare easily.
Oh, you don't, huh? Good. French, you put in a bid for the Cooperated Industries construction job. Lowest bid they got. You're going to get the order.
Well, what about it?
You're going to get the order, but you're not going to take it.
Oh, I'm not, eh? And why not?
Because my firm made the second lowest bid, and when you tell Cooperated you won't take the order, it'll go to me. And I want it.
What makes you think I'm going to tell Cooperated that?
A little information I happen to have about you and what you were before you came to this city.
I said I don't scare easily, Benton, but I want to add to that. I don't bluff easily either.
Bluff? I'm not bluffing, French. I never bluff. Let me read you a report. A report I assure you I'd have no hesitancy in reading to Mrs. French and your children if you forced me to.
I'm listening.
Washington, D.C., December 1918. This is a clipping from a Washington paper, French. Listen. Washington, D.C., December 1918. The State Department today released a list of men who were wanted for draft evasion in the World War. Men who so far have not been apprehended. Among
Wait a minute, Benton. How'd you get that clipping?
A friend of mine got it for me. I had to pay him a lot to trace your background, but he did, and he got me this. And, French, I intend to do just what I said I would. If you don't...
Get out of here, Benton.
Get out. Get out? Sure, I'll get out. I'll get out when you tell me you aren't accepting the cooperated order.
I've got to take it, Benton. I put every dime I could lay my hands on into a plant that could handle that assignment. I can't give it up.
No? Well, I'm not an unreasonable man. I'll give you until tomorrow morning to decide which it is you can't stand. Bankruptcy or disgrace.
You mean that, don't you?
Of course I mean it. You know me well enough to know I mean it.
Yes. Yes, I know. One thing I don't know. How a man like you is allowed to live. I don't know one other thing either. And that is, why don't I do something about that?
Well, Doctor, well...
You can put your shirt on, Mr. Benton. The examination's over.
I know it's over. And I know I can put my shirt on if I want to. I know what's wrong with me. Am I improving? That's what I want to know.
I'm not sure.
You're a doctor, aren't you? What do you mean you're not sure?
I need some time to check some laboratory reports. Can't tell you anything definite right now.
Can't tell me anything definite. What kind of a doctor are you?
I was a good one. Till I accepted you as a patient. Now, I'm not so sure.
You're not sure about anything, are you? Aren't you forgetting a little conversation we had when I first came to you? Very well, then, stop stalling. I want to know how I'm getting on and how long I have to live.
You really want to know?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Benton, in my opinion, you may not live until morning. But your death may not be from natural causes.
Kind of quiet here at the station, huh, Sergeant?
Yeah, Kelly, but I'm not complaining. When'd you go out on your beat?
Oh, I got another 10, 12 minutes yet, Sergeant. Want me to run out and get some coffee?
No, thanks, just the same. Here, Kelly, take a look at my book. All that's happened since I came on duty is one woman who lost her husband, one woman who lost her dog, and 2 traffic accidents. Slowest night I can remember.
Hey, look at that guy who just came in. Look at the way he's walking.
Man. Hi, you. What's the matter? You in trouble?
Yes. Yes, officer. I'm Walter Benton. I want to report a murder.
Murder? Who's dead?
I am.
Why did Mrs. Markham say she'd meet us, Markham?
She said she'd come from the theater, and if we got through at the club early, we were to meet her on this corner, Vance.
That sounds to me like she really didn't think you'd make it. My, such doubts for a wife to have about this city's rising young district attorney.
Oh, she doesn't doubt me, Vance. She knows that when you and I start talking, neither of us realizes the time.
Markham, you're my most loyal adherent and staunchest ally. Was kind of good to get away from crime for one evening, wasn't it?
Excellent. That is, if you hadn't treated a chess game the way you treat a murder.
I don't think I know what you mean.
Don't you? Vance, when I play chess with you, I'm the murderer. Everything I do or intend to do, you seem to know. And furthermore, you know how to checkmate it.
Hear that, Markham?
I certainly did.
Here, boy, I'll take a paper.
Right, Max, here you are. Gee, thanks. Extra, read all about it.
Murder, eh? Funny that you weren't notified at the club, Markham.
I can't understand it.
I can now. I left word that I wasn't to be disturbed, and so the club attendant figured that meant you weren't to be given any calls either.
Yeah, it must be. Read this with me, Vance.
The most unusual murder in police history took place tonight when a man identified as Walter Benton, wealthy head of the Benton Construction Company, staggered into the West 80th Street station, announced that he had been murdered, and fell dead at the feet of Sergeant Michael Hoskins, Patrolman Gustav Kelly. Well, the rest is detail. Unimportant, I'd say, at a rough glance.
Well, Vance?
I'm afraid Mrs. Markham is going to miss us on this corner, Markham. But then she didn't really expect we'd be here, I suppose.
No, she didn't. I'm going to headquarters right now, Vance. You'd like to come?
I think not. I think I'm going to visit Walter Benton's house. Perhaps murder, like charity, begins at home.
The police, they were here. You are more police?
No, my name is Philo Vance. I'm a private investigator. I'd like to ask you some questions.
No. You ask me nothing. I do not know anything. So you ask me nothing.
You know how long you've worked for Mr. Benton, don't you?
12 years. 12 years I've been here. But I don't do anything. The police, they ask me many questions, but I don't do anything. I can tell them nothing.
Who else lived here? You must know that.
Who else live here? I
live here, Mr. Vance.
I heard you questioning Dora.
I know. You were standing outside the door, and your shadow was very evident across the threshold. I was just wondering how long it would be before you announced yourself. You may go, Dora.
Oh, go? Oh, yes, I go. I'll fix some soup for you, Miss Irene. Thanks, Dora.
Miss Irene. Irene what?
Benton. Walter Benton was my uncle. His father and mine were brothers.
You live here?
Yes, I have since my father died.
You don't seem particularly concerned about your uncle's death.
My uncle was the meanest man in the world. He deserved to die.
I hardly think that's your decision to make. Or was it?
Excuse me, Mr. Vance. Hello?
Hello, I believe Mr. Philo Vance is there. May I talk to him, please? This is Mr. Markham.
Just a minute. For you, Mr. Vance. Mr. Markham.
Thank you. Hello, Markham.
Vance, we've just discovered the cause of death in the Benton case. He'd been poisoned, loaded with poison, the medical examiner says. I just thought you'd like to know.
Thank you, Markham. What kind of poison was it?
Carborium chloride. Any developments on your end, Vance?
Not yet. I'll be in touch with you, Markham.
Good enough. Bye.
Goodbye.
Nice chicken broth I made you. Come have it while it's hot. Thank you, Dora, but I think I'll go up to my room. I hope you'll excuse me, Mr. Vance.
I really don't have any choice, do I? Oh, Dora.
Yes?
Don't you leave me. I'm not quite through in this house, and I'd rather not be alone.
Well, what is it you want?
I might be interested in some of that chicken broth you made.
That is for Miss Irene, not for you.
What is this great power I have over the opposite sex? Dora, what was that?
Sound like bottle break.
Sounded like that to me, too. Where is Miss Irene's room?
The top upstairs.
Thank you very much.
Where you go, Mr. Vance? Where you go?
Miss Benton. Oh, in there, eh? Well, what have we here? Besides a couple of broken bottles. Been pouring the contents of them down the drain, haven't you?
What about it? Supposing I have.
The bottles are broken, but the labels are intact. Well, let's see now. Carborium chloride. You have excellent hearing, Miss Benton.
I don't know what you mean.
I think you do. I think you overheard Mr. Markham telling me on the phone just now that your uncle died of poisoning and that carborium chloride was the poison used.
Yes?
Yes. You knew that you had carborium chloride in your room, so you ran up to dispose of it before I'd find it. I see by the designing equipment in this room that you had a use for the carborium. Handy in textile dyeing, wasn't it?
So what if it was? And what if I did try to get rid of it just now? Do you think that proves I killed my uncle?
You did overhear what Mr. Markham told me.
Yes, I did. I heard him say that carborium chloride killed my uncle. And you did catch me trying to get rid of that carborium I had here. But do you think that proves I killed him?
No. No, Miss Benton, I don't think it proves that at all. In fact, I think it proves you didn't. No, Markham, I'm in my own office. I'm quite sure we won't be overheard, so don't worry.
But, Vance...
I'll listen to what you have to tell me in a moment.
But it's important.
So is what I have to tell you. Listen, Markham, I know for a fact that Irene Benton can be removed from our suspect list. She didn't poison her uncle, despite the fact she broke several bottles of carborium chloride that were in her room.
How do you know she didn't?
She tried to destroy them after you told me it was carborium that caused Walter Benton's death, Markham. If she had poisoned her uncle, she'd have known what killed him, would have destroyed the poison long before I got to the house.
Vance, that's the most logical explanation of a completely contradictory act I ever heard. She tried to destroy the poison because she believed that if we found it, we would suspect her.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
Now, Markham, now that I've removed one suspect from this case, tell me your news.
I have a suspect to replace the one you took away. In a secret pocket in Walter Benton's clothes, Sergeant Heath found a clipping from a Washington, D.C. newspaper. A clipping dated December 1918.
Yes?
It named a group of men wanted for draft evasion in World War I. And one of the men is in this city now. And what's more, he was a business rival of Walter Benton's. His name is Martin French. Apparently, Benton was using the clipping to blackmail him.
Apparently. You know, Markham, Irene Benton told me that her uncle was the meanest man in the world. I'm beginning to think she was right. But we've still got to find out who killed him.
This is District Attorney Markham. The meanest man murder case began when Walter Benton announced he'd been murdered and then fell dead in police headquarters. Benton lived with his niece, Irene, and a housekeeper, Dora, but neither has been of any help to either Philo Vance or the police in establishing who poisoned Benton. However, we have uncovered a suspect in Martin French, an industrial rival of Benton's, whom we suspect Benton was blackmailing. The man we have watching French has reported to us that he was last seen entering the office of Philo Vance. We don't know what he's doing there, but we do know...
Mr. Vance, this is a strictly business proposition. I'm a businessman. I want to pay you to establish my innocence in the death of Walter Benton.
If you're guilty, you couldn't pay me, Mr. French. If you're innocent, you won't have to.
Oh, don't beat around the bush, Vance. I'm a prize suspect, and I know it. Now, Benton knew something about me I didn't want known. Now that he's dead, it'll come out. I know it will. And I'm not prepared to face going on trial for Benton's death. I didn't kill him. You've got to help me prove that.
I'm not an attorney, you know, Mr. French.
Yes, I know. You're a private investigator, the best in the business. And I want to hire you to prove I didn't kill Benton. Hire you to prove who did. Put it that way. Maybe that'll sound better to you.
You don't have to hire me for that. I'm trying right now to find Benton's killer. By the way, did you see Benton the day of his death?
Why, yes. He was in my office.
You didn't have lunch with him? He didn't drink any water in your office?
No. All he did was threaten me. Threatened me and left.
I see. Well, Mr. French, it's only fair to tell you that the police do know about your past.
Benton found a way of letting them know even after he was dead. Just like the man. Just like him.
From what I've heard of him, it certainly was. You've given me an idea, French. Dead man told one tale. Maybe he'll also indicate who killed him.
Coming. Oh, Dr. Dr. Larkin. I'm so glad you come. It's Dora. She's lying on the bed in her room, and she's hysterical.
Glad you called me, Miss Benton. I'll go see her right away. Which room is hers?
The room right next to the library. You remember the library?
Certainly. She used to examine your uncle there. This should be Dora's room right here.
That's right. Shall I go in with you?
No, that won't be necessary. I'll go in myself. I'll call you if I need anything. Miss
Very
Benton.
well, Doctor. I'll be where you can find me.
Dora, stop crying, please. This is Dr. Larkin. I'm going to help you.
Go away. Nobody can help me. Go away.
You've got to stop that crying, Dora. Stop it. You're making yourself sick.
Sick. I'm not sick. Doctor, I am too well. But he is dead, Doctor. He's dead.
Mr. Benton? Yes, Dora. But he's been dead a whole day now. You weren't like this when you heard the news of his death.
Oh, what different, Doctor. It takes time, maybe, before I realize no more he's here. I wanted to come back, Doctor. I wanted to come back. You can bring him back, Doctor.
Nobody can bring him back, Dora. Somebody poisoned him.
You know who poisoned him, Doctor. You know who do this.
The police are trying to find out.
I know who do it, Doctor. I know.
You do, Dora?
I know. Doctor, you know too. Only the two of us know. And the two of us, we don't talk. Ever. Do we, Doctor?
Passengers from Flight 87 leaving at Gate 4. Passengers...
Going somewhere, Mr. French?
What's that?
I imagined you'd be surprised to see me. Actually, I was surprised to see where you were heading when I started to follow you.
I have a business trip, Vance. Only a day or so.
Really? With all the luggage I saw you check?
Why not? May as well tell you. I was running away. I have to get away, Vance.
I don't think you do. If you were wanted, you'd be picked up no matter where you went. Don't you realize that? Running away won't solve anything.
What am I going to do?
Go back to your house. There are some developments pending in the meanest man murder case that I don't believe you will want to miss. In fact, I wouldn't want you to miss them.
Dr. Larkin speaking.
Dr. Larkin, this is Philo Vance. Walter Benton was a patient of yours, was he not?
Yes, he was, Vance, for many years.
Many years. What was the matter with him?
He was a sick man. His case history is here, if you care to look at it.
Not right at the moment. In fact, I didn't find out you were his doctor until a few minutes ago when I called the Benton home. Miss Benton referred me to you.
Is there anything else I can do for you?
Yes, if you will, Doctor. If Mr. Benton hadn't been poisoned, how long would he have lived?
That's hard to say. As I told you, he was a pretty sick man.
Did he know that?
There wasn't anything that man didn't know, Vance. Have you or the police any idea who murdered him?
I don't know about the police, but I have a pretty good idea, I think. If you want to know how good, meet me in my office in about an hour. I'm going to have a Mr. French, Miss Benton, and the maid Dora there. And I'm sure Mr. Markham will be on hand.
I see.
But I'm particularly anxious to have you. So you'll be there, won't you? Markham, this is one of the strangest cases we've ever come across. There are 4 people in my office who wanted to see Walter Benton dead.
Yes, Martin French, Irene Benton, Dora the maid, and Dr. Larkin. But why Dr. Larkin?
Benton had an uncanny faculty for making enemies, Markham. When you called this case the meanest man murder case, you weren't far from wrong.
No, I think I was quite accurate in that.
I wouldn't say quite that. There's a startling inaccuracy in that title, but we won't go into that right now. My private office, Markham.
I see. That is something we'll go into right now, eh?
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you, Vance.
Right. Thank you, all of you, for being so patient, for waiting for us.
All right, Mr. Man.
Dora, I understand you had a nervous breakdown yesterday. You collapsed.
I do not know anything. I do not say anything.
You don't have to now. Dora, according to what you told Dr. Larkin when he visited you yesterday, you knew who killed Mr. Benton. And you indicated that he knew, too.
Who tell you this?
I told him, Dora. But I also told him you were hysterical and couldn't be responsible for what you said.
I loved Mr. Benton very much.
So I imagined from your reaction to his death. You cooked for him, Dora. You, one of the only people in this world who cared for him, could have poisoned him most easily. The only one who could have poisoned him.
I do not poison him.
Shall I take her in, Vance?
Not yet, Markham. Dora, you're fond of Miss Benton?
Miss Irene?
She's like my child. My child. I bring her up.
I figured that, too. Mr. French, Miss Benton, Dr. Larkin. You all had reasons, I imagine, for wanting to see Mr. Benton dead. But none of you killed him.
What do you... Well, that Vance, what are we waiting for? You say that Dora could have poisoned Benton very easily.
That's right. She had the opportunity while cooking for him. The poison in Irene Benton's room was available to her, and she had a motive. He was being even more cruel than usual to Miss Benton. That's right, isn't it, Miss Benton?
He does not have to answer. I tell you that he was even more cruel than usual to my Miss Irene. This I cannot stand. I love him, yes, but I love her too. Even more than I love him. I go to her room. I get bottle marked poison. I poison him. I do it.
That's apparently, Vance. I'll take it downtown. We'll close up shop on this one.
I wouldn't if I were you, Markham. There's no question but that she fed Mr. Benton the carborium chloride, but she didn't murder him.
Well, if she didn't, who did?
Nobody murdered him, Markham. Carborium chloride was the one poison that couldn't kill Walter Benton.
It was a little unkind of you to make me wait an hour before you'd clear up this meanest man murder case, Vance, but it was worth waiting for. Now, what was this all about?
Here are the facts, Markham. Benton knew 10 years ago he was going to die someday from an incurable illness that he had. Dr. Larkin is my authority for that statement.
I'm not questioning it, Vance.
Very well. Benton, however, was too mean to just plain die. He wanted his death to look like murder, and he wanted his niece to appear to be the murderess.
But why, Vance?
A grudge he held against her father for some reason or other. That's not important. But this is. Dr. Larkin told me that his laboratory tests indicate that 10 years ago he started taking carborium chloride in small doses, increasing the dose every week. His body thus became immune to it.
Immune to poison?
That's right. I checked it thoroughly. There are two kinds of poison, Markham. Cumulative and non-cumulative. In one of the classifications, the human body can build up an immunity if subjected to the poison in tiny doses at the beginning. Later on, the dose can be increased without danger to the subject. Right here in a book on toxicology, if you'd care to read it.
I'll take your word for it.
Oh, thank you. Anyhow, Markham, when your medical examiner found a quantity of carborium chloride in the dead man, he made the very natural assumption that it was the poison that caused death. What happened was this. Benton felt himself dying.
Excuse me for interrupting, but how is that?
Again, Dr. Larkin is my authority. Dr. Larkin told me he had told Benton that death in his case would be preceded by a sharp pain, a sort of warning a few hours before death was to occur.
I see. Then Benton did know he was about to die.
Right. And knowing that he had a quantity of carborium chloride in him, made the dramatic entrance and exit from this world at the police station. He knew then that he was accusing his niece of murder without ever indicting her.
Why the niece particularly?
Because she used carborium chloride in her work in textile designing. Used a lot for dyes. In fact, Benton used Irene's own chemicals when he began systematically building up a resistance to the carborium. It was quite a clever plan. We're lucky it didn't work.
We most certainly are. You were the reason it didn't work, Vance. You were the only way we'd ever have known that the meanest man murder case wasn't a murder case at all.
Don't you dare, see. Don't you dare.
Laura, it's for your own good. He's no good. Everybody knows he's no good.
I don't need a nursemaid, and if I did, it wouldn't be you.
Laura, don't you see?
I happen to like Eddie Mills. I like him very much, and I'm going to see him as much and as often as I want to. And I'm telling you right now, that's going to be an awful lot.
Laura, be reasonable.
Reasonable? What makes you think you're reasonable? What right have you to dictate to me? John, I've got to look out for myself. All right, you love me, so you say.
I do. Laura, listen.
All right. You love me, you want to marry me. How much do you make as a chemist?
$3,000 a year, but I've been promised...
$3,000 a year, but you've been promised a raise. Well, that's fine. That's great. Eddie Mills makes $3,000 a month.
But he isn't for you, Laura. Can't I make you see that? Don't you realize he...
Oh, stop the lecture for a minute. Hello?
Laura, this is Eddie.
Oh, Eddie. Hello, honey.
What's going on that I should know about, Laurie?
I can't tell you. It'll flatter you too much.
Take a chance. Come on, tell me.
Can't.
Somebody there?
That's right.
That jealous boyfriend of yours?
The first part's right, but you've taken over the second part.
Well, thanks. Say, what's he look like, this chemistry genius?
I'll tell you when I see you. He wanted to know the same thing about you.
Get off that phone.
Maybe I can meet him someday.
Oh, shut up, John. I'll see you later, Eddie, and I'll talk to you then. Okay?
Sure, baby. Anything you say. I'll be over at the usual time. Bye.
Bye.
Laura, listen.
Oh.
I don't want to fight with you. All I want to do is show you how wrong you are about Eddie Mills. He's
Yeah?
not serious. You're just another girl in his life.
You think so?
Of course, he'll throw you over as soon as a new girl comes along.
I don't believe it. But he better not. He knows what's good for him. He better not. If you know what's good for you, you'll stay out of my affairs.
I'm not interested in what's good for me. I only care about what's good for you, and it's not Eddie Mills. And I'm going to do something about it.
Well, Mr. Mills, you sent for me. I'm here. Let's get down to business.
Suits me, Joe. You've got quite a reputation, I understand.
I do a job, I get paid, and I get things done.
That's why I sent for you. I want something done. But I want it done carefully.
If I wasn't careful, Mr. Mills, I'd be in jail long ago. I'm careful, I'm quick, and I'm expensive.
How much?
How much is it worth to you?
Let's not go into that kind of routine. How much do you want to do a big job for me?
How important is the guy?
Very important. The guy is me.
You want me to kill you?
No, not exactly. I want you to see that nobody else does. I got a lot of enemies. I'm hiring you as a bodyguard.
Oh, I get it now. I'm to be with you all the time, huh?
That's right. Except for the times when I'm out for a social evening. Like tonight when I'm going to see a girlfriend of mine named Laura Waite.
Okay. You got a deal, Mr. Mills. Only when you're fooling around with dames, that's the time you need a bodyguard most.
Evening to you, Tony. Good evening.
How you was it, Pat? You want to turn into crank on this organ of mine for a while?
No, thank you. Got my own job to do, Tony. The only difference between you and me is that your arm gets tired and my legs get tired from standing out in front of this apartment house.
You keep it busy tonight, Pat?
Don't think I've called 3 taxis for people all night. 200 apartments in this building, but very few people going in or out this evening. It looks like it's going to be a mean night, Tony.
Hey, the stormers are coming up, Pat. You hear that?
Yeah.
Stormers are coming up as sure as I'm talking to you.
That's more than a summer storm that's giving me this creepy feeling, Tony. It's like something closing in on the street.
So hot, close.
That's all right.
Can't tell exactly what it is.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it too much, Pat. Guess I just waited this hurdy-gurdy man down at the block a little. See you on the way back.
See you later, Tony. Oh, evening, sir. Get your cab?
Not right now. Whew. Close out tonight, isn't it?
'Tis that. Say, you're Mr. Mills, aren't you?
That's right. You got a good memory.
Sure. I've seen you call on Miss Waite lots of times. I always remember names and faces. How is Miss Waite? Haven't seen her tonight.
Well, she was all right when I left her just now. I think I'll smoke a cigar. You got a match?
Sure.
Never mind. I got some of my own. Pretty sure I have. I forgot for a minute.
You know, it's a funny thing about tonight. Tony, that's the fellow with the hurdy.
Oh! Get a doctor.
Mr. Mills.
Somebody get a doctor.
Mr. Mills.
I've been shot.
Help! Help! Somebody help! There's been a murder! Help! Police! Help!
Miss Deering?
Yes, Mr. Vance. Ready to continue with the notes on the butterfly murder case?
Not at the moment. I've been asked to write a paper on trapping criminals from the private investigator's viewpoint. Think I ought to do it?
I don't know why not. Good publicity.
Perhaps, but in citing case histories, I might give someone with a criminal mind a good idea of what to avoid if he wants to get away with murder.
That sounds logical, Vance.
On the other hand, if I point out how the most carefully planned crimes have been exploded by deduction and reasoning, it might serve as a warning.
Look, Vance, stop switching logic on me. You're making it impossible for me to agree with you.
I'm sorry, Miss Deering. However, I didn't hire you as my secretary assistant to agree with me. I rather thought that... Well, hello, Markham. Come on in.
Hi, Mr. Markham.
Glad you're in, Vance. Hello, Miss Deering. How are you?
Fine, I think. I'll have to ask Vance to make sure. How am I, Mr. Vance?
You are excellent.
I am excellent.
Good. Vance, may I talk to you for a moment? I don't have much time.
District attorneys are always in a hurry. What's on your mind, Markham?
A murder, Vance, a mysterious murder. A gangster named Eddie Mills was killed last night. The story will be in the afternoon papers.
Let me have it now. I'd rather listen than read.
All right. He was coming out of the Darling Apartments. It was a dark night, you remember, and as I understand it, the streetlights were out. Lightning had hit the power.
Well?
Mills came out, spoke to the doorman a moment, lit a match to apply it to his cigar, and a shot rang out from somewhere and killed him.
I see. The light from the match showed Mills' face and the killer shot.
That's the normal explanation of what happened, Vance. But our police experts have figured that the killer stood far down the block, too far for him to recognize Mills' features.
Oh? Well, then there's the possibility that Mills was killed by mistake.
That's rather a remote possibility. Too many people wanted him dead. In addition to his underworld enemies, we happen to know that he was seeing a girl named Laura Waite, much to the displeasure of her boyfriend, Johnny Martin.
As I understand it, there was no way for the killer to know it was Eddie Mills that was lighting his cigar.
None whatsoever, unless the doorman signaled somebody. The doorman was standing next to Mills when he was shot.
You can forget that. The doorman wouldn't be fool enough to risk being hit by a bullet that you say was fired from down the block. If he had identified, or rather put the finger on Mills, he'd have gone inside the lobby or out of range in any event.
Yeah, well, that's true, of course, now that you mention it. One other angle, Vance, and then I'm through with information. A hurdy-gurdy man had just passed the apartment door and was standing down the street a bit when the shot was fired.
You have a description of him?
They have down at headquarters, but I was in such a hurry to come over here, I just glanced at it. About 45, dark, and his name is Tony.
Well, that will do as a start, Markham. Thanks for letting me in on the case. Oh, Miss Deering.
Yes, Mr. Vance.
I'm going out. Have you anything to do while I'm gone?
That all depends. How long will you be gone?
Until I find the killer in the hurdy-gurdy murder case.
That cute little monkey the organ grinder has. Wait a minute, I want to drop a coin in his cup.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, look, Bill. Look at the way the cute little monkey lifts his cap. I'm going to give him another dime.
It was a like.
I want to see him do it again. There.
All right. right, maybe stop it. Give me your hand.
Look at him. Isn't he cute?
Thank you, hey. Thank you very...
Look at the organ grinder. Help somebody. Look at the organ grinder. He's got his leg stuck in his leg.
Look, Miss Wade, I've come to your apartment because I'm convinced you can help us. There have been 2 murders in the last 24 hours, and you are the key to both of them.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Markham. I know Eddie Mills had a lot of enemies, but that poor organ grinder, I've never seen him, and I don't know why anybody should have wanted to kill him.
Let's get down to cases. Maybe we can get something that way. You quarreled with your friend Johnny Martin about Eddie Mills. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
We're looking for Martin now, but I want to establish one fact first. Did Martin know what Mills looked like?
No, they'd never seen each other. Johnny asked me for a description of Eddie, but I wouldn't give it to him.
You wouldn't tell him what Mills looked like because you were afraid of what Johnny Martin might do?
Yes. Johnny insisted that Eddie was no good for me, and how right he was.
What do you mean?
Eddie Mills came to see me the night he was murdered to tell me that he couldn't see me for a while, that he was going to be too busy.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a back exit to this apartment?
Yes, there is. It's through the kitchen.
Then you might have gone out the back way, slipped down the stairs, and... Oh, hello, Vance.
Hello, Markham. And this is Miss Laura Waite, I imagine.
That's right.
I'm Philo Vance, Miss Waite.
Uh-huh.
I heard your voice in here, Markham, so I came right in.
It's all right, Vance. It's all right. While the police are looking for John Martin, I decided to question Miss Waite again.
Only to find she claims to know nothing about the murder of either Eddie Mills or the hurdy-gurdy man.
So far. I'm inclined to believe that when we pick up Martin, we'll start getting some results.
Perhaps. But I'll tell you where Martin is right now if you want to know.
Want to know? Of course I want to know. Where is he?
At headquarters.
What?
Oh?
I was at headquarters in the fingerprint department when they brought Martin in. I guess they didn't know where to reach you.
Well, that's a relief. I was afraid for a moment that was going to be another of your long-range predictions.
Oh, no, Mark. As I understand it, they picked Martin up as he was leaving his chemistry shop. I was more interested in whether any fingerprints were found on the knife that killed Tony, the organ grinder.
Don't tell me there were.
Were there, Mr. Vance?
No, but that may mean something just the same. Right now, I'd like to know this. Granted that Eddie Mills was not shot by mistake, how could a killer know it was he who stood outside this apartment building?
He might have had a description of Mills.
It would do no good at the distance the killer stood when he fired. No, it was something else. When I find what that something else is, I'll know better what my next step is.
What interests me is why the organ grinder was killed. Anyone could have done it. There was a crowd around him, and anyone could have slipped a knife into him without being seen. But why? Why kill the organ grinder?
That seems quite simple on the surface, Markham. He was on the street when the killer fired the shot that murdered Eddie Mills. The organ grinder was removed because the killer believed the organ grinder had seen him.
But that's impossible, Vance.
Is it? I don't see how.
The organ grinder couldn't possibly have seen the murderer the night before.
Because the night was black and the street lights were out?
No, Vance. Because the hurdy-gurdy man was totally blind. This is District Attorney Markham. The hurdy-gurdy murder case opened with the shooting of Eddie Mills, racket chief. Mills, we have learned, had incurred the enmity of Johnny Martin, sweetheart of Laura Waite, when he took Laura away from Johnny. But then, according to Laura herself, decided he'd be too busy to see her for a while. Mills was killed from a distance on a dark street on a dark night, just as he attempted to light a cigar. And an organ grinder on the same street was murdered the next day. I have left Vance with Laura Waite while I've gone to investigate a report that a hired killer was gunning for Mills. It is a little later.
What am I supposed to do, Vance? Break down and confess just because you sit there staring at me?
No. And although I'd like to compliment you, Miss Waite, I wasn't staring at you. I was thinking.
Oh, you would like to compliment me, though. Well, that's something.
I imagine there's quite a good deal I could say. Your color scheme, for one thing, very admirable.
Oh, you like green?
When it isn't overdone. Excellent contrast for your black hair, Miss Waite.
I didn't think you'd notice anything personal about me.
Oh, please, Miss Waite, let's understand something. I was a man long before I was a private investigator. You're very attractive.
That's funny. You know, I was thinking the same thing about you. Maybe you and I ought to do something about that, Vance.
Any suggestions?
What's on your mind, Vance?
Right at the moment, my mind is being completely uncomplimentary.
Oh?
It wants to know whether you knew the organ grinder who was murdered.
No, I never saw him in my life. I liked the subject we were discussing much better than the new one, Vance. Couldn't we just... Oh. Johnny. Johnny, I thought you were at police headquarters.
I'm out on bail. I had nothing to hold me on. I came straight here, Laura.
Oh, this is Mr. Philo Vance, Johnny. John Martin, Philo Vance.
How do you do? You're quite tall, Miss Waite. I've been meaning to comment on that. How tall are you?
Oh, 5'10". Almost as tall as Johnny.
He's about 6'2", I imagine. And I also imagine you'd like to know what that has to do with the solution of the hurdy-gurdy murder case.
That's not our business. It's yours and the police's.
Tony, the organ grinder, was a big man, too. I should say he was at least 6 feet tall.
Well, what about it?
Nothing. Nothing right at the moment. Miss Waite, I have to apologize again for this mind of mine. It goes off on tangents with little or no provocation.
Anytime it goes off on a tangent that includes me, Mr. Vance, come back. I'll be delighted to see you.
Well, Vance, we got one break on this case anyhow. That's the reason I phoned for you to come right down here.
What happened, Markham?
You know that Eddie Mills had a lot of enemies, underworld enemies. In fact, he'd been threatened, we understand. Now, we've picked up a hired killer named Joe Egan, and we're holding him inside.
Really? How tall is this Egan?
Oh, I don't know, 5'5" or so.
Well, in that case, I don't believe he had anything to do with our murders, Markham.
I don't understand.
I'm positive that whoever killed Eddie Mills killed the organ grinder. A knife was used on the organ grinder. It was found slanted downward, high on his back, between the shoulder blades.
You think only a tall person could have stabbed him? Suppose he was bending over.
Ever see the handle on a hurdy-gurdy, Markham? It's placed so that the right hand can turn it when the operator is in an upright position. No, Tony wasn't bending over when he was stabbed.
Tell me one thing, and I'll wait until you're ready to explain the rest. Why was Tony murdered?
Because the murderer didn't know he was blind. The killer thought Tony might have seen the shooting of Eddie Mills.
That's what I thought, but I just wanted to make sure. Well, what's our next move, Vance?
I'll tell you what I want you to do, Markham. As soon as it gets dark, meet me in front of Laura Waite's apartment house.
You'd rather I didn't ask why, of course.
Not at all. I'm going to prove something to you. I'm going to prove how a murderer recognized Eddie Mills when he couldn't possibly see his face.
Johnny, you busy in the laboratory?
Little bit. Why?
A fellow named Philo Vance out here. He wants to see you.
Oh, let him come in. Thanks.
You can go in, Mr. Vance.
Thank you very much. Hello, Mr. Martin.
Vance? Tracking down the wild chemist in his native haunts?
Something like that. Quite a laboratory you have here.
It belongs to the firm. I only work here. How can I help you?
I want you to check some facts. Are you familiar with salt of barium nitrate?
Reasonably. Why?
What would happen if it were placed in combination with red phosphorus, Sb2, S3, and a combustible like potassium chloride?
You're a clever man, Vance. What can you prove now that you know?
Nothing yet, Mr. Martin. But you said I was a clever man, so you wouldn't want to wager I won't be able to prove it, would you?
No, sir, Mr. Markham. I've been at the door here all evening like always, and I ain't seen a sign of Mr. Vance.
That's odd, Pat. He said he'd see me here as soon as it got dark, and that's been over a half hour. I guess he'll be along soon, though.
I guess so.
Yes. Ever get bored standing here at night, Pat?
Oh, sometimes. Sometimes some of the tenants come along and we talk. Sometimes visitors stop to chat a while. Tony, the hurdy-gurdy man, he and I used to talk quite a bit evenings. He sure was a nice fella.
Favorite around here?
Oh, with everybody that knew him. Take that Miss Laura Waite's boyfriend. What's his name?
You mean John Martin?
Ah, that's the fella.
Yes.
He used to talk to Tony a couple of minutes every time he saw him. Well, I sure hope you find out who killed Tony, Mr. Martin. I say there's a cab stopping out front. I'll go open the door.
That's Vance and his secretary, Miss Deering. Oh, Vance.
Hello, Markham.
Finally got here, eh?
Sorry I'm late.
Hi, Mr. Markham. We're both sorry.
It's all right.
I had to see John Martin at his laboratory and then go back to my apartment to do some elementary chemistry. Miss Deering will demonstrate.
Now?
That's right. You go up to the doorway of the Darling Apartments.
Yes.
Stand there, wait 50 seconds, and then do as I told you.
Right, Vance.
Now, Markham, come with me, and we'll take care of the elementary part of the hurdy-gurdy murder case.
All right.
In other words, I'll show you how a killer recognized Eddie Mills without seeing him.
I have the streetlights out, just as you asked.
So I noticed. The situation is the same as it was the murder night. We're walking to approximately the same spot where the police experts believe the murderer stood.
Yes, it's not much further down the street.
I know. As soon as we get there, we're both going to watch the doorway where Miss Deering is standing. Although we can't see her now because of the darkness.
Yes, I know. Oh, Vance, Pat, the doorman was telling me what a favorite the dead organ grinder was with everybody, including John Martin.
Really? Well, that's very interesting. Well, now let's see. This is about the spot where Eddie Mills' killer must have stood.
I'd say so, yes.
And it's just about 50 seconds since Miss Deering walked through the door. Watch, Markham.
All right, but I don't see... Vance, a match was just struck at the doorway.
Notice anything peculiar about it?
Yes, it burned with a green flame. What is that?
That is the way the killer knew it was Eddie Mills who stood outside the doorway, Markham. That green flame. I only want to know one more thing before I turn our murderer over to you. Just one more thing. And Joe Egan, the hired gunman, can tell me that. Let's go see him.
Questions. All I hear is questions. 5 hours now, and cops just ask me questions. They get the same answers to the same questions, but they ask them over and over again. And you're no better than them, Markham.
Now, Joe.
You asked the same ones they did.
Maybe I'll ask some different ones.
You're no better than the cops, Vance. You and your reputation.
Joe, Mr. Markham has your record. You're wanted in 3 different cities.
So?
You're going to be sent back to one of them. All I'm asking is this. Were you ever in Miss Waite's apartment?
That I'll answer. No, I never was, and that's no kid.
That's what I thought. And now, Markham, one more visit to the girl's apartment, and you can have your killer, and the proof you'll need for a conviction. Miss Waite, you quarreled with Eddie Mills, didn't you?
What if I did, Vance?
Just asking in passing, that's all.
Oh.
And you, Mr. Martin, you had strong reason for disliking Mills.
Well, all right, go on.
Don't be belligerent, Mr. Martin. I'm merely being factual. I'm making no accusations. Yet. I want to describe why and how Tony, the hurdy-gurdy man, was killed. And in so doing, prove who our double murderer is.
Go on, Vance.
Well, Tony was a tall man, about 6 foot. Yet a knife was plunged high in his back between the shoulder blades. You're tall, Mr. Martin. 6'2", you once told me.
That's right.
You were a chemist. You knew you had mixed a curious combination of combustibles for the matches in Miss Waite's apartment. You knew they burned with a green flame, so that it would flatter her coloring. She probably asked you to do that.
Well, what if I did? What does that prove?
Nothing, except that anybody using those matches outside of this apartment would reveal himself as having been inside this apartment.
In order to get the match, of course.
Exactly, Markham.
Yes.
When Eddie Mills lit a match outside the door downstairs, the killer saw the green flame and fired. Then, lest the organ grinder had seen the shooting, it was necessary to dispose of him the next day.
But the organ grinder couldn't have seen the shooting. He was blind.
We found that out after the murders, Markham. And so did the murderer. That's why our killer has to be Miss Laura Waite.
I'm not as puzzled as I generally am when you wind up a case, Vance, because I went through most of it with you, but there are some things I'd like to know.
What, for instance, Markham?
Well, I realize that Laura Waite was the only person concerned in the murders who didn't know Tony was blind. That's what you said. But don't forget that Joe Egan, the hired killer, couldn't have known that either.
Egan had never been in Miss Waite's apartment. I believed him when he told me that. If he'd never been there, he couldn't have known about the green flame on the matches, could he? In fact, the only other person who could have known about the matches was John Martin.
And, of course, it was I who told you that Martin used to talk to the organ grinder the nights he came to visit Miss Waite, so he knew Tony was blind.
You helped me a great deal with that information, Markham. All the facts pointed to one big fact, that the killer was Laura Waite, who was tall enough and strong enough to have put the knife in Tony's back.
Yes, her confession proves you were right, Vance.
She's reached the end of her murdering string now.
She's reached the end of her string, and we've reached the end of the hurdy-gurdy murder case.
Can't go on. Everything I had is gone. Stormy weather since my man and I ain't together. Keeps raining all the time. Keeps raining all the time.
Fine applause. Do I have to bust a tonsil before you characters applaud? What a joint to work in. Squares. Where did they get off treating a performer like that?
Wait a minute,
Hey.
Josie.
Let go my arm, Joe.
I said wait a minute. When I say wait a minute, you wait a minute.
Well, what is it?
What's with that speech you just made? What's with insulting the customers in my place?
Did you hear the hand I got when I finished singing? Sounded like one guy and the whole joint was swatting a fly. What do they know about singing?
They don't have to know about no music, Josie. All they gotta know is to pay their checks. You crack to the suckers once more like you just did, and you're through.
Don't make me laugh.
I ain't trying to be funny.
You don't have to try. Why don't you get smart, Joe? You know you can't fire me. I got enough to put you away for 50 years, any time I like.
Wait a minute. Wait right here.
Well, make it fast.
Hello, Mr. Turner, boss.
What are you listening at the door for, Angel?
Me, boss, listening? Not me. I'm your head waiter. I work. I don't listen. Excuse me, Mr. Turner, boss. Somebody wants...
You're having trouble with everybody, ain't you, Joe?
I'm not through with you, Josie.
You ain't kidding, you ain't. We were just talking about that before you spotted Angel snooping. You were gonna fire me, remember?
Oh, I didn't say that. What I said was that if you cracked to the suckers once more, you'd be through. That don't mean fired, Josie. That means through. For good.
Oh, Josie, please, you've got to listen to me.
Who says I gotta? You? Why don't you get lost, friend? I gotta get in my dressing room so I can change my clothes.
You realize what you're doing? You're ruining me, and for no reason. Now, give me back my letters.
Not right now. Makes me feel good to see the big shot, Colton DeWitt, in the spot. Go on, breeze out of here, DeWitt. And leave me a couple of $100 for spending money. Scram, I gotta go in and dress.
All right, here's your money.
Thanks.
I hope you live to spend it, Miss Josie Daniels.
Ho-hum. Da-da-dum. La-da-dum, da-da-dum. Hey, what are you doing in my dressing room?
I want to see you, Miss Daniels. The gentleman you just left outside was my husband.
Well, that's your problem, my friend. It's got nothing to do with me. So you're Mrs. DeWitt,
Yes. I know all about you and my husband, Miss Daniels. I know that he was infatuated with you. Know that he wrote you some letters. But that's all over now.
That it is, except for the payoff. When I decide how much I want for the letters he wrote, I'll let him know. Goodbye, Mrs. DeWitt.
Listen to me, Miss Daniels. My husband has no idea I know about him and you. But I saw the change in him. Saw him turn from a wonderful man to a broken wreck, living in fear of what you might do with the letters he wrote you. I'll give you $10,000 for those letters.
Don't be funny. That wouldn't even buy the envelopes.
Very well, Miss Daniels. But I'm telling you now, I'm going to get those letters, even if I have to get you first.
Come in.
I'm looking for Philo Vance.
I'm Vance. Please come in. I was just about to lock up. The office is closed for the day, Mrs.
I'm Mrs. Colton DeWitt. Mr. Vance, please listen to me. It's terribly important.
By all means. What is it, Mrs. DeWitt?
You've heard of my husband.
I know his position in the business world. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you. Mr. Vance, I've come to see you on a very delicate matter.
As a private investigator, that is by no means a novelty to me.
I didn't imagine it was, but it is new to me, Mr. Vance. Telling a relative stranger something that is so personal. It's my husband, Mr. Vance. He's in trouble.
Oh? Financial or female?
What do you mean?
It couldn't be anything else, could it, Mrs. DeWitt?
No. And it isn't anything else. It's a woman, Mr. Vance. A singer. Her name is Josie Daniels. She's known as the Broadway Butterfly, and she works at the Cat's Paw Club.
What about her?
She's blackmailing my husband, Mr. Vance, bleeding him. And he's paying her because she threatens to show me some letters he's written.
But you know all about it.
Yes, but I can't let my husband know that I know about it. His pride would be gone. Things would never be the same between us if he thought I knew. I want you to buy back those letters, or get them any way you like. But I want them. Mr. Vance, here's my bank book. You'll see that I have a little over $10,000 deposited. It's my money, all the money I have in the world. Here's a blank signed check. Use what you have to get those letters.
All right, Mrs. DeWitt. I'll do it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vance. When will I hear from you?
I don't know. I'll go down to the Cat's Paw nightclub this evening to see Miss Josie Daniels. Where will you be later?
I'll be available, Mr. Vance. I'll be close by. Very close by.
The Cat's Paw, you said, huh, Mac? It's 9 o'clock. Not much doing there at this hour.
There may very possibly be after I arrive. How much further is it?
You worried about the meter? Maybe another nickel tops. Hey, Mac, your face has been bothering me. Where have I seen it before?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, it's always been just where it is now, right on top of me.
I got your name on the tip of my tongue. I know that face. I've seen it in the Hey! You're that famous private detective, Philo Vance.
I'm a private investigator, but the rest of the identification is correct.
Oh, so you're the guy, huh?
Yes, I'm the, guy.
Well, what do you know? Never can tell who you ride when you're pushing a hack. Know who I ride the other night?
I'm not that good a private investigator. Who was it?
I got the name on the tip of my tongue. Well, this is it, Mr. Vance. The Cat's Paw Club. Only it's a little early, like I told you. I don't think the joint is even open yet.
I'll find out in a moment. Well, there seems to be somebody else trying to get in and somebody trying to stop him. Here's your money, driver. Keep the change.
Thanks, Mr. Vance. I sure wish I could think who it was I drove the other night. I got the name on the tip of my tongue, too.
Seems to be a little crowded there. Good night.
Night. Hey, those two guys over the door seem to be battling. Want me to hang around just in case?
No, thank you. Good night.
Let me
I said you can't come in. The joint ain't open.
What? I've got to get in. I must see Miss Daniels.
Now, look, Mr. DeWitt, chances are Josie ain't in there either, and the club ain't open yet. Nobody comes in until after I open up. Now, but what do you want?
I beg your pardon. My name is Philo Vance.
What about it? What do you want?
Same as this gentleman, apparently. I want to see Miss Daniels.
Now, look, both of you, I just got here myself to open up this joint. Chances are Josie ain't in yet.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's her. That's Josie singing. I recognize her voice, and I'm getting in to see Josie now, and nothing's going to stop me. So get out of my way. Get out!
Don't get
Get
tough,
out of my way, I said, and stay out. I'm going inside, I said.
And I said you weren't. Now, don't
get out of my way, I said. Get away.
Okay,
Get away.
that's the way you want it. Well, he begged for that sock, Vance. You seen him try to force his way into my club?
I'm more interested in his condition at the moment. You seem to have knocked him out. We'd better get him inside.
Now, we'd better get him to a hospital. My car's right here, Vance. I'll go with you.
Very well. I'll take his head. You said this was your club. That means you own it?
Yeah. Your name's Turner, Joe Turner. Yeah, think this guy's okay, Vance?
Oh, I think he will be.
Oh, I hope so. You know something, if this happened inside my club, if I socked him inside the joint, they could take away my license.
Mr. Turner, if Mr. DeWitt were inside your club, there'd have been no reason for him to provoke a fight with you. Remember? Philo Vance speaking.
This is Markham Vance. Where have you been? I've been calling you home for an hour.
You sound like you're after me for a murder, Markham.
Sorry, Vance. I didn't mean to give you that district attorney treatment, but I did want to talk to you.
About what?
There has been a murder, Vance. A nightclub singer named Josie Daniels, known as the Broadway Butterfly. She was strangled sometime between 8 and 10 this evening. We're not exactly sure of the time.
I'm reasonably sure of it. I'd say it was between 9 and 10.
What?
Sorry, Markham, I didn't mean to appear like a genius, but it so happens I was down to see Miss Daniels at 9 o'clock tonight and heard her singing.
Oh, I see. Well, Vance, I know you like to get on a murder case as soon as it happens, so I've been trying to contact you. And incidentally, we have a suspect, Joe Turner, the club owner.
Really? I met the gentleman tonight, Markham. In fact, I spent about an hour and a half with him. The hour and a half between 9 and 10:30.
9 and 10:30. And you heard Miss Daniels sing when you were down at the club at 9?
Yes?
Then I was wrong. We don't have a suspect.
No, unless Mr. Turner's a very clever man.
How do we find that out?
I'm not sure. I've got to pay a visit to a music shop to know whether I know what I'm talking about or not.
Hiya, friend. Hiya. Come in. What can I do for you, friend?
My name is Vance. I've just telephoned a number of record companies, and they told me that
we
you...
got the largest selection of records in the business, and they were right, friend. They were absolutely right. You want hot records?
Well...
we got them going all the way back to Bunny Berrigan, Eddie Lang, the Mound City Blue Blowers, the Memphis Five, the original Dixieland Jazz Band.
I wasn't thinking of hot records.
You
what
want
I wanted
sweet?
was...
We got every sweet band from 1920 up to now with the Bar Harbor Society Orchestra, Ray Miller, Whiteman, Lopez, Coon Sanders.
What I wanted was a vocal record.
Vocals. Take your pick, friend. Take your pick. You remember Lee Morse? We got all of hers. Eileen Stanley, Lee Wiley, Helen Kane, the first of the Ethel Waters records. What's on your mind, friend? Which one do you want?
Well, I was told that a girl named Josie Daniels made some recordings a year or so ago, and that this was the one shop which might have some.
Daniels? Josie Daniels, the gal who got knocked off?
That's right.
Why, sure, we got records of hers. She only made 2 sides of one record, but we got it in stock. She made a thing called Stormy Weather, right, friend?
Yes, I believe that's right.
Got it in the back, friend. I gotta get it for you. Don't get much call for the record. Now, look, if you want jazz, we got Artie Shaw, Mr. B.G., got some original Dorsey Brothers, anything you like.
All I want is one record, if you don't mind.
Okay, friend, if that's all you want, that's all you get. We don't high-pressure nobody into buying nothing around here. I'll get you the Josie Daniels record, friend. Only I'm telling you, it ain't much good.
And from what I understand, neither was she.
Sit down, Vance. Please sit down and tell me what you found out on the Josie Daniels murder.
I found out for one thing, Markham, that it's possible she did die at 8 o'clock and not necessarily after 9, as I said.
I don't think I understand.
Well, it might have been a phonograph record I heard playing outside the club the night she was murdered. She did make a record of the song I heard sung while I was outside at 9 o'clock.
Oh?
What that means, of course, is that the club owner, Joe Turner, no longer has an alibi. And for that matter, neither does Mr. Colton DeWitt, whom Turner knocked out in front of the club.
Because chances are the girl was already dead when the fight took place.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
And you know, Markham, I have...
Oh, just a minute, please, Vance. District Attorney Markham speaking.
Mr. Markham, this is a friend of Philo Vance's. They told me at his office that I could reach him at yours. Is he there?
Why, yes, just a minute. It's for you, Vance, a mysterious female friend of yours.
Every female is mysterious, Markham, or so they'd like you to believe. I'll take it. Thanks. Hello.
Mr. Vance, this is Mrs. DeWitt. I didn't want to tell the district attorney my name. Can he hear us?
I doubt whether he can hear you.
Good. Mr. Vance, this is terribly important. Of course, I know the Daniels girl is dead. It's all over the papers. But I want to know whether you got those letters.
No, I haven't, as yet.
They mustn't turn up now, Mr. Vance. They mustn't. I'll double the figure I told you. I'll pay $20,000 for the letters my husband wrote that woman.
Will you, Mrs. DeWitt? I'm sorry you said that.
Sorry? Why?
Because it proves to me that you must have seen Miss Daniels after you saw me, which means just before she was murdered.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Butterfly murder case opened with the finding of the body of Josie Daniels, nightclub singer known as the Broadway Butterfly. Philo Vance, who is working on the case, has revealed that a Mrs. DeWitt, wife of a man Miss Daniels was blackmailing, had been to see him. And while he was in my office, he had received a phone call from her telling him that she would pay $20,000 for the return of letters her husband had written. It is shortly after the phone call, and Vance is still in my office, but has been silent for several minutes. What are you thinking about, Vance?
This case.
Yes, so am I. I'm also thinking of that remark you made to Mrs. DeWitt on the telephone.
You want to know how I knew she'd seen the murdered girl just before her death?
Yes.
Well, Markham, it's pretty simple. You see, Mrs. DeWitt came to me and offered me $10,000 to get back some letters her husband had written Josie Daniels.
Yes, you've told me that.
At the time, Mrs. DeWitt showed me her bank book. $10,000 was all the money she had in the world. On the phone just now, she offered me $20,000.
Well, she managed to get the extra $10,000 somewhere.
No, I hardly think so. I think she got the letters she wanted to pay me to get. She could then offer me $20,000, $30,000, or even $50,000 to get them, knowing they weren't to be gotten.
Ah. Vance, you have no idea how glad I am that you're on our side. What's our next move?
The normal thing to do would be for me to see Mrs. DeWitt, don't you think?
Yes, but I doubt whether you're going to do it because it is the normal thing.
Thank you. You're so right. You see, I know what I want to know about her, but I'm a little vague about her husband. He's the one I want to see, and he's the one I'm going to see.
You don't want to see me, Mr. Vance?
Not especially, Mrs. DeWitt. What I would like to know is this. Is your husband at home?
He's upstairs. Shall I call him?
No, he'll be down. May I use your phonograph to play this record I brought?
Of course. Only I don't understand.
You will, believe me. How does this machine work?
The last button on the right-hand side starts the phonograph.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, here we are.
Don't know why there's no sun up in the sky.
That's a nice voice, isn't it, Mr. Vance?
Very. By the way, Mrs. DeWitt, what did you do with the letters you took from Josie Daniels just before she was found dead?
Oh, I made a mistake in offering you the $20,000. I knew it right after I'd done it, but I wanted to cover up the fact that I'd seen
I
her.
realize that. That wasn't very smart.
That record! Who put that record on? Who put it on?
Colton.
I never want to hear that voice again. Never. All right, now. What is this? What kind of game are you two playing?
Colton, Mr. Vance just asked if he could
I
play...
know what he asked, and I know why he asked it. That was Josie Daniels' voice. That was Josie singing. I was supposed to hear the voice and confess I killed her. That was it, wasn't it, Vance? That's what you expected me to do.
Really, Mr.
Well,
DeWitt?
I'm not going to do it. She's dead and this record is smashed. I'll smash every record she ever made. I'll buy them and I'll smash them. Every one of them. Yes, I'll smash every one of them.
Please, you're upset. You're all excited.
Excited? Of course I'm excited. This was a trick, I tell you. A trick of Vance's to make me break down and admit I killed her. I wanted to. I would have if I'd had the chance, but I didn't do it. You hear me, Vance? Your trick didn't work. I didn't do it. Do you hear me? I didn't do
DeWitt.
I hear you all right, Mr. DeWitt. But that doesn't necessarily mean I believe you.
Hiya, friend. Hiya. I remember you. You were in yesterday to pick up a Josie Daniels recording.
That's right.
Sure, I know. I got a great memory for faces.
Yeah.
Now, do you want something else, like the record player now? That's Hank Byrne, bestseller we got in piano. Of course, we got Frankie Carl, Lopez, that Lombardo record of Humoresque with the two-piano team going. What you want is piano,
Well, it isn't exactly what I really want.
I know. Sure, long hair stuff. Good. Got just what you want. Boston Pops, Philharmonic, got the Iturbi record of Claire de Lune, right? That's what you want, ain't it, friend? Classics?
No, not right at the moment. You mentioned before that you had a good memory.
I got a great memory. I can rattle off names of people who made records that you never even heard of.
I'm sure.
Bessie Smith, Queen of the Blues, Empire City 4, Billy Wilson and his Blue Five.
Excuse my interrupting you, please, but I really have business with you. Did you ever hear of Philo Vance?
Who'd he record for?
Nobody.
Oh.
I'm Philo Vance. I'm a private investigator.
Philo Vance? Why, I know who you are. You're the private investigator.
Yes.
Glad to meet you, friend. Glad to meet you. Now, what can I do for you?
You remember I told you yesterday that the company for which Josie Daniels recorded said that this was the only shop where her records could be bought.
Sure, and they were right. We got records by everybody. George...
Never mind. I'm sure you have. Now, this is what I want to know. You say you have an excellent memory. I want you to tell me if anybody bought a record by Miss Daniels in the past few days besides me.
Why, sure, I could tell you that now. Let me think.
By all means, do.
Let's see. He was, was it a lady? I think maybe... No. Oh, that's the funny thing, Mr. Vance. I can't remember. Sorry, I can't help you solve your problem, friend.
Problem? What you didn't help me solve was a murder, friend.
Yeah, who is it?
Mr. Turner, boss, it's me. Angel, your head waiter. Could I come in?
Come on. What do you want?
Mr. Turner, boss, I just come in to tell you I'm leaving. I got another job.
No kidding.
No kidding, Mr. Turner, boss. I got a good job in another joint. I'm leaving Saturday.
What makes you think so?
I don't know. Guy just offered me a job, and I took it, that's all.
You're not going anywhere. You're staying right here with me where I can keep an eye on you, Angel.
I don't get you, Mr. Turner, boss.
No? Well, maybe you'll get this. Don't think I don't know you were around here the night Josie Daniels was killed. Don't think I'm going to let you go somewhere where you can open your yap about what you think you know. Don't think that, Angel, you hear?
Yeah, Mr. Turner, boss. I guess I better go now.
And where do you think you're going?
Out into the club. I gotta get things fixed up for tonight's business. See that everything's okay as long as I'm gonna be here permanent. I'll see you later, Mr. Turner, boss.
Yeah, Joe Turner talking.
This is District Attorney Markham, Mr. Turner. Could you come down to my office?
Well, sure, DA. I guess I could. What's up?
Well, Philo Vance will be here, and he's bringing Mr. and Mrs. DeWitt. You want to know what's up?
Yeah.
It might conceivably be your number. Sit down, Mr. Turner, sit down. You know Mr. Vance here.
Just enough to say goodbye to. What goes on here? What'd you get me down here for?
Vance?
Mr. Turner, what did Josie Daniels have on you?
Have on me? Nothing. She worked for me, that's all.
I spoke to your head waiter, a man named Angel, right after I left a record shop this afternoon. He told me you couldn't fire her, that she could have stayed there as long as she liked.
Angel told you that? No wonder that punk wanted to quit. Well, Vance, whatever he told you ain't true. My word against his, right?
I hardly think so. He'd have no reason to lie. Mr. Turner, when I came along the other night, the night Miss Daniels was killed, you were keeping Mr. DeWitt out of your nightclub.
Yeah, sure. Josie was rehearsing and the club wasn't open.
Josie wasn't rehearsing. She was dead.
Don't give me that. You know she was in there then. You heard her start to sing after a while.
I heard a record playing, but more of that later. Markham, please ask Mr. and Mrs. DeWitt to come in here now.
Certainly, Vance. Mr. and Mrs. DeWitt, will you come in, please?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Markham. Mr. DeWitt, I was just pointing out to Mr. Turner here that the night Josie Daniels was killed, the night I found you trying to get into his nightclub, we didn't hear Miss Daniels singing.
Oh, but we did. She was inside the club.
That was a phonograph record planted as an alibi. You see, if Miss Daniels were alive then, Turner couldn't have murdered her. Or you either, for that matter.
But, Vance, there was no record playing when the police broke into the club.
I know. Somebody took the record off. And DeWitt and Turner were with me. That leaves only Mrs. DeWitt.
No. No, I know nothing about it.
One moment, Mrs. DeWitt. Angel,
Yes, sir, Mr. Vance.
come in.
Yes, sir, Mr. Vance.
Angel, you were paid by somebody in this room to put a record on the phonograph in the Cat's Paw nightclub at 9 o'clock the night Josie Daniels was murdered, and to later take it off.
That's right, Mr. Vance.
I want you to point out the person in this room who paid you.
The person? Why, sure. That's the person.
Yes, Mrs. DeWitt. Markham, you can arrest her husband, Colton DeWitt, for murder. Mrs. DeWitt, was Miss Daniels dead when you went in her dressing room and got those letters?
Yes. Yes, she was, Mr. Vance. But I had no idea my husband killed her. I couldn't admit I was there. You understand that?
Perfectly. Well, Markham, that clears up Mrs. DeWitt's part in the murder case. Anything else you'd like to know?
Yes. What was your lead to Colton DeWitt?
The phonograph record, of course. DeWitt had to get that record somewhere, and there was only one store in the city that sold it. I went there, but the clerk wouldn't describe a man who had purchased a recording by Miss Daniels several days before.
Then how did you know it was DeWitt?
I knew somebody had to start playing the record inside the club, Markham. Somebody had to start it, and somebody had to take it off the phonograph. I found Mr. Turner's head waiter, Angel, and persuaded him to tell me who had paid him to do that. It was DeWitt, who killed Josie in her dressing room, and then came out to the front of the club to establish an alibi.
Oh, my poor husband. He should have known that Josie Daniels would cause him trouble. Right from the beginning, he should have known.
Perhaps. Only we weren't concerned with the beginning. All we were concerned with was the end of the Butterfly murder case.
Stop twirling that keychain. You're making me nervous.
Easy, Joe. You're blowing your top, kid.
Don't call me kid. Now, look, Eddie, I'm trying to be calm. Trying to be calm ain't easy with a guy like you. Now, tell me what happened and tell me fast.
Solid. Nothing to get excited about, kid.
Don't call me kid. Now, look, I'm your boss, Joe D'Angelo. You call me Mr. D'Angelo or Joe. But you don't call me kid. You get that?
Okay, kid.
What?
You want a report? Here it is. I passed 2 of the $100 bills you're making in competition with the government. No trouble. You like that?
2 of them, huh? That's good. Where?
One of them I got rid of down at the restaurant on Green Street. No trouble. The other I got rid of at the haberdashery. Guy looks the bill over good, and he gives me the change as nice as you please. We're in business, Joe.
Yeah, you bet your life we are. Only this local stuff is small time, see? Tell you what I want to do now, Eddie.
Yeah?
I want you to make contacts in different cities. Sell them the counterfeit bills I make. Can you do it?
Natch. Pushover. What do you want for him?
25%. I want $25 of good dough for every $100 phony. Can you get it?
I'm gonna get more than that, kid. I'm getting $30 instead of 25.
Okay, I could use the other 5.
Yeah, maybe you can, kid. The other 5 goes to me. That's my commission.
Don't start anything, Eddie. Remember now, you just work for me. You do like I tell you.
Yeah, who takes the risks of passing the queer? You? No, me. And I'll get what I can for you here. Don't you forget, the FBI would like to know what you're doing. Now that that's settled, I think...
Wait a minute. Georgie! Georgie, come in here.
Hey, what is this?
You'll find out. Come in, Georgie.
Really, Mr. D'Angelo, I wish you wouldn't scream my name. It's disturbing. Well, what is it you want?
Georgie, Eddie here is, getting ambitious.
Might have expected something like that from him. Look at what he's wearing. The suit coat is 3 inches too long, that keychain is in horrible taste, and the color of that suit, midnight blue.
Hey, what is this, a lesson in what I should wear? What do you want with Georgie, Joe?
You'll find out. Georgie, you're a good boy. So I'm gonna let you have some fun. Right now.
Hey, let go of my arm. Hey, Joe, hey, Mr. D'Angelo, let
Go ahead,
let go, will you?
Georgie. I can't hold this character all day.
Joe, let me go, will
Got
you?
it?
Of course
Joe.
I have. Right here.
Joe, let me
I'm
go.
ready to use it.
Joe, no!
Done, Mr. D'Angelo. You won't have any trouble at all from him from now on. Oh, dear.
What's the matter, Georgie?
Nothing. It's all right. I thought for a moment I'd gotten a bit of lint from his shirt on my suit.
But, Mr. Markham, my boy is gone. And he was a good boy, Mr. Markham.
I'm sure he was, Mrs. Macon, but there isn't anything I can do.
Oh, you can't-
I'm district attorney. You want the police department, Bureau of Missing Persons.
No.
I'll get them on the phone for you.
No. It is not them I want. You and your friend Philo Vance, I hear about
Mrs.
you.
Macon,
I read about the two of you. And now my Eddie is missing. You can find him, Mr. Markham. He's a good boy.
Well, if it'll help you any to tell me about him, Mrs. Macon, go right ahead. I'll turn the information over to the proper authorities.
And Mr. Markham, last night, Eddie, he does not come home. All the ways he comes home. Every night. Last night, he does not come home. 3 weeks ago, he quit his job. It's a good job, Mr. Markham. He was a shipping clerk.
Go ahead, Mrs. Macon.
After he leave that job, he have more money than when he work. And I said to him, Eddie, I said, where you get this money? But they won't tell me. And now he's gone. Something has happened to him, Mr. Markham. You have got to find out what it is. You and Mr. Vance.
I hardly think this is a matter for Vance, Mrs. Macon, but I can promise you this. I have a description of your son
yes.
and the photograph you brought me.
Yes.
I'll do what I can to find him. You can depend on that. I'll do what I can.
Again, you're filing your nails. Always filing your nails. Put that file away, Georgie.
Certainly, Mr. D'Angelo. You sound upset. Is there something wrong?
That kid. That Eddie Macon we knocked off.
We don't need him, I assure you. I'm quite capable of passing all the counterfeit bills you make, and of making connections to have them passed in other cities. So why worry about him?
Oh, yeah? Suppose they find his body. Suppose they trace it back to us, then what?
My dear Mr. D'Angelo, don't be ridiculous. First of all, they'll never find his body. It's down at the bottom of the lake, very carefully weighed with a very heavy stone. Second of all, even if they did find it, there is nothing that will lead the police to us. Absolutely nothing. What are you going to do now?
Gonna go to work on this press. Might as well get some of those bills moving, in case we have to blow town in a hurry.
Ridiculous. We'll be here as long as we like. See you later.
Where are you going?
Out of here. I simply won't be able to stand the sound of that printing machine.
Beautiful drive, Vance.
Thank you, Markham. Beautiful drive, beautiful day for golf. What more could a man want?
What's wrong with a beautiful dame? That wouldn't hurt me.
Caddy has something there, Vance.
Yes, he has. But a beautiful girl might lead to trouble. And this is no day for trouble.
I'll go down to your ball, Mr. Vance. I'll be there by the time Mr. Markham shoots.
I hope I hit one long enough so that I have to really walk for it. I need the exercise. Well, here goes.
Well, not bad, my friend. It's right up there with mine. Come on, let's go.
Right. Oh, by the way, Vance, there was a woman in my office to see me this morning.
Uh-oh.
Quite an old woman. Her son had disappeared. From what I gathered, he was a good boy who met a wrong crowd. She was terribly worried.
That's one of the things you can always depend upon a mother to do. Worry. Did you turn it over to the Missing Persons Bureau?
Yes, but they haven't uncovered anything. Oh, well, I don't imagine we should concern ourselves with it. After all, it is a beautiful day. I wonder where my shot landed.
Our caddy is standing down the fairway a bit. One of us is there, no doubt. Probably both of us. Both shots were headed in the same direction.
We'll see. Oh, by the way, Vance, this is a course you've never played before. There's a stream running through the fairway about 300 yards from the tee. That should be about 100 yards from where our shot landed.
Water hazard in the middle of the course, eh? Definitely unfair.
Natural hazard, I believe. But a good brassy shot will carry it over onto the green. Well, here we are.
And both together, as I imagined. Boy, Brassy, please.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Thank you.
There's water about 100 yards down, sir.
So Mr. Markham was telling me.
Water comes from Lake Ralph. We go ice skating there in the wintertime. Boy, fun.
So I'd imagine. Swimming in summer, skating in winter.
Oh, not much swimming, Mr. Vance. Couple of boats and ducks in the lake all the time. Funniest ducks you ever saw.
What's funny about them?
Well, this morning I seen them on my way here. They got red feet.
Red feet, eh?
Yeah.
That is strange. Well, here goes a try with this Brassy. Hope I get enough carry with it.
I'm betting on you.
Well, thanks for your confidence. There it goes.
A beauty, Vance. Now, if I can only duplicate that shot.
If I were you, I would, Markham. Principally because this is the last hole we'll have time to play.
Nonsense. We're playing all day.
I don't think you'll want to play after what I have to tell you.
Oh, what is it, Vance?
You see, in the event that the missing Eddie Macon was stabbed, I think I know where his body is.
Well, Vance, the police driver found Eddie Macon's body at the bottom of Lake Ralph, and it'll be brought to the surface any minute now. But how did you know it would be there?
The clue of the red ducks, Markham. Remember what the caddy told us? The only thing that would account for red feet on ducks would be blood in the water. And blood in the water could come from a body if it had been stabbed.
Wait a minute, Vance, please. If there were blood on the water, it would have been noticed, wouldn't it?
Certainly, but the blood became dissipated in and by the water, Markham. Only before it had, the ducks swam over the spot where the body was located, got blood on their feet, and then went on land.
I'm enjoying this, Vance. You're even able to trace the movements of ducks. What a man.
Well, it's reasonably simple. On land, the water from the duck's feet would dry, but the blood would cake and be retained in the webbing.
I suppose that's right. In fact, I know it's right now. Oh, we've got men going all through those bushes on shore here looking for some tie-up with the crime.
I hope they find something. Merely getting the body will tell us nothing, I'm afraid. I'm going to enjoy working on this case even more than I usually enjoy working on a murder case.
Why? Because the killer spoiled our golf game?
Yes, that and the fact that we're not going to have very much to work with, if anything.
You're a strange man, Vance. The tougher the problem, the greater pleasure for you. Most of the time, it's the other way. Well, that's Sergeant Heath's voice. Over here, Heath.
From the tone of the sergeant's voice, I'd say he'd found something.
I certainly hope so.
Hi, Mr. Markham. Well, hello, Vance. You're here on this case, too, huh?
That's right.
It's because of Vance that we're here on this case, Heath. What's up?
Well, one of my men was beating around the bushes, came up with this glove. It's all blood-stained, but all identification's been removed.
Let me see that, will you, Heath?
Sure, here you are.
Thank you.
Hey, what are you turning it inside out for? I told you all the marks have been removed.
Yes, you did.
Oh, even the button's been yanked off. Guess it had the name of the maker on it.
Well, that's true, of course, but this glove is very informative just the same.
What do you mean, Vance?
Well, for one thing, it hasn't lain in the bushes very long, which means it probably was thrown away by the murderer of Eddie Macon, who's only been missing 24 hours.
Well, so what? What good is that if we can't tell anything about the murderer?
We can tell a lot about him from this glove, Heath.
Huh?
If I were you, I'd send out an alarm for a tall, thin man about 6'2", immaculate in dress, left-handed, carries a walking stick, and, yes, he's blonde.
Ah?
Vance, how in the world do you know that?
Let's get in your car and drive over to see Eddie Macon's mother, Markham. I'll tell you all about it on the way.
Well, I'm waiting, Vance.
Sorry, Markham, I was just thinking of something, but it doesn't matter now. What you want to know is how I got the picture of our murder suspect just from looking at a blood-stained glove.
That's right.
Well, it's reasonably simple. The glove was a large size, leading me to assume that the murderer was a tall man. However, the fingers on the glove were very narrow, hence the killer was thin.
But the way he dressed and the fact that he was left-handed and carried a stick.
Most men who carry a stick are meticulous in dress, Markham. And the glove was a little worn between the index finger and the inside of the thumb. Only a stick would cause a worn spot such as I noticed in that particular place.
Well, granting all that, what about the fact that he was left-handed, that he was blond, that he was well-dressed?
Left-handed? Well, the glove we found was a left glove, and apparently he carried his stick in his left hand. Blonde? I saw a very small blonde hair on the inside of the glove. The police laboratory would have detected that, I'm sure.
And what about the business of his being well-dressed?
There were traces of liquid nail polish on the tip of the inside of the fingers, Markham. Apparently, after his most recent manicure, he was in a hurry and didn't give the polish a chance to dry. That's all there is to it. That and the fact that most men who carry a stick are well-dressed.
It certainly sounds simple the way you say it. And it's just as well that the explanation's over, because here's Mrs. Macon's house.
Oh, she knows about her son?
Yes, Heath telephoned her. I imagine she's all broken up. She was almost hysterical when she came into my office to report him missing.
Well, we'll soon find out. Coming, Markham. Of course.
What do you expect to find here, Vance?
If we're lucky, Mrs. Macon will be able to tell us which of her son's friends answers the description I feel fits the murderer.
That'll certainly simplify this case.
Yes, it will. And it's one reason that I don't believe we'll find anything. The bell, Markham.
Right. There's one thing I hate. It's dealing with hysterical women, Vance.
We may have a surprise in store for us there, too, Markham.
Yes? Oh, it is Mr. Markham.
Yes, hello, Mrs. Macon. This is Philo Vance. You remember you asked me to get him to help find your son?
Yes, and you would not do it.
It wouldn't have done any good, Mrs. Macon. Your son was already dead when you came to see Mr. Markham.
Perhaps. What is it you want?
We have a description of a man we believe might be your son's murderer. We'd like to know if you knew such a man.
What does he look like?
He's tall, blond, dresses very well, carries a walking stick, quite thin.
I don't know anybody like that. And neither did my son.
You can't help us?
You could not help me. I cannot help you. Good day, gentlemen.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Red Duck murder case began with the finding of the body of Eddie Macon, who had been stabbed. From a glove discovered near the scene of the crime, Philo Vance has constructed a detailed picture of the killer. So far, we have been unable to find a man answering the description. At this time, he might be almost anywhere. In a taxi, in the park, in a shop, on the
Come, my man. Please, just wrap it up and give it to me, and I'll take it with me. I have my car outside.
Just one moment, sir. Please, if you don't mind.
One moment? What for? I'm in a hurry.
Yes, but you've given me a $100 bill. I'll have to get the change from the back of the shop. I won't be but a moment, sir.
Very well, but hurry. I don't have all day. Fine thing. Shopkeeper who can't keep change for 100 in his register.
Police headquarters.
Hello, this is Bailey at Bailey's men's shop on Main Street. A man is in the shop, tall, blond, and he's carrying a stick. He just gave me a $100 bill. It's one of those counterfeits we were told to watch out for.
Good. Stall him there a few minutes. We'll be right over.
Right. Sorry to have kept you waiting, sir. But I'll have your change in just a moment.
Very cute, weren't you? But you don't trap me. I'm getting out of here.
What? Hey, you, stop! Stop! Excuse me, please. Pardon me, please. Stop him, somebody! Somebody stop that man in the roadster there! Hey, you! You in the car, stop! Okay.
Get off, you fool, get off.
Oh, no, my friend, I'm hanging under this door.
I warn you to get off. This gun will change your mind. Oh! Get off, or I'll slam it down on your other hand. There. Oh! Now, off!
Markham speaking.
This is Vance, Markham.
Vance, I've been calling you all over town.
We're hot on the trail of the blonde killer. He's tied up with a counterfeit ring. Did you know that?
No, tell me about it.
He tried to pass a counterfeit bill, and the shopkeeper almost grabbed him. He answers your description perfectly, by the way.
Good.
Well, it isn't so very good. We still don't know where to locate him.
Well, that's why I called you. I can tell you where he lives.
What?
Sergeant Heath and I made a very thorough canvass of custom tailors, better-type haberdashers, and barber shops, and finally found our blonde friend's manicurist. I asked Heath to let me take it from there.
Well, that's fine with me, but do we grab our blonde counterfeiter now?
No, Markham. We're not ready for that yet. You meet me at the address I'll give you in a moment, and we'll make plans to break up the whole counterfeit ring. We'll break that up and get our murderer at the same time.
Please, Mr. D'Angelo, please turn off that printing press.
Now, take it easy, Georgie. You file your nails, it gets on my nerves. My press gets on yours. Same difference.
Please turn it off, won't you?
Okay, okay. Only every time it makes a noise, we make another load of dough, Georgie. Don't forget that.
I know. And money is terribly important. It buys clothes, handmade shirts, this Hamburg hat. Yes, I must have money, Joe.
Oh, you're going to roll in it in another week, Georgie.
I know, Mr. D'Angelo. You and I are very clever, aren't we?
We're the best, Georgie. The best. I make 'em, you pass 'em. When there's trouble, we handle it.
You should have seen the face of the fellow I pushed off my car.
Any chance of his tracing the car, Georgie?
None at all. I had a rag over the license plates. Horribly dirty rag.
Yeah, did an awful clean job for us. Don't forget that.
No, that's true. Mr. D'Angelo, nobody is any closer to us than they were before we killed Eddie Macon. We're completely in the clear, and we'll stay that way until we leave town. Right?
Right. One more week, and we'll have enough counterfeit money made to start our own Treasury Department. Then, a month to drop it off in different cities. And then you know where I'm going, Georgie?
No. Where?
I'm gonna spend the rest of my life on Easy Street.
Any answer yet, Markham?
No, Vance. I'm still holding the phone, and the operator's still checking for the address.
Quite a nice apartment the blonde killer has, isn't it? Excellent taste.
I'm still not quite sure how you found it, Vance.
Well, Markham, his type of man had to have his nails done very often. Usually by the same manicurist. Sergeant Heath and I found a manicurist at one of the better hotels who had a customer answering our description. She once had to go to his apartment to do his nails and remembered the address. It was as simple as that.
Vance, everything is simple once you set to work on it. I sure wish this operator would answer.
I wish our blonde friend had been here when we broke into his apartment. All we found was that telephone number on his pad.
What happens after the operator gives us the name and address belonging to that number?
It all depends on who the number belongs to. If we think
I'm sorry to keep you waiting,
Oh, wait a
sir.
minute, Vance. It's all right, miss. I'm still here.
The number is listed under the name of Joseph D'Angelo, printer, at 484 Jean Street.
D'Angelo, printer. Thank you very much. Vance,
I know, I heard. Well, it's all starting to tie up now, Markham. You get Heath and a squad of men. I'm going to 484 Jean Street.
Mr. D'Angelo, Mr. D'Angelo.
Huh? What's the matter, Georgie? What's going on?
We've got to get out of here.
Oh, wait till I turn off this machine. What is this?
I just called the shop where I have my nails done. I have to make an appointment.
Yeah, never mind all that. What happened?
The girl told me a man was asking questions about me. Said he was a friend of mine. She told him where I lived, and... Joe, I have this phone number written on a pad.
Oh, you jerk. Well, come on. Let's break all this stuff and throw it in
Very
the
well.
melting pot.
Yes.
Anybody comes here 2 minutes from now won't find a thing.
All that lovely money, too.
Every hunk of paper in the joint. Now, come on, hurry.
Right.
Guy who asked those questions might be here any minute now.
Yes.
Take the lid off that stove down there.
All right. This money lying around isn't dry yet. I'll get ink all over my hands.
So what? Take off your coat. We got work to do.
I'll get ink on this beautiful shirt. I just had it made.
Take that coat off and step on it. Now, here. Dump these bills into the fire.
All right.
I'm going to take the press apart and melt down those plates.
Oh, my beautiful shirt. It'll be ruined. I'll get the money out of the way.
One more trip ought to make it. I'll bang this press into so many pieces nobody'll know what it was.
Couldn't we save the plates? Those beautifully engraved plates on the table.
They go next. Right into the fire, pretty boy. How you doing?
I've destroyed all the money.
Good. I gotta go to work on these.
I wouldn't work on anything if I were you.
Georgie, this must be the guy who asked questions. The knife, Georgie, the knife. Only how'd he get in?
The door was open and I walked in.
The knife, Georgie. Use the knife.
The knife, Mr.
Oh, no,
D'Angelo?
you don't. Get him, Georgie. I'll hold his arm.
No, you don't either.
Oh.
Let's try to do that more often.
You'll never do anything again, ever. This knife
Drop
will...
it. Drop that
No,
knife.
my arm. My
Drop
arm.
it. Let go. Go.
I'll drop it. But I'll get out of here. You'll never catch me.
Never saw a man so wrong in my life. Your friend's out cold, and I'm holding you here until the police come.
Stop it. Stop it and let me alone.
You stay right here against this table.
No.
Oh, no, you don't.
No.
Don't try to get away. God, man.
Stop it. You're breaking my back. Yes. Breaking my back. I tell
Breaking
you.
my heart. I'll...
Oh, thank you, Mr. D'Angelo. He didn't hit you as hard as you thought.
I got a tough chin. Now, listen, Georgie. That guy I just slugged's Philo Vance. That means the cops will be here soon. Now, come on, help me break up this engraving plate on the table, and when the cops get here, nobody will know what we've been up to. There won't be a trace of anything.
But what about Vance?
He's yours. Yours and your knives.
Good. In that case, let's hurry and break up these plates.
I can take care of this alone. You go on over and lock the outside door so we don't have no more company.
Sure, I'll do that, Mr. D'Angelo. All locked, Mr. D'Angelo. What do we do now?
Nah, just about taking care of these plates. That does it. Now we get to work on Vance.
Open up in there. Open up.
What, cops?
They're breaking in the door, Mr. D'Angelo. What shall we do?
Get out of here the back way and fast.
No, not yet. I've got to take care of Mr. Vance. I've got to be...
Well, come on, men. All right, hold the both of you. Hold it right where you are.
Take your hands
You'll
off
have
me.
to take care of Mr. Vance.
Grab
We could have
both
been
of
out
these
of
men,
here.
Sergeant
All
Heath. They're both yours.
All right, Mr. Markham. Hey, look at Vance on the floor.
Vance, are you all right?
Okay,
Vance.
come on, you're going with us.
What for? What do you got on us? We saw this guy break in and we slugged him. We thought he was a stick-up guy.
Mr. Markham?
Don't try anything funny, D'Angelo. We know you've been counterfeiting, and we can prove it.
Yeah, how? See any phony dough around? Any plates?
Markham, Mr. D'Angelo is right.
Vance, can you get up all right?
I'll be all right in a minute. What I was saying is that Mr. D'Angelo is right. There's practically no evidence of counterfeiting in this place now.
Hey, say, what did I tell you?
Yes. Do you see what Mr. D'Angelo told you?
I said there was practically no evidence. Turn around, my blonde friend. Turn around and show the district attorney indisputable evidence that not only was there counterfeiting going on here, but that you and Mr. D'Angelo were doing it. Not much to discuss in this case, is there, Markham?
Just one thing, Vance. Our blonde friend George in the back of his shirt.
Oh, that. Well, I suspected that D'Angelo and George would break up their plates if they succeeded in overpowering me. So, before they did, I forced George in his clean white shirt up against the engraving plate. So, when he turned around, you saw several counterfeit impressions of $100 bills on it.
Yes, we did. And I don't mind telling you we needed that evidence to make sure that that was the end of the two counterfeiters.
George confessed rather easily, I understand.
Yes, his type always does, Vance. He admitted he killed Eddie Macon.
Well, then, that little device of mine not only meant the end of the two counterfeiters, but also the end of the Red Duck murder case.
Sorry, Sergeant Heath. I still say we send for Philo Vance on this murder case.
Hey, why? We got the whole homicide department working, haven't we? And if that isn't enough, I ought to have a man here by tomorrow at the latest.
I know all that. I still say this is a case for the maestro.
The maestro. Philo Vance, the murder maestro. Oh, sure, he's helped on cases, but we don't need him on this one. What's so tough about it? A millionaire named Simon Joyce is walking along a road.
Mistletoe Road.
All right, Mistletoe Road. A hit-and-run driver clips him. So maybe it's murder. And because the thing happened so close to the state line and chances are the car crossed it, we get the FBI. Well, what else do you think we need?
I'm not discounting either your department or the FBI, Heath, but I still would feel better if Vance were on this case.
Look, Mr. Markham, I'll be reasonable. Maybe this was a planned murder. So if it was, we got 3 suspects. The dead man's niece and nephew who lived with him, and his bachelor brother. Wait till we're through with them before you yell for Vance.
According to the dead man's will, neither the niece nor nephew inherited a dime, so they had no motive. No monetary motive, that is. And as I understand it, the 3 were very friendly.
Sure, that's right. I questioned the servants and found that out. But the brother, Mr. Markham, the dead man's brother, he gets the business all for himself. He and the dead guy were partners, and it was an awful good business. He's the one I'm going to work on.
Take it easy with him, Heath. I've questioned him myself, and he's a sick man.
He'll be a whole lot sicker after I get through with him. If he killed his brother, believe me.
One other thing, Heath.
Yeah?
Apparently you didn't object to the FBI being called in. Why object to Vance?
First of all, I don't even get a chance to call the FBI. James Evans, the dead man's nephew, brought them in. But I welcome the FBI, DA. I'd take them any time rather than work on a case with Philo Vance.
Now, Heath, Vance never takes any bows for the cases he helps us on. You always get the newspaper credit for the cases he solves.
That's just it, DA. Think what that does to my morale.
How much further, Markham?
Not too far. It's around a bend in the road up ahead.
That's the spot where Mr. Joyce's body was found, eh?
That's right. Knocked in a ditch on the left side of the road. The reason I'm certain it was premeditated, Vance, is that from what I understand, Mr. Joyce always walked at the very edge of the road.
If he were that careful, he'd walk on the left side of a road, facing any cars that might be approaching.
Our examination showed that the car that hit him was coming toward him, Vance. That's what bears out our theory. Sorry we're getting out here so late in the evening, but I couldn't reach you before.
I was busy cleaning up another case. By the way, you realize, of course, Markham, that we're being followed.
Oh, yes.
Well, my turn to be surprised at you, my friend.
I got a little tired of having you do that to me on every case we work on, Vance. You don't mind, do you?
Not a bit. I promise to do it to you again on this one, too. Providing you'll tell me who's in the car in back of us.
It's Dan Stevens of the FBI, Vance. He was on his way out here, and Heath told him we were coming out, so he said he'd follow us. Any objections?
Of course not.
He said he'd wait in his car until we were through examining the scene of the crime. He said he didn't want to get in the way.
What he meant was that he wanted to make his own observations. But that's perfectly all right with me.
Here we are, Vance. Here's the curve, and there's the spot.
Mr. Evans was found across the road, eh?
That's right. A little way down from that big tree.
Very interesting. If your theory is correct, and a car came down this road the way we came, intent on hitting Mr. Joyce, he'd have to come very close to that tree as he made the turn. I wonder.
You wonder what?
Come with me and see. Better get out my side.
All right. I'm right with you, Vance.
Well, I see our FBI friend has stopped, Markham.
He's keeping his word not to interfere till we were finished. Well, here's the tree, Vance. Tell me what there was about it that made you think.
Made me hope, my friend. Hope that perhaps the murder car grazed it.
And took some paint off, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
That wouldn't do us much good. As soon as the driver noticed it, he'd have the scratch repainted.
Oh, of course he would, but...
Oh, you found something on the tree, Vance?
I most certainly have. A bit of paint. Dark green paint. Markham, we may have something here. Signal to Mr. Stevens of the FBI to come over here, will you?
Certainly. Oh, Stevens! Stevens!
Yes?
Would you come over here, please?
Of course.
He's coming, Vance. Why do you want him?
Markham, do you know the FBI can take that little bit of paint on the tree trunk and tell you what make of car it came from and what year and what model?
Yes, I've heard that.
It's true. J. Edgar Hoover, head of the FBI, mentioned it in a speech the other day. They can do the same tracing with a fragment of glass from the headlight and sometimes from a windshield.
Oh, hi there, Markham. You yelled for me?
Yes, I did, Stevens. I'd like you to know Philo Vance.
The private investigator? My pleasure, Mr. Vance.
Thank you. It's a privilege to meet a member of your great organization. Now we can consult the corpus juris secundum together.
Latin wasn't my star subject in college, Vance. What does that mean?
Nothing important, believe me. What is important is this. Mr. Stevens, I want you to look at that bit of paint on the tree.
Where? Oh, yes. Yes, I see it.
I understand the FBI laboratories can tell what make of car that paint came from, the model of the car and the year.
That's right. I'll just take my penknife and remove that paint and a bit of the wood it's on. That won't hurt the tree any.
By what process does your FBI determine all the details from just a bit of paint, Stevens?
Well, it's pretty long and involved, and it isn't necessary for us agents to be familiar with the details, Markham.
Being cagey, Mr. Stevens?
No, not at all, Vance. I honestly don't know. I know enough to believe we've got a very valuable clue here, though.
I think we have. Will you rush it back to town for analysis?
I most certainly will. I'll phone Mr. Markham a report as soon as I get one. Oh, where will you be the first thing in the morning, Markham?
They've fixed a spare room for me at the Joyce main house.
I'll call you there. Where will you be, Vance?
With Markham. I haven't met our suspects yet, and after a good night's sleep, I'll start on that niece and nephew first thing in the morning.
Well, Vance, this is the room they've given us, according to the butler. Shall we go in?
Might as well, Markham. Just one moment, though. I want to fix the floor plan in my mind.
All right.
Now, James Evans, the dead man's nephew, has the room next to ours, right?
Yes, and according to the well-informed butler, he's retired. Sally Evans, his sister, has the room down the hall, but she hasn't come home.
That came from that room.
It must be the nephew, James Evans. Come on, Vance.
Right.
Mr. Evans, what's wrong? What's wrong in there?
Wait just a minute. Oh, Mr. Markham, thank goodness it's you.
This is Philo Vance. What happened to you, Evans? Nightmare?
Nightmare? It sure wasn't any nightmare. Somebody climbed in the window and tried to smother me with my pillow. Whoever it was went out the window when I yelled for help.
Vance, what are you looking for over there?
Just looking out the window of Mr. Evans' room, Markham. Somebody did climb up here and apparently down again within the past few minutes. This leaf I picked up from the floor was only recently torn from the vine.
Mr. Evans, I'll have the police double the guard around this house. You can go back to sleep.
Oh, thank heavens.
I guarantee you'll be safe from the man who just tried to smother you.
Man, Markham. The attempt to smother Mr. Evans here wasn't made by a man. Is that you who just came in, Sergeant Heath?
Yeah, Vance, it's me. Enjoying your breakfast?
Yes, very much. Care to join me?
I had breakfast hours ago. Where's Mr. Markham?
I left him upstairs sleeping. So you caught the girl who tried to smother Mr. James Evans last night, eh?
Well, how do you know that?
Oh, you're a good police officer, Heath. And the men who are guarding this house know their business. When I told Mr. Markham last night that the person who tried to smother Mr. Evans was a girl, I knew you'd pick her up.
Well, we did. But how did you know it was a girl? Even if you caught a look at a figure running from the house, it was too dark to see whether it was a man or a woman.
That's true, but the figure climbed through the fence surrounding this house, Heath. A man would have climbed over it, inasmuch as it wasn't very high. That much I could see.
You ask me, there isn't anything you can't see. Anyhow, I got her outside. She's the murdered guy's niece. You want her in here?
Yes, I'd like to talk to her while I'm waiting for Mr. Stevens of the FBI to phone in his report. Please, Heath.
Okay. Hey, Murdoch, bring that Evans girl in here, huh? All right. You getting anywhere on this case, Vance?
In distance, nowhere. In intensity, I'm doing very well, I think.
Well, what is it you want with me?
Miss Evans, I believe I'm Philo Vance.
I'm delighted.
Well, the words are right, but the tone is wrong. Heath, do you mind?
No, Vance, I'll leave you to. Yell if you want something.
Right, thank you. Miss Evans, why did you try to smother your brother last night? Excuse me, please, I'd better take that. Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, Stevens of the FBI. I got a laboratory check of that paint from the tree. Comes from a 1942 Plymouth. Probably a convertible.
Well, that's excellent, Mr. Stevens. Thank you very much. Do me one more favor, will you?
Well, sure, Vance. What?
The dead man had a brother, the only individual in this case who benefits from the will. Meet me at his office in an hour, will you? It's in the Wilcox building.
I'll be there.
See you later, Vance. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now, Miss Evans, as I remember it, I had asked you why you tried to smother your brother last night.
I did it because I loved my Uncle Simon.
Am I to see the connection between my question and your answer?
Of course. My brother killed Uncle Simon, so I wanted to kill him.
So your brother killed your uncle, eh?
Yes.
Can you prove that?
No, I just know it, that's all.
Well, that, I'm afraid, isn't enough. Miss Evans, what kind of car do you own?
I have a convertible.
Plymouth, 1942?
Yes. How did you know?
That was the car that ran down and killed your uncle, Miss Evans. Right now, I have a clue I want to run down. And then I'll be back to you.
Oh, Vance! Vance!
Hello there, Mr. Stevens. I've been waiting for you.
I got here as soon as I could. So, old man Joyce's office is in this building, huh?
On the ground floor. While I was waiting for you, I was looking around. Take a look at this car parked at the curb.
1942 Plymouth. Convertible.
With the initials B.J. on it. That could mean Bernard Joyce, the dead man's brother.
Well, let's go in and find out.
Right. Mr. Stevens, in the event that Bernard Joyce, who was the partner of the dead man, was stealing from Simon Joyce, could you tell from looking at the books?
No, but we have expert accountants over at the FBI.
That's what I imagined. After you, sir.
Thank you. Why do you ask about the books?
Because everything points to the brother as Simon Joyce's killer.
Oh.
The entire business now goes to him. The car parked outside, which we now know was the same make and model as the murder car, is his. And it would be a plus motive if Bernard Joyce had been stealing from the firm.
Well, we'll find out. Joyce and Joyce, architectural consultants. This is the office, Vance.
Let's go in, Mr. Stevens.
Well, what do you two want? What do you want?
Excuse us, please, Mr. Joyce. My name is Vance. I'm a private investigator. This is Mr. Stevens of the FBI.
Don't care who you are, who he is either. I'm a sick man. Hand me that water pitcher. Time to take one of my pills.
I'll pour it for you.
That's enough. That's enough. What are you trying to do? Give me enough water to drown me? I'm sick enough as it is.
Mr. Joyce, where were you when your brother was murdered?
He wasn't murdered. He was out walking. He was hit by a car. It was an accident.
Very well. The accident occurred early on Tuesday morning, about 8:30 a.m. Where were you at the time?
8:30 Tuesday? I don't know. I was driving around somewhere, I imagine. No place definite. Wanted to pick up my nephew, James. A fine boy, James. Only he wasn't home. His sister's a devil. He's a fine boy. Now, be quiet now, both of you. This is a business I'm trying to run. Hello?
Hello, this is District Attorney Markham. Is Philo Vance there?
Who? Vance?
That's my name, sir.
Yep, he's here. Wait a minute. For you.
Is there an extension I can use, Mr. Joyce, where I won't be overheard?
What's the matter? Afraid I'll hear you?
Yes.
Now, go in that office there and close the door.
Thank you. Stevens.
Don't worry, Vance. I'll see that Mr. Joyce hangs up the minute you pick up that phone.
Thank you. I won't be long, gentlemen.
Take your time, Vance, old man.
Right. Markham?
Hello, Vance. What was that sound? Somebody listening in?
That was Mr. Joyce hanging up the phone in the next room. What's bothering you, Markham?
Vance, I'm completely restless about this case. Nothing's happening. I was wondering if you'd found out anything.
I think so, Markham. For instance, I know who killed Simon Joyce, and I know why he was killed. But unfortunately, I can't prove a case against our murderer yet.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Mistletoe murder case began with the finding of the body of Rich Simon Joyce, victim of a hit-and-run driver on Mistletoe Road. Philo Vance is working on the case, as is an FBI representative named Stevens, called in by James Evans, a nephew whose sister, Sally Evans, later tried to smother him. The dead man's fortune went to his brother and business partner, Bernard Joyce, from whose office Philo Vance just told me he knew who had killed Simon Joyce but couldn't prove it. Our men watching the Joyce home report that Sally Evans and her brother are in the living room. It is a little late.
So, you tried to kill me, did you? Tried to smother me while I slept.
I tried once, and I'll try again. Only this time, I'll do it.
Look, you little hellion, I'll teach you not
Come
to...
one step nearer to me, and I'll let you have it with this lamp.
You don't scare me. The
place is full of policemen. You wouldn't dare.
Oh, wouldn't I? Just try it and see. Why shouldn't I do it? You're a murderer. You killed Uncle Simon.
Stop acting. You did it and you know it. Don't try to make it look like me, or I
Don't
swear
do it,
I'll...
James. Don't touch me.
I'll make you sorry you ever...
Hey, what's going on in here?
What does it look like, Sergeant Heath? Looks like I hit my brother with this lamp, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly what I did.
Vance, is that you in that car?
Yes, it's I, Markham. Just drove here from the city. Been interviewing Mr. Bernard Joyce.
Vance, what did you mean by telling me you knew who killed Simon Joyce but couldn't prove it? Tell me who it is, and we'll find a way of making the guilty one confess.
Sorry, my friend, not yet. Is that the garage where the family kept its cars?
Yes. Is that where we're heading?
That's right. How many cars in the garage, Markham?
2, both Plymouth convertibles. Belong to the nephew, James Evans, and the niece, Sally.
What year Plymouth, Markham?
I'm not sure. 41, 42, I'd say, as a guess. Why?
I'll tell you when I see them, which should be now. Well, there we are. Now, this car on the left, initials S.E. That must be Sally's.
Yes, that goes without saying. And the other one is James' car.
May I repeat what you just said? That goes without saying, too. This model of Miss Evans is a 1942. Well, that's interesting. Help me look for a scratch on the fenders somewhere, will you?
Of course.
While we're looking, I'll tell you that Simon Joyce's brother has a 42 Plymouth convertible. I saw it. It had a scratch on the fender, newly painted.
Oh, I see what you meant when you told me you knew our murderer.
No, I don't think you do. Now, look here, Markham. Look, a newly painted spot on the girl's car.
Of course it is. Well, Vance, that complicates things somewhat.
Think so? Let's inspect her brother's car. I guarantee that has a newly painted spot on it, too.
What?
Our murderer is very cute, Markham. There was undoubtedly a scratch on the murder car, so he scratched and painted over the cars belonging to our other 2 suspects.
Vance, here's the scratch on James Evans' car. Newly painted over, too. There's a phone over there. Want to call the FBI and report this to Stevens? He has a right to know.
I believe he's questioning Miss Evans in the house now. I would like to call Mr. Joyce, though. That's a coin telephone, and I don't have any change. Let me have a nickel, will you?
Certainly. I'm sorry, Vance. All I have is $2 half.
Well, it doesn't matter. We'll call from the house. We can use the room we had last night.
Vance, wait a minute.
Why?
I can be of a little help on this case anyhow. The FBI report said that the paint from the tree came from a 1942 Plymouth convertible, right?
Yes, of course.
Well, look here at James Evans' car. It isn't a 42 at all. It's a 40.
He could have been driving Miss Evans' car, Markham.
That's right, I suppose.
No, I'm sorry, my friend. I didn't mean to confuse you, but it's wrong. Miss Evans' car can't be driven. I inspected the motor last night. The carburetor's been removed, and the dust around it indicates it's been out for some time.
But Miss Evans could have been driving her brother... No, I'm sorry. She couldn't have. That's a 1940. I found that out myself.
Confused, Markham?
Confused is a charitable word.
Well, you won't be in that state much longer. No longer than this evening, believe me. By that time, I'll have this entire case ready to lay right in your lap.
Any more questions, Mr. Stevens? Because if you have any, you'll get the same answers. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know.
All right, Miss Evans. I'm through with you, I imagine. Where's your brother?
He left here for town about an hour ago. He'll be back for dinner.
I hope you don't intend to leave the house.
He can go and I can't.
I wasn't able to see him to tell him that he couldn't leave. Now, I'm going upstairs to chat with Vance and Markham. I hope you'll... sit still, please. I'll take it. Hello? Stevens speaking.
Stevens, this is James Evans.
Yes?
I'm calling in to report. I intend to remain here in town, and I won't be back at the house till morning.
I'm sorry, Mr. Evans, but I'll have to ask you to come back.
Come back?
Yes, I have something very important to discuss with you. Very important.
Oh, really? Well, when do you want me to come back, then?
At once.
Okay, I'll drive back, but it'll take an hour. Goodbye.
Bye. Your brother's on his way back.
For my part, he can stay away forever. Look, Mr. Stevens, I know he killed Uncle Simon. I can't prove it, but I know it.
I assure you, Miss Evans, I'll investigate him thoroughly. And I'm sure Mr. Markham, Philo Vance, and Sergeant Heath will do the same. You might be interested in knowing that we do have a very definite clue. It seems that the car that killed your uncle...
happened, Miss...
How did this happen, Miss Evans?
Stevens.
I don't know. I was talking to him, and a shot came from the window, and he fell right here, right in front of me.
How is he, Markham?
He's dead. Bullet got him in the heart.
My brother was in town. He just called up, and Mr. Stevens told him to come back. And then Mr. Stevens came over here to talk to me, and then there was a shot.
No. Take it easy, Miss Evans. You won't be under this strain much longer. Philo Vance has promised to name your uncle's murderer. There's no question that whoever killed him killed Stevens. We'll have him in custody by this evening. Right, Vance?
That's correct. But first, I want to pay another visit to the garage and then to the police laboratory. Come with me, please, Markham.
Mr. Vance, Mr. Markham, you'll soon see how we bring out fingerprints that are not entirely visible under a microscope. Now, this telephone dial you brought me...
The one I took from the telephone in Simon Joyce's garage, Doctor.
Yes, of course. Now, over it, I break this small vial. Here. The vial contains iodine crystals. The fumes from the crystals are invaluable in bringing out latent fingerprints. In a moment, we may even be able to see them with the naked eye.
Vance, if we were looking for fingerprints, why didn't we take the telephone receiver from the garage? If your theory is right, we could have gotten excellent prints from that.
Our murderer is clever, Markham. If, as I imagine, he used the phone in the garage, he would have worn gloves to hold the receiver. But he'd never have seen the necessity for wearing them when he dialed a number. Besides, gloves are unwieldy when you're dialing.
Prints are coming up, gentlemen. Just the tip of the finger, but prints just the same.
You have the fingerprints of the girl, her brother, and the dead man's uncle to compare those with.
Yes, these I have. Sergeant Heath got them early in this case. Now, I compare under the microscope.
I'll tell you whose prints they are.
Man, if you could tell us, why did we go to all this trouble?
It's the proof we need, Markham.
But, Vance, if you had told us the murderer before, the FBI man Stevens would be alive today.
The FBI was never on this case, Markham. Stevens was not an FBI man. He was an imposter. That's the reason I knew that the murderer was the man you told me had called the FBI. Markham, arrest James Evans for murder.
My nephew, James, my favorite nephew. I find it hard to believe. Please, Mr. Vance, the water pitcher.
Certainly, Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, it was because James was your favorite that he killed your brother. He knew the entire state would go to you, that you were sick, and that you would eventually pass on and leave everything to him.
A poor, misguided boy.
He thought he was very clever, didn't he, Vance?
In a way, he was, Markham. That business of calling in the FBI was very cute. We've never had that happen before.
Vance, how did you know that Stevens wasn't an FBI man? And that, as a consequence, James Evans never called the Federal Bureau?
That was my lead to him almost from the beginning, Markham. In the first place, according to the FBI manual, a federal investigator must either be a lawyer, a linguist, a scientist, or an accountant. Early in the case, I mentioned a very well-known law book, Corpus Juris Secundum. It's in every lawyer's office.
And Stevens had never heard of it?
That's what he said. And he didn't know that the Latin words meant second body of the law. Therefore, he wasn't a linguist. When we were on the way to visit Mr. Bernard Joyce here, Stevens told me that if there was a discrepancy in the books, he couldn't find it. He'd have to take it to the FBI offices.
Proving he wasn't an accountant.
Exactly.
Yes.
And when he couldn't explain the process by which the paint from the murder car was checked and analyzed, I knew he wasn't a scientist. Well, if he wasn't a lawyer, an accountant, a linguist, or a scientist, he couldn't have been an FBI man. Simple.
That's true, of course. But, Vance, what made you think to take the dial from the garage telephone?
If my logic was correct up to there, it was James who killed Stevens. He had called Stevens on the phone a moment before, saying he was in town. Yet a moment later, Stevens was shot.
This even I understand now. If my nephew was in town, he couldn't have been near enough to kill Stevens a moment later.
No, but if he called from the garage, he could have. And I believed he did call from the garage. And laboratory tests prove he did.
Vance, I know now what started you on your original line of reasoning. If, as you suspected, Stevens wasn't an FBI man, then Evans never called the Federal Bureau, but devised this scheme of supplying us with the false clue of the 1942 Plymouth car. His own car was a 1940, removing him from suspicion. And the scratch on the fender, he cunningly duplicated on his sister's car and on your car, Mr. Joyce.
He wanted it to look like I killed my brother.
He didn't care who was blamed as long as he got away with it. The reason he killed Stevens was because he knew Stevens could blackmail him forever after the masquerade was over.
Well, Vance, it seems that the masquerade is over now. And so, incidentally, is the Mistletoe murder case.
Put the car in the garage for me, Jonesy.
Right-ho, Miss Dixon, right-ho. I'm finished with the lawn anyhow. Oh, Miss Dixon, that young David Allen is in the house. He's been waiting for you. I saw him come in.
Let him wait. Do him good.
I was a young fella. Gal didn't treat a fiancé like that, no, sir.
Fiancé? You mean ex-fiancé?
Well, in that case, I guess it's different. I didn't know.
Neither did he till this morning. Where's he waiting?
Inside somewhere, miss. I'll just put the car in the garage.
Good enough. Take over, Jonesy.
Yes'm. Been pushing a lawnmower all day. Now I get to have something push me.
Now for a session.
That you, Joyce?
Yes, it's me. I'll be right in.
There you are, Joyce. I've been waiting for you.
Whoever would have guessed. What's the matter? Didn't you get my letter?
Yes? Came this morning. First thing this morning before I left for the office.
Well, if you got my letter, what are you doing here? It said pretty plainly that you and I were washed up, didn't it? Because if it didn't, I'll tell you now. We're all washed up. Now beat it.
All right, Joyce, I'll go, but tell me why. What have I done?
Done? You haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you mean. Except for the fact that you have no money, and that doesn't matter because I've got plenty. You're perfect. You're good-looking, normal, and your nails are always clean. There's nothing wrong with you except that you're dull, that's all.
So because there's nothing wrong with me, there's something wrong. Well, maybe there is something wrong with me. Something that you don't know anything about.
Oh, this I've got to hear.
Look, Joyce, I know where you get your money. I know that you don't own an honest dollar.
Why shouldn't you know that? You work for the man who takes care of my business.
You realize that all I have to do is tell what I know about where your money comes from, and you'll go to jail.
Oh, now we're getting around to blackmail, are we? Well, that's a point in your favor.
I'd never tell unless you make me, unless you do what you said you were going to do in that letter.
And then what?
Then I'll see to it that I'm not the only one that's hurt. Joyce, you've always had everything your own way. It's about time you were paid off. You've been getting away with murder all your life.
Oh, I have I? I've been getting away with murder all my life.
Yes, you have.
Keep talking, Alan. You're giving me an idea.
Good heavens, my boy, stop sitting at your desk mooning. What if our beloved client decided not to marry you? Forget it.
I can't, Mr. Stone.
You know, there's a strange philosophy employed by young men. Unless they garb their thoughts in the deepest black when a romance is done, to their minds the romance was not worthwhile. Come, boy, we have some figures to go over. Now, Miss Dixon's income for last week from the two gambling houses was... Now, let me see how much...
I'll answer it, Mr. Stone.
Oh, sorry, lad. Can't have any of my clients hear that voice of yours on the phone this morning.
Still think things are desperate in this office.
Well, aren't they?
That, my boy, we shall discuss in a moment. Hello. Bartlett Stone speaking.
Mr. Stone, this is Jones, Miss Dixon's gardener.
Well, what is it, Jones?
Mr. Stone, I've been gardener to the Dixon family for 20 years. If Miss Dixon's parents were alive, I could go to them, but now I don't know what to do.
Come, man, what is all this?
Mr. David Allen, the young man who works for you, Mr. Stone.
Yes?
Last night, he and Miss Dixon had a terrible argument. After I put the car away, I heard them threaten each other, and, well, Mr. Stone, they both sounded as if they meant it.
Oh, they both did, eh?
I kind of would like you to do something about that, Mr. Stone.
I definitely will. Thank you for calling, Jones. Goodbye. That was Miss Dixon's gardener, Allen.
So I gathered when you mentioned his name.
He said there was rather a serious quarrel at the house last night. I'm surprised that you lost your temper, my boy.
Look, let's not pretend any longer. Of course, you realize I know Miss Dixon owns a string of gambling houses. But I also know how you've been stealing from her. So, don't you try to be the big white father to me.
Allen, my boy, you surprise me.
Yes?
You surprise me greatly. And in the light of your remarks, perhaps I might relieve poor Jones' mind. He begged me to do something about your threatening Miss Dixon. You know, Allen, I think Jones has something there.
Come.
Mr. Markham?
That's right. Please come in.
Your secretary said it was all right to come in.
Yes, she let me know you were coming. You're Miss Dixon.
That's right, Joyce Dixon. All right to sit down?
Please do. Allow me.
Look, Markham, let's you and I not kid each other. You're the district attorney, and you know a lot about me, only you haven't been able to prove anything, right?
Go ahead, Miss Dixon.
I came up to tell you a couple of things. One is that I'm selling out. I won't be operating after this week.
And the other things?
I'll take them in order. My money is being handled by a guy named Stone, Bartley Stone. You know him?
Vaguely.
Well, that's all anybody ever knows him. He's been stealing from me every week for I don't know how long, but I don't mind that.
You don't?
No, why should I? He runs my business, and he's stealing less than the next guy would, so what's the difference?
Mm-hmm.
But he's got a young kid working for him, kid named David Allen. I was engaged to him till yesterday.
Nothing you've said sounds like a matter for you to come to me with, Miss Dixon.
I don't want any matter concerning me to come to you, Markham. Especially, I don't want you investigating my murder. See what I mean?
Oh. I wish you could stay a few minutes longer, Miss Dixon. My friend Philo Vance is expected here any minute, and there's nothing he likes better than to meet an intended murder victim.
Think I'm kidding, don't you?
No, I don't think so. But I think you know you've caused my office a great deal of trouble in the past, and, well, you're not exactly one of our favorite people.
That means it's okay for somebody to murder me?
Not at all. But the point is that...
Well, hello.
Vance, come in.
Thank you.
This is Miss...
Joyce Dixon. How do you do, Miss Dixon? I'm Philo Vance.
How do you know my name? We've never met.
No, that's right, we haven't. But your initials are on your handbag, the name Joyce is on that pin you're wearing on your blouse, and besides, Mr. Markham's secretary told me. What are you upset about, Miss Dixon?
Who says I'm upset?
You say it. Oh, not in words, but there's a bit of polish peeled from the index finger of your left hand. Women generally do that when their nerves are acting up. Not only that, but you undoubtedly left your home in a hurry.
Now, wait a minute, Vance. If there were anything obviously wrong with the way Miss Dixon is dressed...
Look, both of you, stop taking me apart. All right, so I'm nervous, I'm upset. I did leave my house in a hurry. Who cares? But how did you know, Vance?
A woman's curiosity finally triumphing over her sophistication. Miss Dixon, your makeup is very revealing. You neglected to use mascara on the eyelashes of your right eye. The other eye is made up perfectly. Either you were too upset to realize what you had missed doing, or too much in a hurry to leave, or both.
Okay, so it was both. Now let's stop this before you tell me what I had for breakfast. Look, Vance, I came up here to see Markham, but now that I get a look at you, I'd rather talk to you.
Well...
How'd you like to be my bodyguard?
Professionally?
What else?
I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. Now, Markham,
Let's say my escort.
Well...
I'm on a spot, Vance. Markham will tell you all about it. There are at least 2 guys who'd be happy to see me dead. And I've got an idea they're not the patient type.
Miss Joyce, if what you really want is protection, the police will supply that.
Skip it, Markham. I don't only want protection. I want Vance.
Hello, Joe's Diner.
Oh, hi. This is Dave Allen.
apartment 3A in the boarding house on the corner. Can you deliver some food up here?
It's a little late, Mr. Allen. 10 o'clock.
Well, it won't take you a minute.
Okay. What do you want?
Get me some tomato juice, a sandwich of some kind, and a bottle of milk.
What kind of a sandwich? We got all kinds.
Oh, I don't care. Anything.
How about a combination sandwich?
Okay.
Have it up in 5 minutes. Tomato juice, sandwich, and a bottle of milk. Anything else?
Yes, but it's nothing you can do anything about.
I will have your table in just one moment, Monsieur Vance.
Thank you, Jacques. Well, Miss Dixon?
Having wonderful time. Glad you are here.
Thank you.
The show you picked out was real good, Vance. And this joint is real classy.
In any event, you have been safe all evening.
That I have.
Well, you've brought me up to date on your situation, Miss Dixon, but you haven't told me too much about your ex-fiancé, David Allen. How about that?
But Dave, well, let's see. He's tall, blonde, wears heavy glasses, eats only what's good for him, salads, stuff like that, drinks milk all the time, and wears 3-button suits, only he buttons all 3 buttons. You know the type?
Quite well. Sounds rather conventional.
That in itself is enough for me to dislike the guy. Oh, here's the head waiter.
Right this way, if you please, Monsieur Vance. I
Thank
think
you.
I have your table.
Vance.
Oh, excuse me just a moment, please. I'll be right there, Markham.
Markham, wonder what he wants.
Jacques, would you please escort the lady to my table?
My pleasure, Monsieur.
Don't be long, then.
You should have enough conceit to believe that I'll want to hurry. Excuse me, please.
This way, if you please, Miss Dixon. The table is right this way.
What is it, Markham?
Vance, I'm glad I found you. Your very efficient secretary told me you were here.
Her very efficient employer always gives her his itinerary, Markham. What's the matter?
Vance, David Allen, the ex-fiancé of the young lady you've been escorting all evening, was found shot to death an hour ago.
Really? Where?
In his room. From what we can gather, he came in at 10 o'clock and immediately ordered something from a place called Joe's Diner on the phone. At 10:15, the man from the diner found the door open and Allen dead.
Well, this started out as a pleasant evening. Now it's becoming an interesting one. I'm going to go to work on this case at once, Markham. And perhaps I'll get some food for thought at Joe's Diner.
Only to me a thing like this happens. Only to me.
You realize why I'm asking you these questions.
No, I don't, Mr. Vance, and I don't care. Only to me does a thing like this happen. 10 o'clock, I'm ready to quit work, and I got to take an order from a guy who gets killed a couple of minutes later.
Now, let me get the facts straight. Mr. Allen called you at 10 o'clock.
On the nose. He orders tomato juice, a combination sandwich, and a bottle of milk, and he hangs up. Only to me does a thing like this happen. Then he gets killed.
Yes, and only to him did a thing like that happen. Well, thank you very much. I have an idea that what you've told me is very important, which makes it exceptionally important that I find out what it means.
Vance, there are too many things about this case I don't understand.
No explanations yet, Markham. That is, none that would satisfy you. Well, we'll find out in a moment about Mr. Stone. He's Miss Dixon's business manager, and David Allen worked for him.
Yes. Now, let's hope he's at home.
There's one way to find out. That's his apartment door.
I see what you mean. I don't hear anything from inside, Vance.
I don't either.
You know, it is possible that Mr. Stone isn't at home, even though it is 2 in the morning.
Yes, it is. No question about it. It's also possible Mr. Stone took a sleeping pill, fell asleep, and is too drowsy to hear our knocking.
Oh, please, Vance, stop being so logical.
All right. I'm coming.
Oh.
Who is it making all that? Oh, the district attorney.
Hello, Stone. This is Philo Vance.
How do you do?
At some other time, under some other circumstances, meeting the great Philo Vance would indeed be a pleasure. Gentlemen, I've been asleep. I've taken a sleeping pill.
Vance figured as much, Mr. Stone, but we've got to come in and talk to you.
Very well. Come in. But if I fall asleep, it won't be the company. You understand that, my friends. Neither the company nor the hour. Merely the pill I took.
Please come in.
Thank you.
And now, gentlemen, what is it that I can... That undoubtedly must be for one of you. It can't be for me at this hour.
Why not try answering it, Mr. Stone?
Excellent idea. Hello?
Hello, Bartley.
Oh, Joyce. What is it you want at this time of night?
Bartley, come over to my house at once before the police get here. My gardener, Jonesy's been murdered, and I've got to talk to you.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll call you later.
You can talk to her now, Mr. Stone. We could hear Miss Dixon very plainly.
The police are here now, Joyce.
Oh.
I'll be right over. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So Miss Dixon's gardener has been murdered. I'll get Sergeant Heath on the phone at once.
Do that, Markham. Oh, by the way, Mr. Stone, how long had you been sleeping, would you say?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. I guess I stopped reading about midnight. What time is it now?
2 a.m.
Well, what about it, man? Why the question?
You were reading in bed, of course.
That's right. I put on my pajamas, took a pill, and got into bed.
Did you now? Mr. Stone, do you always put your pajama coat over the shirt you wore today? You ought to be a little more careful. The collar's quite visible. You'd been out. Only came in a few minutes before Markham and I knocked. Where had you been?
Wouldn't you like to guess?
Yes. And wouldn't you like to know what I've guessed?
This is District Attorney Markham. Philo Vance says to call this the combination murder case. It opened with a completely conflicting situation. David Allen, former fiancé of Joyce Dixon, was found dead in his room at 10:15. And a nearby restaurant reported he had ordered a light snack at 10 o'clock. While the medical examiner is conducting his investigation, Vance and I have learned of the death of a man named Jones, Miss Dixon's gardener. My men report that Bartley Stone, business advisor to Miss Dixon, is at her home now. It is hours later.
Now let me see, my dear. This is quite a problem. Quite a problem.
I don't need you to tell me that. Listen, Bartley. I have an alibi for Dave Allen's death. I was with Vance. But I was at home when Jonesy was killed in his quarters.
Why did you kill him, my dear?
I kill him? Why should I kill him?
I don't know. But if you didn't, why send for me?
Now, look, Bartley, let's not get cute with each other. I don't want any investigations around me. I can't take them, and nobody knows that better than you.
Well?
You've got to do something for me. If anybody asks you any questions, you can tell them that you were with me. That you met me as soon as Vance left me at the Golden Eagle nightclub. You were with me for hours.
Preposterous, my dear, preposterous. Vance and the district attorney were at my apartment when you phoned about Jones' murder. I've told you that.
Yes, but you also told me that Vance figured you weren't asleep at all, but had just come in. Okay, so you admit you just came in. You were with me. That's all there is to it.
I admit that sounds very good for you. Why should I lie for you?
For a very good reason, because I can send you to jail for mishandling my money if you don't.
You can send me to jail. My dear, where do you think you'll be when you do? All I have to do is talk, you know.
You won't talk, and you'll say what I told you to.
Now, Joyce, put down that ashtray. Put it down. We can discuss this reasonably.
You'll tell Vance you were with me, do you hear?
Now, Joyce, listen. Keep away from me. You and I can make a deal. Put that ashtray down.
You'll tell Vance we were together?
No.
You practically sent out an invitation for this, Bartley. You begged for it.
No, don't.
Hello?
Miss Dixon, this is Philo Vance.
Oh, hello, Mr. Vance. Rather late for a social call, and much too late for a business call, isn't it?
I'm just trying to make an appointment for breakfast with you. Can Markham and I pick you up at, say, 9:30?
I don't know. Why not?
No, but I'll wager you'd like to know what for.
Now, Markham, please stop concentrating. It's a beautiful morning, and we're on the way to the home of a very definite suspect, Miss Joyce Dixon.
Suspect in which murder, Vance?
Both murders.
She has a slight alibi for the time when Dave Allen was murdered. She was with you.
So it would seem. But I'm not certain she was.
Well, we know Allen came into his room and ordered something to eat at 10 o'clock and was found dead at 10:15. Or do we?
The murderer would like us to believe that, I'm sure. In fact, that might be the reason poor Jones was murdered.
Vance, you're going much too fast to suit me.
And much too slowly to suit me.
Drop me at the corner of Miss Dixon's house, Markham. I'd like to go in there alone, if you don't mind.
I'll do it on one condition. Tell me when this case will be over and why you think that Allen might have been killed long before 10 o'clock, at which time we think he called Joe's diner.
All right, Markham, I will. Wait a minute.
What is it, Vance?
I've just thought of something. You drop in on Miss Dixon, Markham. Stay with her all day if you have to, or get a police guard for her.
What's going on, Vance?
I'm going on to see Bartley Stone again. One piece of information, and by this evening, Markham, I think I can promise you, this will no longer be an unsolved murder case. Nasty cut on your head, Mr. Stone. What happened to you?
An accident, Vance.
I hardly imagined you'd done it on purpose. Mr. Stone, there's only one question I have to ask you.
By all means, sir. By all means. I'm quite at your service.
Thank you. You see, Mr. Stone, I believe that David Allen and the gardener were killed by the same murderer. And I think I know who that is.
Oh?
Oh. Tell me this one thing. Did you ever have dinner with Allen? Did you know anything about his personal habits?
I didn't associate with my employees, Vance. But I did have lunch with Allen several times. Did I tell you what you want to know?
Not yet. Tell me a little more about him. Things you do know.
He was quiet, reserved, conservative. He was a vegetarian, and he never drank anything but milk. Very healthy young man, sir. You'd think he'd have lived to be 100. Now, have I told you what you want to know?
You most certainly have. And now I'll tell you something you might not want to know. By midnight tonight, you'll be in jail.
Don't get up, Miss Dixon. I'll answer the phone.
It's my house, Markham, or am I under arrest?
No, not yet, but I'll still answer the phone. Hello.
That you, Markham?
Yes, Vance. What are you?
I've just left Bartley Stone. Listen, Markham, is Miss Dixon there with you?
Of course. Why?
Ask her this question. I'll hold the phone. Ask her if Jones, the gardener, was ever in the house when David Allen was being served anything to eat.
Just a minute, Vance. Oh, Miss Dixon.
Well, what is it?
Vance would like to know whether your gardener ever saw your ex-fiancé, Dave Allen, have dinner at this house.
No, he never did. I didn't allow the gardener in the dining room. All right, so what does that make me, a snob?
I don't know yet. Oh, Vance.
Yes, Markham, I heard Miss Dixon. Tell her it doesn't make her a snob. Tell her it makes her a murderer.
About time you got here, Vance. What's the idea of having me held here in my own house?
That was my idea. It was to prevent you from killing anyone else, Miss Dixon.
Oh, really? And just who am I supposed to have killed?
Your ex-fiancé and your gardener, and I don't doubt that you might also try to kill Bartley Stone, which is one reason I thought I might have to confine him to jail for safekeeping.
Philo Vance, the great mastermind. You stand there and tell me I murdered a man who was killed at 10 o'clock at night, while I was with you at 10 o'clock. Oh, brilliant deduction, Vance. Don't understand how you do it.
David Allen wasn't killed at 10 o'clock. The police believed he was because of that phone call made to Joe's diner. Only Mr. Allen didn't make that call. Your gardener did.
Oh, you were there and saw him, I suppose.
I didn't have to be there. You see, your gardener picked up the phone at your orders, and he told Joe's diner to send him some food. But he included in that food something that told me the whole story. He included a combination sandwich.
Very interesting. And that proves conclusively that I killed Allen.
It doesn't sound as if it would, but it does. You see, a combination sandwich consists of ham and cheese. Allen was a vegetarian, but your gardener didn't know that. Allen would never have ordered a sandwich with meat in it.
So Bartley Stone could have been the man making the call, establishing an alibi of his own. No?
No. Stone knew that David Allen was a vegetarian, and he isn't the kind of man who'd forget.
I'm not the kind of girl who forgets. You know, you really are brilliant, Vance. By the process of elimination, you figured I killed Alan, then killed my gardener so that he could never say he covered up for me.
Exactly. And right now, you're imagining you're going to kill me.
No. It's more than imagination. I'm going to do it. Right now.
Please put down that gun, Miss Dixon. Mine is pointing directly at you.
Markham, where did you come from?
I'll take that gun, young lady. And in answer to your question, I've been in the back of the drapes in this room. Vance asked me to be on hand.
I'm very glad I did.
Well, now you know I killed 2 men. I made the mistake of practically admitting it. Vance, what made you suspect me? Tell me that. It'll make me a little happier.
What made me suspect you? Merely the fact that you wanted me around the night David Allen was killed. You wanted it to be known that you were with me at 10 o'clock, at which time you had your gardener presumably establish the time of death. It was a little too rigged. Didn't strike me right.
That's fine. You get a hunch, I get a murder rap. Well, that's the way things go, I suppose.
I'd like to know one thing, Miss Dixon. Why did you kill your ex-fiancé?
He was going to turn rat. Tell what he knew about me. Just to convince me he wasn't such a goody-goody. And that was the end of him, even though he didn't know it at the time.
Yes, Markham, that was the end of him. That also was the end of a faithful servant who tried to cover up a crime for Miss Dixon. And this is the end of the combination murder case. Come in.
Hello. Are you Philo Vance?
Yes, I am. Rather exhausted, Vance. You see, I've been working in my office all night.
Really? Where's your secretary?
Neither of my secretaries is in yet. They have a more lenient employer than I.
You're easier on them than you are on yourself. Is that what you mean?
Something like that. Now, what can I do for you?
I don't know yet. I'm just looking around.
Oh, shopping?
Mm-hmm. For bargains. Got any?
Right at the moment, I don't have anything except a definite desire to go to sleep. Perhaps at some other time, this vague type of conversation might be very interesting, but not now, though. Will you forgive me?
For that? Yes. Vance, you're a private investigator, aren't you?
Well, that's the generally accepted impression. Why?
Well, right now you're working for a man named David Peacock. He's hired you to protect him and a strongbox he keeps in his safe. Get him on the phone now and tell him you've resigned from the case.
So early in the morning? I never disturb my clients at this hour. Sorry. I wouldn't call him even if I knew David Peacock or what you were talking about.
Nice try, Vance, but it won't work. I have a friend outside I want you to meet. Please don't move.
Interesting morning. An attractive young lady, a gun, and a friend.
This isn't anything you can talk your way out of, Vance. Hold everything. Junior?
Yeah?
Come on in here.
Yeah, I'm coming. Well, here I am, hey?
That's Philo Vance, Jr.
Oh, that's Vance, huh? Nice-looking fella, hey? Huh? Hey?
A curious fellow at the moment. This is a rather unusual visit, I might say.
Oh, you don't know how unusual. Vance, this David Peacock you're working for, are you going to resign as I asked you to?
I don't think so.
Make up his mind for him, Junior. And remember, Vance, I'm holding this gun.
How could I forget either you or it?
Don't you know you should be quiet, hey, Vance, hey?
No, I don't, as long as you asked. And if I'm not, then what?
Maybe that'll teach you, hey? And in case that isn't enough, maybe this will.
No! Well, I don't like your method of instruction, my friend. It's time I took a hand in this education course. You wouldn't put that gun down for a moment, miss?
Oh, now, Vance.
Well, no harm in asking. Well, it's your gun or Junior's fist. You'll have to admit that isn't much of a selection.
You get one break. You can make your choice this time. But if you don't quit working for David Peacock, remember, this is just a sample.
My dear young lady, whoever you are doesn't matter, but this does. I told you before I don't even know David Peacock. But this afternoon, I'm going to see him and apply for the job you're so sure I already have.
Strange thing you're coming to see me this afternoon, Mr. Vance. Very strange.
Why, Mr. Peacock? What's strange about it?
Well, only yesterday I was considering engaging your services to protect me. I already have a bodyguard, a private detective named Moran, Jimmy Moran. Do you know him?
No, can't say that I do. He can't be a licensed operator, or I'd have heard of him.
He's not from the city, and he's very rough and not very smart. That's why I thought I might call you.
I see. Perhaps you'd be good enough to tell me why you think you need protection, Mr. Peacock, and why you don't call in the police.
Why do I think I need protection?
Yes.
I'll tell you why, Vance. In this house, there's a strong box in my safe. The safe has an unusual combination, and I've been assured that it's burglar-proof. I'm the only one that knows the combination.
I'm listening.
The safe is in a room for which I alone have the key. Yes, and I've been informed also that the room is burglar-proof. That's quite necessary, you see, because my entire fortune is in that safe.
And you wanted to hire me to protect you and it, right?
Well, I was considering it, as I told you. I haven't quite made up my mind. Though how you happened to come down to see me this afternoon is more than I can understand.
I could explain that, but I'd rather not. Mr. Peacock, who gets all your money when you pass on?
Well, my niece, a very charming, well-bred young lady. Wait till you meet her, Mr. Vance. You'll like her.
Does she live here with you?
No, but she visits me every day. Wonderful girl, wonderful. Completely self-reliant. And she can protect herself, too. Carries her own gun and knows how to use it. Ought to. She practices enough on the range out and back.
A social young lady who carries a gun. She does sound like someone I want to meet.
You probably will someday. Vance, I'm sorry you had this visit for nothing. For the time being, I think I'll stick with my present bodyguard.
Just as you say. Although I did have a personal reason for coming here.
Oh?
Uncle David? Uncle David, where are you?
Well, that's my niece now. In the library, Polly. Come in here.
I'm on the way.
Well, it looks as though I will get to meet your niece, doesn't it, Mr. Peacock?
It most certainly does, and you'll find her charming, believe me.
Uncle David, Oh.
Well, that's all right, Polly. Come in. Polly, I'd like to present the very distinguished private investigator, Philo Vance.
Introductions aren't necessary, Mr. Peacock. I've met your niece in my office early this morning.
Look, hey, do you have to stare out the window? Can't you stare at something in this room, eh, just for a change?
Shut up, Junior. I'm thinking.
Well, that's why you're nervous. If you'd stop thinking, you wouldn't be nervous. That's why I'm never nervous, eh?
Philo Vance followed me here from my uncle's house, Junior. I know he did.
So what if he did? So I'll give him another treatment like I gave him this morning in his office. Then we keep him here. That means your uncle is alone with that guy Jimmy Moran we planted in his house. That's what we want, ain't it, hey?
Yes, sure it is. But I don't like it. With Vance in the picture, it changes things too much. Maybe we could buy him off.
A guy you can't scare off, you can't buy off.
You don't know how true that is, Junior.
Oh, so you came back for a second lesson, huh, Vance? Hey? Okay, I'll give you a little homework this time.
This time you'll learn something.
This time, I'm handing out the assignments. Well, young lady, that takes care of your friend, Junior. He and I are even. But how about you and me? Feel like talking now?
Not especially.
There's one thing you ought not mind telling me.
What is it?
I know you always carry a gun. How is it you didn't use it just now when I was evening up matters with Junior? You are on his side, aren't you?
I'm not on anybody's side, Vance. All I want is to be on the winning side. Remember that. It might explain a lot to you later on.
Step back, Mr. Moran, if you please.
Okay, Mr. Peacock. I'm back. Go on, open the door. I won't look.
You can look if you like. It's a sheet metal door, absolutely burglar-proof, they tell me. No harm can come in your watching me open the door.
But the safe I can't watch, huh?
Well, you know better. I have a fortune in money and jewels in this box I'm carrying. I just made sure everything is intact. Now I'll return it to the safe. Come with me, please.
I'm a real bodyguard. When I'm on duty, where you go, I go.
That's why you're being paid, young man. Here's my wall safe. Please hold this box while I open it.
Go ahead.
Turn your back, please.
Okay. I'm turned.
I trust you, you understand, but no one knows this combination but me, and I'd prefer that situation to stay just as it is. What was that?
Sounded like a shot. Shall I go see?
No. Please stay where you are. You may turn around now and hand me the box.
Okay. Here you are.
Thank you. There. A few spins of the dial. There we are. Well, Mr. Moran, your work is practically over for the day. Nobody can get in the safe. Nobody can even get in this room after I close and lock the door. So that's that. Your job isn't very difficult, is it, Mr. Moran?
No, Mr. Peacock. That's what you think.
Well, Vance, is there anything else you'd like?
I don't think so, Miss Deering, unless you can induce Mr. Markham to invite me in on an interesting murder case this morning. You know, I applied for a job yesterday afternoon, but was turned down by a Mr. Peacock.
All I know is he showed bad judgment. Now you want me to use my influence with the district attorney and get him to invite you in on a murder.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you commit one, Vance?
What?
I guarantee you do it so cleverly that even you couldn't solve it. Vance against Vance. Sounds interesting.
Whom would you bet on?
Vance.
Ellen, dear, you're wonderful.
Take the laugh out of your voice and those words would sound wonderful. Vance, I found the cutest restaurant. Could we have dinner there tonight?
If you like. I'm wearing my agreeable disposition this morning. I'll get it, Ellen. Which phone is it?
1561.
Got it. Hello.
Vance Markham.
Well, my favorite district attorney. Ellen and I were just talking about you.
No matter what you said, it isn't true.
Well, we were saying some nice things.
Oh. In that case, I reserve the right to change my testimony.
Motion granted. What's up, Markham? A murder?
None that I know of.
Oh.
Sorry to disappoint you, my friend. This is strictly a social call.
I'm surprised, but not disappointed.
Vance,
It's nice of you to say that, but
In a minute, Ellen. Oh, Markham, let me call you back, will you please? I have another call.
by all means. Bye, Vance.
Goodbye.
On 1562, Vance.
Right. Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, this is David Peacock. I told you yesterday I didn't need you, but I do very badly.
What's the trouble, Mr. Peacock?
Well, a minute ago, I went in the room where I have my wall safe. I opened it, and everything is gone, Vance. You understand? Everything is gone.
That was the safe that couldn't be opened?
Well, somebody opened it. Somebody must have worked out the combination. I've told it to no one, and the safe wasn't forced. Vance, you've got to come right out. You've got to go to work for me. I've got to get my money back.
Where's that private detective that worked for you, that Jimmy Moran?
Well, he's still in the house. I called you even before I called the police.
Better call the police, Mr. Peacock. I'll leave now, and I'll be out at your place in half an hour.
Oh, it's you, Vance.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you without your friend Junior around. Is your uncle in his study? He's expecting me.
I suppose that's where he is. You don't learn very easily, do you, Vance?
I'm a very apt student when I'm learning the right things. You needn't bother to come with me. I know the way. I was here yesterday.
I remember. Very well.
Thank you.
You know, of course, that your uncle's safe has been robbed.
What?
That's what I was told on the phone. Everything is missing.
He kept his whole fortune in the safe. I'm going in to see him with you.
It's all right with me. This is the study, I believe.
Yes, come on in. Uncle David.
Don't touch anything. Stay right here in the doorway. I'll take a look at the body.
Vance, tell me, is he dead?
Very dead. Bullet passed right through his throat and is embedded in the woodwork of the wall. The police are on the way here, I imagine. I asked your uncle to send for them. But now I'm going to send for the district attorney.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Peacock murder case opened when Philo Vance found the body of David Peacock. Immediately after Peacock had reported his burglar-proof safe had been opened and a strong box inside rifled. Vance has already met the dead man's niece, Polly, and her friend, Junior, and told me that Polly always carried a gun. From the shooting range at the rear of the Peacock house, we took a bullet that had been fired from her gun and have sent it to headquarters to be compared with the murder bullet. Vance and I are in the murder room examining the bullet hole
Markham, who removed the bullet from this wall?
Sergeant Heath.
Heath's very careful and very thorough. He wouldn't have made this scratch on the wood next to the bullet hole.
Could that be important, a little thing like that?
In covering up a crime, a murderer generally knows enough to wipe out the big clues, Markham.
Well, that may be headquarters. I've been waiting for a report on the bullets I sent them. I'll answer that. Markham speaking.
Walter's Police Laboratory, Mr. Markham.
Oh, yes.
Just want to let you know the bullet we took out of the wall and the bullet you told us came from the gun belonging to Peacock's niece were both fired from the same pistol.
Thanks, Walters. Bye. Hear that, Vance?
Yes, I did. I'm glad I told you about the shooting range the girl used. Of course, you're holding her, Markham.
Of course.
Good. Before we go any further on this case, I want to pay a visit to a friend of hers, a strange young man named Junior.
Oh, it's you, eh? Moran the private dick. What do you want here? Sit down, Junior, sit down. I got an idea you and I are being setups for a gal. Both of us being played for patsies. Peacock was murdered, you know that. Yeah, I heard. The stuff was missing out of his safe. Did you take it? No, and I didn't knock him off either. Neither did I. I got an idea your friend Polly cut this cute caper herself. What? Now, she rubbed him out and is going to make it look like I killed him. Or you did. You get that? Maybe you did kill the old guy, eh? How stupid can you get? The finger would be on me right away, wouldn't it? Well... Who was in the house? Well, Me. Who's got a record if they go back far enough? Well, Me. Look, Junior, I was working for that dame, and so were you. So we're all in this together. Only I'm not going to be tagged with a bum murder rap. You get that? Don't bother me. I'm thinking, hey? That ain't good. It makes me nervous. It makes me so nervous. You know what I'm going to do, hey? Even if you had a mind, I couldn't read it. What are you going to do? I'm going to give you 1 minute to scram out of this joint of mine. And if you ain't out in here by then, I'm going to toss you out on your ear. And the way I feel about you, I hope you make me do it. Do you hear, hey?
That's his car right ahead of us, Vance.
He's the private detective Moran, eh, Markham?
Yes.
Something tells me I'm glad we followed him after he left Junior's. I think I'll get more out of him than I would from Junior anyhow. Keep following him, please.
Vance, I don't follow you. We know Polly must be the murderer. The murder bullet, the bullet we took out of the wall, came from her gun. And she's certain the gun was never out of her sight.
Markham, suppose the murderer got a bullet from the target range just as you did. Then, after he killed Mr. Peacock with his own gun, he extracted the real murder bullet from the woodwork and inserted one he knew would be traced to the niece.
Yeah. That would account for the scratch on the woodwork next to the bullet, wouldn't it?
Of course. His knife might have slipped while removing his own bullet.
Yes.
Now that I've told you my theory, I think it's time I talked to our friend Moran. Speed up a bit, Markham.
Right.
Pull up alongside of Moran, let me transfer to his car, and then, if you will, you can do me a favor.
You know I will. What is it?
Find that Junior who Moran was visiting. Pick him up and bring him to the Peacock house. I'll phone you there, and please be sure the niece is there, too.
Vance, you just practically exonerated her with the bullet theory.
Not quite. She's a very clever young lady, Markham. I might be thinking just exactly the way she wants me to think. Have her there, will you?
I'm a little confused, but I'll do it your way.
Thanks. And now that we're practically alongside Mr. Moran, signal to him, will you please?
Right.
He isn't paying any attention. He's speeding up.
So I see.
Keep with him. Get ahead if you can and force him to the curb.
I'll try. This car's a newer model than his. I ought to be able to do it.
Now, Markham, cut your wheel over now.
Right.
There, that did it.
Hey, what's the idea? You two guys crazy or something?
You keep going as soon as I get out, Markham, which will be right now. I'll call you later.
Good enough. Bye, Vance.
Hey, what's the idea of cutting me off? You looking for trouble, Mac? I got a lot of it laying around ready to let loose.
I'm sorry we had to cut you off, but you wouldn't stop when we signaled.
Why should I stop? Who are you to signal me? Hey, wait a minute. I know you. You're Philo Vance.
That's right. And you're Jimmy Moran. You're supposed to be a private detective, they tell me.
Go ahead, Vance. I know all about you. Get cute. Get real cute so I know it's you.
I'll try. Look, Mr. Moran, somebody apparently opened the combination on Mr. Peacock's safe. That same somebody first found a way to get past the sheet metal door of the room. And what's most important, somebody killed Mr. Peacock.
Well?
Who could have opened that door and that safe?
Anybody with talented fingers could have gotten in the door and the safe, Vance.
Such as?
I wouldn't know.
Well, that's too bad. Now I'll have to find out for myself.
That's too bad, too. Now, is it all right if I drive where I want to go and drop you off?
Of course. But do me one favor, will you? Meet me at the Peacock House in 2 hours. 2 friends of yours will be there, and if they aren't glad to see you, I assure you I will be.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead and arrest me. You're the district attorney.
Yes.
You know my gun killed my uncle. You know I'm supposed to inherit from him, so arrest me.
Go on.
But see if you can prove why or how I'd open a steel door and a safe and grab everything in that safe, especially when the stuff would be mine anyhow.
You have a point there, and it's one of the reasons you're not being arrested. Yet. You might be interested in knowing that we've picked up a man known as Junior.
Well, what about
And in
it?
another room in this house, we're holding a private detective named Jimmy Moran.
Well, what's next?
Well, right now, we're waiting for Philo Vance. He wanted all 3 of you here when he arrived.
Which is right now. Good evening.
What's good about it?
Hello, Vance.
That remains to be seen. Where is Mr. Moran being held, Markham?
In the den, the room where the safe is located.
The door unlocked?
It is now. The key's in the door, though. I had the police expert who opened it leave it there.
Good. Well, Markham, I have one phone call to make, and then I can promise you a break in this case. I think I can tell you who killed Peacock as soon as I find out how a safe that couldn't be opened was opened.
It couldn't be opened, Mr. Vance. Not without the combination. We guaranteed that safe when we made it. Of course, if an acetylene torch was used, that would be different.
No torch was used. The safe is in perfect condition. Could somebody figure out the combination?
It isn't very likely.
I'm sorry, I should have known better. The combination contained 4 numbers, and it would take days, months maybe, to get the right figures in the right order by trial and error. Tell me one other thing, if you will, sir.
Anything I can.
Did you make the safety box, the one that fitted into the safe? It's about 16 inches long, about 3 inches high.
It's possible we did.
Well, I wish you'd check, and if you did make it and you sold one recently, I'd like to know whom you sold it to. I'll hold the wire. Hello, Moran.
Okay, Vance, I'm here like you asked. Now give me the sales talk and keep it clean. What's this all about?
I need help. I just made a phone call, and I know who killed Mr. Peacock and who robbed the safe in this room. You've got to help me prove it.
I do, huh? Well, right now, all I hear is words. I need the music to go with them.
Moran, listen. Knowing who the murderer is puts my life in danger. If I don't have a chance to prove my case, I want you to remember this.
Hey, what was that?
Sounded like somebody locked the door.
Yeah? Well, I'll soon find out. Hey, we're locked in here, Vance. Hey, what's going on? Hey, open this door. Open it up.
I'm afraid nobody can hear us except the person who locked the door, and I'm quite certain that individual has no intention of opening it.
Okay, but what's the gimmick? Why lock us in? Vance, it's gas.
Yes.
Somebody's feeding it through the keyhole.
That's your answer, Moran. Yeah, stuff this paper in the keyhole,
Yeah.
quickly. We're trapped if we don't keep that gas out.
Give me the paper. It's no good. It's coming in now through the bottom of the door. That stuff will burn our insides out, Vance.
This is a rather sorry way for me to wind up a case.
Who cares about a case? I care about getting out of here. Where'd you get that paper you gave me?
From the desk over here.
Any more there? Any papers clipped together? Look fast.
Yeah, here are a few, but we'll never shut out the gas with these.
I don't want the paper. Give me the paper clip.
Yeah.
Give me it fast.
Yeah, here you are.
Okay. I'm gonna straighten out this clip and fit it into the lock. If we get a break, maybe I can get us both out of here,
I
Vance.
certainly hope we get that break.
Now, if this clip doesn't snap, we got a chance. I think I can catch the lock and turn it. I think I'm getting it. There.
Good.
I did it. Vance, I saved our lives. What have you got to say to that?
I'll tell you in a minute. Markham! Markham!
Yes, coming. Well, Vance?
What do you mean, well, Vance? Somebody just tried to kill Vance and me, and I saved our lives. Didn't I? Well, didn't I, Vance?
That's what you imagined you did. Actually, you really saved nothing but my reputation, Mr. Moran. Markham, you can arrest Jimmy Moran for the murder of David Peacock.
Hello, Vance. Sorry I kept you waiting. How late am I?
Not very, Ellen. It's only a few minutes past 8 o'clock.
Sorry. I had a lot of trouble with this hat. Just couldn't get it to sit right.
Oh, well, its posture is perfect now.
Good. Now let's sit down and we'll order.
All right.
And you can tell me all about the Peacock murder case.
Well, I told you over the phone that Jimmy Moran, the self-appointed private detective, was the murderer. He's confessed, and we've recovered the money.
You never told me how you knew it was Moran.
Well, let's start from the beginning. Peacock phoned me to say his safe had been robbed,
Yes.
but that he hadn't given the combination to anyone.
And you knew that nobody could open the safe without the combination.
Nobody did. Peacock opened the safe himself earlier today. Moran was carrying the deposit box. Peacock made him turn around so he wouldn't see the combination. Then, while his back was to Peacock, Moran slipped the real deposit box into his trouser leg and handed Peacock a duplicate he had ordered. Peacock put that one in the safe.
And found out later that it was empty.
And called me to report it. Then he must have realized what happened, that Moran must have distracted him momentarily and switched boxes on him. He accused Moran, and Moran shot him.
Wait just a second. Why did Moran switch boxes? Didn't he try to open the safe?
When he first started to work for Mr. Peacock, he undoubtedly tried, but couldn't get anywhere with the combination.
I see.
In order to get into the room to work on it, though, he had to get past a sheet metal door.
How did he do that?
Ellen, that door was my best friend. When I got Moran to open it when he thought we were in danger from the gas which Markham planted, he showed me he could open the door without a key.
Tell me just one more thing and then we'll eat. Why did Polly and her friend Junior try to keep you off the case in the very beginning?
They had the whole deal set up with Moran as an accomplice. Murder wasn't included, however. It's true that Polly would inherit when her uncle died, but she didn't want to wait that long. So she hired Moran, an expert around safes, to steal the money. But he double-crossed her.
And then when Moran killed Peacock, he planted the bullet from her gun in the woodwork after removing his own bullet.
That's right. But I figured that out at the beginning.
Okay, so let's stop worrying about the beginning and start to eat. After all, this is the end of the Peacock murder case.
As we go into the final laps of this race, ladies and gentlemen.
Duke's in the lead.
Yeah.
Now if he can only hold it. One more lap and he'll cut the flag, sure, Joe.
Come on over here away from the rail, Tony. We can see if he wins it from here. Even if he does, I'll still take him when I get my own crate.
I never saw a grease monkey yet who didn't want to be a racing driver, except me.
Yeah.
Me, I'm happy. I don't crack up. I don't go through no fences. I'm happy. I fix a tire,
Sure,
beat him
sure.
gas, but I'm just a mechanic, and I know it.
Look, I'm not trying to run your life, Tony. You're happy here in the pit. Okay, so you're happy. Hey, there goes number 8 out after Duke. He's catching him.
And they're coming around the bend and into the stretch. Hey, did you see that?
Sure, Duke tried to push number 8 through the fence. That's Duke for you. That's him all over.
Hey, here they come. Hey, look. Number 8's nosing in front.
Yeah.
Duke's eating top.
That's even too good for him.
They're heading for the finish. There's a guy with a checkered flag. It's between number 8 and Duke. It's Duke. No. There's a finish. It's number 8.
So what? Somebody's got to win, don't they? It don't have to be Duke just because we're here in his pit.
I'm going over to the rail. Here he comes rolling toward us.
Okay, I'm with you.
He'll be fit to be tied, Joe.
Now, ain't that just too bad?
I'm going to talk to him. Hey, Duke.
Yeah?
Gee, that was a tough one to blow, Duke. You only lost it by a nose.
I didn't lose it. It was lost for me.
What do you mean, Duke? What do you mean?
Yeah, Duke, what do you mean?
Which one of you guys checked my tires before the race started?
Joe here did.
That's right.
What a blow on me halfway through the race.
Yeah, I know. We put the new one on, didn't we? Tony and me practically broke a track record for speed, too.
Oh, you changed it fast enough, but number 8 didn't have any tire changes. That's the reason he got up there in front of me.
Gee, Duke, that could happen to anybody. A tire blows, boom. It happens all the time.
Sure, but it's generally an accident.
Sorry if my checkup on the tires wasn't right, Duke. They tested okay. Sorry if that made you lose a race.
You want to be a racing driver, don't you, Joe?
Yeah.
Figure you can drive for old man Roberts someday, too, don't you? Huh?
Yeah, I do. What about it?
You know what's liable to happen when a tire blows when you're going around a turn beating 100 miles an hour?
I said I was sorry I'd made you lose a race, didn't I?
I'm not talking about losing the race. I could have cracked up, gone through a fence. You cost me the race, all right, but you almost cost me my life. It's all right to be ambitious, Joe, but don't overdo it.
Hey, Chicky, what was my time?
Hold it, Joe. I'm on my way over. Oh, you did great, Joe. Just great.
Yeah? What did I do exactly?
You did it a minute faster than number 8 that copped the big race on Saturday. The one that beat out Duke.
Yeah, good. That means I enter this crate for the next big race. You know, this little supercharger of mine really went to town. This thing was hopping all the way.
Joe, you're going to beat Duke when you go up against him, aren't you?
Oh, you know I am, honey. I've been mechanic for that guy for a year. I know him inside out. I'm going to beat him all right. Before the year is over, I'll be the top driver for old man Roberts.
Oh, you bet you will. That's my guy who said that.
And that's my girl who says that. You really have forgotten all about Duke, haven't you, Chicky?
You made me forget him, Joe. I've forgotten him. But not what he did to me. You've got to run him into the ground at the next race, Joe. You've got to beat him.
Don't worry, Chicky. I'll beat that guy. One way or another.
I knock with 9 points. Kings, 10s, and 6, 7, 8 of diamonds. How many do you have, Duke?
I don't know you, Mr. Roberts. Got to figure it out. There's a king I lay off on you. 10 I lay off. That makes it 3 5s, 3 deuces, 3 and an ace. 4 points, undercut.
Well, how do you like that? Tony, did you ever see anything like the luck that Duke has in gin rummy?
He's awful lucky, Mr. Roberts.
Oh, stop turning around and look at Tony after every hand, Mr. Roberts. That isn't going to help you win, you know.
Well, something better help me. I haven't won a hand all night, and in my own office with my own cards, too.
Now, Mr. Roberts, if I was you, I wouldn't hold no high cards. Maybe that's a way to be Duke in gin rummy. Save the smallies.
Now, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. Tony, how is it every time I play, Duke, you're standing in back of me?
Well, I just like to watch you play, that's all. I don't open my mouth, do I? I don't say nothing.
No, you don't talk. But you can see my hand and you can signal him.
Signal me? Now,
Yeah.
wait a minute, Mr. Roberts.
Wait, nothing. You can signal him, Tony, with that toothpick you always have in your mouth.
Yeah, you keep it in one corner. It means I have kings, a little toward the center queens, in the center jacks, and the other corner tens. That's how it could be done.
Now, Mr. Roberts, you don't think I'd cheat you, do you? After all, I drive for you.
After tomorrow's race, you'll be saying used to drive for me. I've got this thing figured out now. Tony signals with the toothpick. And if he takes it out of his mouth, that shows I need the card he's signaling for in a run. That's what's been going on here.
Gee, Mr. Robert, I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't smart enough to signal nobody. I wouldn't know how to signal anybody.
You'd know how to remember what's told to you. Duke, you've won at least $15,000 from me in the past few months. I want that back.
Mr. Roberts, that's being unreasonable. You aren't being cheated. I won that money honestly.
I doubt it. I don't think you ever did anything honestly in all your life. Do I get that money back, Duke?
I don't see why I should give it to you.
You don't, eh?
No.
I'll explain it to you. I hate losing. But worse than that, I hate being cheated. Something is going to be done about it, believe me. And very soon.
Ever been to one of these auto races, Markham?
No, never, Vance. I've seen the standard motor car races, but never these midget jobs.
Does you good to get away from your office once in a while. You're too conscientious a district attorney. You'll never have any fun.
Look who's talking. If I were on a case at the moment, I wouldn't be here, but neither would you, Vance.
Well, concentrate, Markham, because there's the...
They're off. The first sprint of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Making the first turn, it's number 6, 8, 7, and 12, with the rest of the cars bunched in back. They're heading into the first stretch now with the leaders still in the same position. Number 3, driven by young Joe
That's
Turner,
my boy.
starting to come up. Swat of the pack, and number 7, that's Duke Wilson's, keeping him on the bank and preventing him from getting up top speed. Wilson is crowding number 3 to the rail, and 3 drops back. Here they come past our broadcasting booth. And number 6 is giving way to the speed of it's number 4. Number 4 is coming up from nowhere on the near turn, and he's leading all the cars with number 7 in back of him now, and number 3 laying back in third position, waiting an opportunity of getting between them. There they go, hub to hub, making the turn and coming around at top speed. Here comes number 3 making his bid. Number 7, that's Wilson, tries to crowd him off. Wilson's tugging at the steering wheel. He can't seem to straighten it out. There he goes! Through the fence! He's turned over. The
Poor
officials
fellow.
are running over to the Wilson
Nasty
car.
accident, wasn't it, Vance? It was nasty, all right, Markham. But I'm not so sure it was an accident.
Sure was a tough break for you, Mr. Roberts. Your car was leading all the way when Duke went through that fence.
It was a tougher break for Duke. The ambulance doctor said he doesn't have a chance.
Yeah, that's what happens in this racket, Mr. Roberts. You never can tell when you start a race where you'll end up. That's the reason I don't want never to drive. Me, I'm a grease monkey. I'm no auto racer. But I still say it was a tough break for you, boss.
How do you figure that?
You got kind of sore at that game last night. You promised Duke something. Looks like you kept your promise.
Why, you...
Not to me, don't you understand, but to other people. If they should happen to be told what you said after the game busted up.
Yeah, go ahead.
I like working here, Mr. Roberts. Take me out of a pit where I can kick a motor around and fix it, and life ain't worth living. I stay on the payroll, don't I, Mr. Roberts?
Hello, Mr. Roberts.
Who are you, and what are you doing in my office?
My name is Vance, Philo Vance, and I've been waiting in your office for you. I'd like to talk to you.
About what?
Well, originally it was because Duke Wilson, who was killed at the racetrack this afternoon, drove one of your cars. And I suspected it might not have been an accident that caused his steering wheel to go haywire.
Yeah, go on.
Police investigations showed that the steering mechanism had been almost severed, so that a yank at the steering wheel would throw the car out of control.
I didn't know that.
As I said, that was the original point in my coming to see you. Since I've been here, I happened to notice this gin rummy pad on your desk, with the score of an unfinished game and scores of a lot of games that you did complete.
What about it?
Someone with the initials DW won all of the games and was winning the game which you quit on. Would that be Duke Wilson?
I've played with him quite a bit.
I've never heard of a gin game being called off before it was over unless it was interrupted by someone or something like a quarrel. And after looking at these scores, I can see what you might have quarreled about. Didn't you ever win?
No, as long as you asked, I didn't. What about it? Who's there?
Me, Mr. Roberts, Joe Turner, and Miss Dale.
Turner won today's race, didn't he?
Yes.
Please ask him to come in, Mr. Roberts.
Come in.
Mr. Roberts, I didn't know you were busy.
Come on in. This is Joe Turner and his girlfriend, Chicky Dale, Philo Vance.
Hi,
How do you do?
Mr. Vance.
Congratulations on winning that race, Turner. Nice driving.
Thanks. Mr. Roberts, I came up here to see if you could use a guy like me, testing your stock cars and driving for you, now that Duke's not around anymore.
You didn't waste much time, did you, Joe?
Huh?
Do you know Vance and the police think Duke was murdered?
Murdered?
The steering wheel was fixed, so the first yank at it would send the car out of control. You were a mechanic, I understand, Joe.
Yeah, that's right.
Were you near Duke Wilson's car before the race started or late last night?
Of course not.
Are you sure?
Well, I was in the garage, just getting some tools of mine. I used to work there, but I never went near the car.
Perhaps you didn't.
Don't believe him, Vance.
No. Well, it seems that we have a young man with opportunity and motive right here in the office.
What do you mean?
Quite interesting. It's a good thing for you, Miss Dale, that you had no reason to hate Wilson and that you weren't near his car last night.
Good thing? It's a bad thing. I used to go with Duke, only he threw me over. And I was in the garage last night. I went there with Joe, only I was walking around while he got his tools. So nobody can say I didn't fix Duke Wilson's wagon either. Hello?
Chicky, this is Joe.
Oh, Joe, darling, what happened after I left you and Vance in Mr. Roberts' office?
Well, nothing much while Vance was there, but after he left, Mr. Roberts offered me a job.
Oh, Joe, that's wonderful.
It's great, only I don't understand something he said.
Well, tell me about it. What was it?
Well, he said that starting right away, I could start driving for him, providing that I forget about what I saw last night.
Uh-huh.
But, honey, I didn't see anything last night.
Didn't you, darling?
Well, no.
Well, I did.
What are you talking about?
When you went into the garage to get your tools, I was walking around like I told Vance. And who do I see right near Duke Wilson's car but old man Roberts himself? He's hiring you to keep my mouth shut.
This is District Attorney Markham. The motor murder case opened when Duke Wilson was killed while driving his racing car. Later, the steering wheel was found to have been tampered with. Vance has discovered that Wilson won a lot of money from George Roberts, car manufacturer, and also that he had made enemies of Joe Turner, recently a mechanic but now a racing driver, and Turner's girl, Chicky Dale. Vance has told me that he's on the way to a private garage to see Tony, Duke's mechanic, and he should be there about now.
Can you hear me under there, Tony?
Sure, Mr. Vance, I can hear you. I can hear you good. I gotta get this private bus fixed for a friend of mine, or I'd come out from under this car and talk to you. Go ahead, I can listen, okay?
Tony, you were Duke's mechanic. Did you want to be a driver?
Who, me? Nah, not me. I'm a guy who likes what I'm doing.
Were you and Duke friendly?
Yeah, in a way. I was with him last night, Vance.
Where was that?
Old man Roberts' office. Wait a minute, I'll slide up. Oh, I sure am a mess, ain't I?
Well, that's what overalls were made for, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. Well, listen, like I was saying, I was in Roberts' office, and there was a gin rummy game going on between the old man and Duke. And it wound up...
In an argument because Duke won so consistently.
Who told you that, Roberts?
No, he carefully refrained from going into that subject, but I gathered he believed Duke was cheating.
You gathered? Brother, he really told Duke off, but good.
Tony, do me a favor, will you?
Sure. What do you want?
There's a telephone pay station right over in the corner. Here are 3 nickels.
Wait till I wipe my hands. What do you want me to call?
3 people. Chicky Dale, yeah. Joe Turner, and Mr. Roberts.
Okay. What do I say when I get them?
Tell them who you are, and tell them you know something they wouldn't want you to talk about. Then tell them you are leaving town for a day or so, and we'll call them when you get back. Okay?
Right. Here we go.
Which of the 3 are you calling, Tony?
I may be stupid, but I'm polite, Mr. Vance. I'm calling the ladies first.
You sent for me, Mr. Roberts?
Yes, I did, Turner. Sit down.
Thanks.
I offered you a job last night after Vance left this office, remember?
Sure, I remember. Not only did you offer me a job, but I took it.
Well, I've changed my mind. There is no job with my company for you.
Wait a minute. And now, look, you said something about my not talking.
I don't care now whether you talk or not. I can't bribe everybody in the world to keep quiet about my fighting with Duke or my being near his car the night before he was killed.
I don't want to know what you can or can't do, Mr. Roberts. I got a job with you. You said so yourself.
I told you I changed my mind.
You can't do that. I counted on that job. It means a lot to me. It means Chicky and I can get married.
Who cares about Chicky and you?
I care about Chicky and me. They're not going to do anything to hurt us. Do you understand? Well, do you understand?
Get out of here.
Oh, no. This means too much to me. I'm staying right here till you decided you've changed your mind again, that you do want me to work for you.
I said get out of here. Get out or I'll throw you out.
Don't try it, Mr. Roberts. Don't. Hey, take your hands off me. Take them off, I told you. Okay, this will take them off.
You'll be a sorry young man for that, Turner. A very sorry young man. You'll never drive another racing car on any track in the country. I'll see to that.
Go ahead. See what harm you can do me, especially when the police hear about you being next to Duke Wilson's car the night before it was fixed so as it would crack up.
I don't understand exactly why Vance wanted me to see him here, Miss Dale. I hope you don't mind our using this apartment for a meeting place.
I don't mind anything. I've got worries.
Really? Tell me about them.
Spill to the DA? Not me, Markham. Not while I can think the answers out myself.
Oh, that must be Vance now.
Well, I've got something to tell him if it is. And I'll soon find out whether it is or not. Press that buzzer on the wall, will you? It opens the door.
All right.
Hello, Miss Dale. Markham.
Good evening, Vance.
Hi, Vance. I want to talk to you. Something's going on that I don't understand.
What's the trouble, Miss Dale?
A couple of hours ago, I got a call from that stooge grease monkey, Tony. He says he can louse me up, and he'll see me in a couple of days when he gets back in town.
Well?
Well, that call came only 15 minutes after I get one from some guy who don't give his name, but says that if I'm a smart girl, I didn't see anything around the garage the night before Duke Wilson got killed.
It does sound rather involved, doesn't it, Vance?
A little. Miss Dale, did you ever go out with Tony the mechanic?
Me? I should say not. I used to go with Duke Wilson.
I know that. How about Mr. Roberts? I just want a point covered. Did he ever try to take you out?
Him? He's old enough to be my father. Look, I never went with anybody except Duke and Joe. I never went with anybody else. Nobody else ever tried to date me, call me, or write me, ever. Satisfy you?
I'm satisfied.
How about you, Vance?
Oh, I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied that now I know who murdered Duke Wilson.
Come in.
Oh, hello, Mr. Roberts.
Well, what do you want, Miss Dale? And make it quick.
Oh, take it easy, Mr. Roberts. I came here to make a deal, not to start a fight.
What deal would I possibly want to make with you?
Oh, let's put it this way. Vance and Markham just left my apartment, but they left after Vance insisted he knew who killed Duke Wilson.
How can that possibly affect me?
Oh, stop kidding, Mr. Roberts. You're not talking to a dope. I've been around, which isn't important, but I was around the garage the night Duke's car was gimmicked, and that is important.
I went through all that with your boyfriend, Joe Turner.
Yeah, he told me. Look, Mr. Roberts, Vance maybe knows who fooled around with that steering wheel, but he can't prove anything because he wasn't there the night before Duke went through the fence, but I was.
Somebody else was there, too, apparently. Somebody who called me up and threatened me. Tony.
That was a gag, a trick of Vance's. He tried it on me, too. Mr. Roberts, Joe Turner's got to have that job if I'm going to keep my mouth closed.
You'll keep it closed. You've got nothing to say except that you saw me in the garage.
That could be enough.
You won't say that to anybody, Miss Dale. You won't tell it to a soul. Because what I was doing there had nothing to do with Duke Wilson's death. But it might look as if it did. So you'll keep your mouth closed, Miss Dale. You'll keep it closed or I'll close it for you.
Look at him go, Vance.
Turner has a good car, and apparently he's a good driver. And he believes in practicing. That's important.
Think he practiced murder before he killed Duke Wilson?
I didn't say Joe Turner killed Duke, Markham.
You didn't say he didn't either. You didn't get me down here to the racetrack just to watch Turner work out.
No, that's right, I didn't.
Hey, Mr. Vance. Pretty good time Turner's making, huh?
Very good, Tony. Tony's checking Turner's time and helping out at the pit. Come on over. You can tell us something we want to know.
Right. Vance, suppose you tell me something I want to know on the way.
All right, I will. I called Mr. Roberts and asked him to meet us here.
Now I'm completely informed. Thank you very much. As if I knew what I was thanking you for.
You'll know very shortly, believe me.
Well, Mr. Vance, how about that car? I really got it working like a charm, ain't I?
I imagine you have. And I imagine Mr. Turner will concur with my imagination.
Hey, what a motor, Tony. You're a genius. This thing runs like a clock. Hi, Vance. Welcome.
Hello, Turner. Whose car is that you're driving?
I own. The one I won the race with. The race where Duke Wilson got killed.
Built it yourself, eh?
Yeah, Tony and me.
Did Tony and you build the murder of Duke Wilson, too?
What are you talking about?
Hey, Mr. Vance, I don't like that kind of talk. I don't like it at all.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Very well, Mr. Turner. Tony and you didn't kill Duke Wilson. Tony did it all by himself.
Me? How did you know I killed him? I'll knock you up.
Vance, look out. I got a monkey wrench. I'll stop myself.
Well, thank you, Joe. You can do other things well besides drive racing cars, I see.
So this is the monkey who killed Wilson. He's the one who gimmicked the steering wheel.
That's right.
Vance, did you just trick him into making a break, or did you really know?
I knew, Markham, believe me. Of course, his admitting it won't hurt your case in court, but I knew. I'll meet you tonight and tell you how I knew Tony murdered Duke Wilson. It was really very simple, Markham. The only complicated part of this case was that there were 4 suspects. That's quite a few.
Most certainly is. Especially when 3 of them had motives like Turner, Miss Gale, and Roberts. And it turned out the 4th was the killer. Why did Tony want Wilson dead, Vance?
Apparently because he was Wilson's partner when they both were cheating Mr. Roberts at gin rummy. Apparently Wilson wouldn't split with him.
Reasonable. Especially in view of the fact that he knew Roberts and Turner hated Wilson and that he'd never be suspected. What made you think it was he?
I didn't think. I knew. Remember, Markham, when we were in Miss Dale's apartment, she said she had received 2 phone calls. One from Tony, and one a quarter hour before that from somebody who threatened her if she told what she'd seen in the garage the night before Wilson was killed.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
Well, there's no question in my mind but that the first call came from the real murderer who knew Miss Dale was at the garage that night and thought she might have seen something. Second call did come from Tony, and he made it at my request.
Well, who made the first call?
Tony. Only I didn't know anything about that one. All I did know was that he dialed Miss Dale's number without having to look it up in the phone book when I asked him to get her on the phone.
Oh, which means that he'd called the number before.
Very shortly before.
Yes.
After Miss Dale told me he'd never called her previously, never had tried to date her, then I knew that the only way he could have known her phone number was if he'd just called it. And if he had called it, he was the murderer.
Well, you certainly call that, Vance. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And you know something? I never suspected Tony, not once. Not even in the beginning.
The beginning isn't important, Markham. What is important is that this is the end of the motor murder case.
blonde mink, Daddy. It's got to be blonde.
Or you don't want it?
Well, now, Ricky, let's not go to extremes. But you did promise it to me, didn't you, Daddy?
Yeah, sure. And if everything works out, you'll get it. Blonde, to match your hair.
In that case, my hair stays the color it is. How'd you like me a redhead, Daddy?
Who knows? I want to know where Harry is. Sent him out an hour ago.
Should think you'd want to be alone with me. There are lots of men
Look,
who...
baby, go run away someplace and hide till I look for you. I got a big deal cooking, the biggest thing I ever tried to do. I don't think too good with a dame on my mind or my lap. Get off.
Well, I like that.
You got me smelling like a beauty parlor.
Boss, I got to talk to you.
I've been waiting for you, Harry. Come on in. Goodbye, baby.
Far be it from me to interrupt an important business conference.
Goodbye, baby.
Okay, Ricky, I'm going. That mink, Daddy. Just make sure it's blonde, will you?
Well, Harry, what is it? What goes on?
Boss, that extortion we got with Peter White is off. He's hot as a two-bit pistol.
I'm listening.
I just trailed the guy White like you told me to. You wanted to know everything he did today. Okay, so there I am trailing him, and where do you think he goes?
How would I know?
He goes right to the office of Philo Vance, that's where.
Philo Vance, the private investigator?
Well, there couldn't be two guys with that name. And Vance is one guy I don't want to mess with. He's too smart, boss. You know that.
Sure, he's smart, Harry. But I've had this racket planned for too long to let any one guy spoil it. We're going through with it, Vance or no Vance.
Well, if this guy White has hired Vance, you still think you can put the heat on him?
That's right. That's what I think.
Oh, but, boss, we're putting our head in a sling. We can't grab Peter White with Vance around.
That's just the point, Harry. You and I will see that Vance isn't around.
Now, look, Ricky, I work for you, but hiding in back of these bushes with no idea of why ain't my idea of fun. Tell me what this is all about.
Just as soon you saw, Harry. You sure this is Vance's house?
This is Vance's house. He ain't home. He's due back here any minute. What goes on, Ricky?
We don't want him around when we get that bill from Peter White, do we?
No.
We're going to do that later tonight, but we're just going to make sure Vance won't interfere. We're going to kidnap him first.
Oh, boy.
It guarantees our operating without interference, Harry. Got to do it.
Well, is it all right with you if I say I don't like it?
Say whatever you... Hey, there's a car pulling up.
Yeah, and that's Vance in it.
Well, that's Vance getting out of it. You ready, Harry?
My gun is, if that's what you mean.
That's what I mean, all right. Okay, this is it. Hold it, Vance.
There's the...
Well, good evening. Aren't you two a little out of your territory? Guns and handkerchiefs over faces belong exclusively in Western movies, don't they?
Maybe. Maybe we're looking for a screen test. Okay, Harry, the blindfold.
Right.
Perhaps I'm only a disinterested party in this endeavor, but I might like to know what's going on regardless.
Yeah, I got the blindfold on, boss.
The gag, Harry.
Really, now, let's stop this melodramatic...
That's enough.
Now, Vance, you're entitled to know this much. We're going to stuff cotton in your ears so you can't see anything, you can't hear anything, and you can't do any talking. Then we're driving you somewhere. Only you won't have any idea where. And we're holding you overnight.
And in the morning we let you go with no harm done.
Nod your head if you follow us. That's fine. Let's walk back to your car, Vance. You'll never know where you're being taken, so you'll never be able to track us down. But you won't be hurt, so if you're as smart as people say, you won't try to find out who we are. Harry, you drive. Only don't go over 30.
All right.
Let's not get any speed cop on your trail. You know where to go.
Yeah, sure, boss. Let me squeeze in there first.
Now, you, Vance. Go on in. That's being smart. Now, me. And now let's go, Harry.
Sure.
You see, Harry? No trouble. No trouble at all. Pull it up to the curb right here, eh?
Yeah.
I'll get the cotton out of Vance's ears.
Okay. There you are.
Good. Now, Vance, listen. We're leaving the blindfold on, but I'm jamming your hat over your eyes like this. Now I'll remove the gag.
I imagine we might be seen by people, and that's the reason you're doing this.
You've got a good imagination.
Thank you. What happens after we get wherever it is you are taking me?
We're there now. You stay here overnight, and in the morning we'll let you go. But first we'll bandage your eyes, and in fact your whole head, and take you out of here in a private ambulance. After we dump you, you'll have no idea of where you've been. Believe me, you won't.
Very well, if you say so. Under the conditions you've outlined, I can't see how I could very well know where I've been. Now, could I?
Boss, I don't like the way he said that. This Vance is too smart. I told you he was.
I guess he thinks so, too. Well, you'll have all night to figure out how smart he really is.
Hello, Philo Vance's office.
Hello, Vance, come in yet? This is Markham.
Oh, hello, Mr. Markham. No, we haven't heard from him. His secretary, Miss Deering, has gone up to his apartment to see what she might find out there.
It's quite urgent. I talked to him. You know, this isn't like Vance.
Oh, no, sir, it's not. I'll have him phone you the minute...
Miss Henderson.
Oh, he's here now, Mr. Markham. Just a minute.
Markham on the phone for me. I'll take it in my private office.
Just a minute, please, Mr. Markham. Mr. Vance will pick up his call.
I've got it, Miss Henderson.
All right, Mr. Vance.
Hello, Markham.
Vance, where have you been? This is the third time I've tried to reach you this morning.
Well, I had a rather unusual experience last night, Markham. I was kidnapped, but I don't know why or by whom.
Kidnapped?
Don't let it concern you. I've been released, and I'm completely unharmed, except for the fact that I haven't slept. I'll tell you all about it when I see you. Why have you been trying to get me?
Well, there's been another murder, Vance. Peter White was killed. You know him?
No, he was in my office yesterday, but I was out. I spoke to him on the telephone, though. He told me that he'd been threatened by extortionists. I advised him to go to the police.
Well, he never did. And it's too bad he didn't, because there was a terrible struggle at his house sometime after midnight, and he's dead.
Any clues, Markham?
None of any importance. We know he drew $100,000 in cash from the bank yesterday, and that's gone. And we picked up his brother, who claims not to have seen the dead man in years. That's all.
That might be enough.
You've had a tough night, Vance, but are you too tired to meet me at Mr. White's house?
There's been a murder, hasn't there, Markham? Believe me, I'm not a bit tired now. But I've another stop to make first.
Let me understand something, Mr. White. You and your brother hadn't been speaking for a number of years.
That's right, Mr. Markham.
Uh-huh.
He made money, I didn't. 10 years ago, we had a bust-up. That's it.
I see. When were you last here in your brother's house?
I've never been here until this morning. Wouldn't be here now, except the police found where I live and got me here. Who gets my brother's money? He had a lot, you know.
We don't know yet. His secretary has gone to his lawyers for the will. You'll know soon enough.
He probably left her everything. He was always silly for a skirt ever since he was a kid. Bet you that Miss Collins gets plenty from him.
Perhaps. But I'd like to know who got him.
Well, Daddy, I'm here. You said to come early today and you'd surprise me.
I'll surprise you, all right.
Blonde mink surprise, Ricky?
Maybe later on, baby, but not now. I'm waiting for Harry to show up, and he's late now.
When he comes, do I get the mink?
Could be.
Oh, Daddy, you're wonderful.
What you mean is I'll be wonderful when Harry gets here. If he gets here. I may be getting double-crossed.
What happens then?
You know what mink coats are made of? Little pieces.
Sure.
That's the way they're going to find Harry if he crosses me.
Hello, Philo Vance's office.
This is Mr. Vance, Miss Henderson.
Oh, yes, sir.
Miss Henderson, do you know where to reach Mr. Markham?
I could try his office, sir.
Well, I just tried, and he's not there. He's not at the home of the late Mr. White, either. In the event that he calls in, ask him to do me a favor, will you?
Oh, of course, Mr. Vance. What is it?
Ask him to find out what business the dead man was in. I've been checking all over town, and nobody has any idea how he accumulated all his money.
You were a little late, Harry, but you brought the dough, so it doesn't matter.
Well, I overslept. Tough night last night, Riggy. But I brought $50,000 worth of doesn't matter, huh?
That you did.
Yeah.
Did a good job of cooping Vance up all night, didn't we?
Oh, sure did. And when I dumped him this morning, he didn't have no idea of where he was or where he'd been. We kept him out of the way good, all right.
I kept him out of the way all night while you went to collect from old man White. Well, let's split up this dough.
Yeah.
Hey, 20,000 for you, 30,000 for me.
What?
There we are.
Hey, wait a minute. What's the matter with 50-50? That's what we were supposed to split.
You weren't supposed to kill Peter White, but you did. You do something you're not supposed to do. I do something I'm not supposed to do.
Oh, but, boss,
Well, apparently I'm here just in time.
Boss, it's Vance. Only it can't be. He never could have
Shut up,
traced
Harry.
us.
Vance, this is ridiculous. We had your eyes taped up. You couldn't possibly have known where we took you last night.
Which is the reason you thought nothing of renting the room under your own name. That's how I traced you here.
Hey, boss, you were so sure he wouldn't know where we were hiding out.
How did you find us, Vance? What do you want?
Never mind how I got up here, my friend. But you are entitled to know what I want. I want to break even on this case. You two held a gun on me last night and took me where you wanted me to go. I'm doing the same with you.
You don't have to, you know, Vance. There's an awful lot of money here on the table. Part of it's yours, if you walk out of here right now.
Sorry, I like it here. How much is there?
$50,000.
Was that all? Where's the other $50,000?
What other 50?
Well, I know for a fact that Peter White drew $100,000 out of the bank yesterday.
What?
I imagine it was to pay you two, wasn't it?
$100,000, Harry.
Don't believe him, boss. He's trying to make us battle. I didn't get no 100 G's. All I got is on the table.
All you have to do is call the bank and find out how much White withdrew, you know.
I know, and you'd be a sap to come up here with that kind of story if it wasn't true. The other $50,000, Harry?
There wasn't any, boss. Honest, there wasn't. This was all he gave.
You little
Oh, no.
Holding out $50,000 on me, was he? Thanks for letting me take that poker then, Vance. He raided it. Holding out on me and knocking off the old guy. That wasn't part of this. You've got to know that, Vance.
Do I?
Yes.
Apparently there are a lot of things I have to know. I'm not satisfied I know them all yet.
Look, Vance, I'm no chump. You've got us both. So how you found out where we took you last night, so you could trace us here, I don't know. But that guy White was NG. You know where he got his dough?
No, but the district attorney will be delighted to find out.
I'll save him trouble. White was a racket king, Vance. He backed tough guys who wanted to set up gambling joints. The talk I hear is that he crossed the last guy and was on the spot.
Now you're trying to tell me that a racketeer killed White.
I'm not telling you anything. Chances are this punk Harry killed him, I don't know. Giving you information and I'm trying to make a deal.
You're wasting your time. Pick up your friend Harry and we'll get going to police headquarters.
Okay, Vance, but... Well... This is different.
What is?
Well, there happens to be a very good friend of mine in back of you right now, Vance. A friend with a gun.
It's quite possible. I thought I heard a door open a minute ago.
That really earns me my mink coat, Ricky.
You were a lifesaver, baby. You sure let Vance have it.
Did I kill him?
No, he'll be asleep, though, for a long time. Come on, let's blow this place.
Suits me. How about that mink coat, Ricky?
I'll buy you 2 of them, baby, after this. 2 of them, so you can keep real warm.
Okay. The second one isn't to keep me warm. It's to keep me quiet.
This is District Attorney Markham. The White murder case opened when Peter White was found dead. His murder undoubtedly the work of extortionists whom he feared. While White was being killed, Philo Vance was kidnapped but released in time to start on a mission which resulted in a telephone call to me a few minutes ago. Apparently, Vance was hit on the head while tracking down his own kidnappers, and when he recovered, it was to find that one of them, named Harry, was unconscious on the floor beside him. He has brought Harry to headquarters, telephoned me, and I am about to meet Vance in the prison corridor right now. As soon as I get through this door, Vance should be... Vance.
Hello, Markham. Glad to see you.
I'm delighted to see you. I've got so much to ask you and to tell you.
Ask first, if you like, and then we'll go see this Harry I brought here.
What I want to know is how you ever found the men who kidnapped you. You were blindfolded and shoved in a car, and yet you knew where you'd been taken.
Yes, I did. Fortunately for me, the car went straight south. I knew it was going 30 miles an hour, and I knew it stopped exactly 5 times for traffic lights. I drove my car at 30 miles per hour, and after I'd stopped for 5 traffic lights, I knew I was in the general vicinity of the place where I was held.
Did you see anything familiar that might have helped you?
Yes, I saw a hotel, and I was brought up in an elevator the night I was kidnapped. During that elevator ride, I counted the seconds from the ground floor to where we stopped. I duplicated that procedure at this hotel and came to the 9th floor.
But the room, Vance, how did you find the room they held you in?
My sense of direction after I got off the elevator. I found the right room, Markham. I knew I was right because I'd scratched the woodwork while I was being held there. I found the scratch, found who rented the room, and arrived at the office of a man named Ricky.
Vance, you continue to amaze me. Honestly, you do. The rest you told me on the telephone, so I know how you got here. Now, let me tell you what I know.
Please do.
The dead man's brother doesn't expect to get a dime from the murder victim. He thinks all the money and property will go to White's secretary, a girl he called Miss Collins.
That's all?
Yes, I guess so.
What does this Collins girl look like?
I don't know. I've never seen her. Sergeant Heath questioned her before I got to White's house this morning, before they brought in White's brother, too, as a matter of fact.
I see. Well, let's go talk to this Harry individual, Markham. He's in the second cell right over here.
I'm with you, Vance. This cell, eh?
This cell, and that is Harry. Harry, do you feel like answering some questions?
What kind of questions?
You and Ricky were trying to extort money from Mr. White, correct?
What do you mean, trying? We did it.
And killed Mr. White in so doing.
Now, look, once and for all, let's stop that killing talk. I didn't kill nobody. I got the dough from the old guy, and I scrammed. He was alive when I left him.
Oh, of course.
Now, look, you, whoever you are, I said I left him alive. Remember that. Ricky didn't believe me either. That's why he poked me one. It's still sore.
Ricky ran out on you, you know, Harry.
Yeah.
Left you on the floor unconscious so I could bring you here.
Don't I know it. And ain't I sore about that, too?
Angry enough to tell me where I might pick him up?
That I wouldn't know. All I do know is that he promised to buy his gal a mink coat. And Baby ain't the kind of gal you say you'll do things for and then don't do it.
Baby?
That's right. She's the dame that tipped us off to old man White. She worked with us on account of she was sweet on Ricky, and he promised to buy her a fur coat at Bixby's.
We don't have very much there to go on, do we, Vance?
No, but it may be enough. Markham, would you let me borrow Sergeant Heath for a while, please?
I'm sure he'll be anxious to cooperate, Vance. What do you want him to do?
I want you to go back to Mr. White's house while Heath and I go on a shopping tour.
Well, come on, Ricky, darling. I'm all ready.
It's about time you got here. We've got to move fast. The longer I stay in this town, the hotter it is for me.
And the colder it might be for me. The mink coat, remember?
Baby, I've been thinking.
What about, Daddy?
Well, Harry was awful sure he only collected $50,000 from old man White. We know he drew $100,000 from the bank. What happened to the other 50 G's?
Why ask me, Daddy? Oh, come on. Let's go buy that coat you promised.
Baby, maybe Harry was telling the truth. Maybe he didn't kill old man White. Maybe you did. And grabbed the other $50,000 for yourself.
Rick.
Don't Ricky me. You could have done it. You planned this White thing with us. You knew the score every step of the way. Oh, baby, did you kill White?
Now, Daddy, you know better than to think that
Did you do it? Did you?
Daddy, please, you know I wouldn't do anything like that to you.
You knocked off the guy and kept the other $50,000, didn't you? Didn't you?
Oh, Daddy, Ricky, please. How could I cross you? You know I wouldn't. Ricky, darling, hit me again if you want to, but you gotta believe me.
Okay. Now, we gotta blow out of here. Everything looks all right, but I've got a feeling. Come on, let's go.
Sure, Ricky, like you say, let's go. But let's get that mink coat first, okay?
Baby, you've been looking at mink coats for an hour. Make up your mind. I want to get out of this store and out of town fast.
Daddy, darling, you just don't walk in and buy a fur coat just like that. You gotta look at it and blow on the fur like this. Make sure it's a good mink.
I don't care if it's a good or a bad mink. Get what you want and let's get out of here.
Daddy, you're so silly. Now step away from the mirror a minute.
Okay.
That's better. Kind of like the way this one looks, don't you?
Sure, I like it. Take it, have it wrapped, wear it out, do anything you want, but let's do it fast.
Oh, you're so impetuous, Ricky. Okay. I think I'll take this.
I don't think either of you will take anything except a walk with me.
Vance, not you again. This is getting to be a habit.
Yes, isn't it? Look around you, Ricky. You'll see Police Sergeant Heath and a dozen men, so don't do anything foolish.
We're surrounded, Ricky.
Yeah. You and your mink coats.
Hello, Mr. White.
Hi, Markham. Come on in. Don't be bashful. This was my brother's house, but you and the police have been practically living in it anyhow.
I don't imagine I'll be here long. Philo Vance just telephoned me that he's brought a couple of suspects down to headquarters and is on the way here. By the way, we've found your brother's will.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Where do I fit in it?
You don't. You get exactly $1 after the estate is sold.
The rest of the money goes to charity.
It's just like my brother. Strangers get his money. Me, I don't get a buck.
Well, you were wrong about his secretary. The Miss Collins you mentioned got nothing.
Well, in that case, I feel a little better about the whole thing now.
Hello, Markham.
Hi, Vance. Oh, this is Mr. White, the dead man's brother.
How do you do?
Hiya.
Well, Vance, I guess our case is about closed, isn't it? You picked up the head man, Ricky, and his girlfriend, I understand.
Just as I told you on the phone, Markham. Surprising thing happened. Sergeant Heath recognized the girl.
That's not so surprising. Heath knows practically every criminal in the city, male and female.
He didn't recognize her as a criminal, Markham. The girl with Ricky was Miss Collins, secretary to the late Mr. White.
Well, so this whole thing was a frame-up, eh, Vance? She was on the inside tipping off Ricky and Harry.
So it would seem. Seem like that to you, Mr. White?
Yeah, sure does. Only goes to prove no blonde is any good. There's something in their blood, I guess.
I've never heard that opinion expressed before. Mr. White, I've been meaning to ask you this when you and I met. Where were you when your brother was murdered?
I sleep in my room in the other part of town. Why?
When had you seen him last?
10 years or so ago, he told me, Vance.
Yeah, that's about right.
And when you got here the morning of the murder, whom did you see and talk to?
Me? Why, nobody. They brought me in a room and held me there practically all morning. Only person I saw was Sergeant Heath and a couple of cops until Markham got here.
Are you sure?
Look, I don't know what you're trying to do to me, but of course I'm sure.
Markham, who identified the body of the victim as Peter White?
This man here and the secretary, Miss Collins, as I understand it. But not at the same time, of course.
You're sure Peter White had a brother?
Positive. We checked on this man's story. Why do you ask, Vance?
Well, all I can tell you is that he is not Peter White's brother.
Now, wait a minute, Vance.
Vance, if he's not Peter White's brother, who is he?
He's Peter White. What? You can arrest him for murder, Markham. Further notes on the White murder case, please, Miss Henderson.
I'm ready, Mr. Vance.
Right. When Peter White was first threatened by extortionists, he formed a plan. In order to understand this plan, it must be known that White knew he was going to be put on the spot by a racket leader he had double-crossed. Our friend Ricky informed me of that just before his blonde girlfriend hit me with a gun.
I've got that, Mr. Vance.
Good. To continue. The extortion threat Mr. White received proved a wonderful out for him. He decided to send for his brother, whom he hadn't seen in years, murder the brother, and leave the body to be identified by his secretary as his own.
Mr. Vance, excuse me for interrupting, but didn't I understand that the secretary was working with Ricky and Harry?
White allowed her to do that. He wanted to make sure they would extort money from him, you see. Actually, she was double-crossing Ricky all the time.
Oh.
Mr. White drew $100,000 from his bank in cash. We knew that. $50,000 of it he paid to Harry, the extortionist sent by Ricky. The other $50,000 he hid so that when the case was over and he was declared legally dead, he could have enough money to make a new start in another city.
I'm sorry to keep interrupting, Mr. Vance, but with all that property and everything Mr. White had, why would he give that up just like that?
He'd rather have his life than his property, Miss Henderson. And his plan guaranteed the underworld would think him dead. Now to continue. He paid Harry the $50,000, killed his brother whom he had sent for, and then went to the brother's room and waited for the police to call.
I guess I'm learning fast, Mr. Vance. In other words, he figured the police would find out about the extortion and believe that the extortionists killed him after he paid them the money they wanted.
He took no chance on the police not knowing. He came to me with his case, remember?
I sure do. There's one thing I don't know, though. What made you so sure that Peter White was posing as his own brother?
Well, Miss Henderson, that was rather simple. He knew Peter White's secretary's name, yet, according to his own story, he had never met her, seen her, or heard her discussed. He knew also that she was a blonde. Peter White's brother wouldn't have known those things, but Peter White would.
No doubt about it.
When I learned that Peter White worked from his home, was rarely seen out anywhere, that he was in trouble with a gang leader, and that $50,000 was missing from the money we know he took out of the bank, I needed only the mistake he made in naming and describing his secretary to round out my theory.
Awful good theory it was, too, Mr. Vance, now that the secretary confessed and everything you imagined was actually the truth. Not a bad day's work for you, Mr. Vance. Not bad at all.
Thank you, Miss Henderson. Thank you very much. Now we've come to the end of our notes, the end of the day, and the end of the White murder case.
Get your pennies here. Get your pennies for the machines at this booth. Pennies. Get change here, folks.
I beg your pardon, but where do I find Joe Baker, please?
Boss, in back in his office if he's in.
Thank you.
Oh, Mama, buy me that.
Wow! Who wants to look at those pictures of the machines? I want to look at that.
Brother, you said I wonder how many pennies that'd cost if you put it in a machine, huh?
Pigs.
Well, Dale, come in. Come in.
To what do I owe this unexpected pleasure? Sit down, Dale. Sit down.
I'll stand, Al, and I'll tell you why I'm here. I'm going to Hollywood, Al.
Yes, so I heard. I was very glad to hear about the break you got there. Very glad. You don't know how glad. I was getting a little tired of this penny ante penny arcade I'm running.
You haven't changed a bit, Al. I was hoping you would. That's why I came down here to see you. All right. How much is it going to cost to keep your mouth shut?
About what I know about you?
Yes.
Well, Dale, darling, I haven't decided yet. I'm not sure. I am the talkative type, you know.
How well I know. Al, I can't leave myself open to blackmail by you for the rest of my life.
Honey, you brought up the whole matter of blackmail. I didn't. Of course, if after you become a big star you happen to mail me a couple of grand every so often, I wouldn't squawk. In fact, I'd be practically speechless. You know what I mean?
I know. I'm sorry to say. Al, I can't go out to Hollywood with you hanging over my head, and I don't have the money to buy you off. I thought maybe if I came down here today, you'd be willing to forget what you know about me. But I see that was a mistake.
Offhand, I'd say it was.
Well, that means that something's got to be done about you, Al. And I know just the guy who can do it. Tell me I can't get in to see Philo Vance. I've got to get in his private office.
I'm sorry. I'll have to announce you.
Get out of the way, young lady. I'm going through that door, and you're not going to stop me. Out of the way.
You're not going in there. You can't just break in on Mr. Vance that way. I tell you,
I'm going to.
What's going on here?
Mr. Vance, this girl insisted on going right into your office. I told her she'd have to wait until...
I don't have to wait until anything, Vance. I've got to talk to you.
Well, I guess there isn't anything I can do, but listen, is there? Come in, miss, please.
Thanks. Sorry I caused a disturbance, Vance, but I'm upset.
You rather upset my office assistant, I noticed. Must be catching. Please sit down.
Thanks, Vance. I'm Dale Leslie. I'm supposed to sign a contract for Hollywood next week, only there are complications, and I'd like to hire you to straighten them out.
I'm at your service.
Okay, Vance. A fellow named Al Baker owns the Penny Arcade on South Street.
Yes?
A couple of years ago, before I broke into show business, I did something I'm not very proud of. He knows about it. He'll bleed me for life if I make good in pictures.
You want me to see him?
Well, that wouldn't do any good. I've seen him. What I want you to do is to see a man named Davy Rowland. He's my manager. He's also in love with me and a little on the tough side.
You told him about Baker?
That's right, and he didn't like it. He took a burn. He said he'd get Baker. Maybe that's what I wanted him to say, but what I really wanted was for him to throw a scare into Baker. Now I'm afraid what's going to happen.
In other words, you want to hire me to prevent your Mr. Rowland from doing anything that might be regretted by you and him.
Not to mention by Al Baker, Vance. You see now why I had to get in here to see you. I didn't dare take a chance of being turned away.
I understand. Paradoxical, of course, you're wanting me to keep Mr. Rowland away from Al Baker,
when you'd so much rather see Mr. Baker dead.
Pennies! Get your pennies here. Can't see the pictures without the pennies. Get your pennies here. Well, mister, what's with you? You're blocking the booth. You want change or you just want to attract attention?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was in the way. My name is Markham. I'm the district attorney. I was supposed to meet a Mr. Baker who called me, and I don't...
Hello, Markham. I'm Baker.
Oh?
Heard you talking to Pop here. Come on back into my office, will you?
Certainly. You told me on the telephone that Philo Vance had phoned you.
That's right. A few minutes before I called you.
As I understand it, he's been engaged by a Miss Dale Leslie to keep her manager, David Rowland, away from you.
So he said. But I asked him if he was coming down here, and he said no.
He's not. I thought he'd be here to see you. One of the reasons I came down.
Look, D.A., I didn't call you to come down here because I wanted you and Vance to say hello to each other. Come on in.
Right.
I want you to tell that Roland to lay off of me. He's a kind of a rugged character, and he's got a yen for Dale Leslie a mile long. No telling what he might do to me to show that dame how tough he is. Sit down, will you?
What do you want me to do, Mr. Baker? Supply you with police protection?
What am I, a sissy? I don't want any cops hanging around. I won't need them if you'll call up this Roland guy and tell him you know he's out after me. That'll keep him away.
All right.
You like these pennies on my desk? I keep my souvenirs.
There isn't much to like or dislike about pennies.
Yeah?
Mr. Baker, the stuff came you ordered. I brought it here. Where do you want me to put it?
Just put the package on the desk.
Okay. It's a little heavy.
Oh, allow me.
Oh, it ain't that heavy, but thanks anyhow. Well, you got me, Mr. Baker. Brick. There.
Okay, Maisie, that's all.
Out?
Out.
Out. See you later, boy.
That's some stuff I bought for this office, Mark. Wait a minute. Will you? I want to see if it's all here. Here's the bill. Never forget to send a bill, do they?
No, they don't.
Fountain pen desk set. You like it, Markham?
Yes, it's very nice. Decorative and useful. I like it very much.
How about this blotter here? The corner's genuine leather. You see where it says genuine leather?
Yes, of course. Mr. Baker, would you mind letting the rest of whatever's in that package stay there until you and I have finished our conversation? I'm in a bit of a hurry.
Oh, sure. That's okay. Just wanted you to see this stuff, that's all. Hey, are you going to call that Davy Rowland for me and tell him what you said you were going to?
Yes, I will.
Thanks, Markham. Thanks a million. So long, and take care of yourself.
That, Mr. Baker, is a rather strange thing for you to be telling me.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Kraft. That could be Dale calling now.
One way to tell, and that's to answer it, my boy, don't you think?
Sure. Hello?
Davy?
Yeah, where are you, Dale? Mr. Kraft is up here in your apartment waiting for you.
Oh, I'm calling from downstairs, Davy. Just wanted to be sure he was there so I'd know what kind of an entrance to make.
Well, make a quick one. See you in a minute. Bye. That was Dale, all right. She was downstairs. She'll be up in a minute.
That's fine.
Mr. Kraft, you're making no mistake in signing that girl. Believe me, you weren't. She's got what it takes. She's alive, tough enough to tease the men and soft enough to please the dames.
We'll see about that, Mr. Rowland. Right now, I'm very anxious to close this matter so that I can get back to the coast.
Matter of minutes now, Mr. Kraft, a matter of minutes. I see you put the clause we wanted in the contract.
Yes, we increase her salary every 6 months if we pick up her option at the end of the first period.
Good, then everything's set. Mr. Kraft, Dale is down to earth. She's real. The people are going to love her. Every mother will think she's her...
Mr. Kraft, what a pleasant surprise.
Kill it, cutie. I told him you called from downstairs.
Oh. I've just been shopping. It's been so weary. The shops in the Avenue aren't at all what
Look, Dale, Mr. Kraft is a busy guy. He's got to leave town. There are your contracts on the table. He's signed them, and I've seen them. Write your name on both of them, will you? Now.
Oh, well, all right, but there's really no need to rush.
There really is, Miss Leslie. I'm going back to California. I have several things to do before my plane leaves.
Here's a pen, Dale. Make with a name.
Why, of course, Davy, darling. That's one. That's the other. There you are, Mr. Kraft.
Thank you very much. Forgive me for rushing, but I really have to leave. You'll hear directly from the studio, Miss Leslie, as soon as I get back.
Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Kraft. I tell you, you haven't made a mistake.
Thank you for your assurance. Goodbye, and best of luck to you, Miss Leslie.
Oh, I'll take you to the door. Thank you for what you've done, Mr. Kraft. If there were only some way I could show you...
Mr. Kraft is in a hurry.
Oh. Oh, that's right. Well, goodbye, Mr. Kraft, and thanks again.
You're welcome, and goodbye. Well, Dale, we did it.
Oh, we sure did. Oh, now I can be myself. Look, Davy, we got the contract, and now we've got to be careful. You've got to promise to lay off that Al Baker.
It could be a little late for you to tell me that now.
Oh, Davy, you didn't...
Relax. Everything's under control. Only the district attorney called me and said that Baker was screaming about what he thought I'd do to him.
Well, never mind that. What did Philo Vance say to you?
Vance? I didn't talk to him.
Huh?
What's he got to do with this?
Vance didn't call?
Well, there was no place he could call me. I was here for the past couple of hours waiting for you. The DA got me here, then he called to find out from you what my phone number was. What about this Vance business? What's he want from me?
Well, I asked him to talk to you, to make sure you wouldn't do anything to Baker. I knew that you know how smart Vance is, and you wouldn't take a chance on doing anything if he was around.
You're smart. You're a genius.
What?
You're the most stupid dame that ever walked. You told Vance about you and Baker and me?
Well, I had to. Don't you see, I'd rather take a chance of having Baker talk than be mixed up in a murder story.
So no matter what happens to Baker, I'm the fall guy.
What?
Dale, I could kick that pretty face of yours all over this joint. I don't know what stops me.
Davy.
Except I love you. Some reason.
Well, get out of here. Get out of my apartment. Get out or I'll call the cops and I'll have you thrown out. I'm not kidding, Davy. Get out, I said.
Get away from that phone.
You getting out?
All right, dope. Prize dope. Most stupid dame that ever lived. I'll get out. But you don't know what you're letting yourself in for. Yourself and me both.
Pennies, get your pennies right here. Change your dimes, nickels, and quarters. Get your pennies here.
Excuse me, sir. My name's Markham. I had an appointment with the tall gentleman wearing a Homburg hat. He was supposed to meet me here. Have you seen him?
Mister, I don't see anything but pennies. Pennies and people. Only I don't see their faces, only their hands. Been doing this for 10 years. Bet I can tell what a fellow looks like from his hands.
Thank you. I doubt very much whether Vance would ask you for change.
Hello, Markham. How are you? Sorry I'm late.
It's all right, Vance. Just a minute after 2 o'clock. Glad you got here.
Pennies, get your pennies here. Change your dimes, nickels, and quarters. Pennies right here.
Interesting-looking man, isn't he, Markham?
Yes, he is.
Okay, Pop, lunchtime for you. I'll take over.
Thanks, Maisie. I'll be back, you know.
Okay.
Well, Markham, it seems that you and I are working on this case together, although we were brought in it by parties on different sides of the fence.
As I explained on the phone, Vance, I'm not really in it. All I did was warn Mr. Davy Rowland that Al Baker has appealed us.
Mr. Rowland said he'd be here at 2 o'clock. He hasn't shown us yet. It took me several hours to reach him on the phone. I have an idea that if we get him and Baker together, we can straighten everything out amicably.
I imagine so. I wonder what it is that Baker knows about Dale Leslie.
Well, that shouldn't be hard to find out. In fact, I'm pretty sure I know what it is. If I'm not mistaken... Markham, that was a shot.
Yes.
Came from that room back there.
That's Baker's office. Everybody stay exactly where you are. Don't move. Please, nobody leave this place. Come on, Vance.
I'm on the way, Markham. So this was Baker's office back here.
That's right. I was there this morning talking to him. Come on, Vance.
Right.
Come on in.
Right.
Well, that's our friend Baker, all right. With a bullet in his head.
Slumped over his desk.
His hands are practically touching that new desk pen set he was so proud of.
His head knocked over this desk clock when he slumped. Poor fellow.
Yeah. Well, I'll get Sergeant Heath of Homicide up here at once, Vance. There's a back door to this office, so there's no point in trying to chase whoever shot Baker.
Whoever it is was out the back door the minute he fired, Markham. Well, my friend, we've got a murder case. And a pretty complicated one, I imagine.
Yeah. What's this on the floor, Vance? There's a penny. Yes, probably fell from Baker's desk.
Probably. Well, Markham, we have a murder case, and you've just given it a name.
This is District Attorney Markham. The one-cent murder case began with the finding of the body of Al Baker, shot as Vance and I were in his penny arcade. We know that Baker had some information about Dale Leslie and that Miss Leslie feared blackmail inasmuch as she was about to start a movie contract. We know, too, that her manager, Davy Rowland, was in love with her and had threatened Baker. And I have found something very interesting about a man known as Pop who made change for the customers at Baker's Arcade. I'm about to tell what I found out to a group of reporters waiting in my office. They are very... Good afternoon, gentlemen. All right, now, quiet down, please. I won't waste your time. You want to know what developments the police have made on the 1 cent murder case?
That's right, T.A. What's going on?
Well, we've made no arrests as yet. But we're holding a man named George Dobbs, known at Baker's Arcade as Pop, the changemaker.
What's with him?
Well, Sergeant Heath and I questioned him after the murder. He says he was out to lunch, but we found that he hadn't been to any restaurant in the neighborhood. Now, under questioning, he broke down and admitted that he was the former owner of the arcade.
Hey, fellas, I think the DA's got
Now,
something
just a
there.
moment, please, gentlemen. Just a moment, please. We've made no charge as yet. But we have made Pop change his story a little. Now he says he didn't go to any restaurant, but was just walking around at the time of the murder.
No alibi, eh? What about your friend Vance, Markham? What's he found out?
Vance? I don't know. He left immediately after the murder. I think he went to see Miss Dale Leslie. But please, don't print that, boys. And I'll give you any details as soon as I get them.
That suits us. Right, fellas?
All right, boys. Thank you very much. That's all I can tell you right now.
Good enough. Okay, boys, I'll write a community headline for all of us. Here it is. Police expect early arrest in 1 cent murder case. Let's go, gang.
All right, I did it. You want to know why, don't you? Well, I can tell you why, but I won't. I'll tell you this much, though. He deserved to die. And if I hadn't killed him, it wouldn't have made any difference. Somebody else would have. But I didn't wait for that somebody. Can you understand that? I did it because I wanted to be the one who shot him. I wanted it known that I wiped him off the face of this earth. I wanted everybody to know I did it. What's most important is I wanted to know that I killed him. Now, do what you want with me. It doesn't matter much what it is. In fact, it doesn't matter at all.
Would you put on the lights, please, Mr. Kraft?
Yes, of course, Vance.
Thank you. Well, Miss Leslie, a very good piece of moving.
Thanks, Mr. Vance.
It's the screen test we made here a couple of weeks ago. We shipped a print to the coast. They told me to sign a write-up.
Which you did, I understand.
That's right.
Sorry I had to ask you to cancel your plane trip to Hollywood, Mr. Kraft. But it's quite urgent I talk to you. And I did want to see what kind of an actress Miss Leslie was, though thanks for arranging this screening.
Well, the screening wasn't any trouble. Holding me here in New York is upsetting my plans a lot, Vance.
I won't keep you here any longer than is absolutely necessary.
Well, why are you keeping Mr. Kraft here at all, Vance? He had nothing to do with Al Baker's shooting.
Of course I didn't. I never knew the man. I had no reason to want him dead.
Perhaps you never knew him, Mr. Kraft. That's possible. But I wouldn't say you had no reason. For example, perhaps you thought you had a potential star on your hands in Miss Leslie. A star that could make a fortune for your company. You wouldn't want anything to interfere with her career. Anything like what Mr. Baker might have had to say about her.
You think I'd kill Baker for that? Vance, that isn't very logical.
Murder so rarely is, Mr. Kraft. Now, before I ask you this next question, I'd like to warn you. It's the seemingly innocuous question. The one which a murderer has no reason to lie about, but often does. That in many cases traps a killer. Now, were you ever at any time in Baker's Penny Arcade?
Well, no.
All right. If that's the way you want it. You were there, Miss Leslie?
Well, of course, yesterday morning when I went to talk to Al.
What time yesterday morning?
10:30.
You're sure of the time?
Positive.
You're not wearing a watch?
I wasn't then either. But I know it was 10 o'clock when I left my apartment. It was 10:25 when I got out of a cab, and 10:30 on Baker's desk clock while I was there. That gives me a pretty good reason for knowing what time it was.
Yes, it does. You didn't go back there in the afternoon about 2?
Oh, now, Vance.
Just asking, that's all.
And what did you find out by all these questions, Vance?
Now that, Mr. Kraft, would be telling.
Miss Leslie, please excuse my dropping in on you at your apartment. This is not exactly an official visit.
Well, Mr. Markham, I'm certainly glad of that. I had quite a little semi-official visit with your friend Philo Vance about an hour ago, and I'm officially a little tired. Vance seems very interested in the Hollywood scout, Mr. Kraft, and I'm very interested in ducking all this unpleasant publicity.
I can understand that. Miss Leslie, Vance and I are working independently on this case, which is a little unusual, but I think we can get better results that way. That's why I came up here.
Uh-huh.
To see if you knew where David Rowland is. We haven't been able to find him, you know.
Davy? Why, he... Oh, sit still, Mr. Markham. I'll go to the door.
Whoever it is, please don't be long. I'm quite anxious to get going on this case.
All right, Mr. Markham. Yes?
You're Dale Leslie, I know. I'm Pop. I work down at Baker's Penny Arcade. I gotta come and talk to...
Why so surprised at seeing me, Pop? You were in my office all morning.
Miss Leslie, I'll see you some other time. Goodbye.
Now, what in the world was that?
I don't know. But I know what Vance would think. He'd think Pop might have come up with the idea of blackmailing you, and when he saw me, he changed his mind in a hurry.
Blackmailing me? Well, how could he do that?
Well, supposing he saw you around the arcade about the time of the murder. He could threaten to tell that to the police, couldn't he? Miss Leslie, you're not in a very favorable spot, believe me. But I'll worry about Pop later. Right now, I want to know where David Rowland, your manager, might be.
Well, he might be almost anywhere, but it so happens that he's with your friend, Philo Vance.
Close the door, will you please, Mr. Rowland? Noise isn't very conducive to concentration.
Why, sure, Vance. Up to now, I was a manager. Now I'm a door closer.
You're also a murder suspect.
Yes, I know. You're only missing one thing, aren't you, Vance? Proof. You've got your whole story and no proof.
Unfortunate, isn't it? You know who just called on the telephone, don't you?
Well, sure, I got his. It was the DA, Markham.
That's right. He's bringing Miss Leslie down here. And he'll have old Pop and the Hollywood talent scout, Mr. Kraft, with him when he comes.
Well, let's push the rugs back. We'll have a party.
All right. Mr. Rowland, I found something very interesting in Mr. Baker's desk.
Lucky you.
Oh, not curious?
I didn't say that.
In that case, I'll tell you what I found. It was a bill for several articles that Baker purchased the day he was killed. He bought a fountain pen desk set, a clock, a blotter, and that paper knife on the table.
Hmm? Setting up housekeeping, I guess, huh?
No. But he was supplying us with proof of the identity of his murderer.
What?
Sit down, Mr. Rowland.
You, really know who killed Baker, Vance?
You wouldn't bet I didn't know, would you?
No. Only you're not going to be able to tell anybody that you know, Vance. I'm going to see to that right now.
They told me you were tough, Mr. Rowland. Let's see. Out! No, Mr. Rowland, you really were a tough character, weren't you? But not tough enough.
Vance, I'm sorry that...
Davy!
What happened here?
Mr. Rowland objected to my knowing the identity of Mr. Baker's killer, Markham.
This is a little silly, this whole thing, Vance. I've got to get back to the coast.
Do you now, Mr. Kraft? Well, I won't keep you long. Oh, Markham, you know Mr. Davy Rowland had no alibi for the time of the murder, don't you?
I realize that, Vance. But you must have found out something else, and when you did, apparently he tried to get you.
Davy was just the guy who would try, I guarantee that.
He tried all right. As soon as he knew that I knew who killed Al Baker, he tried desperately.
Well, you can't blame him. He was fighting for his life, wasn't he?
No, Miss Leslie. He was fighting for yours. You murdered Al Baker. I think so, young lady. You're the assistant cashier at this arcade, aren't you?
Oh, I'm everything around here. But now that Pop's the new boss, at least I get paid some real dough. Hey, Mr. Vance, I read in the papers where this gal, Dale Leslie, confessed after you accused her of killing Baker. But it didn't say why she did it.
Your former employer knew that she'd served a jail sentence at one time. That was the reason.
Oh. And the paper said how she tried to throw the heat on that manager of hers. She's a kind of a rat, I guess. Huh?
Well, considering the fact that he tried to kill me to prevent my revealing that she was the killer, I'm inclined to agree with you.
Yeah. Hey, would you want to tell me how you knew she did the job?
Certainly. Miss Leslie admitted that she had been in Mr. Baker's office the morning of his murder, but denied that she'd come back later. There was a back entrance to Baker's office, and that's how she got in and out.
Well, I get that so far.
Well, she said she was positive she was here at 10:30 in the morning because she saw the time on Baker's desk clock. But the desk clock wasn't delivered until noon.
Hey, that's right. I brought it in there myself.
Yes, I know. Well, when Miss Leslie started to talk about a desk clock that wasn't delivered until hours after she was here the morning of the murder, I knew that she had come back.
Well, sure. How could she know about the clock?
That is exactly it. And if she lied about coming back to Baker's office, it could only be for one reason. To hide the fact that she killed Baker.
Oh, I see now. Gee, thanks, Mr. Vance. Now I can go relieve Pop for lunch and be happy. I gotta go begin to hand out those pennies again.
Go ahead. Begin to hand out the pennies right at the end of the 1-cent murder case. Yes, Ellen, what is it?
Mr. Vance, will you pick up the phone in your private office, please? There's a call for you.
Thank you, Ellen. And if it's all the same to you, please finish that little rhythm pattern you played on the buzzer just now. It's like waiting for someone to drop the other shoe.
That's what I wanted. Adds a little novelty to the pure office routine.
Miss Deering, are you happy in your work?
That's all. Won't happen again, Vance. By the way, it's Mr. Markham on the phone.
Good.
The district attorney didn't sound excited, though. Guarantee it's not a murder case.
I guarantee we've been keeping him waiting. I'll talk to you later, Ellen.
Check.
Oh, that girl. Hello, Markham.
Hi, Vance.
Sorry to have kept you waiting. Miss Deering was playing games with the buzzer.
How did she make out?
She had the last buzz. What's going on, Markham?
Nothing of any importance. We're shutting down early today. Criminals have been kind, and so business is pretty bad down here. I'd like to meet you. Can you make it?
I'll check over my schedule and see. It might not be a bad idea. Hold the phone, will you, Markham? It's Miss Deering again.
I'll wait.
Yes?
I'll ignore the fact that you didn't say thanks for my giving in to your whim about the buzz. Because you have a visitor out here, Vance. The same girl you spoke to in your office yesterday and the day before.
Betty Crane?
That's right. Only this time she brought company. Nice-looking fellow. Wants to see you.
Have her come in.
You said it.
Oh, Markham, about meeting you.
Yes, Vance.
I'll call you back. Business is beckoning.
Right, Vance. I'll be talking to you. Bye.
Bye.
Mr. Vance?
Oh, please come in.
Thank you, Mr. Vance. This is Jack Davis.
How do you do?
Hello.
Well, how are you today, Miss Crane?
Crane? Jack, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Even he calls me Crane.
Hey, what is this?
I might ask the same question. You are Miss Betty Crane.
Then Philo Vance calls me Betty Crane. Jack, I can't stand this any longer.
Well,
Listen, Vance, I came up to talk to you because I needed help. But not from you. Not if you call me Betty Crane. I'm not Betty Crane. I never heard of her. But you're the third person today who has called me Betty Crane. Jack, we're getting out of here. The boss shouldn't have sent me to see Vance. If anybody else calls me Betty Crane, I'll hop out of my skin.
Oh, take it easy, Janie. Take it easy. Come on in. Let's report to the big man. Hi. Hello, boss. Go on in, Janie.
Right.
Well, you two? Get the Vance all right?
Boss, something's awful funny. Vance pretended he knew me and called me Betty Crane.
Yeah, that's right, boss. I was there.
It's the third time today somebody's called me that name. I don't know what's going on.
Neither do I. Tell you one thing it means, though. It means we operate without Vance.
Maybe that's just as good. I never wanted him in on our racket in the first place.
We're not doing things the way you want, Jack. Vance would have been a great guy on our side if the district attorney found out what we're doing. That's why I sent Janie to see him. Vance and Markham are buddies. If we could have gotten Vance in with us, of course, he'd never know what he really were doing. We'd be safe from the DA forever.
Well, it's out, and that's that.
Well, never mind that's that. From here in, what's what?
We proceed according to plan. Tomorrow, you and I go to see our first 3 prospects and close the deals we've started. Everything entirely reasonable, you understand. But, Jack.
Yeah, boss.
Better bring your gun along, in case our friends don't listen to reason.
$2.40 out of $3. Here you are, miss.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. What can I... Oh, it's you two, huh?
Yeah, Mr. Blake recognizes us. You see, Jack?
You're right, boss.
That's because we got charm. Is that right, Mr. Blake?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Had a chance to think over what we spoke to you about, Mr. Blake?
Well, I
Good. That's fine. I'm glad to hear you're going to be with us. Kind of like to have this drugstore as one of our outlets. Now, do what you're told, Mr. Blake. Keep your mouth shut, and you'll be healthy, wealthy, and wise to the fact there's more than one way to make a buck. We'll be seeing you tomorrow night, Mr. Blake.
Hey, there's the man we want over in the back of the store, right, boss?
Right, Jack.
I have a banana
sundae. He sees us, too. Only he isn't making any effort to duck. That's a good sign.
Hey, you know, boss, maybe we do have a little charm at that. Hello, Mr. Barney.
Oh, hello, gentlemen. I've thought over what you wanted me to do. How much of a percentage do I get?
10% of the profits. It'll pay your rent, Mr. Barney. Easy. Same as slot machines, only nobody can see what you're doing. Glad you'll be with us. Start doing business first thing in the morning, but only with customers you trust. Get that?
Yes, I understand.
Good. Well, so long, Mr. Barney. Glad you're with us. And you're going to be glad, too.
Am I? I wonder.
Well, last stop for today, this man's shop. Right, boss?
That's right, Jack. I see our friend, the proprietor, behind the counter. And nobody else in the shop. Come on in. Hello, Mr. Cummings.
Oh, it's you two again.
Well, charm isn't working so good here, Jack.
Now, look, both of you. You came into my store yesterday. I told you I didn't want anything to do with your idea.
That's right, you did. But the boss here was very nice to you. He decided to give you a day to think it over. That's why we're here. Right, boss?
That's right, Jack. We want to give a man a chance to correct a mistake. Now, Miss Cummings, please be smart. You take no risk. All you do is collect. What could be sweeter than that?
It's dishonest, and I won't do it. What's more, I'm going to the district attorney first thing in the morning and tell him what you two are up to.
Well, now, I wouldn't do that if I was him. Right, boss?
No, I wouldn't, Jack. Mr. Cummings, I wish you'd change your mind about going to the DA.
Yes, I bet you wish I would, but I'm not changing it. I'll never change my mind about that.
Jack?
Right.
Oh.
I sure changed his mind. Right, boss?
Ellen.
Oh, Vance. Oh, you scared me. I didn't hear you sneaking up on me.
I didn't sneak up. Your typewriter was so loud, you just didn't hear me.
Well, next week you better get a silent typewriter.
Or a silent secretary. Ellen, did that Miss Crane call this morning?
No, she didn't, Vance. Don't you think it's about time you cleared up that mystery? Why did she deny that she was Betty Crane or that she'd been here twice this week when she walked in here yesterday?
I don't know.
There could be two people who look exactly alike, you know, Vance. I once saw that in a movie, and nobody could tell
Ellen.
Okay, but I saw it. What's your explanation of the girl?
I don't have any. You see, Ellen, I don't make any explanations. Things explain themselves to me. They either fall into a pattern or they don't.
No pattern?
None that has a reasonable shape, Ellen. Now, suppose you...
Vance, glad you're here.
Well...
Oh, hi.
Hello, Markham. You look excited. What's happened?
Somebody murdered a man named Joe Cummings in his haberdashery shop an hour ago. We need help on this one, Vance.
Well, glad to hear it. What's the story, Markham?
So far as we know, Cummings had no enemies. His shop was just a neighborhood store. Robbery wasn't the motive, and there is no indication of who shot him or why.
Leave it to Vance. He'll find a button from the murderer's coat in the dead man's hand, or a mysterious letter that was only partly finished, or something.
Not this time he won't. There's absolutely no indication of who it was that killed Cummings. None at all.
Well, then there's no point in my going to the scene of the crime, is there?
None whatsoever. Vance, I've come to you with a lot of involved cases, and you've succeeded in simplifying them. This one is simplicity itself. A man was killed. Somebody walked into his store, shot him, and walked out again. Now, how do you find a killer in a situation like this?
You look for him, Markham. Apparently, he made no mistake committing the crime. But he either made one before, or he will make one now. Killers always make mistakes, Markham. Their first mistake being the fact that they think they can kill and get away with it.
All right, Jack. Let's see the list of people we got to call on tomorrow.
All right, boss. Here you are.
Good spots, huh?
Yeah.
Not bad for a starter. And there'll be more when they find out what happened when that Cummings guy wouldn't play ball.
Right, boss.
Are you going to need me tonight, boss?
You, Janie?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. That business of Vance thinking he recognized you's got me thinking, Janie. I just hope I'm not thinking correctly. See, you're all good.
I don't know what you mean.
Supposing you had been to Vance's office more, that would make you a nice double-crossing dame, wouldn't it?
You don't think I'd do that? And if I did, would I go back there again with Jack so Vance could make that crack?
Oh, I haven't figured out that angle yet. Jack, give me a gun.
No, Jack, don't.
Boss, you're not going to kill Jane.
Give me a gun, Jack.
All right, boss. Yeah, but I wish you wouldn't.
Kill Janie?
Yeah.
Not going to. Yet. But your gun killed that storekeeper Cummings, Jack. I don't want you walking around with it in your pocket.
Oh.
Okay, boss. Thanks for looking out for me.
Oh, I look out for everybody who works for me, Jack. I take care of them all. One way or another.
Vance, what are you dragging me all over town for? This is the 10th shop we've been in, and we found out nothing.
There's a little piece of information I'm holding out on you, Markham. I think I know why Mr. Cummings was killed.
Now, Vance, don't make me go through one of those that's impossible routines. But how could you know?
I can't tell you yet. There's the man we want to see, Mr. Barney. He owns this soda store. Come with me.
Of course, Vance. Only why are we seeing him?
You'll find out in a moment. Oh, Mr. Barney.
Yes, gentlemen? What can I do for you?
Mr. Barney, my name is Vance, Philo Vance. This is Mr. Markham.
How do you do?
We believe that you've been asked to take part in a racket that is using small storekeepers.
Well, how could you know that? I haven't even started yet. I've done nothing wrong.
This is it, Vance. Mr. Barney, who wanted you to take part in the racket? Who's behind it?
I don't know. I don't know their names. The two men. But I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do what they asked me to.
What was that?
Well, I can't tell you. I don't dare tell you. They'll kill me.
They won't kill you, Mr. Barney, providing you tell us as much as you know so we can find them.
No, now go away. Get out. Go away from here. Leave me alone and don't ask me questions. Don't. They'll kill me if I talk.
Who'll kill you?
I won't answer you. I won't. I don't want to die the way Cummings did. I don't want to be murdered. Now go away. No matter who you are, go away and leave me alone. I won't say another word. You'll never find out anything else from me. Now go away. And if you won't go away, I will.
Well, Markham, we've made some progress.
Have we? I don't see it. Outside of the fact that there is some racket going on that utilizes small storekeepers, I don't think we've found out a thing. We're not even close to the men who killed Cummings.
I wouldn't say that exactly, my friend. I'm sure I know who murdered Mr. Cummings. Now all that remains for me to do is prove what I already know.
This is District Attorney Martin. The racket murder case opened with the finding of the body of George Cummings, owner of a small men's shop. In searching for a reason for his death, Philo Vance and I found another shopkeeper who admitted he was about to do something illegitimate for two individuals, but refused either to name them or the racket. Vance is certain he knows who killed Cummings, but admits he has no proof. And to this moment, we don't know what illegitimate activity the killers were promoting. It may be going on right now in any part of the city.
Anything else, Mr. Ogden?
Yes, Mr. Blake. Here's a slip of paper with bets I want to make today.
Please, Mr. Ogden, I'll take that tape. Yeah. I'm keeping all of the slips together in this drawer here.
I see. Now, suppose I win. When do I get paid off?
Tomorrow at this time.
Good enough. See you then, Mr. Blake. So long.
Goodbye.
Oh, I think business is pretty good, Mr. Blake. Now, aren't you glad I let you in on this gimmick of mine?
Yeah, I guess so. I got a drawer full of slips that people give me with their money. You want to take them?
Sure do. Tonight I'll figure out who wins dough, and I'll bring you that money tomorrow. 10% of my take goes to you, and no trouble to anybody.
Yeah, that's the way it seems. Look, I don't want to tell you your business, and I know it isn't healthy to ask too many questions, but what's the idea of using us storekeepers to take bets?
Lots of reasons. One of them is it puts me in the clear. Another one is the suckers know you, and it's easy for them to bet. They don't have to go to look for a bookmaker.
Uh-huh.
Third reason is I got a dozen guys working for me. A dozen honest guys. You guys. So long. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, so long. Hey, Joe.
Yeah?
Take over for me, will you? I'm going in the back. I won't be more than a few minutes, Joe.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Blake?
Well, did you get a look at him, Mr. Vance? I did just what you told me.
You did fine. Yes, I know now whom I'm up against. He has a very cute little racket, hasn't he?
He sure has.
Well, Mike, he has the racket, but it's time for me to make a little noise.
Boss.
Take it easy, Janie. What's up?
Plenty.
Well, whatever it is can wait. I'm figuring up our take for today. Not bad, ain't it?
Listen to me, boss. I'm not playing games. We're in trouble.
What kind of trouble?
Boss, when you went in to see Miss Blake, the storekeeper, today, you made me wait in the store until after you'd gone.
Well, I was just covering for myself in case Blake got gay.
He got gay, all right. He walked right in the back room of the store. Was in there for a minute. Then Philo Vance walked out. I had to duck or I would have been spotted. Boss, Mr. Blake's double-crossing you.
Oh? Janie, I'm a little surprised that you're telling me that. Just changed my mind about you. It's a good thing you did.
I don't care what you did about me, but what are you going to do about Mr. Blake?
Don't rush me, Janie. You know, I thought you were crossing me with Vance, and that's why I recognized you when you walked into his office the other day. Jack was with you, so you thought fast and scrammed.
What would I have been doing with Vance before that?
I don't know. Maybe telling him what was on my mind.
I never knew what was on your mind. I didn't know about this racket until today.
Okay, Janie, I'm happy. Now, go get hold of Jack and tell him I want to see him here in my office.
Right. I think I know where I can find him.
Make sure you get him. I'm going to give him back his gun. He and I are going to make sure that Mr. Blake sleeps tonight for a long, long time.
Hello, Vance speaking.
Vance, this is Ellen.
Yes?
Did I disturb you?
All thoughts of you are disturbing, Ellen. Only I wasn't thinking of you.
That's the difference between you and me. Me always, you never. Oh, but I don't mind. I can afford to. I still work for you.
Not at 8 o'clock at night, you don't. What's this call for?
Well, I'm still at the office, Vance, typing up the notes on the 1-cent murder case, and I'm glad I stayed.
So I'm beginning to gather from the enthusiasm in your voice. Would you care to tell me what's making you so happy?
Sure, I'll tell you. I have a phone number for you to call, and I guarantee you it's going to make you happy, too.
Hey, boss, I understand where we're going and that I gotta knock off that shopkeeper named Blake, but I don't see what good that's gonna do us.
It's not gonna do him any good either, Jack. I can't let him tip off Vance and the cops as to when I'm due there to pay off on the betting slips he took. And I can't let him pick me out of a police lineup later, can I?
No, that's right, you can't, boss.
And I can't let him set a bad example for our other clients, either. All right, now that that's settled, let's relax. In 10 minutes...
Hey, boss, there's a motorcycle cop on our trail. What do I do?
Speed up, shake him off.
Okay.
No, wait. Just speed up a little. I gotta figure something.
Right. Who tipped them off to us, boss? And why don't I let them have it?
Get your gun out and keep it handy.
Yeah.
I think your friend Janie crossed us, and if she did, I want to get that cop, and then we get her.
He's coming nearer and nearer. I got a hot gun on me, boss. I'm going to step on it.
Okay. Maybe we better make a break. How much can you get out of this bus?
70, 75, maybe. We're crowding 70 now.
It's not enough. That guy's right alongside of us.
Get over there!
All right. You better stop when he keeps that gun handy.
Okay. One wrong word and he gets me. Here he comes, pulling off his gloves. He can reach his gun awful fast, boss.
So can you, faster. Now shut up.
Well, you two are the guys, all right.
What guys?
Don't play dumb, mister. You two are in a mess.
Boss.
Wait. What's wrong, officer?
What's wrong? Spotted you two characters miles back there. What is it? Going to a fire? Your wife having a baby or the speedometer broke?
We were speeding? Is that all?
That all. You were going 70.
Oh. Were we, officer? Oh, we didn't realize it. What happens now?
Nothing much. Just the ticket. Let's have your license.
Yeah. Here you are.
Okay. And hey, you two. Got down on speeding. Somebody could get killed that way, you know.
Officer, you're not kidding.
No. Just tell him his boss, Mr. Blake, called. Yeah. That's right. Tell him I'm going to sleep late tomorrow morning and for him to open up the store. Uh-huh. Okay, thanks and good night.
Oh, now forever it shows. Now for a towel and then to bed.
Quiet. Hey, what are you doing here?
Hey, Blake.
Oh, I just came up to keep my friend Jack here company.
Right, boss.
I don't really want to see you, Blake, but he does. And I couldn't let him come out so late at night all alone, could I?
No. Wait just a minute. I don't know what's on your mind, but it's not true. I've been on the level with everything you told me to do. I did everything you said. Tell Jack to put down his gun.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You and your friend Philo Vance had a little conference after I left you this afternoon. That was very nice.
Philo Vance? I don't know anybody named Philo Vance.
Bad liar, isn't it, Jack?
Right, boss.
Blake, I trusted you, and you've made me very unhappy. I'm the kind of person who can't bear to be unhappy, alone. So, I've got to make you unhappy. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Now, look, you've got to believe me. Maybe Vance wasn't back in my store, but I didn't tell him anything. I didn't tell him a thing.
You believe that, boss?
No.
Me neither. Okay, Blake, this is it.
No, wait a minute. Jack. I'd like to go on over to that table and write a note saying you killed Joe Cummings.
Wait a minute.
Don't say why, and don't try to slip anything into the note that would bring the cops down on you. Go ahead, do like I told you.
Gee, thanks, boss. That takes me right off the spot, don't it?
Practically, Jack. Well, Blake, you gonna do it, or would you like to die real slow the hard way?
I won't write anything.
Oh, that's too... All right, Jack. He's all yours. But, Jack, use the silencer this time. Let's not wake up the neighbors. Huh?
Right, boy.
Now, Marcus,
Here we...
now. You're a big guy. I'll handle the big boss.
Hey, what is...
Another shot, my friend. How are you doing, Markham? Haven't had so much fun in months. Only my fun's almost over. Here it goes.
Oh.
My turn with this lug, man.
Hey, boss,
Well, Markham, that was a pretty good night's work, don't you think?
Needs a lot of explaining. How you knew all about this and everything else.
Glad to tell you, my friend. After I see what's happened to Blake,
Yeah. Maybe he was hit by the bullet that Jack fired.
I'm finding out right now. No, Markham. He wasn't hit. He just simply passed out. Ellen! That's better. Yes, Ellen, what is it?
There's that Miss Crane out here to see you, Vance.
Ask her to come in, please.
I could bring her in, no trouble at all.
All right, Ellen, if it'll make you happy, come in with her.
Right. Go right in, Miss Crane.
Oh, hello, Miss Crane. Sit down. Glad you dropped in.
Thank you. I imagined you wanted to talk to me.
Yes, I did. Sit down, Ellen.
Must be after 6 o'clock.
It is. Miss Crane, I want to thank you for your help in clearing up this case of ours.
Oh, no trouble, Mr. Vance. I was glad to help.
Just where did you fit into it, Miss Crane? That's what I don't understand.
Well, I thought I was in love with Jack Mysterian. I was willing to do anything he told me to until I found out what he and the boss were planning. Then I came to Mr. Vance to ask for advice.
That was before you came into the office with your friend Jack, and I made the mistake calling you by name.
Yes.
You thought fast and pretended to get hysterical so that Jack wouldn't know you'd been to see me before.
Oh. There's something else I don't understand, Vance. How was it that you and Markham got to Mr. Blake's house in time to prevent the boss and Jack from killing him?
I called Miss Crane, and she told me she'd suggested that the boss and Jack silence Mr. Blake. It was her number you gave me on the phone, Ellen. Miss Crane believed they'd used the same gun that killed Cummings, which we now know they did. I called her, I called Markham, and we were in Mr. Blake's bedroom in time to prevent the murder.
I had to tell the boss and Jack that Mr. Blake was in touch with you, Vance. It put me in solid and enabled me to know exactly what their next move was.
No doubt about that. Well, I'm sorry your romance with Jack turned out so badly, Miss Crane.
I'm glad I found out what he was before it was too late. It's ended all right.
And in case anybody cares, so is the racket murder case.
Now, Billy, stop. Stop teasing or I won't give it to you at all.
Oh, yes. Yes, you will. And right now.
Oh?
Come on, Janie, you know I'm dying to see what you made me.
Oh, it must be important to you if you left that piece of cheesecake. What's the matter? Don't you feel well, darling?
I feel very fine and very curious.
Oh, sorry. You're going to have to wait, and you're going to have to stop pestering me while you're waiting, and that's all there is to it.
Pestering? You think I've been pestering you?
Oh, yes.
Well, wait till you find out what a pest I can be. Jane Ashley, you made me a present. I want it. At least I want to know what it is.
Guess.
Cheesecake. You made me a cheesecake.
Oh, you think I'm that silly. Cheesecake has been my rival for your affections ever since I've known you. Nope. No cheesecake.
Uh-huh. Pair of socks?
What? So I'd have another pair of socks to wash after we get married? Oh, nope. No socks.
Well, a sweater. That's what it is, a sweater.
Oh, you're not even lukewarm. Oh,
All right. You little imp. I've taken enough of this. Are you going to tell me or aren't you?
Depends on what you have to tell me.
I love you, darling. Very much.
Well, in that case, I've got your present right here in the drawer.
Good.
Here it is. You like it?
Hey, that's swell, a mask.
That's right, Billy. Oh, I get awfully worried when you go out to do a job. Somebody might recognize you sometime. Wear this mask I made you.
Sure I will, honey. And thanks. Pretty good idea, too. That guy last night could have identified me, sure, if he'd lived. With my record, they'd have grabbed me in an hour.
I'm glad you like your present, Billy.
And that's pretty, and it's practical. Shows you think of me when I'm not here. I like that.
I like thinking about you when you're not here. It's the next best thing to having you here, Billy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, what's the matter?
Matter? Look at the time. Mike's waiting downstairs for me in the car. I got a job to pull right now, Jane.
Oh.
A photographer who's working bright and early in the morning and keeps all his cash in the studio.
Oh, well, call me right afterwards, darling, and darling, wear the mask for luck.
Sure. But I won't need too much luck, honey. If that photographer resents being robbed, he's the one that's gonna need it.
Tired, Sally?
Bored. It's a little trying being Miss Outdoors at 7 in the morning.
Just hold that tennis racket a little higher over your head, honey.
Uh-huh.
That's good. If I get this picture, it'll be the last one. Morning sun is just what I need. Beats artificial lighting a mile. Now, last one if it's good, kid.
Oh, pleasant words, Mr. Merton. Very pleasant words. How's this?
Fine, but just tilt your head up a little bit.
Huh?
Good. Keep your left hand away from your legs. Gotta have legs in the picture or the clients won't buy.
Neither will the customers. What would I do without legs, I wonder? I spend hours every day making up my face, going to beauty parlors about my hair, and what's the most important part of the picture? My legs. Mr. Merton, you're a pretty wealthy man. Why do you work this hard and this early?
Well, Sally, I'm like my clients and their customers.
Huh?
I like legs, too. Now hold it just that way while I take a look in the camera.
All right.
I've got a hunch that this is...
Okay, Rembrandt. Hold it just where you are.
Well, what have we got here? A guy, a gun, and a mask.
Oh, Mr. Merton, please.
You sure you're in the right place, buddy?
Don't you wish I weren't?
Oh, don't point
You over there in the stand. Stop the yapping. You won't get hurt. You won't either, Sonny, if you're a nice guy, and hand over the dough in that safe over there.
A stick-up, huh? Okay, come on over and get it.
That was the general idea of my coming here. Now, don't try anything cute, pal. Just hand me the dough that's in there, and I'll get out of here. Well, what are you waiting for?
Just till I get near enough to you to...
Sucker!
Wait!
Dirty! Shut up, sister! Shut up! Haven't I had trouble enough? Shut up, I said. All right, I'll shut you up. I gotta get out of here.
Gotta get to that telephone. I gotta...
Hello?
Call the police. Man here wearing a mask killed Mr. Merton. Shot me. Stop him. Stop him.
Hope you don't mind dropping into this hotel lobby, Vance.
No, not at all.
My secretary was to leave an envelope for me at the desk so I wouldn't have to go all the way downtown to my office this morning.
I don't mind, Markham. We still have an hour before court opens. Will you be long?
Just long enough to pick up the envelope so I can have it with me in court.
That's the trouble with being a district attorney. You have to spend so much time in court. Personally, I prefer trying to find criminals whom you can take to court. It's more exciting, more of a challenge to the imagination.
You ever hear of murderer's alibi, Vance? That's generally the height of imagination. But today's case isn't a murder. It's a case where two men... just a moment.
Markham on the telephone, please.
Phone call for me?
Apparently.
A boy. Oh, boy.
Yes, sir?
I'm Mr. Markham.
There's a call for you in booth 3, sir.
Oh, thank you, boy. Just a moment. Here you are.
Thank you.
Come on, Vance. It's probably my secretary just telling me that she didn't finish the papers in time and that she'll bring them directly to court, but we'll see.
I hope that isn't what the call is, Markham.
You'd like it to be a murder, wouldn't you?
No, but if there were a murder, I'd like to be in on it at the beginning. Here we are, Markham.
Booth 3. Here it is. Excuse me, Vance.
Certainly.
Hello, Markham speaking.
DA, Sergeant Heath, homicide. Your secretary told me where I could reach you.
What's up, Heath?
Murder, DA. Stick up and murder. Guy broke into the studio of a rich photographer named Merton early this morning. Shot him when he tried to resist.
Merton?
Yeah, he's dead. Guy also shot Merton's model, but she was able to call downstairs to the switchboard.
Go on, Heath.
Well, the switchboard guy tried to stop the killer, but he took a smack on the head from the guy's gun instead. Staggered out front in time to see the guy race away in a sedan. Got the license number and called it in.
Good. We get one break on the case anyway.
Oh, we get more than one, D.A. Just got a call at headquarters that a radio car spotted the sedan and is chasing it. Thought you'd like to know.
I certainly would. I'll come down to headquarters with Philo Vance, Heath. Wait there for me, will you?
Sure. Oh, look, do you have to bring Vance? This is no case for a mastermind, D.A. If we get the car, we'll get the guy in it that shot Merton. Why bring Vance in on this?
I'll tell you why, Heath. He and I were going to court. As long as we're together, and as long as there's been a murder, there's no way I know to keep Philo Vance away.
Step on it, Mike. We gotta get more speed. That prowl car's picking up on us.
I can't help it, Billy. I got my foot on the floorboard now. We're doing better than 70.
Keep going and stop slowing up for those curves. That's what's holding us up.
We gotta slow up for him, Billy. This crate'll crash if we don't. They ain't banked too good.
Keep close to the inside. We'll pick up a little time their way. The cops are taking the turns wide.
Well, whatever they're doing, it's working for them. I don't like this. I'm scared.
Keep going, Dope. Keep your foot down on the gas. I'll stop those cops. When they get close enough, maybe I'll throw a shot at them just for luck.
Better wait till after we get around this bend, Billy. Hold on. This is a tough one.
The wheel, Mike. Stay with that wheel. The curve. We gotta... Mike!
Well, we finally caught up to it, eh, Tommy? Take a look. That's what I call a real crack-up.
Sure is, Pat. It sure is. And the guy we were chasing is still inside nice and pretty, just waiting for us to show up.
Of course, he can't very well do anything about being hospitable or nothing on account... Yeah, he's dead. That's a good morning's work for us.
Sure. Guess I'll go back to car and radio headquarters, huh?
Why not? Just tell him that some guy tried to stick up and we chased him. Of course, we didn't catch up to him, but that doesn't matter. On account of death, did.
Hello? Hello?
Janie?
Oh, Billy, I've been so worried. That radio said that a man...
That was Mike, Janie. He drove me from the studio after I killed the photographer.
Oh.
And when our car crashed, I got out and planted the gun and mask on him and beat it just in time to duck the cops.
Oh, Billy, I'm so glad you called. I've been absolutely frantic.
No need to be, Janie girl.
Oh.
The only trouble with this morning was the fact that I didn't get what I wanted at the studio.
Shucks.
Be over at your place in a couple of hours. Wait for me.
You know I will.
Oh, that present you gave me, that mask?
Yeah?
Well, it's been picked up by the cops, naturally.
Uh-huh.
Only they think that Mike was alone in the car and that he killed the camera guy.
Well, good.
Very lucky present you gave me.
Oh, I'm glad, Billy. And I'll make you something else. A surprise.
Do that, baby. Make it a cheesecake surprise. I had to leave a nice, fresh cheesecake I bought in the car when Mike got killed. Isn't that a shame?
You're quite a good driver, Sergeant Heath. You got us out here to the scene of the crash very quickly. Right, Markham?
Right, Vance, although I don't know what you can expect to find out here.
Except a wrecked car used for a getaway after a stick-up and a killing.
The dead killer's body has been removed, Vance, but nothing else has been touched. Why did you want to take a look at the car?
I'm not sure yet, Markham. Perhaps I had no reason. But I'll know that better after I take a look inside it. Coming, Markham?
Yes, of course. Heath?
No, not me, D.A. I've been out here once this morning. It's too hot in the sun for me. You two go ahead. I'll wait in the car.
We wrapped up this stick-up murder in short order, don't you think, Vance?
Well...
And we got a hospital report that the model the killer shot will recover. All in all, it sounds like a good morning's work.
Even though you didn't get to court.
I have several capable assistants, Vance. They took care of matters there for me. Well, here we are.
Car's not wrecked as badly as I'd thought.
It crashed into that tree with enough force to kill the driver. And the driver was the man who held up and killed Merton, the photographer, so I guess that's all that could be asked of it.
I suppose that's right. Markham, there's a folded topcoat on the back seat of the sedan. Next to it, a package.
There's a cheesecake in that package, Vance, and that's where the police found it, and the coat. They went through the coat, but there were no means of identification in it. Fingerprints told us nothing either, by the way.
Something is telling me something, Markham.
What are you doing with that sunshade, Vance?
Putting it back up to its normal position, my friend. Just want to see if it could have been jarred down by the crash.
Well, could it?
I doubt it very much. In fact, Markham, I'm not even sure whether you got your killer or not.
Now, Vance, please. The man was seen running out of the studio building. He was chased by the phone operator who got this license number. Police cars picked up the trail almost immediately, and one of our cars was chasing this one when it crashed. The murderer wouldn't have had a chance to get out and turn the car over to a Confederate while the chase was on.
Oh, that's right. But I still think there were two people in this car. And it's very possible that the murderer got away.
I don't know why you think that, but as long as you do, what are you going to do about it? Up until this minute, we thought we had a complete case in the killing of Mr. Merton. We found the murder gun and the mask here in the car. We have what we want.
I doubt whether you have. And I doubt whether I'm going to be of any help to you till I find the other man that was riding in this car when it crashed early this morning. And that, Markham, is going to be a man-sized job.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Cheesecake murder case opened with the murder of George Merton, photographer who specialized in leg art, known colloquially as Cheesecake. His model, Sally Burns, is in a hospital recovering from a bullet wound. And Philo Vance and I have inspected a car in which we believe the murderer fled the scene of the crime. The car, the driver dead at the wheel, seemed to have solved the case, but Vance is of the opinion that another man was in the car and escaped. His identity, if there was such a person, is unknown. Who he is or where he is...
Read it to me again, Janie. I like to hear it.
Uh-huh.
Just the part where I fooled him.
All right.
Gee, this is good cheesecake. Where'd you get it?
Huh? Oh, the usual place, Ruley's. Okay, Billy, here we go. Sergeant Heath of the Homicide Department is confident that the murderer of George Merton was killed in the crash that followed a wild chase through the suburb of Arlingville. The car was identified as the one in which the killer fled, with the telephone operator in Merton's building supplying the identification.
Great.
Sally Burns, Merton's model, identified the mask found on the dead driver as that worn by the hold-up man, and the gun in the driver's pocket has been checked and proven to be the murder weapon. Well, that's it, Billy.
I guess I'm pretty smart, huh?
Oh, I never doubted that for a minute, honey. Well, hey, listen to this. Another story on the murder.
What?
It says, Philo Vance, noted private investigator, in an interview today said that he believed a second man was riding in the car, which the police believed to be the one used by the murderer of George Merton.
Give me a paper. Vance refused to give any reasons for his belief, but it is understood that District Attorney Markham is placing great faith in Vance's theory and has referred it to Homicide Sergeant Heath.
What do you know about that?
I don't get it.
Me neither.
How could Vance think there was somebody else in that car?
Gee.
How could he know about me? The cops chasing us never got a look. They couldn't know there were two people in the car.
Golly.
I didn't leave anything there except the cheesecake. Hey, what could Vance mean?
What could Vance mean, Billy? Well, Vance could mean that he's just as smart as you are.
Don't bet. Sweetheart, this little clam bake this morning didn't work out according to plan. I got no dough from Merton, but I know where there's a load of it just waiting to be taken.
Where, Billy?
There's a factory payroll getting made up this afternoon. I got the place cased. It'll be a snap. After that, wedding bells. Okay with you, sweetheart?
Oh, sure. Do a good job, honey.
I will. A good job, and I buy a string of pearls for you.
Oh.
A bad job, and the state gives me a rope for free.
Just dump the money out of the bag, Freddie. I done my job. Guarded you when you went to the bank for the money.
Right. Well, here we are. $30,000 worth of Uncle Sam's calling cards. It was sure shaky when I carried it from the bank, even with you around. Well, here's the greenback shower.
I sure wouldn't mind getting caught in that kind of rain.
I guess not. All in 10s and 20s, Pat. Oh, hand me the payroll list, will you, so I can begin to fill the envelopes?
Sure. Here you are. Hey, nobody's allowed in here.
I know. I like that. Then we won't be interrupted.
Huh?
All right, put all the dough back in the bag you just dragged from the bank. Come on, get moving.
Stick up, huh?
I ain't playing games. Now, don't either of you be a patsy because the dough isn't yours. It belongs to the company. But your life belongs to you, and believe me, I'll shoot in a minute if either of you gets cute. Including you, copper.
No kidding. I think
No, don't do it, Pat. Don't start anything. I'm giving them the money.
Ah. Well, that's being smart, pal. I want the money. I don't want either of you to turn around and get a look at me. And I want 5 minutes to get away before you start screaming. Well?
Everything your own way, huh?
Sure. I like me. I'm entitled to that. All right, get moving. Get the dough in the bag so I can get out of here.
I suppose you're wondering why we're going to see the model who was shot, Markham, inasmuch as the police have already questioned her.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I am.
Well, Markham, we've never been up against so hopeless a situation before. I have absolutely no assurance that there were 2 men in the murder car. Just my theory. We have a topcoat, which means nothing, and a cheesecake, which doesn't help us, and, well, that's all. Perhaps the model might supply us with a little information.
All I can tell you is that she remembers nothing. Apparently, she was hypnotized by the gun in the murderer's hand. But you'll find that out for yourself. Oh, nurse.
Yes, Mr. Markham. You want to see Miss Burns?
We'd like to. How is she?
She's resting in her room. Please try not to do anything to disturb her.
I won't, nurse. I promise you that. Come on, Vance.
I'm with you.
Hello, Miss Burns. I'd like to present Philo Vance.
Hello.
How do you do?
Miss Burns, Mr. Vance would like to ask you a question or two. Do you feel equal to answering?
What do you want to know?
I was hoping that you could tell us something about what the hold-up killer looked like. Something that would help us find him.
I can't. The police asked me that. I've tried, and I can't. When he came into the room, all I could look at was his gun. I kept staring at it, expecting any minute it would shoot. I keep seeing that gun and the middle finger of a man's hand on the trigger. I see it all the time. I see it right now. Oh, please don't ask me anything more, please.
I'm sorry, Miss Burns.
Please don't be upset. It's all over now. But you've helped us, Miss Burns. Believe me, you have. Come on, Markham.
I'm sorry I'm such a baby.
You're not. You're a very brave girl and a very helpful one. Thank you very much. I do hope you feel better.
Oh, thank you.
Goodbye, Miss Burns. Vance, what did you mean by telling her that what she said was helpful? Trying to make her feel good?
Not at all. She was helpful. I'll know exactly how helpful as soon as we make a stop at Rawley's restaurant.
You mean to tell me you found something in this case that ties up with Rawley's restaurant?
Yes.
Where was I all this time?
Right here with me. I'll admit this much. Rawley's is just a guess, but if it's a good guess, I think I'll have your killer for you. You see, I can describe him in a manner so definite that if he'd ever been to Rawley's, they'd remember him.
I don't know how you can do that, of course, but why go to Rawley's to describe our murderer?
Rawley's makes the best cheesecake in town.
That may be, but I don't like cheesecake.
I know, but our murderer does. I hope.
Of course, I'm proud of our cheesecake, Vance. It's famous all over the country, and this cheesecake you have is definitely ours.
That's what I thought when I borrowed it from the police, Mr. Rawley. You might be of great assistance to me and the police. If I could describe a man with a completely distinguishing characteristic, one whom I imagine is very fond of cheesecake, would you identify him?
Oh, well, I hardly think so. So many people like cheesecake.
I was hoping that perhaps you'd sent cakes to his apartment at some time or other. And if you had, that perhaps you could give us the address.
We have a record of every customer's name and address, Vance, but you'd have to describe the man pretty well if I'm going to come even close to recognizing him.
I'll describe him so well that there isn't a chance of your not knowing him if he happened to be one of your customers, Mr. Rawley. And if he did happen to be one of your customers, he's as good as caught right now. Hello, Sergeant Heath. Glad you're here.
Hello, Heath.
I drove down to this address just as soon as I got word that you and Mr. Markham wanted me to meet you, Vance. What's up?
Heath, Sally Burns, the model, told Vance that she was fascinated by the killer's middle finger around his gun when he broke into Merton's studio.
Well, sure. That's why she couldn't even come close to describing the guy. That and the fact that he wore a mask.
I'll take it from there, Markham.
Okay.
You wait down here, if you will. Heath, come with me.
All right. Where?
Up the stairs of this house. Keep your eyes open, Markham.
I will. Luck to you, Vance.
Thanks.
Now, Heath, when that model told me that the killer's middle finger was around the gun, that got me thinking. Nobody shoots a gun with his middle finger. It's always the index finger.
Yeah, that's right.
Lower your voice now, Sergeant, please. We have to walk up a flight of steps to grab our killer.
Hey, what happened after you figured out there was something wrong with the trigger finger, Vance?
You remember the cheesecake found in the murderer's car, Heath?
Yeah, sure. Why?
I brought it to Raleigh's restaurant. It was made by them, all right.
So?
So I gave Mr. Raleigh a description of the man I knew was the real killer, Heath. I told him the man we were looking for had a paralyzed index finger.
Hey, that's probably right. Else why would he shoot a gun with his middle finger?
No reason. Heath, Mr. Raleigh remembered a customer whose finger was paralyzed.
Yeah?
He looked up his records and found that he had delivered cheesecakes to him several times. Gave us his name, Bill Avery, and his address.
Yeah, I get it. And we're crawling up to his apartment now. Is that it?
That's it. Now, I know he's in there because while Markham and I were waiting for you, we spotted him. And this is his apartment door. Wait.
What for?
Just wanted to try the door. Might have been unlocked, but it's not. Quiet now.
Yeah, there's nobody inside.
Shh. Yes, there is, Heath. I hear somebody moving around. Go on, help me break down this door now.
One more ought to do it, Vance. There we are. Hey, there goes a guy trying to get out the window of the fire escape. Grab him, Vance.
Don't worry, I will. Leave him to me. Get downstairs and help Markham head him off in case I don't get him.
Right?
Pretty smart, aren't you? But you haven't got me yet.
Slight difference of opinion, my friend. I'm getting out on that fire escape with you.
And that's what you think.
Oh, well, that won't stop me from getting out there with you.
Okay, smart guy. You're going down the fire escape the hard way over the rail.
No, I'm not. I doubt it.
Help! Help me! I'm falling!
Hey, Vance, is this the killer down here?
Yes, Markham. That was our murderer. All right, Markham, I know. You want me to tell you why I was so sure there were two men in the murder car.
On a sunny morning like this, Vance, I'm entitled to be enlightened, don't you think?
I think. Well, Markham, the first reason was this. You and I are driving in your car. The sun is out, and you have the sun shield pulled down.
Of course. It keeps the sun out of my eyes when I'm driving.
Right. Well, the sun shield on my side is pulled down, too. That's because I don't want the sun in my eyes. There were two sun shields on the murder car, both pulled down.
Yeah, that would indicate there was a passenger in the murder car, come to think of it.
Not conclusively, of course. But then there was that cheesecake and a topcoat belonging to the dead driver across the back seat. Why the back seat, Markham?
I don't know.
The natural thing to do with a topcoat if you're alone in a car is to throw it over the seat next to you.
Except if there's somebody sitting in that seat.
Right.
I see now why you knew there were two men in the car, Vance. Wonderful observation.
Thank you. Merely a combination of circumstances that couldn't be explained any other way to my satisfaction. Now, Markham, you know why, in the beginning, I insisted that the dead driver was not necessarily our murderer.
Yes, I do. I know why you insisted in the beginning, and also how you found him at the end of the cheesecake murder case.
Well, that gives me 80 kings. I've got 120 points. Want to keep playing, Billy?
If I had your luck, I'd quit the police force and play pinochle for a living. I'm packing you in, Dan.
Okay. Let's see. Now, you owe me exactly 28 cents.
Yeah.
I'd let you keep it if we could get some action down here at headquarters. It's tougher sitting around waiting for something to happen than it is to catch a murder gang.
You're not kidding. Think maybe I'll try you once more before I quit you. Deal cards, Dan. Maybe I'll break your luck this time.
Anything you say, pal. Usual stakes?
Suits me fine. Just don't give me my usual cards. I'm about due to... Hey, robbery alarm, Dan. Last we got some action.
Let me take a look. Uh-huh. It's the office of the Wellington Loan Company on Rugby Street. Burglar alarm wired to the safe.
There go the boys. Get going, Dan. We'll miss the fun.
Yeah, if we get a break, we'll grab whoever it is messing with that safe. Rugby Street isn't far.
Come on, get in the old bus, Dan. I'll drive you there in no time.
That suits me. Let's step on it, though. Some of the boys are on the way out already.
Get the car and we'll catch them.
Catch the other cops or catch the crooks?
Other cops first. Flip on the siren, Dan. No harm in letting whoever's robbing that safe know we're coming. They heard the alarm go off anyhow.
Right.
Hold tight, laddie. Here we go.
Sit down, Vance. Sit down. Glad to see you.
Thank you, Markham. Nice to see you, too. My secretary called me at home this morning and gave me your message.
Vance, I asked you to come down here because we ran into one of those ridiculous murders last night.
Oh?
A racketeer named Tick-Tock Maxwell was shot to death. We know the time he was killed, but aside from that, nothing.
Tick-Tock Maxwell?
Yes.
Rather an unusual name, Markham, isn't it?
He used to be a watchmaker, I believe, but that isn't important.
In a murder case, the only thing that is important is finding the killer. What time was the murder?
Exactly 10:02.
Mm-hmm.
Neighbors heard shots at that time, and the medical examiner is certain that that was the hour of death.
Well, inasmuch as we don't have anything else to go on, let's find something else. Can you leave your office now, Markham?
Hi, D.A. Got good news.
Oh, it should be very good news for you to come breaking in like a hurricane, Sergeant Heath.
It is. Hi, Vance.
Hello, Heath.
D.A., get this. The burglar alarm attached to the safe at the Wellington Loan Company went off last night. My men were there 10 minutes later. By that time, whoever had opened the safe had scrammed. But at 10:30, only a half hour after we got the alarm, we had a complete set of fingerprints.
How complete, Heath?
You'll find out. The guy left a print of his right hand on the safe handle. We compared him with the prints on file, and, D.A., we got a set that matched. How do you like that?
Sounds very interesting, Heath. Whose prints are they?
Fella named Carter. Frank Carter.
The racketeer?
Yeah.
Was he turned safe robber?
What's the difference what he's turned? We got him cold. One set of prints on the safe, only one, right on the handle. D.A., I'm going up to grab Carter.
Like to go, Vance? It might be interesting.
You go if you like, Markham. I'll find out what I can about the murdered Tick-Tock Maxwell. Sometimes dead men can be more interesting than live ones.
While Sergeant Heath is searching your apartment, Carter, perhaps you'll tell me where you were at 10:02 last night when the Wellington Loan Company's safe was robbed.
You're the district attorney. You find out.
He won't talk so tough in a minute, D.A. We could take him down and book him right now on those prints we found on the safe.
Try it, Heath. I'll be out on bail in an hour.
You might get out for a while, Carter, but after the trial, I guarantee that you...
D.A., get this. 3 packages of $50 bills and the wrappers still around them. Look, Wellington Loan Company. Found him in his desk.
Well, Carter, I don't suppose you have to do any talking now. This is conclusive enough. Come on, let's go.
Why? Because that Heath planted some dough in my place? You still got nothing on me, D.A.
Oh, the tough type, huh, Carter?
Tough enough not to take any kicking around from you, and this'll prove it.
Oh.
Taking a punch at an officer, huh? Mr. Markham, would you turn around a minute?
I think I'll go into the kitchen and get a glass of water.
Hey, D.A., don't do that. Don't leave me with Heath.
I won't be long.
Carter, we got everything we need on you. Let's hear you do.
Okay, lay off. Will you lay off?
Oh, hiya, D.A. Listen to the little boy here. He's just decided he's got something to tell you.
Oh? Have you, Carter?
Yeah. Last night at 10 o'clock, I robbed the safe at the Wellington Loan Company. I admit it. I'll go downtown with you. Just give me a minute to comb my mouthpiece and another minute to put something on this eye of mine.
Oh, look, girls and boys, let's do it right this time. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's all it is. A simple 1, 2, 3, 4. Like this. Look, I'll show you the step for the last time. And will you watch me, please? Pick it up, Tommy. All right, now there, that's it. You see what I mean? That's what I want. Tommy, no, that's all right. Hold it, Tommy. Okay, now, kids, will you do it? Only do it right this time. That's the way we do it. Come on now, you've been rehearsing 3 days on this routine. It can't be that tough.
But it is, Mr. Barton. I mean, it actually is.
Oh, it is it, Mason?
Yeah.
Look, you're the one that's been messing up the steps the last couple of times we tried this. Will you concentrate? Keep your mind on what you're doing. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you understand that?
Sure. 1, 2, 3,
4. Yeah. Okay, Tommy. Give the kids a pickup, and let's get it right this time, kids. Hit it, Tommy. All right, hold it. What's wrong now? Maisie.
Yeah?
Maisie.
You want me, Mr. Barton?
Yes, I want to talk to you.
Did I do something wrong?
Did you do anything right? Maisie, Mr. Carter's in the audience watching us. He's going to wonder why I don't get rid of you so these rehearsals won't take so long and cost him so much money.
Oh, I don't think he'll mind. I mean, I actually don't.
All right. Never mind what you think. If you think. Just do it right this time so I don't have to...
Come on down here in the audience. I want to talk to you.
Oh, I'm coming, Mr. Carter. Okay, Maisie, go on over with the other kids and relax.
Hey.
Take 5, everybody. I'm on my way, Mr. Carter.
Good.
Hey, Barton, how long does it take you to teach a chorus a routine? 2 months?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Carter. I guess the kids are a little tired. They'll do better.
Well, they better do better. What's going on here? This is my first crack at show business, and I need straightening out. All I know is I got 40,000 in this clam bake already, and we ain't past the chorus routines. Maybe I need a new dance director.
But I'll have everything smoothed down by this afternoon, Mr. Carter. I think I'll have to change one of the girls, though.
That's another thing I want to talk to you about. There's a girl in the line, Maisie Evans. Take her out of the chorus.
Thank goodness.
And make a star out of her. I don't know how, and I don't care how, but do it. I promised her, and I keep my promise.
But Mr. Carter...
Are you going to do it, or do I have to get somebody else?
Well, I'll try. Okay, kids. Places again. Now, I'm coming on stage, and we'll run through the number once more. Now, come on now. Places. Let's go, Tommy.
That looks better now, Barton.
Thanks, Mr. Carter.
Hello, Carter. Remember me, Philo Vance?
Well, Vance, sure, I remember you. Sit down.
All right.
Come down to watch my show?
No, I came down to see you. I went to headquarters to find you, but Sergeant Heath told me you were out on bail.
Oh, that robbery rap. The Wellington Loan Company thing, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I think they got me on that one, Vance. I was a sucker to leave prints, but when that alarm went off, I just wanted to get out of there.
That's how Sergeant Heath reasons. Carter, did you know Tic-Toc Maxwell?
The guy who was killed the other night? Yeah, I know him. Casually, of course.
That's not the way I hear it. I understand you were his partner.
News sure gets around, doesn't it? I see what's on your mind, Vance. You think maybe I killed him? I was robbing a safe at the Wellington Company when he was knocked off. It was the same time, I understand. Lucky for me, I got an alibi.
Yes, it is. You really take over for him now, don't you? You're the #1 boss now.
So people keep telling me. You want to know the truth, Vance? I'm retired. I'm going into show business. I'm back in this show here. I'll have something going for me when I get out after taking the rap the jury's going to give me on that safe job.
Of course, I don't believe you're retired, but I don't suppose that interests you.
What don't interest me is you around here. You want to get lost, Vance, or you want I should throw you out?
It might be fun having you try. What makes you so tough, Carter?
The fact that I'm out on bail, and I haven't been judged guilty of nothing yet. Right now, I'm a respectable guy, and I can have you tossed out of here legally if I like. Make sense?
Yes. It so happens I was leaving anyhow, but I didn't want you to get the idea you could throw me out. Does that make sense? So long, Carter. I'll be seeing you.
You think. Go on out across the stage, Vance. It's easier for you. Only keep away from the dame.
I will. And Carter.
Yeah?
I've got an idea about you, and this little talk hasn't changed it a bit.
All right, now, kids, we'll see what we can do.
Mr. Vance. Vance.
Oh, hello.
Mr. Vance, you don't know me. I'm in the chorus of this show. My name's Maisie. Maisie Evans. When could I see you?
What's the matter with right now?
Oh, no good. Too many characters around. One too many. Frank Carter.
Oh? What about him?
I know something about Tic-Toc Maxwell's murder, Mr. Vance. He was Carter's partner, you know. I want to tell you about it.
Well, I most certainly want to listen. When can you see me?
Oh, we'll probably quit rehearsing around 11:30. How about midnight in your office?
I'll be there, waiting for you.
Vance?
Oh, I'm here, Miss Evans. I've been here since midnight. You're late, but come right in.
Mr. Vance, I'm scared. I'm awful scared. I had to wait to be sure I wasn't followed. If anybody saw me come to see you, I'm cooked.
Do you think anybody did see you come here?
No, I'm pretty sure they didn't. Look, Vance, this is the story. Frank Carter knew his partner, Tic-Toc Maxwell, was going to be killed. He was with me up till about a half hour before the murder. Then he came back a half hour later, and he was all smiles.
That proves nothing, Miss Evans.
Don't I know it doesn't prove anything? If I had any proof, I'd have gone to the police. All I know is that he was in on the murder somehow. Alibi or no alibi. I've been playing up to Frank, Vance, but it was Maxwell I really went for. I want you to see that Maxwell didn't catch a slug from a killer that's going to get away.
I can assure you I'll work on this, Miss Evans. Thank you for coming. Shall I take you home?
That's all I need to be seen with you. No thanks. If you want to pay me off for the tip, find the guy that got Maxwell. Deal?
It's a deal, Miss Evans. And thanks for coming down here to give me the information you did.
No trouble. Only do something about it, Vance.
I'll try. Call you at rehearsal tomorrow, Miss Evans.
Yeah.
Good night.
Have a good talk with Vance, Maisie?
Oh.
Scared you, too, didn't I? Ain't that too bad? What did you tell Vance, honey?
Well, nothing, Frank. How could I? I don't know anything. I mean, I actually don't.
Got the dumb act, Maisie. I know you were sweet on
Ow!
Maxwell. Now, come on. You and I got a date at my place.
No.
But don't you try biting my hand, kid, or I'll knock you out. And a lump wouldn't look pretty on your pretty head. Now, come on, kid. Don't make me drag you. My place ain't so bad once you get used to it. Only I ain't sure right now whether I'm going to give you that much time. You ain't happy leaving good enough alone, huh, Vance? You had to come to my house to pester me.
Carter, where's Maisie Evans?
Who?
Oh, that's the way you're playing, eh? You know very well who she is. I just called her at rehearsal, and she hadn't shown up. So I know you must have her, just as I know that your friend who let me in the house is standing right in back of me.
And he stays there, Vance. Until you leave, that is. Right on.
Right. You keep wanting me to leave you, Carter. What's the trouble? Don't you like my type?
You keep hanging around me, Vance. What's the trouble? Do you like mine?
You've never been further wrong in your life, Carter. Now, you listen. That's exactly what I was thinking. That girl is somewhere in this house, and I'm going to...
You know, Leo, you could have done a better job on Vance if you'd have shot him instead of banging him on the head.
It ain't too late, boss.
No, but it might be a little too early. Tie him up.
Okay.
Hands and feet, and drag him upstairs where the girl is. You wanted to find her? He'll find her. And the cops will find them both if they drag the river good enough tonight.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Tic-Toc murder case began with the finding of the body of Tic-Toc Maxwell, racketeer. Philo Vance suspects his former partner, Frank Carter, who, we believe, was robbing a safe at the time of the murder. Carter is out on bail, and Vance, who has been investigating him, has been missing for several hours, and I can't understand what's happened to him.
He may have run into trouble while investigating the Maxwell murder.
Oh.
Who is it? Who is it?
Oh, that you, Miss Evans?
Yes.
Philo Vance.
Oh,
Apparently, I've been thrown into the same room where Frank Carter was keeping you.
grabbed me when I left your office. He's afraid I know something.
Well, that's a good sign.
What's Good's going to do us. My wrists are tied, my ankles are tied. I can't move.
I'm tied up in the same way. Exactly where are you, Miss Evans? It's so dark in here, I can't see a thing.
You keep talking, Vance, and I'll roll over to where you are. Your voice will show me the way.
Very well. You know, it seems to me that we're being kept here only as a temporary measure. I think... Oh, here you are, Miss Evans.
Right next to you. Vance, are we really sunk?
Maybe not. I'm going to roll over to my left side. There. Now you lie on your right side with your back to me.
Okay. There. What's this for?
My wrists are tied, but my fingers are free. If I can reach the ropes around your hands... There, I've got them. I think I can untie those knots. Yeah, now they're coming loose.
Keep working on them, Vance. Only hurry up. We don't know when they'll come back for us.
Doing the best I can. There.
My hand's free, Vance.
Good, now work on mine. Quickly, Miss Evans. I don't know how long I was unconscious, but I do know I want to get away from this room.
There. The rope's off your wrist, Vance. Work on your ankles. I'm getting the rope off mine.
Right. We're still in Carter's house.
Yes, this is a room in the attic. I've yelled myself blue in the face, but nobody heard me.
I did, which accounts for my being here right now. There, I'm untied. There's probably a guard outside.
You think so?
Well, there's only one way to find out. Now listen, Maisie. Go bang on the door and yell, "Let me out, let me out."
Then the guard will know I'm untied.
That's right. He'll come in to investigate, and that's all I want him to do.
Okay, if you say so. Let me out! Let me out of here! Let me out, somebody!
Hey, what's going on in there?
Let me out!
What's... The boss would take the light out of here so I can't see...
You can't see anything, but you could feel that, couldn't you, my friend? Well, that makes us even for smacking me over the head with your gun. Come on, Maisie, let's get out of here.
Don't give me any excuses, Heath. Find him. Vance is in the city someplace, and I want him found.
But, DA, it takes time to find a guy in this city. It's a big city, and he's only one guy.
Heath, practically every one of your cops knows Philo Vance or what he looks like.
Yep.
I want them on the job every minute. Philo Vance must be found, and quickly.
Well, we'll do the
Couldn't
best
be
we
any more
can.
quickly than
What?
this, could it, Markham?
What? Vance. Heath, never mind. Vance just walked in here.
Sorry to have caused you all that trouble, Markham. Forgive me. I didn't mean to get myself kidnapped.
I don't want to know anything as long as you're safe, Vance. Except, of course, if you want to tell me what happened.
Sure, Markham. A girl came to see me. Apparently, Frank Carter saw her come to my office, and he abducted her. I went after her and was knocked out, but I managed to get away.
I'm glad you did. Where's the girl now?
She's over at my secretary's house. She'll be safe there. You know what she told me, Markham?
No, something about the Maxwell murder?
A great deal about it. She said that Carter was with her up until a half hour before Maxwell was killed, and he joined her a half hour after that.
You're trying to tell me that he had the time to kill Maxwell. I know that. And I know that he had the motive, too. He was Maxwell's partner. But I told you, Vance, he has an alibi. He was robbing the Wellington Company's safe at the time of the murder.
Then we'll break down that alibi, Markham.
That's going to be difficult, Vance.
I know. But I'm going to do something about it in just about an hour.
Cut it out, will you, boss?
You let him get away, Leo. You let them both get away.
Don't, boss, don't. I couldn't help it. Stop clipping me.
That isn't all I'm going to do. Vance and the girl both here, both tied up, and you let them get away, Leo. I could kill you. I ought to cut your heart out. I'm going to fix you.
You aren't going to do anything at all, Carter, except stand still.
You had the guts to come back here, Vance?
Of course. I don't have a great deal of apprehension about taking care of you, Carter, when there's nobody in back of me. Looks like you've been chastising your helpmate here.
He's been slugging me because he thinks I let you get away.
I wish he'd been here to try and stop me.
That's brave talk with a gun in your mitt, Vance. Toss it away and let me hear you talk then.
I may do that, Carter. Your name's Leo, isn't it?
That's right.
Get out of here. Get out fast before I change my mind.
Don't worry, I'll be out of here before you know it.
You made an awfully funny picture darting out that door, Carter.
I got no sense of what's funny or not about a picture. What's going to be with you and me, Vance?
The first thing I'd like is for you to tell me you killed Tick-Tock Maxwell.
Well, I could tell you that, and it wouldn't mean a thing. The police know I was robbing a safe at the time the murder was committed.
They think that, Carter. A minute ago, you wanted me to throw my gun away. Remember?
You're not going to be sap enough to do it.
I think I am. There. There's my gun. And now do me one great big favor, please, Carter. Try and get out of here. I've been looking forward to this moment for quite a while. Please, try and get past me to that door.
Hello? Wellington Loan Company. Agnew speaking.
Mr. Agnew, this is Philo Vance.
Vance? Don't tell me you need money.
Not exactly. What I need is information. Mr. Agnew, what kind of safe do you have in your office? The one that was robbed, I mean.
Well, it's a large safe, Vance. Large and unwieldy. We kept all our cash and records in it. Why do you ask?
How is the burglar alarm connected to it?
It's wired to the handle. When the handle turns, the alarm goes off.
I see. And you say the safe is unwieldy.
It's pretty old. The door's heavy and sticks. Takes quite a tug to open it. Strictly a two-hand job unless a fellow's pretty strong.
Thank you, Mr. Agnew. I was hoping for a break like that in this case. You've helped me a lot. Thanks again.
You're welcome.
I appreciate what you've told me, even though Frank Carter won't. Markham, Heath picked up Carter's stooge, Leo, didn't he?
Both Heath and Leo are in the next room right now, Vance.
Good. Markham, you're due for a surprise. A big one. Tell Heath to bring Leo in, will you?
Right.
Yes, Mr. Markham.
Ask Sergeant Heath and his prisoner to come in here, Miss Henderson, please.
Yes, sir.
Markham, Frank Carter tried one of the cutest tricks I ever heard of to cover up the fact that he killed his partner, Maxwell.
Carter killed Maxwell?
Mm-hmm.
But how could he? He was robbing a safe at the exact time
He
of the...
wanted you to think that, my friend.
Get in there. Get in, I said.
Okay, but you don't have to shove. Oh, hello, Vance. Hey, you let me get away from Carter. Help me with the cops, too, will you?
I may, Leo, if you help me. Leo, at exactly 10:02 on the night Tick-Tock Maxwell was killed, you were at the Wellington Loan Company offices setting off the alarm.
Who saw me?
That isn't important. You wore gloves and you turned the handle of the safe. That set off the alarm. Then you got out quickly before the police arrived.
I had to do that. Carter made me, only I didn't steal nothing.
I know you didn't. That was all done earlier. Well, Markham, there's Carter's alibi shattered. He wasn't at the Wellington Company at 10:02 at all.
But his fingerprints were on the safe, and he had the money in his apartment.
I can explain all that, and I will, when you have Carter rearrested. This time for murder.
It's quiet again tonight, ain't it, Bill?
It's okay with me. Just deal the cards, and I'm satisfied if no alarms go off and nobody wants any cops at this hour of the morning.
Thinking of the Wellington loan safe job that Philo Vance busted for us, huh?
Yeah. You know how he knew that Frank Carter wasn't in that office at 10:02?
No.
I saw the report. Seems it was a big safe.
Hmm?
After you got the combination and turned the handle, you had to really yank to get the box open.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Vance reasoned that a guy would use two hands to do that. But we only found one set of fingerprints on the handle. Just the right hand.
Well, that wouldn't mean anything definite, Billy.
Maybe not. But if you were opening a safe that was tough, and you were using only your right hand on the handle, you'd put your left hand on the side of the safe to give you leverage. Anyhow, that's what Vance claims.
He ain't wrong either, come to think of it. And come to think of it, there weren't any left-hand fingerprints on the side of the safe. What did happen anyhow, Billy? Who did steal that dough?
Well, here's the whole story. You deal the cards while I tell it to you.
Okay.
Carter got up to the Wellington place right after it was closed. And he gimmicked the burglar alarm so it wouldn't go off and opened the safe, stole the money, and then closed the safe door, making sure he left a nice, clean set of prints of his right hand on the safe handle. Then he left.
Go ahead.
Well, when he was killing that Maxwell guy, he had this Leo, his stooge, go up to the Wellington joint and trip the burglar alarm.
I see.
Carter knew the cops would find enough evidence to lead them to him, and he actually wanted to take a burglary rap.
He did?
What could it mean? Maybe 5 years. And he'd be in the clear in the murder he'd committed. He'd be out and have all the dough he and Maxwell would have had to split. See why he did it?
I sure do. Kind of cute. That Vance is awful smart.
Well, let's get our pinochle game going. Time we started to play.
Yep. We start right at the end of the Tick-Tock murder case.
Well, here we are, Dad. Happy fishing.
Thank you, son. Thank you. I can't wait to get my line trailing in the ocean. Today's the day, son.
Yeah. Pretty calm out there, Dad.
Oh, the tuna will be running. They've got to be. Ever know me to go after anything I didn't get? I'll be seeing you, son. Wish me luck.
Well, I already did, but once more won't hurt. Good luck, Dad. I hope you can sell the tuna on the idea of being out there when you get there.
Oh, they'll be out.
Looks like there's only one fishing boat left. All the others must have gone out already.
Only need one, you know, son. See you at dinner. Bye.
Bye.
Tell the cook to be prepared for a big one, Arthur. I'll be home about 3 o'clock. Ahoy there! Ahoy, the fishing boat! Ahoy!
Ahoy yourself! What do you want?
My name is Case, Millard Case. I'd like to hire your boat to go fishing.
Sorry, can't do. Try some other boat.
But there are no other boats. They've all left. You're the last one here. I'll pay you anything you want. I've got to go fishing this morning, and you've got to take me.
What's going on here, Captain Smith? This man here...
My name is Case, Millard Case. Gentlemen, there's no question at all about this. You've got to take me fishing.
He wants to hire our boat, Iggy. Didn't you tell him it was already hired?
Hired? So what? So somebody's paying you. I'll pay you double. Gentlemen, I always get what I want, and right now I want to hire this boat. I won't listen to any arguments, gentlemen. I simply must go fishing this morning, and you simply have to take me. Let's have no further discussion about it.
Iggy, listen.
Right, Captain Smith.
You, Mr. Case, go take a walk or something. I want to talk to my mate.
Well, you just tell him to get ready to shove off. I'll be right over here.
Iggy, we got to take that old character aboard.
But, boss, how can we? You know we got a job to do this morning.
I know, but suppose he sticks around and sees that we shove off without anybody else coming aboard.
Oh, yeah.
You'll want to know where the guy is who hired us.
That's right.
This Case guy is used to having his own way. We can't take a chance on his raising the roof around here. That'll be followed by questions. And we can't stand questions.
Don't I know it?
We're going to take him out, Iggy. He wants to go fishing. Okay, we'll take him fishing. Only we don't make any contract to bring him back.
Oh, Captain Smith, how far out are we?
We're pretty near the spot where the tuna's running, Mr. Case.
Well, I'm all ready for the tuna when they start to bite.
Nice rod and reel you got there.
Oh, it's the finest. I paid... Oh, Captain Smith, I've got something on my line.
Tuna, probably. Well, reel it in, Mr. Case. Careful, she may give you a fight.
Oh, I'll be careful, all right. I'll give it plenty of play. Let it tire itself out.
See that it doesn't tire you too much.
No, don't you worry about me.
Iggy, come up on deck.
Yeah, Captain.
What goes? Our client is very happy. He's busy hauling in his first strike of the morning. And we wasted enough time.
I'm ready whenever you are.
That's right now. Let's go back to where he is.
You do it just in time. I've almost got him in. Watch me.
We sure will, Mr. Case.
Another 10 or 12 feet, and he's all mine. You won't be sorry you took me out this morning, gentlemen. Believe me, you won't be sorry.
We won't be, but you will. Okay, Iggy, over he goes.
Over it is, Captain. Don't, please don't.
Well, we did it, Captain. And that gets rid of him.
Yeah. Can't help wondering, though, how big that tuna was that he hooked.
I could stop typing these notes any time you want me to, Vance. No trouble at all. Wouldn't mind it a bit.
Stop any time you like, Ellen. There's no rush on those.
I'm glad. What's the matter, Vance? Your private office too small for you?
You mean, why am I out here with you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Ellen, you're too modest.
Oh, don't tell me it's me that brought you out. I couldn't believe it, but believe me, I try.
It's a combination of you and the fact that I haven't anything unusually interesting to work on today, Ellen.
The district attorney has let you down. Hasn't let you in on a new murder case in days. Remind me to speak to Mr. Markham when I see him.
When you see him, it'll undoubtedly be because he's here about a new murder. And in that case, speaking to him won't be necessary.
Vance, please stop making sense.
It's a habit I'd just as soon not break, Ellen.
I used to make it a habit to win arguments. But, of course, that was before I started working for you.
You know, it's amazing.
Hello, Ellen. Vance.
Oh, hello,
Well,
Mr.
hello,
Markham.
Markham. Come in.
Thanks. Come in, Miss Case.
Right.
Vance, I must see you in your private office immediately.
Well, by all means, come in, both of you.
Thank you. Vance, this is Arthur Case. You've undoubtedly heard of his father.
Oh, Millard Case? Yes, I've heard of him. How do you do, Mr. Case?
How do you do?
Please sit down.
Thank you.
Vance, Millard Case has disappeared.
What?
Yes, that's right, Vance. I drove my father down so he could go fishing this morning, and he was due back at 3 o'clock, but he hasn't returned.
Any report of any accidents to a fishing boat?
None at all. We think perhaps he never did get on a boat. As I understand it, he got to the dock rather late this morning.
All I know is I drove him there, and he hasn't come back. Vance, you've got to find my father. I'll pay anything you ask.
We'll discuss payment later, Mr. Case. What dock did you drive your dad to?
The Summers docks, Vance. At foot of Dobbs Street.
Foot of Dobbs Street, eh?
Yes.
Well, then I'm off to the foot of Dobbs Street to get a head start on this case.
Okay, Iggy, cut it down. There's the buoy we're looking for.
Right, Captain.
Thanks. Now we stick around till a friend of mine shows up in his boat, and we'll get what we came after.
Well, suits me if he hurries. How about you, Captain?
He'll be here. We couldn't very well have that old Case guy around when we grabbed this stuff, could we, Iggy?
No, sir. He's better off where he is anyhow. Chances are he caught a lot of fish in his time. Maybe by this time some fish caught him.
Poetic justice of a sort at that.
Huh?
Never mind. Well, this is where we park till our friend shows up.
Well, I'll throw the anchor overboard.
Do that.
Here we go. How much is he bringing this trip, Cap?
About $20,000 worth. All perfect. All blue-white. All diamonds. And all coming in without paying a dime in duty.
Good.
Our friend will pass in his boat, throw him in the dory in back of ours, and we're off. You know, Iggy, this is real fishing.
Anytime you're ready. Yeah, okay. All right, mister, just hold the fish up with your right hand.
Like this?
Yeah, that's right. Keep your rod and reel in your left and smile.
All right.
Now smile pretty for the camera.
All right,
Smile. Hold it. Got it? Oh, good. Come back in an hour. I have one copy for you and a print for the doc file.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's see. I got to develop that batch for the guy who's going to...
I beg your pardon.
Huh? You can't want to see me. Where's your fish? Everybody what talks to me as a fish, they want me to take a picture of. Most times the fish are prettier than the people. Where's your fish?
Well, I don't have one at the moment. Apparently, you're connected with the fishing dock in a camera capacity. But maybe you can give me some information.
Pal, I'm so unused to talking to anybody without a fish in their mitt, I'm practically tongue-tied. You sure you ain't got a fish?
I'm positive. My name is Vance, Philo Vance. I'm a private investigator.
You sure are. I heard about you, Vance. What's up?
If a man came down here at 10 o'clock this morning and wanted to go fishing, what boats would be available?
What, boats?
Yes.
No boats. All of them are out by then. They're out and I'm sleeping. Time to get back. I'm here with my camera ready to shoot pictures of anybody who catches anything over 2 pounds. I bet I made 1,000 pictures this year already.
People are vain about their catches, I know.
Vain? They're out of their heads. Catch a fish, take a picture, catch a fish, take a picture. I bet we got 10,000 pictures of guys and fish they caught and where they caught them, how they caught them, what boat they were on, how much the fish weighed, how much they weighed. Honest, Vance, you never saw so many guys fish foolish.
Well, fishing's a great sport and a lot of people enjoy it, my friend. Tell me this.
Yeah?
If one boat did happen to be around at 10 o'clock this morning, who would know what boat that was?
See that shack across the street?
Yes?
Belongs to Captain Smith. His boat's called the Daisy. He goes out a little late some days. Ask him. Maybe he can help.
Well, thank you. I will.
Anytime you grab a fish, Vance, and you want a picture taken, don't forget me. You get him on the line, I get him on film.
Thanks. I'll remember that.
Yes?
I'm looking for some information. You're Captain Smith?
So?
I'd like to know 2 things. What time did your boat pull out this morning, and were there any other boats around at the time?
We shoved off at 9:45. We were the last boat to leave. That all?
Well, yes, I suppose so. Thank you very much.
That's all right.
Hey, who was that, Cap?
Didn't give his name, McGee. And he didn't have to. I recognized him. That was Philo Vance.
Hey.
Young Mr. Case here gave us a good tip.
Yes, I did. I knew he'd be down here checking my father's disappearance. Glad I warned you 2 in time.
Hey, look, kid. You know, when that old guy came to us on the dock, we didn't realize it was your father, or we would have taken him with us. You know that, don't you?
I know it, Smitty. I didn't know it was your boat at the dock, or I never would have suggested he take it when I dropped him off.
Okay, as long as that's understood. We told the old guy we wouldn't take him. He slung his rod over his shoulder and started walking, saying something about he'd find somebody to take him out.
Well, he's gone. That's all I know. And for that matter, that's all I care about. I own everything all by myself, now that he's gone.
Well, look, let's forget your old man and get on to this business here. You got the stones we got from the buoy. You got the cash like you're supposed to have?
Yeah, of course I have, Piggy. Now, right here. I ought to get rid of these stones for about $30,000. I pay you guys $20,000, that right?
That's right.
Here you are. And now that I'm in the chips, I'm through with this racket. Smuggling's too dangerous. In fact, it's completely ridiculous now that I'm to inherit all Dad's money. So this, gentlemen, is our last transaction.
You're being a little hasty, aren't you, young fella?
No.
We gotta have somebody sell these stones after we get them. You've been doing fine up to now. You're sticking with us whether you like it or not. And don't get any ideas about quitting. We wouldn't like that, would we, Iggy?
No, Cap. We wouldn't like it at all.
You two don't bluff me. I'm walking out of this racket, and if either of you thinks he can do something to stop me, I'll do something you really won't like.
Philo Vance's office, Miss Deering speaking.
Ellen, this is Vance.
Oh, hello, Vance. Mr.
Ellen,
Markham.
I think I'm on the track of something in the case disappearance. I don't have time now, but you call Mr. Markham.
I've been trying to tell you, Vance. Markham's right here. He's been waiting for you.
Good. Let me talk to him, please.
Just a second. Please pick up that phone, Mr. Markham, will you? It's Vance.
Right.
Have you got it, Mr. Markham?
Okay, Ellen. Yes, Vance. Markham, I guess I live right or something. I have a lead on Mr. Case's disappearance.
If you do have, it isn't because you live right. It's because you have the uncanny faculty of noticing the slightest incongruities in a case, Vance, and a wonderful way of analyzing their meaning.
If I'm that good, I'd better stop right now. Can't do any better than that, can I?
You can do much better. You can find Mr. Case, or whoever it is that's responsible for his disappearance.
I don't believe we'll ever find Mr. Case, Markham. I think he's been murdered. But I also think I have a pretty good idea of who murdered him and why.
This is District Attorney Markham. We are now working on the disappearance of Millard Case. wealthy, eccentric father of Arthur Case, who reported to us that his father was missing. After speaking to a photographer who specializes in pictures of fishermen, and after talking to a Captain Smith who owns a fishing boat, Vance is of the opinion that the elder Case has been murdered and believes he knows who did the killing. Right at the moment, I have finished talking on the telephone with Arthur Case, who is at home, and as I understand it...
Well, Smith, what do you and Iggy want in my home?
It won't take us long to tell you. Case, we don't like what you said when you were down at my shack this afternoon.
No?
In fact, we don't like a lot of things.
That's right.
Like, for instance, how your old man happened to come down to the dock while ours was the only boat around.
Well, that's one of the things that brought you here.
Case, let's understand each other. You drove your old man to the docks knowing he was a stubborn guy who wouldn't take no for an answer. About going out on my boat, I mean. You knew we'd have to take him or he'd start asking too many questions. You knew if we took him, we couldn't bring him back because we had to pick up those diamonds.
And you also knew we'd have to bump him, and you'd have that on us.
That's right. It was getting rid of my father and getting something on both of you at the same time. Kind of cute, I thought.
We don't think so. In fact, we don't want anybody around who can throw a murder rap at us, so grab him, Iggy.
I got him. No, you don't. I'll yell for the servants.
Well, I'm glad you smacked him on the head, Cap. I couldn't have held him much longer. What do we do with him now?
We tie him up and carry him out of here, then dump him in the ocean.
Yeah, suits me. There's some fishing line over here in this room. I'll get it.
You know, I think this young fellow was trying to double-cross us all the way. That's the reason he got Philo Vance in on the case. He figured Vance would find some lead to us.
Well, how could he, Cap?
He can't. There is no lead to us or our boat, Iggy. Believe me. Go ahead, start tying.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
What for?
We can't take a chance of being seen carting a body out of this house. Nobody saw us come in, but we may be spotted leaving. Give me your knife.
Sure, Cap. Here.
Why are you turning your head away, Iggy? Can't you stand seeing me stab the kid?
Oh, it ain't that, Cap. Believe me, it ain't. It's just that later on, if somebody asked me, did I see who killed young Case, I could say no, and I wouldn't be telling a lie. You see, Cap, if there's anything I hate in this world, it's a lie.
Well, Vance, there's young Case, stabbed. Looks to me as if somebody wanted to wipe out his entire family, and has pretty well succeeded.
I wouldn't waste too much sympathy on him, Markham.
What's that?
Thanks for calling and getting me up here, though. It simplifies things quite a bit.
How do you mean?
Young Case told us he drove his dad to the fishing dock yesterday morning. He wouldn't have left him there if there weren't a boat at the dock that could conceivably have taken his father.
The father wouldn't have stayed either, for that matter.
That's right. That means there was a boat. But Case wouldn't tell us that. And you know why not?
No.
Because if he had, he knew we could have traced the boat. And that's the last thing he wanted to have happen.
You mean he planned his father's disappearance?
I'm relatively certain now that he knew what would happen to him if his father, who, as we know, was stubborn, insisted on getting on the one available boat. Markham, did you ever hear of a Captain Smith?
Only what you told me.
Well, we're going to find him. And I think we're going to have to rent a launch to do it. Feel equal to a little boat trip?
Definitely.
It's kind of a fishing trip, but don't bring a rod and reel. Just bring your revolver. We'll need it to coax our fish into shore.
A little further out, Iggy. We drop anchor and wait. We ought to make contact in about 20 minutes, I figure.
We're a little ahead of time, huh, Cap?
Better to be early than late. If we weren't here, our contact wouldn't come back. He'd be scared. Now all he has to do is come in by his boat, throw a package in that dory we got in the water, and keep going.
You know, I'm kind of glad we got rid of that young Case, Cap.
So am I.
Now we got only the two of us to split the take, and we don't run no risk of nobody finding out we tossed the old guy overboard. Huh?
That's right, Iggy. Perfectly right. Cut the motor.
Aye, sir. Well, I'm getting just like a regular sailor, Cap, huh?
You'll do, Iggy. Hey, there's a boat coming our way.
Where, Cap?
Off the port bow.
Well, say it in English. I ain't that good a sailor yet.
Off the front of the boat to the left.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Is that the boat we're waiting for?
No, I don't think so. I'll take a look through these glasses. It isn't a boat at all.
No?
There's two guys in this one and One of them is Philo Vance.
What do we do, boss? Run for it?
Why should we? We're in the clear. Why give them something to think about?
All I know is that they must want something, coming all the way out here to look for us.
We don't know they're looking for us.
Ahoy there aboard the Daisy.
He's looking for us, all right.
Ahoy! You want us?
That's right. There we are. We're coming alongside.
What do we do, Cap? What?
We keep quiet and let them do the talking. We'll find out in a minute what they want.
Are you Captain Smith?
That's right.
I'm District Attorney Markham. We want you on shore, Smith. Get going.
What do you want me for?
I can tell you that, Smith, when we get to shore. Remember me?
Sure, you're Vance.
That's right. He's Philo Vance. Now start your motor, back off a little bit, and head for shore. We'll follow you in our boat, and don't try anything tricky.
Okay, if you want us ashore, we go ashore. Start her up, Iggy.
Start swinging around and then head for the shore.
Hey, we better do it, Cap. That guy's got a gun, and you said he's got nothing on us.
No, I'm not sure. Get all the speed you can get out of that motor, Iggy.
All right, Cap.
Complete the turn, but instead of heading for the shore, head for that boat and get it right in the middle. We don't want to take any chances on either of those guys living.
Ram them, huh, Cap?
Ram them and get going now.
Aye, sir.
Hey! Hey, keep away! You're going to run into us! So that's your idea, is it? We'll see about that.
You'll never get a chance to shoot again.
Hold tight, Iggy.
This is it. All right, Cap. Come on. Here it goes. That'll teach those two to keep their noses out of our business, eh, Iggy?
Oh, it sure will. Hey, Cap, any chance of their swimming to shore?
In this current, 6 miles out, not a chance unless they're part fish. Come to think of it, they will be part fish any minute now. Okay, Iggy, let's get moving. Maybe we missed our contact, but we took care of something a whole lot more important. Leave it close to the dock, Iggy, and I'll throw a line around that post.
Aye, Cap.
Here we are. I'll hop on the dock and tie us up. Hold on to the dock till I make the jump, Iggy.
Go ahead, Cap. We're steady as a rock.
There we are. Now to tie us up. Come on ashore, Iggy.
Okay. Here I am, and glad to be here. You know, Cap, that's the first time I ever did something like that. Ram a boat on the water and knock off a couple of guys that way.
It really doesn't matter how you kill a man, Iggy. The results are always the same.
You're perfectly right, Captain Smith.
Hey,
Come on, Markham.
hey, Cap, they're alive. The two guys we rammed. Let's get out of here.
Not so fast, young man. You're not going anywhere.
Don't let you slip my mate, Vance. I got a little return message for you.
Here, hold off for a moment, Vance. I'm coming.
Right, come on.
Don't get me. I want to... My stop. That did it.
Okay, Vance, I'm through. Don't hit me again.
Captain Smith is lucky. He's still able to talk. His mate is slightly unconscious. Good work, Markham.
Hey, you two guys. Maybe you wouldn't mind telling me how you ever got to shore after we rammed your boat. You're supposed to be out in the middle of the ocean.
We would have been if we hadn't jumped overboard before your boat rammed us.
We simply swam underwater to your dory and held onto it while you very obligingly towed us back to shore.
So you see, Captain
Well,
Smith.
what's going on here? Oh, it's you, Vance. A little bit wet, ain't you?
A bit. Markham, this is my friend, the photographer.
How do you do?
Hi.
He's been very helpful on this case.
I have? Tell me how.
Tell me, too.
Later.
Hey, you want a picture of these two guys on the dock? I could take a snap of both of you, each holding one of the guys in your hands. Just like a fish picture. I'm so tired of snapping pictures of guys with fishes in their hands.
No, thank you. No pictures. But there is a resemblance between these two characters and the pictures you generally take.
Yeah?
These two poor fish thought they could get away with murder.
Catch anything yet, Ellen?
Nope. Not even close.
What are you using for bait? Perhaps that's the trouble.
Oh. Do you have to use bait? Well, I guess I better start all over again. Vance,
Yes?
what was the clue in the murder case we just finished? How was the photographer helpful?
Don't you know?
How could I know? Even he didn't know.
Well, it was relatively simple. He told me he took pictures of every fisherman that caught a good-sized fish.
Yes?
And that there was a notation in the dock office about what boat it was caught from. I checked those records and found that a lot of fish were caught from a lot of boats this season, but none from the Daisy.
Captain Smith's boat.
Right. If Smith's boat hadn't been used to catch fish, it must have been used for other purposes.
Oh.
If, as we know, it left the dock late, and the late Millard Case insisted on going out on it, Smith would have had to take him out and have had to get rid of him, which is what he did.
Yes, I know that now from his confession. Case's son was in on the mess, too, wasn't he?
Yes, but I'd figured that. It couldn't have been coincidence that had him bring his father to the dock when no other boat except the Daisy was available. Young Case wanted to get rid of his father and get something on Captain Smith and Iggy at the same time. That's why they murdered him.
You'd think with all his money he wouldn't have fooled around with men like that.
From what I understand, old man Case was pretty tight with his son. Young Case wanted some money to throw around, so he got in on the smuggling racket. Well, Ellen, want to continue fishing?
What do you mean continue? I haven't even started yet. And there's no better time to start than at the end of a deep-sea murder case.
Just ease this crate to a stop, Mike. Just ease it. Like this, Johnny? Good. Good boy, Mike. Very good. Now let me have the shotgun. You want me to come with you? If you like. You might be helpful in spreading the talk around about what happens to a guy who crosses Johnny A. Very helpful. You know, he was making a deal with Big Eddie Morris.
Yeah. I sure wouldn't like to be in Nick's shoes when he grabs the lead from that shotgun, boss.
You mind your own business like you've been doing, and you'll never catch lead from me, Mike. Never. Come on. Don't make no noise.
Right. Hey, look, Johnny. You could see Nick from here. Back of his head through the window, see it?
Sure. But I knew it would be there. I knew he'd be there.
I've known everything he's done or thought of even in the past 2 weeks. Watch out for those bushes.
You gonna get right on top of him, Johnny?
I'm gonna get so close that I can't miss. So close. Like from right here. One slug through the window, then through him, and that should do it.
Shoot, Johnny, shoot.
As soon as I fire, you and I beat it back to the car and get away fast. Very fast.
I got you. Where do we go?
You drop me at Sonny's house. Gotta see my girl after a good night's work. She's going to South America tomorrow. That's another reason I gotta see her tonight. A guy's gotta give his girl a goodbye kiss.
Yeah, that he does.
Well, Mike, this is it. Hey, just thought of something.
Yeah?
Can't let nobody go away anywhere without saying goodbye.
You mean your girl?
Yeah.
Well, you're going over there after this to say goodbye to her, ain't you?
Sure. But, she's not the only one going somewhere. You take Nick in there, he's going somewhere, too. So goodbye, Nick. Goodbye.
Please sit down, Miss Belmont.
Thanks, D.A. Swell layout you got here. Pays to be a district attorney, don't it?
Not too well financially, but rather well in satisfaction.
I know what you mean, Markham. That's the kind of reason I'm here. Satisfaction. I'm going to pay off a guy named Johnny A. Ever hear of him?
Yes. He rates way up there on our list of public enemies.
Well, Markham, I was his girl. I was up to this morning. In an hour, I'm off to South America, only before I go, I got this to tell you. You know Nicky Keating got blasted last night?
I know of him.
Johnny A. did that job, Markham. He killed Keating and came running to my place after he did it. I threw him out. You see, Nicky Keating was my brother. That's what I got to tell you. Get Johnny A., Markham.
In view of what you told me, I don't doubt but that we will. We'll need your testimony, of course.
You're on your own from here. Johnny A.'s got too many friends. He's all yours, but I've helped all I'm going to. I'm going to South America, and don't try any legal tricks to keep me here. I'll suddenly be taken with lapse of memory.
Where is Johnny A. now?
I think he blew town, but I happen to know he'll be back tonight, and he'll head for my place.
Oh?
Bust in there around midnight tonight, and it's all yours. So long, Markham. Nice meeting you. When I get back, drop around to my place with your friend Philo Vance. I hear he's kind of attractive.
I may do that. Where will you be in South America, Miss Belmont, in case we need you?
Well, now that's kind of hard to say, Markham. South America's such a big place.
Pardon me, but I was told Philo Vance was in this gymnasium. Have you seen him?
Sure, there he is over by the punching bag in the corner. Sure glad I'm not that bag.
Thank you. Hello there, Vance.
Well, Markham, glad to see you. I'd ask you to sit down, but there isn't anywhere for you to sit except that exercise horse, and you'll be much more comfortable standing, believe me.
I'll take your word for it. What are you doing at midnight, Vance?
Well, up till now, there was a good chance I'd be sleeping. Why?
This morning, a girl named Sonny Belmont was in my office.
Huh?
She told me that a gang leader named Johnny A. was the man who fired a shotgun slug into Nick Keating.
Sonny Belmont. Isn't she Johnny A.'s girl?
She was, but she was also Keating's sister.
Oh.
She left early today for South America, but she told us that Johnny A. would be at her house around midnight tonight. I thought maybe you'd like to be in on a kill that doesn't require any of your very adroit masterminding.
Oh, I most certainly do, Markham. I'll be there. Rather unusual social event, though, isn't it?
What do you mean?
With the hostess out of town, there'll be a party at her house. A certain party, that is, of course.
Drop his head in the water and keep it there a little longer. He'll talk.
No.
Go ahead, do like I say.
No, don't do it.
This Crumb's no joker.
Johnny A.'s right hand. And if it was Johnny A. that knocked off Nick Keating, he'll tell me. Okay, haul him up.
Right, boss.
All right, Mike, this is your last crack at staying alive. Johnny A. knew Nick was playing ball with me, so he made with a shotgun. Right or wrong?
Why is she going?
The tub, stick his head in it and hold him there this time.
No.
I'm running out of patience.
No, wait a minute. Let these goons let go of me, will you? I'll talk.
Heard what the man said, boys. Let go of him.
Right.
Okay, Mike. What do you got to say?
It was Johnny A., all right.
That's what I thought. Looks like the showdown between him and me, then. Big Eddie Morris against Johnny A. This has been coming for a long time. Where is Johnny?
I don't know.
Think the water might help you remember?
No, look, Ed, you gotta believe me when I tell you I don't know.
The water tub, boys. I
No.
can't stand guys who only do halfway talk.
I told you what you want to know. I told.
Now, hold him there for a while, kid. Not too long, of course, just till he stops breathing. Then we make plans to get Johnny A.
That's the second time that car's passed your, Vance.
I know. And at midnight, it is a little unusual for a car to circle a block twice.
You know, I think I recognize the man next to the driver, Big Eddie Morris. He's Johnny A.'s leading rival for gang dishonors in this town.
And he, too, is watching the house of your friend, Miss Sonny Belmont.
All I can mean is that Johnny A. is inside that house across the street, Vance. I think I'll signal to Sergeant Heath and close in on it.
You imagine that Johnny A. is in there asleep?
Yes, I do. I believe Miss Belmont's tip. Heath and his men are waiting for me to wave this white handkerchief, and I think I'm going to do it.
Well, it's exactly midnight. You might just as well.
That house, Vance, that explosion came from Miss Belmont's house.
I know, and if Johnny A. was in it, that's the end of him and the end of our case. Or so it seems. But somehow I doubt that very much.
Hola. ¿Es usted el señor que llama señorita Belmont?
See, the operator has her, Markham, I think.
Un momento, señor, por favor.
Gracias.
Adelante, por favor, señor.
Just sit tight, Markham. I'm sure I'll contact Miss Belmont in South America. The operator's trying to get the call through now.
Vance, it's only an hour since the explosion, but we've already done some great work on this case. The body in that house was identified without a shadow of a doubt as Johnny A.'s, and you succeeded in finding where Miss Belmont is.
Not too difficult, Markham. There are only 2 airlines to South America. I checked them both. Found which one took a girl answering Miss Belmont's description and where they took her. The operator's now checking the hotels in that city. We'll be talking to her shortly. Wait and see.
We're going to a lot of trouble just to inform the young lady that her ex-boyfriend is dead. I think I'd rather go after Big Eddie Morris. It was undoubtedly he or one of his gang that planted the bomb that wrecked Miss Belmont's home and killed Johnny A.
I'm sure I'll be seeing your friend.
Aquí es señorita Belmont. Hello? Hello, who is it wants me?
Hello, Miss Belmont. This is Philo Vance. You don't know me.
No, but I will, since I get back. I was mentioning to your friend Markham that we all ought to get together sometime.
I'd hardly call 5,000 miles just to accept an invitation, Miss Belmont.
Oh.
I want to tell you that your boyfriend, Johnny A., is dead.
Tried to shoot it out with the cops and caught one, huh?
Not exactly. Your home is partially wrecked, Miss Belmont. A bomb exploded.
And Johnny was caught in the blast. Good. The joint's insured and he's out of my life. Well, it's nice of you to let me know, Vance. You're making sure I have a good time on my vacation.
I'm glad you've enjoyed yourself up till now, because your vacation is over. You're coming back.
Who says so?
I do.
Suppose I don't come back. What then?
Then I'll come down and get you.
Huh. You know, Vance, that sounds like the best offer I've had in years.
Okay. Quiet, all you guys. Quiet down, will you, please? Now, listen, you guys. I talk better with a gun in my hand than I do with my face. But I got something to say. All right, go ahead. Hey, you mug, give Big Eddie a chance, will you? He's paying for this party. Let him talk if you want. Yeah, that's better. Quiet, please. Now, get this. We're gathered here tonight to mourn the passing of a beloved... Well, never mind. I thought I had a speech memorized, but skip it. Now, look. Boys, this is straight from the feed box. Johnny A. is dead.
Some of you guys used to work for him. Okay, so now you work for me.
What kind of a deal, Eddie?
Same kind you got from Johnny A. The take is still here in this town. We'll make even more if we have one good organization instead of two fighting each other. Well, what do you say?
Sure.
That's what I want to hear. All right, fellas, enjoy yourselves. I'll be back in a minute. I got to make a phone call and find out what happened to the dancing girls I ordered. Don't nobody go away now. Here?
Would be circling up to leave now, Eddie.
I'll see you all in a couple of minutes.
Quite a party going on in there, Eddie.
Who are you?
My name is Vance, Philo Vance.
So your name's Vance, and so there's quite a party going on in there. So?
What's the occasion of the celebration?
Oh, kind of a party to announce a new benefit organization. Yeah, that's what it is. A benefit organization.
Whose benefit, besides your own?
Look, Vance, I know all about you. You're supposed to be smart, and you're supposed to be tough. Right now, I got a phone call to make. You're going to be smart and let me make it, or tough and try to stop me?
It might be very smart to stop this entire organization right now.
Yeah?
Eddie, I have an idea the district attorney wants to see you.
So let him send me a summons.
He did better than that. He sent me.
You sure you know what you're doing, Vance?
You yourself said I was smart.
I take it back. You're an egghead. Now get out of my way.
Seems to me I said you and I were going to see the DA.
Seems to me I
see the DA.
Seems to me I see... Now, get.
You know, I prefer magnificent. But the results are going to be the same.
Says you.
You're going to be bouncing around any minute now, Eddie, and this ought to give you a start.
You take it, get it more.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Johnny A. murder case opened before Johnny A. was murdered. A was a gang leader who had killed an underling, Nick Keating. Johnny A.'s girl, Sonny Belmont, told me that before she left for South America. But while she was in South America, a bomb destroyed part of her home, and we found Johnny A.'s dead body in it. Vance spoke to Miss Belmont, and she flew back here, where she is now, in my office, waiting for Vance, who is going to see Johnny A.
Kind of surprised I'm here, aren't you, Markham?
Yes, and I'm just as surprised that Vance isn't. I wonder what's keeping him.
Don't forget, he never got a look at me. If he had, he'd have been here an hour ago. What time is it, by the way?
5 o'clock. I don't mind admitting that's what's worrying me. Vance went to see Big Eddie Morris 2 hours ago.
You know, that's the trouble with you guys who carry watches. You worry too much. Me, I never carry them. I wouldn't have one around. What good are they? All they do is make you hurry when you want to take your time, and that's not for me. I'm a gal that likes to take her time.
Your theory is undoubtedly excellent for you, Miss Belmont. But Vance should have been here an hour ago.
Well, maybe he doesn't know I'm here.
Oh, excuse me, please. Hello?
Markham, sorry I've been delayed.
Where are you, Vance?
I only found out myself a few minutes ago. It seems that Big Eddie and I had a little session, but I guess we made too much noise because a few of his friends interrupted us. And that's all I remember.
Are you hurt?
Well, my eye isn't in very good condition. There must have been 5 or 6 of them, so I don't feel too badly, although I guarantee a few of them do.
I'm glad it was nothing serious, Vance. But listen, Miss Belmont is here in my office. We've been waiting for you.
Meet me instead, will you, Markham? At what was once her home. And bring Miss Belmont with you, if you will. I'm sure she can help close this case and round up an entire gang of criminals and killers.
All right, Vance, we'll be there. I'll bring Miss Belmont and a squad of Sergeant Heath's best men.
Never mind them, Markham. Just bring Miss Belmont and a piece of beefsteak for my eye. Quite a mess they made of this room in your house, Miss Belmont.
Big Eddie Morris made quite a mess out of you, Vance. And the stuff at this house is insured.
So am I, against repetition of an accident like the one that happened to me. Markham, your men looked over this place pretty well, didn't they?
The police bomb squad did. They found evidence that the blast was caused by a simple bomb which could have been planted in the house or thrown through a back window.
Presumably by the men in the car we saw circling the block. Well, let's see now. Blast was at midnight. Miss Belmont, you got to South America sometime during that day. What time was it?
I've got no idea. Time doesn't mean a thing to me.
Miss Belmont has an allergy where watches and clocks are concerned, Vance. Won't have them around.
When I get anywhere, as long as I get there, I'm on time. Understand that?
I can understand why anyone who had an appointment with you would subscribe to that, yes. You know, you're quite attractive.
Throw away your watch sometime and I'll come over and see you.
Do that, Miss Belmont, please. In the event you do, we'll need no watch. Time will stand still.
You know, I was under the impression that we met here to get some evidence against Big Eddie Morris.
Oh, I got all the evidence I needed before you arrived, Markham. You remember I was here first.
Yes. What evidence did you find?
This.
What's that?
It looks like a piece of tin.
It is a piece of tin. A curved piece, about 3 inches long, I'd say, and the color is, well, a sort of dull gray. I picked it up off the floor.
With all the beautiful bric-a-brac in this room shattered by the explosion, why would a piece of tin interest you, Vance? I don't understand it. But then again, I don't have to. Just say the word and we'll move in and make an arrest.
You're the district attorney, my friend. It's a little silly to make an arrest if you can't get a conviction, and I haven't enough proof. Yet. My next move is to get more proof. And, Miss Belmont.
Yes?
I'm going to need your help.
Sure, I know you. I'm Johnny A's girl. Right?
I was Nick Keating's sister, Eddie. Long before I was Johnny A's girl. And Johnny killed Nick.
Oh. Well, what do you want with me?
Look, Eddie. You know I was the finger in every jewel lift Johnny ever made. I went to a nightclub, spotted the dames with the biggest diamonds and the best-looking furs, and put the finger on them for Johnny. I could do that for you.
Yeah, you could. And you could double-cross me, too.
Do you think I'd do that, Eddie? To the guy that did me a favor and rubbed out the guy that killed my brother?
I don't know. I'll let you know after you work your first job for us.
Waiting for somebody, friend?
Huh? Oh, it's you, Vance.
That's right, and you're one of Eddie Morris's boys, one of the boys that piled into me when Eddie and I were seeing how tough we were at the banquet yesterday.
Oh, gee, Vance, I had to do that. If I hadn't, well, but a lot of guys smacked into you. Don't pick on me.
Why are you sitting in this car with the engine running across the street from a very smart nightclub? As if I couldn't guess.
Look, Vance, don't interfere with us. Keep out of it. Don't mess around. You're getting Big Eddie's hair.
Get out of the car. I'm sitting in for you.
Not a chance. I'm...
Sorry, my friend. If my information is right, I can't waste time. Out you go. Come on. There, that's it. Now, you'll keep right there until the police... Uh-oh.
Okay, Joe, get moving.
Hey, fellas, wait for
All right,
me.
get going quick. Piling, you guys. You too, Sonny.
Yeah, I'm in.
Wait a minute. Sid. Come on, I said, Joe. Get this car moving. Nice work, Sonny.
Thanks, Eddie.
This diamond I grabbed ought to be at least 15 carats. Nice piece of change. Joe, where you driving?
Just a minute. I'm not driving anywhere, and I'm not Joe.
Vance.
Hey.
That's right, only I'm not alone this time. I have a gun for company, as you can see. And there's a car full of policemen right in back of us.
You crossed us, didn't you, Sonny? I oughta...
Please, Eddie, don't do anything you won't live to regret. Miss Belmont had her choice of crossing you or helping us. Right, Miss Belmont?
That's right, Ben. And you're so much better looking than Eddie.
Eugene Macy, alias Potato Head Williams, suspicion of robbery, suspicion of murder. Step down.
Got the whole Eddie Morris gang, eh, Markham?
The entire bunch, Vance. And that includes all of Johnny A's boys, too.
Eddie Morris, alias Big Eddie Morris, suspicion of robbery and murder. Step down. Now, that winds it up, Mr. Markham.
Thanks, Healy. Keep them all nice and happy until we need them.
Okay, dear.
Vance, you know who really deserves a vote of thanks? Sonny Belmont. She certainly helped us.
She most certainly did. Which reminds me, I have an appointment with her at her new apartment. I want to thank her for her help.
But you already thanked her, Vance. In my office an hour ago.
Yes, I did, Markham, but not enough. I couldn't. There were too many people around.
Anybody ever tell you you were wonderful, Vance?
Not recently.
Now put me down in your book as today's entry, then. You're wonderful.
I left my book home. I'm afraid you'll just have to keep on telling me.
I'd tell you anything, Vance, any time.
Well, not to switch from a very interesting subject, me, I'd like to know something about Johnny A.
What, for instance?
What kind of a man was he?
He was a scared rat. He never moved without a bodyguard. He used my place as a hangout. You know why?
Why?
Because he was scared to use his own apartment. I thought I loved him.
He wasn't afraid to use your house?
That house was the safest spot in the city. Windows were bulletproof. Doors were sheet metal. You couldn't get into that joint with an acetylene torch. Johnny A. paid for all those extras.
Quite a character.
Yeah. Well, we've talked about him, about you, and about me. Now let's talk about you and me.
Sounds very interesting. We'll see how interesting after you tell me just one more thing, if you don't mind. When you left for South America, where was Johnny A.?
I don't know. He came to the house after he killed my brother, told me he'd be back the following midnight, and left.
I imagine if he'd left, he'd be alive today.
What do you mean, if he left? He did leave.
No, I'm afraid you killed him before you left for South America, despite the explosion which occurred when you were 5,000 miles away. I'm afraid I can prove you killed him, Miss Belmont. Now it's your turn to be afraid.
Please, Vance, let's not waste time with this. I've got to know how you built the state's case against Sonny Belmont.
All right, let's start from the beginning, Markham.
All right.
Our house was practically a fortress. Metal doors, bulletproof glass, everything you could think of. How could anybody get in there to plant a bomb in the living room?
Perhaps it was planted there the day before it went off. Someone coming in pretending to be a meter reader or something.
It was planted there the night before by Miss Belmont. She had been trying to break up with Johnny for some time, had a bomb all prepared. When he told her he had killed her brother, she shot him, then prepared the bomb to explode at midnight the next evening.
How did you know that?
Remember the piece of tin I picked up in her house, Markham, in the room where the bomb exploded?
Yes, of course. Dullish gray, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Uh-huh.
A piece of metal like that could come from a cheap alarm clock. I checked and found an alarm clock the same color in a store near Miss Belmont's home.
Yes, that would indicate a time bomb was used, inasmuch as Miss Belmont had an aversion to clocks.
Even if she had no aversion to them, Markham, she never would have had a cheap alarm clock in a lavishly furnished room. It was a time bomb, all right.
Yes. Vance, the Eddie Morris gang could have planted that bomb.
Markham, the day of the explosion, you had Miss Belmont's house watched every moment from the time she left your office. But your men never saw Johnny A. come in that day, yet his body was found after the explosion. Now, what's the answer? Simple. Johnny A. had been there since the night before. Dead, of course, but there just the same.
Yes.
The Morris gang could never have gotten into that house at any time to plant a bomb.
Well, Miss Belmont's confession shows your reasoning was correct. She had me fooled completely, especially since she helped us trap the Eddie Morris gang.
That was merely to throw us off her trail, just as her trip to South America was supposed to do.
Yes, I know that now. Too bad about her, Vance. She's very attractive.
I thought she was attractive at the beginning, Markham, but she's just a killer at the end of the Johnny A. murder case.
Ready?
Good shot, Markham. Perfect score for you so far.
All it's gotten me in this skeet shooting contest with you, Vance, is a tie. That shows you what a tough man you are to beat.
Testimony disregarded as having no basis in fact. As district attorney, you should know better than to make statements like that.
Kindly refrain from prompting this witness, Vance. Your shot, you know.
So it is. Well, the rules allow me to load only 2 shells in this gun of mine. The shells are in. I'll see what I can do with 2 birds. Ready? Ready?
2 for 2. Well, you certainly give me something to shoot at, Vance. Tell me, is there anything you can't do?
Yes, I can't tell when you'll invite me in on a murder case. All I know is it won't be this afternoon, inasmuch as there was no case in your office when we took this holiday, and there are no telephones out here on the skeet field.
I know that disappoints you, but I'll try to make a contest out of this skeet match to make up for it. My turn to try for 2. Ready? Ready? Uh-oh. Well, that puts you 1 up on me, Vance. Well.
Do you hear what I do, Markham? The clarion cry of a female.
The voice of your secretary, Ellen Deering, unless I'm very much mistaken. What could she want out here?
I don't know. All I can do is hope. Over here, Ellen.
You mean you hope an interesting case came into your office while we were out here?
Mm-hmm.
A case interesting enough to get your secretary to come after you?
You didn't miss with that shot, my friend. We'll know Ellen's mission in a moment now. Here she is.
Oh, hello, Mark.
Hello, Ellen.
Whew. What a hike. Isn't there some way they could have put this skeet field nearer the road? I wasn't meant for walking, I can tell you that.
Well, I'll see what I can do about having a pair of wings made for you, Ellen.
So I could fly over here and have somebody shoot me down? Oh, fine thing.
You'd still be flying if I was the one with the gun.
Well, Miss Deering, if you've recovered your breath and your bearings, perhaps
I'm
you...
okay now. Markham, I really came out to see you.
Oh?
Your office called to see if you were with Vance, and I volunteered to come out here and bring you the message.
Which was?
Which was that a woman named Edith Allen has been murdered in her apartment.
Uh-huh.
There's no apparent motive. She was happily married, her husband has a perfect alibi, and nothing in the apartment has been touched.
Well, at least Vance was wrong about one thing. He was certain we wouldn't be called in on a murder case while we were out here.
A murder without motive. Well, that's the most fascinating kind to solve, Markham.
The most difficult, you mean? Well, looks like we go to work, Vance. Fun's over for today.
On the contrary, Markham. Apparently, it's just beginning.
The slain woman had led an exemplary life and was respected by everyone in her community. Police are baffled by the lack of motive. Mrs. Allen was found by a maid lying on the floor near the piano in the Allen living room, strangled. With no motive and no clues, the police face one of the most baffling crimes in years. Homicide Department Sergeant Heath admitted to the Chronicle representative today. Good story, Joe. Nicely handled. Right to head for it yourself and give yourself a byline.
Okay, Chief. Unknown assailant strangles Mrs. J.C. Allen.
For heaven's sakes, I haven't
Bye,
had all day.
J.C. Allen.
Vance and I want to be alone in the murder room, Heath. Keep everybody out for a while, please.
Okay.
Well, Markham, it looks as if first reports were correct. There's nothing in this room that even remotely resembles a lead to Mrs. Allen's killer. From the position of the body, I think she was playing this piano when her murderer came into the room and strangled her. She fell from the piano bench to the floor.
That's probably true, but doesn't help us at all.
This is the song she was playing, Blue Penny. It's that new hit they keep doing on the radio. Isn't that a rather unusual title page, Markham?
Not too. Picture of a girl who's apparently the penny in the title, a flowing blue summer dress, the names of the writers and the publisher. What's unusual about it?
I'm not sure, but a little of the blue ink just came off on my thumb. I've handled a lot of sheet music. That never happened before.
Vance, we're working on a murder.
I know, but this blue ink that came off on my thumb may supply the color in this case.
Yes,
That song's as good as Blue Penny?
Yeah, it is.
Huh. Another hit like that, and I'm going to go broke. Okay, I'll listen. Go ahead, play it. Yeah?
Mr. Morris, there's a man named Philo Vance here to see you.
Philo Vance? Tell him to come in. All right, Daddy. I'll hear the rest of that song later. I got a visitor.
Okay.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought...
It's all right. Come in, Vance. This guy was just leaving. So long, Daddy.
So long.
Well, Vance, what can I do for you? You write a song or something?
No, Mr. Morris. I want to talk to you about your Blue Penny number.
Huh. Now I know why you're here. It's a crime the way that song's getting plugs and ain't selling. You want to investigate the crime, huh?
Not exactly. Mr. Morris, when do you print a song you publish?
When? When we take it from the writers. We give an order to our printers saying how many copies we think we'll need. They print it. We work on the song for a couple of weeks. And it generally starts to sell. Only not Blue Penny. Blue Penny, we printed up to 50,000 copies when we took it. We still got half of them.
Is that so? I thought it was a big hit.
You thought. Everybody thought. Only it's just one of those things, get plugs, but nobody buys it.
Who prints your music?
Acme. Only 3 firms in the city that print music. I'll write the names and addresses down for you. What's this all about, Vance?
It's about the murder of Mrs. J.C. Allen. You've read about it in the papers. They say there was no motive for her death. I'm inclined to believe there was. A motive I not only know, but after I make my next stop, I think I can prove.
That's a pretty sound those printing presses make, ain't it, Ears?
Pretty, Eddie. Beautiful.
Ears, tell me how much of a genius I am. I like to hear it.
Boss, you got a beautiful head. Beautiful. How you ever figure this out, I don't know.
Neither will anybody else.
How we can be making all this dough on something that sells for only a quarter or 30 cents? I don't know either. But it's beautiful money. Beautiful.
Ears, listen.
Yeah?
A guy publishes a song. It costs him money to print.
Uh-huh.
Money to plug.
Yeah?
Money for royalties.
Well?
He makes a hit out of it, right?
Right.
All right. I got a printing plant. I publish the same song. The publisher has all the expenses. I get all the profits. It costs me 2 cents to print. I get 18 from the dealer. 16 cents profit. On a 1,000,000-copy song like Blue Penny, figure it out.
Too much for me, but I'll take my...
Come on in.
I'm Philo Vance. Which one of you is Ed Stevens?
That's me. What's with you, Vance?
I've been told there were only 3 firms in this city that were equipped to do music printing. I've already seen the other 2 companies. You mind if I look at your shop?
What for?
I have an idea about the murder of Mrs. J.C. Allen. Now, may I see your machines?
Well, Vance, at any other time, I'd be glad to let you inside. This afternoon, maybe, if you come back. But right now, we're running some special stuff for a guy who asked that we keep everything very much on the QT. It's an announcement of some new product, and he doesn't want any word of it to get out. Now, that's understandable, isn't it, Vance?
Of course. Well, thank you, Stevens. I'll be back later in the day. Goodbye.
So long, Vance.
Boss, you handle that beautiful. Beautiful. Only Vance will be back later.
We'll have those copies of Blue Penny off the presses by then.
I don't like the idea of Vance finding us. Maybe I ought to take care of him.
Like you did Mrs. Allen?
Yeah.
Nothing doing, Ears. We'll take care of Vance, all right. Only it'll be in a way he's never been taken care of before. Believe me.
Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, this is Marie Dale, Wentworth Apartments. You don't know me, but please come over here quickly. I've got to see you.
What's the trouble, Miss Dale?
Hurry, Vance. You've got to get here before he does, because if you don't, I'll be dead.
Miss Dale. Miss Dale, where are you?
Over here, on the couch. That you, Vance?
Yes, what happened, Miss Dale?
He was here. Vance, bend down. Look. Look at my neck. His fingers. Vance, he was going to kill me.
Now, take it easy, Miss Dale. The police are on their way here. I called them after you called me. Who was it?
I don't know. Someone phoned me and said he was the man who strangled Mrs. Allen. And he was going to do the same thing to me. I'd read your name in the newspapers, knew you were working on that case, and I phoned you.
You sound better now, Miss Dale. I'm sorry I didn't get here in time.
Oh, I'm sorry, too. But I'm all right now, Vance. And I'll be fine when the police get here. Thanks for coming.
No trouble, Miss Dale. I'm very close to the man responsible for Mrs. Allen's death.
Oh?
I have an appointment at a printing plant in an hour. And I have an idea I'll wind up 3 things at that time. I'll find the individuals responsible for killing Mrs. Allen, the man who choked you, and I'll break up a very unusual racket.
Well, come right in, Vance. Sit down.
Thank you.
You're a man of your word. Said you'd be back this afternoon, and here you are.
You said when I did get back, I could take a look at your printing presses, Mr. Stevens, remember?
Sure. Perfectly all right. I'd like you to see something else first, though, Vance.
What?
This photograph. It's a print and it's still wet, but you won't have any trouble recognizing the people in it.
Well, let me see it. Oh. So there was a photographer in Miss Dale's apartment when I bent down to examine her neck.
Yes. Looks like you're making love to her, doesn't it? Not that that wouldn't be bad, only her name isn't Dale, Vance. It's Williams. Marie Williams, and she just got out of jail last week.
I'm beginning to see what this is all about. I'm going to...
Now, Vance, that won't do you any good.
Oh, but it'll make me feel better, I guarantee that.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Vance. Slugging me won't help you any. I don't want anything from you. Just leave town for 2 weeks, that's all. 2 weeks. When you come back, I hand you the negative of this picture, and nobody will know you ever made love to a gal just out of jail.
So that's the story, eh?
Look, you can go through this plant with a microscope, and you won't find any evidence that we've been printing somebody else's music on our own. I don't know how you figured our racket, but there isn't a thing in this shop to prove what you think now.
There was this morning when I was here, though.
So? Look, Vance. You leaving town, or do I make 1,000,000 copies of this picture and flood the town with them? Philo Vance, leading crime fighter in the city, and his girlfriend just released from jail after serving 7 years for manslaughter. Well? May I use your phone? Wait a minute, Vance. Calling the cops would be stupid. You've actually got nothing on me, not a thing. And if I go to the coop, I've got a friend who releases these pictures.
I wasn't going to call the police, Stevens. I merely wanted to call the airport and find out what time the next plane leaves.
This is District Attorney Markham. We're working on a case that started with the strangling of a Mrs. Allen, wife of a newspaper man. In some way, her death is linked with a piece of sheet music, a connection that Philo Vance knows but hasn't told me. Vance hasn't been heard from for several hours, and I can't understand why he hasn't been in touch with me. However, Ellen Deering, Vance's secretary, did call, and apparently Vance had left a note for her asking her to see Mrs. Allen's husband, J.C. Allen, a rewrite man on the Chronicle. Ellen should be with him now because it is several hours.
Look, Mr. Allen, Vance left a message for me to see you. You've got to help me.
How? Don't you think I want to find the man who killed my wife? What can I do to help you?
Just one thing. Your wife played piano, didn't she?
Yeah, sure, of course she played.
Where did she buy her music? That's one question Vance wants answered.
Where?
Yes.
That little shop around the corner from our house. Cut-rate music shop run by a man named Baker. What difference does it make?
All the difference in the world, according to Vance. You see, his note said he knew who killed your wife. He knew why she was killed. But there's only one way of proving it. That cut-rate dealer is the one way a murderer can be made to face the music. And I'll see him after I see a certain young lady.
Coming. Yes?
Are you Marie Dale?
What do you want?
I want in. My name is Deering. I'm Philo Vance's secretary.
Vance? Who's he?
Now, don't give me that. Look, I found your name and address on Vance's pad. I know he was up here to see you. And, I want to know where he is now.
I haven't the slightest idea. Goodbye, Miss Deering.
Oh, no, you don't. When I leave here, it'll be because I want to go. Take your hand off my arm.
Miss Deering, you don't want anything in here. Why don't you try the lost and found department if your boss is missing?
You're going to be missing something if you don't start talking. A couple of teeth, for instance.
Tough, aren't you? Well, we'll see how tough your hair is.
Ow! Oh, you little devil. If you want to play like that, I'll play with you.
My arm! Stop! You're breaking it!
You let go of my hair.
Stop twisting my arm! I'll tell you all you want to know.
Well, go ahead. Start talking before I start twisting.
Vance came here to see me. I don't know why. I told him there wasn't anything I could do or say to help him, and he left. I don't know where he went.
Big help you are. There. There's your arm back.
You've hurt me.
Well, I've wasted enough time up here. I thought you might know where my boss is, but apparently you're not going to help me find him. So I'll just go follow his instructions. Next stop, music shop. Please take that record off, Mr. Baker. I can't talk to you with all that noise.
Best-selling piano record on the market. She don't like it. Okay, lady, off it goes. By the way, lady, what happened to your cheek?
Oh, I got caught on a couple of nails. Mr. Baker, tell me, who sells your sheet music?
A lot of people. Sometimes I buy from jobbers. Sometimes I buy direct from publishers. Sometimes from independent salesmen.
Who sold you your copies of Blue Penny?
Blue Penny?
Yes.
Fella named Ears Mackley. So you know something funny?
Right now, I'm not looking for laughs. Where do I find this Mackley?
Wait a minute. You know this Mrs. Allen who was killed?
I should know her. Her death is the reason I'm here. What about her?
Well, she asked me the same question you did the morning she was killed. I gave her the same answer.
Why didn't you tell that to the police?
What for? It didn't sound important. Besides, nobody asked me.
Well, that sounds reasonable. Where do you reach this Mackley who sold you the Blue Penny song copies?
Oh, all I got for him is a phone number. You want it?
I'll say I want it. That phone number means that Ears Mackley's number is up. This is the printing place, Markham. When I called the phone company, I asked them for the address of the phone number I got from Mr. Baker. This is the place they gave me.
Well, let's go in. Somehow I wish that Vance were here. No word from him?
Nope. That's why I called you. Well, take a deep breath, Ellen, old girl. Here we go.
Well, what do you two want?
Hey, Eddie, the guy's the district attorney. That's Markham.
That's right. This is Miss Deering. I want to see Ears Mackley.
What about?
You, Mackley?
My name is Stevens. What do you want with Mackley?
Awful tough, isn't he, Markham?
Maybe I ought to soften him up. Sometimes I'm a little unhappy with my official position, Ellen. Look, Stevens, Ears Mackley is a direct lead to the killer of Mrs. J.C. Allen. We want him when we know we can find him here. Is this Mackley?
A beautiful guess, D.A. Beautiful.
Okay, Mackley, you're coming with us.
He isn't going anywhere, but you two are.
Markham, he's got a gun.
He'll never get a chance to use it.
Ow! Shut that dame up. You shut her up. I'll handle this guy.
You said it. Got it, Eddie.
Get this gun butt down on this guy's head.
Hey, you did it, Eddie. You did it. Take this dame off my hands. She's kicking my ankles
I'll
off.
take care of her, then we'll wait until dark and take care of both of them permanently.
Pretty good actress I am, don't you think, Eddie?
Shut up, will you, Marie? I gotta think.
Well, I'm still a pretty good actress. I got Philo Vance here to my apartment so you could snap his picture and run him out of town with it, and I fooled his secretary. Didn't I?
Yeah, you handled that good. Now, will you be quiet? I got the district attorney and Vance's secretary tied up in my printing joint. I gotta find a way to get rid of them by tonight.
You're going to kill the district attorney? You're out of your head.
How many times do I have to tell you to shut up? This is important. I can't have them alive. They know I've been duplicating sheet music copies. Now, how they know, I'll never know. They know Ears killed that Mrs. Allen, too.
Well, why did he kill her?
Why?
Yeah.
What else could he do? She came down to the shop. We found out her husband was a newspaper man and that she traced us through a phony copy of the Blue Penny song. What did you expect Ears to do? Let her live? So she could feed the story to her old man?
Now, look, Eddie, I took one rap for a killing. I'm not going to be mixed up in another one. Especially if it's the DA that's going to be bumped. Include me out. I only signed up for that picture stunt to frame Vance. No murder for Marie. No, thank you.
You think I'll leave you alive if you don't come in with us on this?
Well, sure, you know I won't talk.
Yeah, sure I know it. I'm making sure of it right now.
Eddie, you...
Yeah. Another few seconds and it'll all be over. You said no murder for Marie, huh? How wrong you were, honey. How wrong you were.
Markham. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, Ellen. I'm all right now. My head feels like a pumpkin.
What about mine? I got slugged, too, right after they knocked you out. But we're still in that printing joint, I know that much.
Yes. It's getting dark out. Oh, I wish I'd left word where we were bound for. Nobody knows we're here, Ellen.
And nobody knows how tight these ropes are around my hands and feet. I'm tied up to a printing press, I think.
I think I'm pretty well anchored here myself. I wish I had the explanation for all this.
It's very simple. Or at least it's simple to Vance, wherever he is.
I know where I wish he was, right here.
Shh. Listen. What? A door just opened outside.
It's Vance. He's come down to find us.
Oh.
Vance. Vance. In here.
Beautiful voice he's got, right, Eddie? Beautiful.
It's those two characters, Ellen, Stevens and Mackley.
That's right. Who did you expect, your friend Vance?
Let's not say expect. Let's say hoped.
Good word. Lady, you're soon going to join Mrs. Allen and an ex-girlfriend of mine in another world.
You killed them? Why?
Don't take all the credit, Eddie. I knocked off Mrs. Allen.
Yeah, you did, Iz, and very nicely.
You mean beautifully?
Have it your way. Markham, about your friend Vance, he'll be gone for a couple of weeks. And the way things are going, by the time he gets back, we'll be out of this country. Okay, Iz. Slug the dame again, and we'll cut him out of here.
What?
I'll
Okay.
take care of the DA.
You just untie me
You
and
keep
I'll...
away from me, you goon.
Watch this, Eddie. I'll show you an artistic way of knocking a dame on the noggin.
I
Watch
doubt
you.
that.
Vance.
Vance!
Vance, where did you come from?
You should be more concerned about where you're going.
Come on, slug him, Vance. Slug the bum.
Ellen,
Give him
remember, you're a lady. Slug the bum, Vance. Really let him have it.
Trying. Pretty tough. You're so right. I'm going to... Oh.
Vance.
Well,
That last smack was a dilly.
A beaut.
Whew, I'm glad you're not angry with me.
not at all, Ellen. While I'm getting you out of these ropes, I'll tell you I'm very pleased with you. You did exactly what I wanted you to do while I pretended to be out of town.
What was that all about, Vance?
I'll explain that some other time, Markham. And also how I figured out the racket Eddie Stevens was in. Like to hear it?
I sure would, as soon as I get out of these ropes.
There. Ellen's free now. Markham, you're next.
Sounds like a barbershop.
It should. You and I, Ellen, really had a close shave.
Ready?
Don't you ever miss, Vance?
Of course I do, once in a while. Your turn, Markham.
Hey, wait a minute. What about me? I'd like a shot at one of those clay pigeons.
Use my gun, Ellen.
Thanks. Okay. Ready? E. Oh, well. Here's your gun back, Vance. Not very good. Doesn't shoot where I aim. Well, it doesn't.
Vance, I think I've waited long enough. Will you please tell me what the lead was in the Blue Penny murder case?
Of course, Markham. It was very simple. The ink wasn't dry on the title page of that song we found in Mrs. Allen's apartment, right?
That's right. Some of it came off on your finger.
Well, Markham, if that was a legitimate copy of the song, it would have been printed months ago. The publisher told me that. And also told me he was disappointed in the song, which got a lot of plugs but wasn't selling too well. What was the answer? Apparently, someone was bootlegging copies of Blue Penny. But who?
Always a good question.
I found out Eddie Stevens' plant could handle music. And when I went there, he wouldn't allow me to inspect the presses. I was sure then that I was on the right track. I pretended to fall for their blackmail photo scheme and had Ellen check the shop where Mrs. Allen bought her music. That led her and you to Stevens and his friend. And I came out of hiding in time to handle them when they were about to mishandle you.
They killed Mrs. Allen because she was on their trail and they knew she'd give her husband the whole story and he'd print it, eh?
That was the motive. A little hard to find, but the motive just the same.
I heard enough from Stevens while I was tied up to convict him, Vance. So I guess when I put him and Ears on trial, that'll be the end of them.
of them and the Blue Penny murder case.